In the desolate expanse of the wilderness, Xiao Qingfeng embarks on an extraordinary journey of cultivation alongside a group of enchanting women, each with their own unique allure. Amidst the chaos of the bustling western Liang city, he encounters the domineering Yang Biao, the son of the local governor, igniting a series of events that lead him to confront powerful foes and forge unexpected alliances. With the stunning princess by his side, who dreams of immortality, and the irresistible Xiang'er, who dedicates herself to his training, Xiao Qingfeng navigates the treacherous world of martial arts and magic. As he strives for eternal life, he must face the challenges of the mortal realm while discovering the true essence of power, love, and destiny. Will he rise to become an invincible force or fall victim to the very ambitions that drive him? In this captivating tale of adventure, romance, and self-discovery, the boundaries of reality blur, and the pursuit of immortality unveils the depths of human desire. In the realm of Zhao, within the city of Shiliang, on the bustling Zhongtang Street, it is whispered that the most exquisite beauty in the world and the discarded crown prince reside here. Suddenly, the lively thoroughfare is stirred by a commotion as several riders gallop forth, prompting onlookers to hastily step aside. Make way, make way. Xiao Qingfeng deftly sidesteps, only to be confronted by another rush from behind. Are you blind? I said move. Yang Biao, the sole heir of the governor of Shiliang, clad in resplendent garments and wielding a long sword, lashes out with his whip towards Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng retreats a step to evade the strike, yet Yang Biao, clearly adept in martial arts, swiftly swings the whip back. A sharp crack resonates as it strikes Xiao Qingfeng's right shoulder, igniting a searing pain that jolts him into clarity. Before he can retaliate, an elderly man behind him seizes his arm. Young man, do not act rashly, look behind you. Xiao Qingfeng raises his gaze to see several formidable warriors escorting a graceful young lady, moving leisurely through the throng. Following them is a procession of armored cavalry and infantry. The youth who had just struck him slows his steed, engaging the lady in conversation, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction, seemingly indifferent to the earlier incident. The young lady's bright eyes reveal a trace of melancholy, her brows furrowed in concern. Thank you, sir. May I inquire as to who that person is? Xiao Qingfeng asks, his eyes glinting with intensity. The elder, dressed simply and in his 60s, sighs. That is Yang Biao, the tyrant of our town. You should leave quickly, villain. Xiao Qingfeng smiles coldly. In Shiliang, home to tens of thousands, the most picturesque scenery lies upstream of the Xiang'er River, where the water is crystal clear and lush trees abound. The prince's residence is situated here. Inside the grand hall, several officials and esteemed guests hold their breath, their eyes fixed on a young man at the center. Divine Crane Needle, he bellows, extending his right hand forward, fingers poised. Miraculously, a white-silver needle materializes from thin air and swiftly darts ahead. Clang, a 3-finger-thick iron plate is punctured as if it were mere tofu. Chi energy released, a preternatural martial art. He is truly a master of the innate realm, the crowd gasps, especially the martial artists present, who gaze at him with admiration. Xiao Qingfeng, relieved at the successful display of prowess, contemplates the scarcity of spiritual energy in the mundane world, where each bit of internal energy is precious. Had he not employed the small golden needle technique, which consumes minimal energy, a larger spell might have led to dire consequences. As a cultivator, he finds it somewhat disheartening to perform before a gathering of mere mortals to secure a comfortable life, fearing the embarrassment if acquaintances were to witness his antics. He introduces himself as the reclusive heir of the Xiang'er sect, driven by the urge to explore the world. Such a modest display, Master Xiao, remarks the radiant princess, adorned in a delicate golden gown. Her figure is voluptuous, her skin as fair as snow, and her subtle sorrow enhances her captivating beauty as she observes the dashing Xiao Qingfeng. Although he is not youthful in years, the aura of spiritual energy makes him appear no older than 20. Master Xiao is too humble. Achieving mastery at such a young age is truly remarkable. You are a paragon among men, worthy of serving as a first-tier guest in the royal residence. Besides the monthly stipend of 1,000 taels of silver, do you have any other requests? In the realm of mortals, attaining the title of master signifies an esteemed status. Many who seek to enter the royal residence do so to leverage its resources for personal gain. After years of diligent cultivation, I have come to realize that life is fleeting and one must seize joy while they can. I cherish delicacies, fine attire, and the company of beautiful women to share my days. Might the princess grant me this wish? Xiao Qingfeng's starry eyes lock onto the princess's alluring visage with unabashed sincerity. The princess's cheeks blush, her heart racing, as she stifles a giggle behind her hand. Master Xiao's honesty and willingness to serve the royal family are most commendable. The royal residence is never short of luxury, and I assure you, your desires shall be fulfilled. Xiang'er, at your service. From now on, you shall accompany Master Xiao closely, attending to his needs. Ensure you serve him well, and do not neglect your duties. Yes, your highness. A petite, alluring young woman, her cheeks slightly flushed, steps forward. Xiang'er has been my maid for many years, clever and resourceful. Master Xiao may entrust her with any task. Xiao Qingfeng, feeling a ripple of emotion, smiles graciously and bows. Thank you for your kindness, princess. I shall not betray your trust, and will dedicate myself to the royal family. The princess, reassured by Xiao Qingfeng's promise, beams with delight, her enchanting smile illuminating her face, resembling a blooming flower. Xiao Qingfeng, momentarily entranced, finds his heart stirred and wonders if he harbors inappropriate thoughts. Indeed, the title of the world's most beautiful is well-deserved. Once the matters in the hall concluded, Xiang'er guided Xiao Qingfeng around the royal residence, offering a brief introduction to its customs and regulations. The rank of guest is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier is exclusively for masters, serving as the cornerstone of martial prowess. The second tier encompasses those at the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. The third tier includes individuals with unique skills, such as extended breath holding, profound knowledge of medicine and poison, or exceptional talents in mechanisms and poetry, assessed by merit rather than martial ability. Xiao Qingfeng silently admires the royal family's far-sighted vision, though it undoubtedly requires substantial wealth to sustain. That night, in the quarters assigned to Xiao Qingfeng, having dined well, he sits quietly in his room, indulging in the foot massage and relaxation provided by Xiang'er. With her cheeks flushed, she assists him in reclining on the bed. Master, please rest well. Call upon me should you need anything. Xiao Qingfeng does not release her hand. Xiang'er, do you not wish to stay? No, I am yours for this lifetime and beyond, she replies, her face a deep crimson. Should we not share a drink to lighten the mood? Xiao Qingfeng berates himself for being so straightforward. Forget it, come join me. Please, grant me mercy. In a room adorned with antiquity, the flickering candlelight danced gracefully, producing melodious sounds that were both tender and enchanting. Xiang'er, experiencing the awakening of her emotions, was overwhelmed with joy, tears of ecstasy streaming down her face, reaching the 3rd level of enlightenment. Xiao Qingfeng reclined on the bed, reveling in the tranquil afterglow of the experience. Suddenly, a blue-framed interface materialized before him. Name, Xiao Qingfeng. Lifespan, 38,108 days, longevity 30 realm. Qi refinement stage 3, 173-200, cultivation method, Qingmu Gong, proficient, techniques, Xiao Inyu technique, beginner. Xiaojinxing technique, minor accomplishment, Xiaohuaqiu technique, beginner, Xiaoku Mu technique, beginner, Xiaofan Di technique, beginner, Yingxishu technique, beginner. Xiaoyaobu technique, beginner. At that moment, a vast and pure surge of spiritual energy unexpectedly emerged from within his dantian, circulating autonomously along the pathways of Qingmu Gong, becoming an extension of his own power. Although Xiao Qingfeng's realm had regressed to the initial stage of qi refinement, the unique spiritual insight of the mid-stage remained intact. He observed his dantian, now brimming with vibrant energy, dispelling the previous murky appearance, and significantly more refined than before. What is this? A tremor of excitement coursed through Xiao Qingfeng. Just as he had resigned himself to the mundane world, prepared to embrace the twilight of his life and accept death, fate bestowed upon him a ray of hopeful light. The once ignored golden finger of destiny suddenly revealed itself. Moreover, its manifestation was remarkably unique. In that moment, Xiao Qingfeng reignited his passion, returning to the path he had intended to pause. My Lord, you. Chapter 2. The Burning Lifespan. The cultivation method begins to upgrade. Xiang'er is enamored, filled with joy. Reward level 2. Xiang'er is buoyant. Reward level 1. Grandfather, please don't. Xiang'er strives to maintain composure. Reward level 1. Morning. Xiao Qingfeng felt invigorated, his spirits lifted, as the once fierce northern winds had turned considerably gentle. Gazing at the ever-changing clouds on the horizon, he couldn't help but reflect on his previous life, struggling in the marketplace with his sister. Little did he know that a sudden earthquake would unveil an ancient cave, altering the fates of many. Such an opportunity, typically a battleground for the ambitious, seemed entirely irrelevant to a humble farmer like him. Yet, due to some unknown machination, the 3,000 Ling farmers of the Chun family were coerced into the cave to serve as cannon fodder. In the end, all 3,000 perished, their bodies left abandoned in the wilderness. It was within that valley, strewn with corpses, that Xiao Qingfeng traversed through time. A lingering bitterness settled within him, accompanied by a swirling mass of poisonous gas, perpetually eroding his body. At that moment, he possessed nothing, surrounded entirely by the dead. Xiao Qingfeng hastily fled, seeking refuge in distant lands. Along the way, he encountered a mysterious figure who helped him cast a sealing spell, stabilizing the poison. But it could only hold for a few years. With death looming ever closer, Xiao Qingfeng yearned to explore the mundane world. Crossing the merciless sea, he finally arrived in Shiliang. In the realm of mortals, where spiritual energy was scarce and the seal required maintenance, his cultivation level had regressed to the third layer of qi refinement. If nothing changed, the day the seal shattered would also be the day of his demise. Memories of the valley filled with corpses haunted him. Now that he had awakened a golden finger, he sought to quell the turmoil within, diligently practicing to exact revenge. Xiao Qingfeng summoned his golden finger with his mind. Lifespan: 38,108 years heavenly lifespan. 30 years cultivation level. Third layer of qi refinement. 177,200. He realized that last night was indeed not a dream. Light-hearted and joyful, the tension that had gripped him dissipated completely. Returning to the mid-stage of qi refinement was no longer a mere fantasy, and breaking into the later stage was imminent. As long as he could maintain the seal, there would surely be a method to dispel the poison once his cultivation improved. A flicker of hope reignited within him, and as long as a glimmer of possibility remained, Xiao Qingfeng refused to give up. After a night of relentless effort, the results were gratifying. Though poor Xiang'er was still languishing in bed, unable to rise. In the courtyard, Xiao Qingfeng practiced the carefree step technique. This technique, characterized by agility and lightness, was relatively easy to learn and consumed little energy. Despite being a fundamental skill, it was favored by many novice cultivators, especially those from impoverished backgrounds. As Xiao Qingfeng completed a full round of practice, a blue screen materialized before him, illuminating the technique, and he instinctively tapped it with his mind. You have diligently practiced the carefree step, fasting and cultivating tirelessly, achieving boundless energy, and after a year, you have made slight progress. You have diligently practiced the carefree step, cultivating tirelessly for over 100 times each day, achieving noticeable progress after 3 years. You have diligently practiced the carefree step, cultivating tirelessly for over 100 times each day, achieving a breakthrough into the minor achievement realm after 5 years. When Xiao Qingfeng regained his senses, he noticed his status panel had transformed. Lifespan: 43,138. Unbeknownst to him, he had aged 5 years. Xiao Qingfeng silently reminded himself not to recklessly consume his life for the sake of rapid proficiency. However, as long as he refrained from making enemies or embroiling himself in disputes, he could gradually refine his skills. Yet, without life, nothing else mattered. The realization of 5 years' worth of insights swiftly integrated into his mind, and his body instinctively followed suit. The courtyard filled with the sound of rushing winds, yet no figure was visible, only fleeting shadows moving with incredible speed, prompting Xiao Qingfeng to burst into joyous laughter. In the realm of cultivation, the Qin family, he would return, but for now, he would bide his time for several decades. Xiao Qingfeng possessed a clear understanding of his own limitations. His combat prowess was woefully inadequate. In his previous life, he had only engaged in childish squabbles in kindergarten, and as he matured, he found himself trembling even while exchanging harsh words. In this life, he seldom engaged in battles, and the techniques he had learned were primarily agricultural arts. Only the small golden needle technique for pest extermination bore some semblance of lethality. He pondered how, with his cultivation aptitude, he could dare to learn the art of concealment. In the span of decades, could he not master talisman crafting, artifact forging, or alchemy? Alas, with no wealth, such aspirations were mere fantasies for a pauper. The mundane world was indeed pleasant, Now that he had achieved minor success with the step technique and the golden needle technique, dealing with petty thieves was no longer an issue, though his energy was somewhat lacking for sustained use. With spring behind him, after dinner, Xiao Qingfeng enjoyed strolling along Zhongtong Street, meandering near the governor's residence before leisurely returning home, treating it as a form of digestion. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the governor's mansion remained undisturbed. Xiao Qingfeng kept his ears closed to the world outside, solely focused on his cultivation. Xiang'er rejoiced. Reward, level 1, cultivation level, 4th layer of qi refinement, 116,300. The sensation of returning to the mid-stage of qi refinement was delightful. One evening while walking, Xiao Qingfeng suddenly halted. Xiang'er, you go back first. I wish to wander alone for a while before returning. Watching Xiang'er depart, he transformed into a shadow, following a familiar scent that beckoned him. At the entrance of number 38 Kaiyun Avenue, Lai Fu glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was in sight before carefully lifting the curtain of the carriage. Young master, we have arrived. Lai Fu, are you certain you have explored thoroughly? The elegantly attired man remained uneasy. Rest assured, young master, Miss Baoqin is indeed hidden by the governor in this place, but I have heard from old Ma that the governor has not visited here for quite some time. Lai Fu understood his young master's preferences well. Yang Biao's excitement waned upon hearing Lai Fu's confirmation. That is acceptable. Young master, please knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The courtyard door gently opened, revealing a beguiling face that looked at Lai Fu with curiosity. Manager Lai, what brings you to visit the governor at this late hour? Is there any command from the governor? Young master, please, come inside. Lai Fu disregarded the young woman and led the man inside. Upon seeing the governor's son, the woman's expression turned alarmed. Miss Baoqin greets the young master. I wonder what brings you to visit me. Yang Biao sat solemnly in the hall, his face etched with seriousness. Recently, his father's health had deteriorated, and he had gradually grown estranged from his mother, leaving her in tears day after day. Was this your doing? Baoqin was taken aback, realizing her greatest fear had indeed come to pass. The governor, notorious for being under his wife's thumb, had numerous concubines who met tragic ends at her hands. Now that she had been discovered, what hope did she have for survival? Her initial resistance stemmed from this very concern, yet now she found herself at a loss. In a state of panic, she knelt before him, pleading for mercy. Please, let me leave Shiliang. I promise never to return. Yang Biao approached her slowly, lifting her chin with his hand. If I let you go, how can you assure me you will not entangle yourself with my father again? As she gazed into his eyes, she recognized a familiar glimmer. Her expression, filled with sorrow, pleaded for his compassion. Please, noble sir, save me, and I shall repay you with my life. Yang Biao laughed heartily, exhilaration coursing through him as he stepped closer to her enchanting visage. Suddenly, a shadow flickered past. His boisterous laughter fell silent, blood began to seep from his forehead, and he collapsed with a resounding thud. Baoqin, who was kneeling on the ground and preparing to shed her armor and return to her humble life, was splattered with blood, her eyes wide with confusion. Lai Fu, terrified, repeatedly bowed his head and cried for mercy. All these misdeeds are Yang Biao's doing. I beg you, great hero, show mercy. He cautiously looked around, finding the surroundings eerily silent, devoid of any sign of a hero, and yet he remained unharmed. Suddenly, a cry of alarm pierced the air. Kill! Lai Fu quickly covered Baoqin's mouth, warning her not to utter a sound. What do we do now? She trembled, her voice quaking with fear. Lai Fu quickly regained his composure. With the death of the governor's only son, we must return to report this. We are as good as dead. Our only option now is to flee. I do not mind your faded beauty, nor should you disdain my humble origins. Let us wander the world together. Our survival shall depend on fate. Baoqin nodded fervently, clinging to the hope of life, willing to accept whatever fate had in store for her. Lai Fu swiftly rummaged through Yang Biao's belongings, seizing his wealth and taking his travel permit, before concealing the body beneath the bed. With a small bundle of belongings in hand, Baoqin and Lai Fu boarded a carriage, successfully passing through the city gates, soon vanishing into the night. Afterward, Xiao Qingfeng spent his days secluded in a small courtyard, rarely venturing outside. With an intuition far superior to others, he gradually grasped the nuances within the royal residence. Despite the imposed silence, there were always bold maidservants and young attendants who whispered among themselves. It was revealed that a formidable assassin had recently infiltrated the palace, radiating a golden glow, impervious to weapons and wielding fire with unparalleled mastery, leaving many charred to death. The former master of the palace had perished at the hands of this assassin, and even the crown prince had been rendered unconscious, yet to awaken, leaving doubt as to whether he would ever regain consciousness. No wonder Xiao Qingfeng had yet to be summoned by the crown prince during his stay. While others remained oblivious, he understood all too well that the shimmering golden light was unmistakably a talisman. It seemed that a cultivator might be hidden within Shiliang City. Xiao Qingfeng felt a sense of helplessness, with the prospect of cultivation now within reach. He wished for a life devoid of turmoil, yet having just killed the governor's only son, his mind was inevitably troubled. With over 90 years of life still ahead, a slight investment in enhancing his abilities seemed reasonable. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, having additional means of survival would be prudent. He could not bear the thought of fate claiming him while he remained unpoisoned, only to succumb to untimely death. Such an outcome would be intolerably vexing. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Qingfeng prepared to fight with all his might. Thus, he devoted himself to the arduous practice of the Xiao Jin needle technique, diligently seeking a breakthrough. After 5 years, a spark of inspiration flickered, yet eluded his grasp. He persevered through 13 years of relentless training, experiencing a significant surge in his spiritual awareness. After 21 years of tireless effort, he finally broke through to a higher realm, mastering the art of controlling the needles at will. With his eyes gently closed, Xiao Qingfeng reveled in the expansion of his spiritual awareness and the insights gained over 2 decades of cultivation, a profound sense of fulfillment enveloping him. Despite his lack of innate talent, he had diligently pursued his path, always striving for progress, yet rarely receiving the recognition he deserved. Life, alas. Now, with the Xiao Jin needle technique perfected, it required less spiritual energy while wielding greater power. The needles could even curve in flight, allowing him to launch 2 simultaneously. Over the past month, his cultivation level had stabilized, having initially increased by 6 points daily during the first few days, gradually settling to 3 points. The hardships endured throughout this journey could hardly be articulated. He had once believed that as a cultivator, defeating an ordinary maid would be effortless. Yet, in the end, it was he who found himself lacking, while Xiang'er radiated with vitality. Chapter 3. A chance encounter on the flower boat. Progress in reverse as dawn broke. Gong Gao, the chief steward of the Wangfu, approached with news that the Taizifai would personally bestow monthly allowances and host a banquet with the esteemed guests in the hall that afternoon. Previously, such duties fell to the Taizi, but since the assassination attempt, the Taizifai was compelled to take matters into her own hands. Fortunately, having once been a leader herself, she managed these responsibilities with relative ease. In the afternoon, Xiang'er, brimming with vitality, accompanied Xiao Qingfeng to the hall. Along their path, they encountered familiar sisters, most of whom wore bashful expressions, smiling shyly as they passed by. Within the hall, the Taizifai sat gracefully upon an elevated chair, adorned in a pale pink palace gown, her features exquisite. She directed Gong Gao to distribute the monthly allowances, inquiring warmly about the well-being of each individual. Standing near the front, Xiao Qingfeng received affectionate smiles and respectful glances from all present. When the Taizifai turned her attention to him, Xiao Qingfeng respectfully replied, "Your Highness, all is well in my life. However, I have recently felt a sense of physical depletion and require some nourishment to ensure future happiness, hence my candid words." Those behind him chuckled, with some unable to contain their laughter, bending over in mirth. The Taizifai, too, found her cheeks flushed by his bright gaze and straightforward speech. "Master Xiao, while beauty is indeed delightful, one must not indulge excessively. Forgive me," he replied. "I have spent much time in the valleys, and now, entering such splendor, I must have caused you some amusement." "Li Xian, at your service, your highness," came the reply. "The treasury still holds a 600-year-old ginseng. Might you prepare some medicinal concoction for our esteemed Xiao, steeped in wine for his recovery?" "Thank you for your generous consideration," Xiao Qingfeng said, bowing deeply. After expressing his gratitude to Li Xian, he stepped back a half-step. Xiang'er lowered her head shyly, hesitant to speak. During the banquet, guests frequently raised their glasses to toast Xiao Qingfeng, who graciously accepted each one, though his gaze toward the Taizifai grew bolder with each passing moment. That night, revelry reigned supreme. Xiang'er, supporting the somewhat inebriated Xiao Qingfeng, led him back to her small courtyard. Their interactions had evolved, shedding the cautiousness of earlier days, and their conversations became bolder. Sir, that is not how one should drink. Some toasts do not require finishing the entire cup. See how others merely take a sip. It is only you who drinks so heartily. How could one not be intoxicated? Xiao Qingfeng chuckled. Little girl, your master is new to the Wangfu and unfamiliar with the ways of the world. It is merely drinking, surely. It will be easier to get along in the Wangfu from now on. Xiang'er thought to herself that as a master of high caliber, who would dare not treat him well? Yet she refrained from speaking, considering that her master's amiable nature was not entirely a flaw. This was indeed a habit cultivated during Xiao Qingfeng's previous life in the lower echelons of society, lacking the awareness that came with his noble status as a master. However, time changes all, and so do people. That night, Xiang'er felt as if she had found a treasure, her heart leaping with joy, earning her 2 levels of achievement. Master, I may need a few days of rest starting tomorrow. Ah, Xiang'er, your talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are exceptional. Accompanying me to play music under the moonlight would be delightful. Xiao Qingfeng sensed that if he continued his training at this pace, he would inevitably develop psychological shadows. Even if Xiang'er were not taking a break, he intended to pause his cultivation. While the joy of rising cultivation levels was undeniable, the essence of the path lay in nurturing the body, and haste was ill-advised. The following day, Li Xian brought a gourd of medicinal wine. Upon tasting, Xiao Qingfeng discerned a hint of spiritual energy within, warming his body and replenishing his vitality without harm. No wonder everyone sought out older, superior medicines. Xiao Qingfeng felt an increased gratitude toward the Taizifai. Immediately, he gifted the 1,000 taels of silver he had received the previous day to Li Xian, requesting him to procure more medicinal ingredients and prepare additional medicinal wine, for it was essential to his path. Li Xian was a professional, drawn to the Wangfu for its resources and access to various medicines. That night, several stewards from the Wangfu invited Xiao Qingfeng to join them for drinks outside. And this time he did not refuse. Though the path to enlightenment was within reach, he could not forget his initial intentions. Life should not be overly monotonous. Stepping out of the Wangfu, he entered the bustling world outside. The Wangfu's insignia was immensely useful everywhere, whether for business or leisure, and this was one of the many reasons stewards sought employment there. If they frequented Wangfu-owned establishments, they could also enjoy discounts. Which place thrived most? By day, it was undoubtedly Zhongtang Street, but by night, there was no question it was along the banks of Qinghe. At night, the banks of Qinghe were ablaze with lights, and along the nearly 2,000-meter stretch, 80% of the nightlife of Shiliang County unfolded. Flower boats glided along the river, vibrant young men and women mingled, their laughter and joy creating a captivating atmosphere. Xiao Qingfeng and the stewards found themselves aboard one of the flower boats. Brothers, I, Xiao, have been indulgent and declined your invitations several times. Today, I shall drink a cup as a token of sincerity, he declared, raising his cup and downing its contents in one go. Master Xiao, you are too modest. I am Zhou Quan, the head of the Tuanhua sect, reaching the pinnacle in 2 days. I entered the Wangfu a few years before you, and since you are so forthright, I shall join you in this toast, said a young man in his 40s, his sword at his side, standing with a smile. Others rose to join in, introducing themselves. Li Xian was an elder from Yaoshan Valley. Lu Mingyao was the eldest son of the Lu family in Shiliang, a prominent clan, yet their ties to the court were tenuous, hence they sent their eldest son, endowed with the best martial talent, to serve as a steward in the Wangfu. Another, named Zhao Dong, was a third-rank general, Ding Yuan, who rarely left the Wangfu, but had come today perhaps on a mission to learn more about Master Xiao. Lu Mingyao frequently toasted Xiao Qingfeng, expressing camaraderie, and Xiao Qingfeng reciprocated with warmth, willingly sharing insights into martial arts. The atmosphere of revelry intensified, yet when pressed for specifics, Xiao Qingfeng cleverly deflected their inquiries under the pretext of sect rules. Midway through the evening, in an effort to show closeness, Lu Mingyao summoned 5 charming ladies to join them. As the alluring women, clad in revealing attire, approached, Xiao Qingfeng welcomed them without hesitation, his hands exploring. Suddenly, he sensed a faint aura of a cultivator on the riverbank. The individual was following a group of guards nearby, investigating something. In the past few days, the growth of my spiritual awareness has nearly propelled me to the late stage of qi refinement, allowing me to sense a certain aura. Although it is well concealed, I can still perceive it. He appears to be at the mid-stage of qi refinement. I, Xiao Qingfeng, merely wished to linger in the mortal realm, not wanting to reveal my identity as a cultivator. Furthermore, having recently taken a life, the sudden appearance of another cultivator nearby compels me to remain vigilant. To avoid unnecessary conflict, the most prudent course of action is to refine my concealment technique. Initially, I intended to preserve my lifespan. However, circumstances now dictate otherwise. My dear brothers, I am not one to hold my liquor well, and may need to excuse myself for a moment. Xiao Qingfeng feigned drunkenness as he spoke. Laughter erupted among the group. Truly, Master Xiao is an honest man. Go on, go on. Xiao Qingfeng took no offense at their jesting and turned to the young lady beside him. Might I borrow a small space for a moment, fair maiden? It seems the wine has rendered me quite tipsy. The young lady, filled with delight, replied, Young master is inebriated. Allow me to assist you. I shall take you there at once. The small room was indeed tiny, merely a few square meters in size. Xiao Qingfeng gently closed his eyes and practiced the concealment technique. He then activated his special ability. You have diligently practiced the concealment technique for a year, achieving modest success in hiding your aura. After 5 years of relentless training, you have finally advanced to the minor accomplishment stage, with control over your aura and a blurred boundary of existence. After 13 years of persistent effort, you have achieved the major accomplishment stage, perfectly concealing your aura, with your presence hidden 70%. After 20 years of rigorous practice, you have reached the perfected state of the concealment technique, experiencing a significant increase in spiritual awareness. Your aura is entirely suppressed, with the boundary hidden flawlessly, discernible only to those of a higher realm. Lifespan, 84-138. I never expected that my first perfected technique would be the concealment technique, and with an increase in spiritual awareness, I have officially broken through to the late stage, enabling me to manipulate objects outside my body, albeit still in a rather feeble manner. As I opened my eyes, I felt no fluctuation of cultivation energy, and my sensitivity to sense heightened. To my surprise, I found the young lady beneath me already disrobed, her modesty long abandoned. With a smile, I helped her up and fell back onto the bed. Young master, it is done. The young lady, visibly enamored, rewards you with an increase in realm. However, recalling the previous guest's corpulence and simian visage, she secretly feels disheartened, resulting in a decrease in realm. My spirit in disarray, I gazed skyward, tears welling in my eyes as I fled in despair. How could this be? A psychological blow of 10? Will this leave a shadow upon my heart? Is it truly possible for this to incur a reduction of 2? The candid revelations of my special ability left me utterly shattered. This must be a hidden feature, I mused. Upon my return, my companions noticed my altered demeanor and assumed the young lady's service had been unsatisfactory. Lu Mingyao even seemed inclined to lodge a complaint. I hastily restrained him. It is not her fault. I merely had a sudden thought. We have all ventured out, and the Wang residence is currently lacking in strength, which raises my concerns. Since we have all had our fill of merriment, shall we not return? General Zhao Dong nodded slightly, already standing, indicating his support. Upon seeing this, the others rose and pushed open the door, with the 4 young ladies accompanying them as they departed. Chapter 4. The assassin enters the manor. The crown princess is in danger in the residence of the governor. The once assertive and tempestuous Madam Governor now cast a cold and piercing gaze upon Yang Taisho. If you cannot retrieve your concubine and that cursed Laifu, I shall implore my imperial brother to strip you of your title and send you back to the fields. Out of respect for our years as husband and wife, I shall spare your family. But those concubines of yours shall remain to accompany Biaoer. Yang Taisho trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks, his eyes reflecting a mix of hatred and anguish. 3 days had passed since he discovered his son was missing, and upon investigation, he learned that the boy had been lost for several days. Yang Taisho mobilized the entire city to search high and low. It was only yesterday that he found Yang Biao hidden beneath the bed. Yang Taisho was both heartbroken and terrified, yet he dared not conceal the truth from his wife. At that moment, a tall and handsome young man, clad in a hooded cloak, stepped forward. Madam Governor hurriedly stood to greet him. Master Zhao, have you made any discoveries? Yang Taisho looked at him with hopeful eyes. The assailant's presence was detected last night by the banks of Qinghe, but this individual is very vigilant and quickly vanished, Master Zhao replied. Yang Taisho gazed down at a heavily armored general. I need to know which influential forces were present along both banks of Qinghe last night. Reporting to the esteemed governor, upon discovering the suspect, I ordered the guards and constables to conduct an investigation in the vicinity. Here is the list of those investigated for your perusal, came the response. Madam Governor stepped forward to take the list, glanced over it, and waved her hand. You may all leave. I have matters to discuss with the master. The crowd bowed and retreated. You may leave as well, Madam Governor said, looking at Yang Taisho with disdain. Once the surroundings fell quiet, Madam Governor Zhao Jing addressed Master Zhao. Master Zhao, we are, after all, like family. I wonder what your thoughts are on the matter. The prince's residence happens to be nearby tonight. Is it merely a coincidence? Could it be that they have already begun to suspect us? The young man cast a meaningful glance at her. Whether it is coincidence or the involvement of the prince's faction makes no difference to me. I am merely here to assist you in the investigation out of the goodwill formed through our recent interactions. My mission here is complete, and now I am merely observing the developments. I cannot intervene further with the prince's side. Madam Governor's expression darkened. Master, you are aware that His Highness the Prince's restlessness has led to his summons of sin. It is now evident that he has entangled a cultivator in his schemes. Do you think the imperial court will remain indifferent to this? Such a situation poses a threat to the very foundation of our realm. With a pained expression, Madam Governor bit her lip and reluctantly produced a small box from her bosom. My ancestors once flourished. This is a treasured heirloom of my family, and it should be quite valuable. Originally, I intended to ask you to guide Biaoer on the path of cultivation, but now that he is gone, I wish for Master Zhao to assist in obliterating the prince's residence. As she uttered the last 3 words, her eyes gleamed with a frenzied light. The young man accepted the small box and opened it, revealing an exquisitely crafted small sword. He was taken aback, yet his expression remained calm, betraying no hint of excitement. This item is of some utility to me. I shall grant your wish, but first, let us notify the imperial capital of the prince's harboring of a cultivator. Should their response fail to satisfy you, I shall take action myself. Without a hint of returning the box, he tucked it away. Madam Governor hesitated, gazing at the suddenly vanished box, feeling a sense of loss. Yet, upon recalling her beloved son, her gaze gradually regained its determination as she silently nodded. Then I shall heed Master Zhao's words. On a bright morning, Xiao Qingfeng had just stepped out of his room when the melodious sound of a guqin reached his ears. Master, you are awake. Xiang'er's sweet voice rang out beside him. Xiao Qingfeng joyfully ran over and embraced Xiang'er, expressing his desire to learn the guqin. Gradually, the sound of the guqin morphed into moans, which in turn transformed into the sound of slurping, each note echoing in his ears. Xiao Qingfeng raised his head and took a sip of medicinal wine from a gourd. If only this life could last forever. However, recalling the cultivator he encountered a few days prior, he knew that the assassins from the Wang residence were likely connected to him, if not him directly. Life was so beautiful. Why must there be bloodshed? Xiao Qingfeng glanced at Xiang'er, who was diligently practicing, and then toward the Wang residence's back garden. He was already contemplating how to make his exit. That night, beneath a starry sky, Xiao Qingfeng leaped and danced, his sword flashing with brilliance. He had squandered 2 hours during the day, and now, unwilling to continue, he could not practice his spells. Thus, he decided to try his hand at mundane martial arts. For the past few days, he had been practicing the collected techniques of the Wang residence, namely the Hun Yuan Jin and Tai Chi swordplay, which had indeed offered some assistance in close combat and heightened his combat awareness. Since he had no immediate plans to return to the realm of cultivation, he thought it prudent to hone his martial skills in the mortal world. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted outside, arrows whizzing through the air, and swords slicing the void, unmistakably the work of experts. Surely not. Has another assassin arrived so soon? Xiao Qingfeng silently lamented. Master, what is wrong? Xiang'er asked worriedly. Stay inside. I will take a look and return promptly, Xiao Qingfeng replied with seriousness. All right. Utilizing his spiritual awareness, Xiao Qingfeng discreetly observed the situation. Despite the assailant attempting to conceal themselves, he immediately recognized the figure by the banks of Qinghe. With a cultivation level at the 5th layer of qi refinement, supplemented by several talismans, this individual had become an invincible force in the mortal realm. General Zhao stood atop the hall's roof, glaring at the figure shrouded in a bell-shaped aura, the same individual who had inflicted severe losses upon the Wang residence before departing nonchalantly. Regrettably, the messages sent to Chang'an for aid had all vanished without a trace. Looking around at his comrades, he found himself unable to locate the only master of the Wang residence, Xiao Qingfeng, and his heart simmered with resentment. Having learned from past lessons, General Xiao Dong had mentally rehearsed the current situation countless times. Being a peak practitioner of the acquired realm, he felt no need to relay orders through a messenger. Instead, he shouted directly. All those at the acquired first-class realm, ascend to the roof and unleash your arrows to impede his speed. A squad of heavy cavalry charged forward, and the vanguard hurled their javelins. General Zhao's furious roars resounded, growing louder with each passing moment, as the soldiers ahead charged forth fearlessly. However, their valiant efforts merely served to slow the assassin's advance slightly. Javelins were hurled towards the elusive figure, yet most fell short, as the individual's speed was astonishingly swift. Had it not been for the barrage of roaring arrows that instilled a modicum of caution in him, the average soldier would likely have failed to land a single strike, and those that did merely caused the protective dome to ripple faintly. The rare flowers and grasses on both sides were trampled into the mire by repeated assaults. The assassin danced like a flame spirit, encircled by a nimble fireball. With a resounding boom, a fireball erupted amidst the heavy cavalry, the searing flames engulfing the riders. Their anguished cries piercing the air before they were swiftly reduced to ashes, along with their steeds. General Zhao's eyes welled with tears as he let out a heart-wrenching howl. The javelin throwers launched a coordinated strike, while the archers unleashed a volley, and the heavy cavalry surged forward. Arrows rained down like a tempest from the walls, accompanied by the cacophony of battle cries, the clash of weapons, and the lamentations of the fallen. Waves of heavy cavalry were incinerated, while ranks of infantry were hurled into the air by the force of the blasts. In no time, they had breached the entrance hall. Xiao Qingfeng concealed himself in the shadows of the back garden, sensing the chaotic onslaught of spells ahead, muttering a curse at the shameless dog Dafu, who had undoubtedly resorted to potions. Xiao Dong had lost count of how many times the figure had been struck, yet each attack merely dimmed the glow of the protective shield, failing to halt the intruder's relentless march. As the assassin approached the residence of the crown prince and his consort, General Xiao, filled with a mix of sorrow and rage, leapt from the rooftop, rallying the cavalry for a final, desperate charge. Amidst the chaos, fireballs danced and swirled like dragons, exploding towards the charging cavalry. The warriors in their path were instantly obliterated. A powerful shockwave sent the vanguard flying. Amidst the rising smoke and dust, a young man clad in golden robes, holding a sphere of flame, strolled leisurely into the courtyard. The crown princess, adorned in a delicate pink gown, displayed a visage of terror and despair. On the opulent bed, intricately adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs, lay the crown prince Xiao Yin, peacefully reclined. Truly, a masterpiece of earthly beauty, no wonder it lingered in one's memory. If only the consort could accompany me back, she might escape the calamity. The assassin smirked wickedly. Dream on. Kill me if you dare, the crown princess replied, her face etched with sorrow. Let the world see how they judge you. Humph, the world. A mere assembly of mundane mortals. Are they worthy of judgment? You. If you refuse, then perish. With that, the young man thrust the fireball towards the dragon bed. With a deafening explosion, the fireball loomed larger in the eyes of the crown princess, despair etched in her gaze. At that moment, when the assassin's shield flickered dimmest and the young man was most triumphant, Xiao Qingfeng, hidden in the shadows, made his move. A formidable wave of spiritual pressure bore down, while a golden needle, a testament to mastery, shot forth. Another expert, in the late stages of Qi refinement? Chapter 5: A Heroic Rescue. Lan Sai's hidden affection. The young man displayed a look of panic, his eyes flashing with two shadows of needles. He attempted to evade, but alas, one golden needle had already pierced through the protective barrier, while the other embedded itself into his brow. The despicable assailant. The young man fell to the ground, his face reflecting his unwillingness. The crown princess, initially resigned to her fate, was suddenly enveloped in a pair of strong arms, spinning through the air, momentarily whisked away from the epicenter of the explosion. As she lifted her gaze, a familiar, handsome face appeared before her, smiling reassuringly, instilling an overwhelming sense of safety within her. Xiao Qingfeng. The crown princess gazed at this face in a daze. Do not be afraid, your highness. Xiao Qingfeng tightened his embrace around the crown princess, reluctant to let go. The faint fragrance, the softness of her waist, and the heavy burden against his chest rendered Xiao Qingfeng momentarily speechless. The crown princess felt the tension in her heart dissipate, suddenly engulfed in a daze. Your highness, are you all right? The crown princess, her cheeks flushed, stood up and shook her head. Xiao Qingfeng reluctantly released her, swiftly directing another golden needle towards the fallen young man, ensuring there were no traps before proceeding to search him. Soon, a gray pouch was tucked into his robes, and after confirming there were no omissions, he stood up and departed. At that moment, Lu Mingyao entered, supporting the severely injured General Xiao. Zhao Dong, upon seeing Xiao Qingfeng, initially intended to reprimand him, but swallowed his words upon noticing the lifeless assassin on the ground. It was evident that Xiao Qingfeng had not neglected his duty, but had steadfastly stood guard over the crown princess, successfully slaying the attacker. "Your servant has seen the princess. I apologize for my delayed arrival and ask for your forgiveness," he stated. The crown princess shook her head sorrowfully. "Your Highness." General Xiao inquired in shock. "General Xiao," Xiao Qingfeng interjected in a timely manner, "the matters regarding the crown prince must be kept under wraps for now. The assassin is affiliated with the governor. I witnessed him alongside the governor's men on the day we were on the Qinghe vessel. We must urgently mobilize troops to besiege the governor's estate and uncover any sinister plots." Lu Mingyao hastened to remove the assassin's mask. Indeed, it was the same individual from that night, as he had seen him with the governor's steward. Zhao Dong turned towards the crown princess, awaiting her command. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes as she regarded the lifeless body of the crown prince, but her resolve solidified in an instant. "General Xiao, proceed according to Xiao Qingfeng's plan. We must bring Yang Zhengzhong back alive. I wish to inquire why he harbored such treachery against the crown prince, leading him to commit these repeated acts of assassination." "Your servant obeys," Lu Gongfeng added. "I request that you remain to assist the princess in organizing the palace. I shall accompany General Xiao to the county office shortly. We are still unaware if there are formidable enemies present there." Xiao Qingfeng spoke with a serious demeanor. "Thank you, Xiao Gongfeng." Zhao Dong expressed his heartfelt gratitude, feeling ashamed for his initial doubts, and steadily walked away without assistance. "Your Highness, please gather your strength. This is the time for your leadership," Xiao Qingfeng consoled her. The crown princess nodded in appreciation. That night, the gates of Shiliang City were sealed, and within the city, soldiers stood in formation, arrows raining like a tempest. The sounds of battle echoing louder and louder, seemingly purging all grievances suffered within the palace. As the sun rose, Xiao Qingfeng stepped out of his chamber, his spirits lifted. He had already examined the gray storage pouch the previous night. Inside were 2 bottles of nourishing spirit pills, one containing 20 pills, capable of slowly restoring magical power while nourishing the dantian, preventing the loss of energy, essential elixirs for cultivators venturing into the mortal realm. Additionally, there were 5 golden bell protection talismans, 6 swift wind talismans, 8 light body talismans, a basic talisman making primer, and a complete set of talisman crafting tools. Xiao Qingfeng was elated. Henceforth, he would no longer need to toil for a living in the cultivation world. There were also 35 spirit stones, over 50 pounds of gold, and a heap of daily necessities. The most precious item was a mid-tier magical artifact flying sword contained within a small box, utterly mismatched with his current cultivation level, leaving him to wonder where it had come from. The storage pouch had ample space, approximately 8 cubic units, far superior to what he had previously used. 1 gold equals 100 silver, 1 silver equals 1,000 copper, 50 pounds of gold equated to 50,000 taels of silver. Xiao Qingfeng finally bid farewell to his days of destitution. He fondled the storage pouch with delight as he made his way to the small courtyard pavilion. There, he found a young woman seated, clad in a red dress, her figure graceful, yet her complexion pale, skin as white as snow, and her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her father was a 6th-tier general, marginalized by others, now seeking to attach himself to the governor in hopes of gaining a military position, even offering her as a concubine. The young woman resisted, refusing to submit, and engaged in a hunger strike at the county office. The governor's wife hesitated to take a stance, and thus the governor did not press the matter, continually attempting to persuade her with kind words. Last night, Xiao Qingfeng had discreetly observed the chaos within the residence, witnessing the reckless violence of the soldiers. They killed without hesitation, seizing treasures, and lustful intentions were not uncommon. Of course, he too occasionally collected items he fancied. He happened to recognize the despairing gaze of a soldier, reminiscent of someone he had encountered before, and thus rescued her. By some strange fate, he brought her back with him. It was none other than the young woman he had seen upon his arrival in Shiliang, who had been struck by Yang Biao just moments earlier. Now, upon seeing her again, She bore less of her former vigor and more of a delicate, youthful elegance that evoked pity. "Long girl, are you well? I had Xiang'er prepare some porridge. Do try it," Xiao Qingfeng said gently. "Thank you, brother Xiao, for saving me last night. Otherwise, Sai would have perished beneath the chaos of the soldiers," Lan Sai replied, her voice soft and sorrowful, performing a slight curtsy. "No need to mention it," Xiao Qingfeng replied, ruffling her hair in a courteous manner. "I was merely captivated by your beauty. I am but an ordinary man. Please do not ridicule me." This. Lan Sai felt exasperated. Why did the world treat her so harshly? Seeing the handsome youth's naive smile made her want to laugh despite her predicament. "Brother Xiao, with your formidable skills, there are no women in the world you cannot win over. Why then mock me?" Lan Sai lowered her gaze. It was the first time Xiao Qingfeng had unreservedly opened his heart so candidly, and yet she did not believe him. At that moment, Xiang'er approached, carrying a bowl of porridge with a smile. "Sister Lan, come and drink the porridge. You have not eaten for too long. Warm your stomach first. You will feel better in no time." Xiang'er harbored neither thoughts of precedence nor jealousy in her pursuit of affection. Engaging in tender conversation with Lan Sai, Xiao Qingfeng reclined languidly in a rocking chair, his eyes partially closed. When Xiang'er approached, she presented him with neatly sliced fruits and offered him rice porridge, occasionally dabbing at the corners of his mouth with a cotton cloth. Life had grown exceedingly leisurely. Matters of the Wang Fu no longer troubled him, and significant decisions were made based on circumstance. With a generous salary and indulgent lifestyle, Xiao Qingfeng was quite content with his current existence. However, having slain an immortal cultivator, he was uncertain of the repercussions that might follow, leaving him feeling unsettled. "Sai, where is your home? Have you considered when you might return?" Lan Sai hesitated, her lips parting slightly. Since her father had sold her for glory, she had vowed to sever ties with them, leaving her homeless. "Will brother Xiao drive me away?" she lamented. "I am indeed a lover of beauty. How could I despise the flowers by my side? I have long wondered if I could repay you with my life and devotion." She chuckled. "Brother Xiao, why can't you converse seriously? Why must you always jest?" Lan Sai blushed, gazing at him with a dreamy look. "A graceful maiden is simply a match for a gentleman," Xiao Qingfeng replied with a playful smile. Lan Sai shot him an indignant glance and chose to ignore him. The previous night's capture of the governor and his wife had gone remarkably smoothly. They likely did not anticipate that the legendary immortal master could be slain, thus exhibiting little caution. However, the gathering of the governor's guest officials stirred some unease. General Zhao, regardless of his interrogations, could elicit no response from Governor Yang, who merely claimed innocence and pleaded for the emperor's judgment. Xiao Qingfeng harbored concerns about the current safety, for few immortal cultivators traveled alone. The arrival of the old after the young had been vanquished was the norm. Moreover, this incident implicated the heir to the throne. Having sought refuge among the mundane, he was perplexed by the presence of colleagues seeking demise. The Wang Fu had suffered significant losses, with over a dozen worshippers dead, General Zhao gravely wounded, and hundreds of soldiers perished. Consequently, the intent to eradicate the governor's faction was rife with bloodlust. From today, the city would be draped in white for 7 days, and visitors to the Wang Fu bore somber expressions, their grief palpable. The border commanders, with tears in their eyes, exuded an air of vengeance, and the estate was enveloped in mourning attire. Xiao Qingfeng paid his respects to the prince he had never met before retreating. Unable to bear the sorrowful visage of the princess clad in white, the air was thick with the scent of sadness as he encountered General Zhao Dong and eagerly drew him aside to converse. "General Zhao, have you gleaned any information regarding the current situation outside?" Xiao Qingfeng sensed that the assassination of a prince could only be the work of rebels or spies from foreign lands. The border regions have encountered minor disturbances. Though we in Xiliang face disruptions from thieves, it is commonplace, and we have not detected signs of foreign invasion, Zhao Dong replied, looking perplexed. "What arrangements typically follow for the princess? Will she remain in Xiliang? With the prince's passing, he will surely rest in the imperial mausoleum. Logically, the princess should return to the capital of Chang'an," Zhao Dong stated candidly. After parting ways with General Zhao, Xiao Qingfeng proceeded to the residence of Li Xian, the esteemed worshipper. The world was on the brink of change, and it was prudent to prepare more medicinal wine. Acquiring the prescription was imperative, as it directly pertained to his path of cultivation. As he approached, the scent of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Li Xian was diligently examining various herbs. "Li Xian, I hope my uninvited presence does not inconvenience you," he said. Master Xiao is a guest of great esteem. I would never consider it a disturbance, Li Xian replied. Is there something you wish to discuss, Master Xiao? To be frank, my life has been one of indulgence in beauty and pleasure. It seems I am destined to remain entwined with this gourd. Therefore, I have come to seek your insights regarding the medicinal wine. Would you be willing to enlighten me? Or perhaps I could purchase the recipe to ease my future inquiries. Li Xian stroked his long beard. What trouble could I possibly cause you, Master Xiao? The formula for this restorative brew is quite straightforward, and the medicinal properties are clear. Generally, the efficacy improves with the age of the herbs, and understanding the principles of their harmonious interactions is essential. However, sourcing high-quality herbs is quite challenging. Li Xian generously shared his knowledge without reservation. Xiao Qingfeng spent several days learning from Li Xian and purchased thousands of taels worth of herbs, as his finances were ample, and he possessed a storage pouch for convenience. Initially, he focused solely on the art of nourishing the body, but the more he studied, the more he appreciated the depth and intricacies of herbal medicine. His understanding of how to identify and care for various herbs, as well as the complexities of their interactions, deepened his affection for the subject. As an immortal cultivator with a keen intellect and exceptional memory, Xiao Qingfeng absorbed knowledge rapidly, even neglecting the beauty awaiting him at home. After a week had passed, the Wangfu was draped in white mourning attire. Xiao Qingfeng prepared to bid farewell to Li Xian, having learned nearly all he could. Further profundities would require time to grasp. These days have imparted invaluable wisdom that will serve me for a lifetime. I have come to appreciate the vastness of medicinal knowledge, and your willingness to share it has left me profoundly grateful, Xiao Qingfeng expressed. Not at all. We are like old friends. There is no need for such formalities, Li Xian replied with a smile. Xiao Qingfeng presented a gold ingot, pressing his thumb upon it, leaving an imprint before handing it to Li Xian. Should you ever require my assistance, this token will ensure my swift arrival. Li Xian accepted the token without hesitation, grateful for the gesture. Brother Xiao, your intelligence and eagerness to learn, coupled with your unwavering loyalty, are indeed rare traits. It is no wonder you have attained the status of a master at such a young age. In the future, should you find the time, do come to discuss further. Certainly. The day prior, Xiao Qingfeng had informed Li Xian of his desire to leave Shiliang to avoid the spotlight and suggested that Li Xian consider doing the same. The wrath of immortal cultivators could sometimes irrationally affect others, yet Li Xian took little heed of such warnings. Chapter 6. The Night Meeting with the Crown Princess. Enemies ahead. The kingdom of Zhao has endured for over 3 centuries without a crown prince ever falling victim to assassination, and the court has yet to publicly express its stance on this perplexing matter. With the mourning period concluded, the city has returned to its lively state, and the streets are filled with a hint of joy, yet the members of the royal palace remain burdened with heavy hearts. The imperial decree arrived promptly, offering no comfort and displaying no anger, merely commanding an immediate return to Chang'an. As the gentle breeze flows, the autumn air turns chilly, yet the heart of Xiao Qingfeng remains fervent. In the morning, Gong Gao conveyed a message that the crown princess wished to meet with Xiao Gongfu in the afternoon during the Xiang'er hour. Caught up in various affairs, Xiao Qingfeng forgot the time and only recalled it at dinner. By the time he prepared to meet the crown princess in the grand hall, dusk had descended, necessitating the lighting of lamps. Upon arrival, he found that the crown princess had already departed for a small hall in the rear courtyard. Navigating through a quaint flower corridor, Xiao Qingfeng entered a hall characterized by understated luxury and elegant style, adorned with a magnificent landscape painting that exuded grandeur and magnificence. What a breathtaking painting, he thought, feeling unworthy to appreciate its beauty, resorting to such thoughts in desperation. This was the crown prince's proudest work during his lifetime. The crown princess, donned in a pale pink palace gown, was alluring yet appeared weary as she entered through a side door. I have come to pay my respects, Your Highness, Xiao Qingfeng greeted. This is indeed the work of the crown prince. I initially thought it was crafted by a renowned master. The crown prince was truly gifted, lamenting only the missed opportunity for an encounter. He observed her weary visage and urged her to open her heart and take care of her health. The crown princess, her gaze averted and her cheeks slightly flushed, did not meet his eyes. I instructed Gong Gao to convey that we were to meet at Xiang'er. How is it that you arrive now? Was there an error in the message? Xiao Qingfeng smiled shyly, clarifying that it was not a mistake on Gao's part, but rather his own intentional delay, hoping for her understanding. The crown princess's cheeks flushed with indignation as she glared at him. I have heard that there is a beauty in your residence, Xiao Gongfu. She inquired casually, as if it were a mere coincidence. Xiao Qingfeng preferred not to elaborate, stating that she was merely another unfortunate soul in this world. So, you are indeed a sentimental individual. Xiao Gongfu, the crown princess remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Your Highness, you are as beautiful as a celestial being, possessing unmatched grace and magnificence. Why bother with a mere maid? When have I ever concerned myself with her? The crown princess retorted, her irritation evident as she glared at him. Please, Your Highness, do not be angry. Xiao Qingfeng responded with a smile. What are your plans moving forward? He inquired, expressing his curiosity. The crown princess furrowed her brow slightly. As the crown princess, I have received an edict to transport the crown prince's remains to the imperial capital. What are your thoughts on this, Xiao Gongfu? Xiao Qingfeng spoke candidly. Your Highness, regardless of the circumstances, the Western Liang is certainly no place for us to linger. We should depart as soon as possible. The individual who perished was a cultivator, and if we were to face retaliation, we would be powerless to defend ourselves. One alone was already exhausting to handle, and should another come, they would undoubtedly be stronger, posing a risk of annihilation. The crown princess nodded in agreement, though a shadow of sorrow clouded her heart. Listening to Xiao Gongfu's words, it was indeed wise to leave promptly. I hope you will arrange for our departure soon. I will accompany you to Chang'an. The crown princess gazed at Xiao Qingfeng with a complex expression. To go to Chang'an, devoid of the crown prince's aura and the wealth of the past, would you still wish to accompany me? Xiao Qingfeng boldly stepped forward, taking her hand. I have only two wishes, to have you by my side, and to be near you. The crown princess's cheeks flushed crimson. She had not anticipated such audacity from him, and she hurriedly withdrew her hands, retreating to the inner chambers. To have you by my side is truly beautiful, he mused as the autumn winds rustled through western Liang, guiding one across the cold river. The night rain fell softly, turning dreams into a lingering farewell. 5 days later, on a clear morning at the Qinghe Pier in western Liang, General Zhao led a guard that secured a radius of 100 meters. A steady stream of carriages transported the royal treasures aboard, hinting at the wealth of a kingdom's crown prince. Lu Gongfu, the Minister of Justice, the Minor Minister, and the County Lieutenant, along with other prominent figures of western Liang, gathered at the pier to bid farewell. Finally, General Zhao led the escort, overseeing the governor and other prisoners as they boarded the large vessel. After much commotion, the ship finally set sail. Fearing the social obligations, Xiao Qingfeng retreated early into the cabin. He had said his goodbyes to Lu Gongfu the previous night, who had declined the invitation to join him, expressing a reluctance to leave his homeland, preferring not to stir up further troubles. Xiao Qingfeng had insisted on bringing only 2 wooden boxes, while Xiang'er wished to carry everything, spending the entire day selecting items until the boxes were filled to the brim, even including the reclining chair Xiao Qingfeng usually occupied. During this time, Miss Lan had become less reserved, growing closer to Xiang'er. Sai, are you not reconsidering? This journey may not be peaceful. It is still possible to turn back, Xiao Qingfeng gently advised as he reclined in a chair. Brother Xiao, where in this world is there peace? I feel safe as long as I am by your side, Lan Sai responded, standing behind him as she massaged his shoulders, her face flushed. This was something Xiang'er had insisted she learn. Initially, Lan Sai had refused, but eventually, she had agreed after some persuasion. Now, she had grown accustomed to it, though she still resisted allowing Xiao Qingfeng's head to come too close. Having confirmed her feelings, Xiao Qingfeng chose not to press further. Life is long and inherently lonely, and having someone to accompany him was a comfort that left no room for regret. As his head rested against something warm, he gently closed his eyes, allowing his mind to clear. The route map to the north in his hands gradually blurred, revealing a vivid crimson before his eyes. The poison sealed within his chest stirred suddenly. Xiao Qingfeng awoke with the fright of a startled rabbit, his complexion pale and blood surging. His heart raced wildly. Cultivators possess strong spiritual awareness and rarely experience illusions. Thus he trusted the instinctive flash of insight. It was already anticipated that this journey would not be peaceful, but the weight of impending trouble settled heavily upon him. Noticing Xiao Qingfeng's change, Lan Sai, forgetting her shyness, asked, Brother Xiao, what is the matter? Xiang'er turned to look as well, her eyes filled with concern. Xiao Qingfeng stood up, folded the map, and embraced Lan Sai briefly before releasing her before she could speak. Since you are willing to accompany me, I must do something for this journey, he declared, then opened the door and stepped outside. The ship moved slowly, covering less than 50 li in half a day, factoring in perilous paths and rest stops. It would take no less than 3 months to reach Chang'an, crossing several prefectures along the way. Fortunately, the ship flew a dragon flag, deterring any unwarranted disturbances. The third floor was modest in size, containing only 3 rooms, yet it was the largest and most opulent. For security reasons, only the crown princess and a serving maid were assigned to accompany Xiao Qingfeng, the 3 of them residing in the room at the rear of the ship, while the crown princess occupied the front room with a good view, where all her valuable possessions were placed in between. Not long after setting sail, the maid was still organizing clothes when she noticed Xiao Qingfeng's arrival and promptly rose to prepare tea. The crown princess waved her hand, signaling her to withdraw for the time being. "Is the rocking of the ship still agreeable to you, Your Highness?" Xiao Qingfeng casually settled beside her. The crown princess had grown accustomed to Xiao Qingfeng's audacity. "What can be done if I am not accustomed to it? I can support you, Your Highness," Xiao Qingfeng jested with a playful tone. "Master Xiao, is there something you wish to discuss? Otherwise, how could you bear to leave 2 beauties here with me?" Xiao Qingfeng ceased his playful banter, unfurling the map to express his concerns to the crown princess. "Are you suggesting that once we leave the confines of Shiliangjun, someone might attempt to seize the ship?" The crown princess inquired, her expression uncertain. "It is likely, thus we must prepare for defense," Xiao Qingfeng replied earnestly. "How do we defend ourselves?" The crown princess questioned, perplexed. "When the time comes, we will discreetly leave the ship, taking only some of your valuables. Once we reach a safe waterway, we shall return. What do you think?" Xiao Qingfeng suggested. "Are we to abandon the gold and silver worth tens of thousands of taels on board? How shall we live in Chang'an?" The crown princess looked at Xiao Qingfeng with skepticism. "The valuable items will remain there. I will show you how to carry them away." Xiao Qingfeng had no intention of concealing his identity as a cultivator from the crown princess. Chapter 7. Confession with the crown princess. Xiang'er. In a frenzy, the crown princess led Xiao Qingfeng into a dimly lit room where valuable items were stored, illuminated only by a small window above the door. Dozens of small boxes, each the size of a beer crate, were neatly arranged on the floor. Among them, 10 boxes contained gold, each weighing 5,000 taels, while 20 boxes held silver, also 5,000 taels each. The 2 larger boxes housed jewels and precious stones, and the dozen or so larger boxes contained various unique items from the estate, including imperial gifts, the crown prince's ceremonial robe, martial arts manuals, and property deeds. The crown princess observed Xiao Qingfeng closely, eager to see how he intended to carry them away. Xiao Qingfeng assessed the sizes and felt a sense of helplessness. It was indeed impossible to take everything. 50,000 taels of gold and 100,000 taels of silver, along with the boxes, occupied nearly half the available space, leaving little room for daily necessities. With an air of nonchalance, he caressed each box, and the crown princess gasped in astonishment as the boxes vanished one by one. After collecting the gold and silver, he selected half of the jewels and precious stones and ultimately took the box containing the martial arts manuals. "Are you also a cultivator?" the crown princess inquired, visibly astonished. Xiao Qingfeng stepped forward to embrace her, placing a finger over her crimson lips. "My lady, please lower your voice. We must keep this a secret." She nodded repeatedly, momentarily forgetting the embrace. Upon releasing her, he noticed her lips slightly parted, luscious and inviting, and boldly leaned down to kiss her, traversing the peaks of desire. After a prolonged moment, the crown princess, her face flushed with embarrassment, managed to pull away, softly reprimanding him. "My lady, please do not be angry. I have longed for you and could not help myself. I hope you will forgive me." Despite his apology, he did not release her from his embrace. "When did you learn the ways of cultivation?" she asked, bewildered. "From the very beginning. I simply did not wish for others to know. Otherwise, how could I have defeated an assassin who was also a cultivator?" He did not conceal the truth. The founding ancestor of the Xiao kingdom is a high-level cultivator, and the royal family descends from the Immortal lineage. "How could you be so surprised and unfamiliar with cultivators?" Xiao Qingfeng pondered, perplexed. "This is a secret known only to the royal bloodline. I only learned a fragment of it when the crown prince, after indulging in wine, lamented the unfairness of the heavens." The crown princess had not given it much thought until now, but it made sense that Xiao Qingfeng was indeed a cultivator. Sensing something, she gazed at him with dreamy eyes. "How long do you intend to hold me? Will soon come looking for me. You must let me go," she urged. Xiao Qingfeng had already sensed that Xiang'er had emerged from Xiang'er's side and would soon arrive at the front room. If she did not see the crown princess, she would undoubtedly search everywhere. He planted a gentle kiss on the crown princess's alluring lips before reluctantly releasing her. The two hastily exited the room, and the crown princess locked the door behind them, feeling a sense of relief as they returned to the front room. After a brief discussion, Xiao Qingfeng advised the crown princess not to bring too many personal items before returning to his room. When Xiang'er learned that only one box could be retained, she felt a mix of reluctance and despair, glancing at this and that, all of which she deemed essential. The room featured a double bed on the left for the hosts and a single bed on the right for the maid, separated by only a beaded curtain. This arrangement sparked Xiao Qingfeng's imagination as he reached out to pat Xiang'er on the head. I am not suggesting you throw everything into the river. Just take what is necessary to ensure we can depart at any moment. He thought to himself, realizing his cultivation was still insufficient. If only he had achieved the later stages of qi refinement, he would not be so concerned about safety. Glancing at his attributes, he noted, name, Xiao Qingfeng lifespan, 84, 138 realm, qi refinement level 4, 176, 300, cultivation method, Qingmu Gong, proficient, techniques, Inchi technique, perfected. Little golden needle technique, major achievement. Carefree steps, minor achievement. Little dry wood technique, beginner. Little rain technique, beginner. Little fireball technique, beginner. Little earth turn technique, beginner. At over 80 years old, he was relieved that reality did not feel burdensome, though he wondered if it would affect his future foundation establishment. Generally, after 60, if one did not establish a foundation, maintaining the vitality of body and spirit becomes increasingly difficult. The challenge of foundation establishment was daunting, and if not perfected, it could lead to dire consequences. His cultivation still felt low. Progressing to Qi refinement level 5 would significantly enhance his combat duration and intensity, making his techniques much more formidable. Xiao Qingfeng sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of urgency. The cool breeze flowed gently, and the autumn moon hung boundlessly in the sky. As the enchanting glow of the evening clouds reflected on the river, Xiao Qingfeng lay on the bed, holding Xiang'er in a playful exploration. He gazed out at the captivating clouds, pondering when he might soar amongst them, flying alongside the cranes. Xiang'er whispered sweetly in his ear, "My lord, I have a surprise for you tonight. Do you want to know what it is?" Xiao Qingfeng's spirit surged with excitement, eager to respond. "My lord, no guessing, no asking," Xiang'er shyly insisted. Xiao Qingfeng suddenly found himself eagerly awaiting the night, even finding the clouds at dusk displeasing. The moon was dim that night, making navigation impossible. The sailors had already dropped anchor, and the clamor gradually faded as the quiet of night descended. Xiang'er insisted on sharing a bed with Lan Cai, driving Xiao Qingfeng to the single bed. Lan Cai's face turned crimson, and she hesitated for a long time before lying down on the large bed. As the moon reached its zenith and the river lay silent, Xiang'er quietly approached Xiao Qingfeng, pointing to the adjacent bed. He embraced her and planted a kiss on her cheek, reluctantly yielding his position. Xiao Qingfeng nestled into the blankets like a playful cat, the familiar scent of Xiang'er sweeter than usual. Lan Cai lay stiffly, pretending to sleep. He knew she was not truly asleep, so he gently embraced her, whispering, "Sister Cai, if you are not ready, you may consider Xiang'er to be teasing. Though I am flirtatious, I do not wish to make you uncomfortable." Lan Cai shook her head. "After you saved me from peril, my heart has belonged to you. I am simply nervous and uncertain about what to do." Xiao Qingfeng felt touched and grateful for the leniency this era granted to men. "Cai, close your eyes and simply feel," he encouraged. "Xiao, Gij." Lan Cai, experiencing the stirrings of her heart, exudes joy and exuberance, unable to contain her delight. Reward level 4. Lan Cai, shy and charming, blossoms with happiness. Reward level 2. Lan Cai, feeling serene and content. Reward level 1. Xiang'er, filled with fervor, is in high spirits, overwhelmed with joy. Reward level 3. Xiang'er, entranced, is swept away by the gentle spring breeze. Reward level 2. After a night of intense battle, despite the remarkable outcomes, Xiao Qingfeng ultimately succumbed by dawn, weakly taking a few sips from his gourd, murmuring about fearlessly battling again in daylight, before drifting into a deep slumber. The consumption of medicinal wine over the past few days has been significant, and his outings have noticeably diminished. Fortunately, on the third floor, the absence of the Taizi Fei ensures tranquility, allowing for much-needed peace. Soon, 10 days have passed, and the time to enter Taihejun draws near, while Xiao Qingfeng finds himself at the brink of the 5th layer of qi refinement. As the sun rises, Xiao Qingfeng unusually rises early, his spiritual consciousness probing into his body, where pure and commanding magical energy flows ceaselessly. Realm, 5th layer of qi refinement, 8400. His magical energy has increased by over 80% compared to his previous state in the 5th layer, becoming even more refined and vibrant. Xiao Qingfeng's confidence swells, no longer feeling like the weakest among the mid-tier practitioners. Observing the bustling passengers aboard the ship, a flicker of compassion arises within him. In his 2 lifetimes, Xiao Qingfeng possesses a moral compass. He would not stand idly by in the face of danger when capable of aiding. Yet he isn't willing to risk himself and those close to him for the sake of strangers. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, as long as he faces opponents not at the late stage of qi refinement, he could defend the ship single-handedly, having a fighting chance. But what would that accomplish? It would merely attract the attention of the forces behind those cultivators, undermining his purpose of leaving Shiyang. At that point, if targeted with intent, even a couple of adversaries could spell his doom. Ultimately, he remains a low-tier cultivator, emerged from the tumultuous waves of the cultivation world. He hopes that when the time comes, those who arrive will focus on the Taizi Fei and himself, abandoning their pursuits upon noticing their departure. Chapter 8. Reluctantly departing with beauty, the Taizi Fei had unknowingly positioned herself beside Xiao Qingfeng, observing his furrowed brow and melancholic demeanor. What troubles you? You appear quite forlorn. Have 2 lovely maidens engaged in a quarrel? She inquired. In truth, he was merely lamenting his own inadequacies, feeling overwhelmed by the responsibilities that compelled the Empress to traverse the realm. Xiao Qingfeng chose to disregard her teasing. With great power comes greater responsibility. When faced with choices, destiny has often already made its selections for us. We are not saints, and there is no need to impose shackles upon ourselves as we forge ahead. The Taizi Fei seemed to grasp the concealed sentiments within his heart, her gaze softening considerably. I fear I have been overly sentimental, perhaps even stubborn, Xiao Qingfeng admitted with a bitter smile. Suddenly, a commotion erupted below, suggesting a dispute had arisen. The Taizi Fei's expression soured as she craned her neck to inquire of General Zhao Dong, stationed on the 2nd floor, about the disturbance below. General Zhao hastened to the 3rd floor, reporting, Your Highness, the supplies for our vessel have yet to be replenished, and the dockmaster at Jeans County appears to be intentionally obstructing us, demanding bribes. The Taizi Fei, infuriated, could scarcely believe that a mere official would dare to vex a royal ship. Has the corruption spread so deeply that it is beyond remedy? She exclaimed. The Zhao kingdom had enjoyed prolonged peace, leading to its pervasive decay. General Zhao, did you not bring weapons aboard? The Taizi Fei inquired coldly. I beg your pardon for disturbing your highness. Zhao replied, I shall address it promptly. Your safety is my utmost concern. The Taizi Fei nodded. Regardless of whether these individuals were deliberately prolonging our delay or seeking personal gain, they had already sealed their own fates. Xiao Qingfeng furrowed his brow. Let us discuss our plans with General Zhao shortly. We may depart at any moment. General Zhao, you may continue to feign our presence for another fortnight, but during this time, we need Xiang'er to assist. What do you think, Your Highness? Xiao Qingfeng inquired, his expression troubled. Xiang'er and Xiang'er were both maidservants attending to the Taizi Fei, their beauty and character beyond question. The vessel's pace was sluggish on inland waters, while land carriages were considerably swifter. By the time 2 weeks had passed, they would have long departed Taia County, and with the vastness of the world before them, the route back to Chang'an would be plentiful. Disappearing from the ship would allow for a quiet reappearance, and once they entered Chang'an, they could regroup, provided they remained safe. The Taizi Fei nodded. I will make the necessary arrangements. You need not worry. As dusk fell, General Zhao emerged from the Taizi Fei's chambers, his countenance grave. General Zhao, Xiao Qingfeng called out as he stood in the corridor, preparing to descend. Xiao Qingfeng pays his respects. The road ahead is fraught with danger, and we must seek alternate paths for the Empress's safety. Take care, General Zhao, he urged. As long as the Empress is secure, I have no regrets. As for the impending threats, as a soldier, I have never shied away. I beseech you, Xiao Qingfeng, to ensure the Empress's safety, Zhao declared with bravado. Xiao Qingfeng clapped Zhao on the shoulder. Though we have not known each other long, I hold you in high esteem, General Zhao. Should we meet again, let us not part until we have drunk our fill. Xiao Qingfeng presented 2 talismans. You have seen this one before, It is the Jinzhongzhou talisman. The assassin utilized it to render himself impervious to blades. Should you require it, your blood can activate it, and its duration is akin to that day. This one is the Qingfeng talisman, which enhances your speed. I hope to celebrate with you over wine upon your return to Chang'an. Such treasures should be left for you to protect the Empress, Xiao demurred. My life is of little worth. Using these treasures would be a waste. General Xiao, please accept them. It is my duty to ensure the Empress's safety. Rest assured, Xiao Qingfeng insisted, pressing the talismans into his hands. His intention in gifting Xiao the talismans was twofold, to ensure his survival and to hope for a future reunion, as he had few acquaintances in this realm. On a deeper level, he wished to divert attention from his own act of slaying the assassin. Upon returning to his chamber, he found Xiang'er engaged in a game of checkers with Lan Cai, who was being assisted by Xiao Qingfeng. He approached, wrapping his arms around Lan Cai from behind, and as she moved, he made a strategic move that caused Xiang'er to cry out in frustration. You've ruined it. I could have made a significant leap, and now, with your interference, I cannot move at all. Xiang'er exclaimed, her indignation palpable. Lan Jie, do not let him assist, otherwise. It wouldn't count as a win, she added huffily. I too wish for Xiao Gu to refrain from helping, but I cannot resist, Lan Cai chuckled. What are you wagering on this contest? Xiao Qingfeng inquired, observing their playful rivalry. We shan't tell you, they replied in unison, with Lan Cai cautioning, Blue Jie, do not reveal it. Xiao Qingfeng, not pressing further, reclined on his bed, retrieving a mid-grade magical sword to admire. He occasionally infused it with his faint spiritual essence for a simple ritual. The sword, its blade a deep green akin to jade, was interwoven with golden threads of refined metal and bore a serpentine pattern, a manifestation of illusionary silver. The edges were forged from mysterious iron, renowned for its resilience and sharpness. The sword was a masterpiece, exquisitely crafted and worthy of a master of foundational cultivation. In his leisure, Xiao Qingfeng would take it out to refine, hoping to wield it proficiently once he reached the later stages of qi cultivation. Xiao Qingfeng had also begun to cultivate mundane martial arts, which, while not significantly enhancing his physical prowess, greatly aided him in close-quarters combat and sharpened his instincts for battle. To others, he now appeared as a fully-fledged martial artist, devoid of any traces of a cultivator. 3 days later, at the hour of the pig, the group donned dark attire. Even the resplendent Tai Zifei exchanged her vibrant palace gown for a muted gray robe. General Xiao and Xiang'er stood nearby to bid them farewell. All necessary instructions had been conveyed, and Xiang'er's eyes were red, yet she remained resolute, refusing to weep. Xiao Qingfeng placed a reassuring hand on General Xiao's shoulder. He first cast a Qingxin talisman upon himself, followed by a Jifeng talisman, then gracefully lifted Xiang'er, gliding toward the shore several hundred meters away. General Xiao observed in envy as they appeared to float away, while Xiang'er silently sighed beside him. After traversing back and forth thrice, they ultimately beheld a few figures vanishing into the night. As dawn broke, a two-horse carriage leisurely entered Taihajun from the eastern gate, occasionally departing through the western gate at a relaxed pace. Xiao Qingfeng, adorned with a bamboo-woven hat and draped in a rain cloak, appeared like an elderly man from a distance, gently wielding the reins. The two horses trod rhythmically towards the north, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. The crown princess, clad in a blue corseted gown, leaned against the door of the carriage. Xiao Qingfeng, we shall not return to the imperial capital, Chang'an, but instead divert eastward to Tongninjun, she suddenly declared. Xiao Qingfeng's expression turned to one of confusion. What troubles you, your highness? The imperial capital is rife with complexities and is hardly a safe haven. It was precisely because I wished to escape Chang'an that I accompanied the crown prince to Shiliang. Moreover, the assassins hail from Chang'an, the crown princess lamented. Xiao Qingfeng hastily brought the carriage to a halt. It seems you are already aware of everything, he exclaimed, astonished. Did I rush to Chang'an only to court danger? No wonder I felt an impulse to sound the alarm. I am headed straight into the enemy's lair. It is merely the allure of a beautiful woman. The imperial family is devoid of sentiment. All grievances and disputes fundamentally originate from Chang'an, the crown princess said, her tone melancholic. Then why? Drive on, and I shall slowly recount everything to you, she replied, reclining against the carriage door in silence. In the year 315 of the Yuanli era, the martial world was abuzz with rumors that a palace eunuch, upon returning home to enjoy his twilight years, had surreptitiously smuggled out a tome detailing the secrets of innate cultivation. This book expounded on the path to becoming an innate grandmaster, prompting various sects to vie for possession, resulting in countless annihilations and fierce bloodshed, leaving the martial world in turmoil. To quell the unrest, the late emperor extended invitations to the leaders of all sects and renowned figures of the martial world to convene at the Tai Chi Hall of the imperial palace, also requesting the national master to elucidate the principles of innate cultivation. The martial community rejoiced, eager to resolve their conflicts and join forces to enter the imperial capital. However, despite the national master's teachings on nurturing one's spirit and essence through the harnessing of heavenly energy, the location and method of channeling such energy remained elusive to them. That evening, the national master indeed showcased astonishing feats, leaving the audience in awe. Consequently, gatherings at the Tai Chi Hall became customary, with various sects dispatching their most distinguished disciples to Chang'an for the royal court's bidding, all hoping to unearth the secrets of innate cultivation. A few innate grandmasters did emerge, yet they swore lifelong allegiance to the royal family. However, the ancient records of my Tianyin sect have long documented that the royal family possesses not only the secrets of innate grandmasters, but also the legacy of immortal cultivation. Thus, successive leaders of my sect have been increasingly inclined to ally with the royal family. 3 years ago, when I had just turned 29, my master, wishing for me to partake in the grand event at the Tai Chi Hall, specifically bestowed upon me the position of sect leader and discreetly revealed that our Tianyin sect had already covertly pledged allegiance to the sixth prince. Xiao Qingfeng, perplexed, inquired, "If you have already aligned with the sixth prince, why then did you follow the crown prince?" Suddenly, he realized the crown prince's current predicament and understood. "Ah, I see a beauty's ploy. I never anticipated this cunning from the sixth prince. Do you think I am equally wicked, possessing a heart as venomous as a scorpion?" The crown princess asked nervously. "You are merely ensnared within the martial world, with little choice in the matter. The tasks your master entrusted to you are beyond your resistance." Xiao Qingfeng replied nonchalantly. "Why did you not speak of this earlier? What has changed?" "Because the danger you sensed previously must have been sent by the national master. Your entry into Chang'an is fraught with peril. Furthermore, many wish to prevent me from entering Chang'an. Now that I am without a home, shall I wander the martial world with you? Am I not also a pitiful soul?" Xiao Qingfeng laughed heartily. "Indeed, the world gains yet another pitiable soul. I have always relished harboring the unfortunate." He did not dwell on her earlier concealments, recognizing himself as just a transient visitor. Laughing joyously, he pulled the crown princess into his embrace and leaned down to kiss her. Lan Sai and Xiang'er, eavesdropping within, were captivated, and upon witnessing the scene, they were left speechless, particularly Xiang'er, whose eyes reflected both shock and infatuation. "The master is truly handsome. Even the crown princess is enchanted by him." Chapter 9. Checking into Yihong Yuan. Another warning. Tongnan-jun, adjacent to the seashore, boasts a unique location, facilitating trade both north and south, while connecting to the inland west. It stands as one of the most prosperous counties in the Xiao Kingdom. At the west gate of Tongnan-jun, the bustle of people is remarkable, with even the beggars at the entrance appearing decently dressed, their bowls unblemished for alms. Xiao Qingfeng, weary from 5 consecutive days of travel, had spent most of his time on the road, only pausing to rest. Accompanied by companions who were unfamiliar with the area, he decided to inquire with a passing beggar about the location of the largest tavern, offering a reward for guidance. "I'm sorry, but I am off duty," the beggar replied courteously. Feeling perplexed, Xiao Qingfeng approached a younger beggar, whose tattered clothing indicated hardship, and asked, "Do you know where the best tavern is? I can reward you for your assistance." The boy, surprised yet eager, responded, "Yes, I do. Follow me." Indeed, what a dedicated beggar he was. However, as Xiao Qingfeng gazed at the opulent tavern before him, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. This was a place he wished to forget, yet he understood the ways of men. He tossed a fragment of silver to the boy and resolutely urged the carriage forward. "My lord, we have not even begun." Before the beggar could finish his sentence, a silver ingot flew past him. "Do you have private rooms available?" A glamorous woman, her makeup striking, smiled brightly and replied, "Indeed, we do. Please, come inside." As the carriage slowly disappeared into the tavern, 3 brilliant golden characters emerged. "Yihong Yuan. Why did you choose such a place?" The princess consort complained. "How can a dignified princess consort reside in a brothel? What will people think?" The most dangerous places are often the safest, he retorted. Did you not notice how perilous Xiliang is? Why did you not remain there? Ever since Xiao Qingfeng had openly teased her, the princess consort had taken to sparring with him verbally. This remark struck a chord with Xiao Qingfeng, who felt the sting of being a cultivator forced to flee. Thus, he fell silent. In the back courtyard of Yihong Yuan, 3 private courtyards were reserved for the top courtesans, charging 30 taels of silver per night, excluding tips. However, today's leading courtesan was relegated to serving several noble guests as they bathed and changed. Xiao Qingfeng rewarded her with 10 taels of silver, requesting her to summon the matron for a conversation. The matron, adorned in vibrant attire yet still possessing an air of grace, greeted wealthy patrons with a warm smile. Dear guest, how may I assist you? Our ladies are the most exquisite in all of Tongninjun, surely to your liking. You have brought 3 stunning ladies to stay here. Quite a unique arrangement indeed. However, if they speak little and the coin flows freely, then all is well. My wife wishes to visit Tiangujun and requires a reliable cargo ship that is both comfortable and unobtrusive. Do you have any connections? My lord, you are quite clever. If one wishes to know who is most familiar with the shipping routes in Tongninjun, it is none other than myself. I am well aware of every detail, even the birthmarks on their bodies. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qingfeng tossed a silver ingot her way. Help me find one quickly. If all goes well, there will be further rewards. The sooner, the better. If my wife loses interest, there will be no need to seek one. The matron gleefully accepted the ingot, elated at the unexpected windfall of 20 taels of silver that morning. Rest assured, dear guest, I will find you a swift and secure cargo ship. With that, she happily strolled away, clutching the ingot. Once the matron had departed, the princess consort emerged in a pink gown, accompanied by Xiang'er. We will travel by cargo ship. Have you decided where to go? Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. We do not need to determine a destination just yet. It was merely a casual suggestion. Once aboard, we can change course at will. With money, they will take us wherever we desire. Suddenly, the poison sealed within his chest surged, causing his blood to boil. His complexion paling as he felt the urge to vomit, yet nothing came forth. Xiao Qingfeng quickly reinforced the seal with his spiritual energy, gradually subduing the turmoil within until his complexion normalized. My lord, Qingfeng, what is wrong? The princess consort and Xiang'er asked anxiously. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head, indicating he was fine, though he wished to say little at that moment. Xiang'er hastily assisted him to the bed to rest, while Lan Cai hurried over to check on him. Xiao Qingfeng refrained from disclosing the cause, wishing to spare them concern, and asked them to leave so he could rest momentarily. The poison within him was his greatest worry. While everything seemed to be progressing positively, the poison remained an unsolved mystery. He slowly closed his eyes and turned his consciousness inward, noting that the seal had not changed, filling him with doubt. The last time he departed, the sensation had also stirred, though he had been uncertain of its accuracy. Now, as it stirred again, he found it disconcerting. Yet, suspicion bred contemplation. If something were amiss, those who could follow him here were certainly not ordinary individuals. How would he confront them? Xiao Qingfeng was lost in thought. He drew forth his flying sword and refined it with his spiritual awareness once more. After this prolonged period, he was finally able to initiate some control over the sword, attempting to make it hover. At the late stage of chi refining, a cultivator's spiritual awareness could extend up to 10 meters from the body, while he was still less than 2 meters away. The sword gradually lifted, circling around him, but once it drifted over a meter away, it began to wobble, causing him great concern. After 3 circuits, Xiao Qingfeng's spiritual awareness began to wane, and he lost a third of his magical energy, forcing him to retract the sword. His cultivation level was still insufficient. He retrieved a porcelain vial, extracting a long-saved nourishing spirit pill and swallowing it. The pill slowly released spiritual energy into his dantian, cooling his spiritual awareness, providing a sense of comfort. The nourishing spirit pill was an essential item for nobles, a luxury for the impoverished. This single pill was worth 5 spirit stones, equivalent to 5 grams of refined gold, which required 500 taels of gold to be extracted. Xiao Qingfeng quietly assessed the status of his lifespan, 84-138. The golden needle technique had reached a significant level, yet its ultimate power would not increase much, as it was merely a foundational spell of the chi refining stage. Xiao Qingfeng was truly reluctant to expend his lifespan to enhance his spells. He reasoned that once he attained a higher realm and could restore his mana in the world of cultivation, Mastering these fundamental spells would be swift. The thought of trading his vitality felt like a significant loss. However, the unease in his heart compelled him to remain vigilant. It was prudent to prioritize survival, for without life, there would be no future. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Qingfeng lamented his overly simplistic methods of combat. He resolved to fight for his life. You diligently practiced the little fireball technique, immersing yourself in its intricacies. After a year of tireless effort, you found yourself still lacking in results, leading to feelings of frustration and unrest. You continued your relentless training, neglecting sleep and food. After 3 years of arduous practice and keen observation of the flame's forms, you finally began to grasp its essence. With a determined mindset of no retreat, you persevered through 10 years of grueling effort, ultimately breaking through to a minor success. Your relentless dedication to the little fireball technique continued unabated. With the unwavering resolve of achieving your goals, you endured 21 years of hardship, witnessing a remarkable surge in your spiritual awareness, eventually achieving a significant breakthrough where fire moved at your command. Xiao Qingfeng gazed upon his accomplishments, feeling a deep sense of regret over his own lack of talent, as the frustration of unfulfilled aspirations lingered in his mind. Nevertheless, he could fight with all his might, and he could not help but wonder if there was anyone else like him. Lifespan, 105-138. A wave of fatigue washed over him. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to press on, determined to push through. With tears in his eyes, you gritted your teeth and trained fervently in the carefree steps, driven by the conviction that failure was not an option. After 17 years of grueling, hellish training, your spiritual awareness surged, and you finally broke through to a significant level, moving like a shadow in the wind. Lifespan, 122-138. Xiao Qingfeng quietly closed the interface. He had done his utmost. The rest was up to fate. Expanding his spiritual awareness, he discovered he could now reach up to 5 meters, bringing him a sense of relief. This too was an important achievement gained at the cost of his lifespan. The night in Tongnan County remained brilliantly illuminated, with lanterns adorning the city. The entrance to the Yihong courtyard bustled with wealthy patrons clad in splendid attire. The matrons skillfully navigated between gentlemen, effortlessly accommodating a diverse array of individuals. With his enhanced spiritual awareness, Xiao Qingfeng, even from his modest rear courtyard, could often hear the unique sounds of indulgence. Wealthy patrons, though financially abundant, found themselves lacking the vigor, while the dismissive young ladies were indifferent to their efforts. The myriad facets of life unfolded differently for everyone, all amidst the cacophony of laughter. Why engage in conflict when such diversity exists? Chapter 10: The Assassination and the Promise of the Crown Princess. 2 days later, the old madam finally brought news. A cargo ship would head north in 3 days, owned by the renowned grain merchant Ji family, carrying a full load of rice, with 2 rooms available for occupancy, including meals and lodging for 300 taels of silver. Xiao Qingfeng felt quite satisfied, after confirming the time and paying the deposit to the shipowner. He rewarded the old madam with 20 taels of silver as a gratuity. At this point, Xiao Qingfeng felt a slight sense of relief. Perhaps it was not a warning. How could poison serve as a warning? He mused whether he was merely being paranoid. He quietly mocked himself for being timid and overly concerned. Brother Xiao, can we leave the day after tomorrow? This place is unbearable. I no longer wish to stay here. Lan Sai cooed, nestled in Xiao Qingfeng's embrace. Indeed, just moments ago, an old man was lurking outside. Peering in, Xiang'er indignantly remarked, casually feeding Xiao Qingfeng a peeled grape. After savoring the grape, Xiao Qingfeng emphasized the need for them to find a safe place to hide should any formidable enemies approach, urging them not to cause him unnecessary worry. Meanwhile, the crown princess sat outside, unwilling to witness Xiao Qingfeng's disheveled state, her eyes clouded with thoughts of her future. In the capital city of Chang'an, at the Jing and Wangfu, the rotund 6th prince trembled with barely contained rage. The plans concerning Shiliang had initially progressed smoothly, bolstered by clandestine support from various factions, yet he found himself facing utter defeat in the end. In the hall, Suyu Shirtai, the former leader of the Tianyin sect, still graceful despite her years, gazed at the 6th prince's frost-bitten visage, her brow furrowed in confusion. Your Highness, what troubles you? The 6th prince sneered. Shirtai, with your formidable skills and unparalleled cunning, do you still wish to feign ignorance before me? Taken aback, Shirtai responded, the Tianyin sect has always been loyal to your Highness. I have never harbored any ulterior motives. Please, enlighten me on what has transpired. The sixth prince's sharp gaze scrutinized her, and seeing no signs of deception, his anger subsided slightly. The news he had just received from the empress shattered his previously calm demeanor. The empress's legitimate daughter had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage, significantly increasing her power. From this moment on, he might forever lose his chance at the title of crown prince. Alas, all schemes and conspiracies evaporated like mist in the face of true power. Even if his own younger brother were to succeed in the foundation establishment, their father would no longer be swayed by external influences to name a crown prince. He glanced at Shirtai, withholding no truths from her. The empress's legitimate daughter has achieved success in foundation establishment. Shirtai gasped. Does this mean the crown prince will never return to Chang'an? What will become of us? Return to Chang'an? He has already descended to the underworld. Ever since the legend of his sister, who possessed mid-foundation establishment cultivation, perishing in battle, he has lost all prospects for the throne. Moreover, the empress has long harbored a deep-seated hatred for his usurpation of the crown prince title. The sixth prince scoffed. Indeed, the imperial family is merciless. Though the emperor has 56 daughters, they are embroiled in constant intrigue and strife, particularly with the empress's young son still in his infancy. And what of my Xiang'er? Shirtai asked, her face etched with worry. Recently, a legitimate daughter of the foundation establishment had sent a woman to the empress, delivering some blood-nourishing and beauty-enhancing treasures. The empress had already taken an interest in the affairs of Shiliang and had dispatched that individual to erase all traces. Governor Yang and the others involved had already been exterminated. Shirtai was alarmed. What will happen to my Xiang'er? The sixth prince chuckled. Su Ling is indeed the world's most beautiful woman, fortunate enough to have captured the attention of a cultivator. She even managed to eliminate a secret envoy dispatched to Xiliang by the emperor and has taken the person away in advance. Shirtai was left speechless, her expression frantic, yet internally, she felt a surge of joy. The long-desired aspirations of the past 3 generations of Tianyin sect ancestors seemed poised to be realized through Xiang'er. Opportunities for transcendence are rare. She would grasp even a mere straw tightly. Wasn't the pursuit of that elusive chance at transcendence what her sect had forsaken their dignity for? Now, with success so close, Shirtai felt both elated and anxious. The sixth prince seemed to understand her thoughts and snickered. Don't rejoice too early, Shirtai. The empress has already sent that person to continue the hunt. That rogue cultivator, who disregarded the laws of foreign lands and meddled in their disputes, was on a path to destruction. Even if he managed to escape, his cultivation level was likely low, and his survival would depend on mere luck. Yet, it seemed that my father would not easily relent either. Shirtai's complexion grew paler with each passing moment, until she was left trembling in fear. At the entrance of the Yihong courtyard, Wang Jinyao cautiously secured her spirit beast, a black eagle, within a spirit beast pouch. This eagle possessed the ability to locate objects based on their aura, proving invaluable for searching for both individuals and treasures. Although not a demonic beast, it was still quite rare, capable of briefly carrying a person through the air once matured, representing a scarce mutated species. Wang Jinyao had acquired it after investing a significant sum in an early scroll of beast-taming techniques. Without it, she would truly struggle to locate these individuals. This was her first mission on behalf of Sister Xiao. And while the pursuit of these individuals had been entrusted to her by Sister Xiao's mother, she still aimed for perfection. Wang Jinyao had always despised the brothels, and now, with a few rats hiding within, her spirit beast was forced to halt, causing her considerable annoyance. Let this wicked place vanish, she declared. Raising her right hand, she slowly conjured a flame in her palm, which rapidly expanded. This fireball was significantly larger than the one Xiao Qingfeng had used to eliminate the assassin previously. The oppressive aura of her seventh-layer qi refining stage radiated unabashedly. The fireball, resembling a dragon's head with a trailing flame, encircled her body before hurtling towards the second floor like a meteor. Boom! The powerful shockwave erupted, accompanied by screams, wails, and the crackling of flames reaching high into the sky. The entire county was stirred. In the rear courtyard, Xiao Qingfeng practiced with a steel knife in hand. Hearing the spell-casting commotion from the front building, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He no longer had to speculate whether trouble was approaching. Xiao Qingfeng turned to glance at the 3 individuals rushing out in panic from beneath the eaves and waved his hand. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the crown princess called out, "Xiao Qingfeng, wait. I shall grant you a request." After speaking, She swiftly vanished into the night with her companions. Xiao Qingfeng, gripping his long knife, smiled faintly, forcing a drop of fresh blood from his mouth, which he sprayed onto the wind talisman and the light body talisman in his hand before slapping them onto his body. The two talismans swiftly adhered to him, leaving a crimson streak at the corner of his mouth. Since they could track him here, it seemed that evasion was no longer an option. Therefore, Xiao Qingfeng gazed coldly ahead, swiftly employing the Xiaoyao step to dart into the narrow alley on his left. He felt compelled to test his limits. Wang Jinyao quickly sensed the fluctuations of the talisman and that familiar aura. Discovering the rat's escape, she cursed him for his shamelessness. Without hesitation, she leaped onto the rooftop, executing her footwork in pursuit. "Little thief, do you only know how to run?" she taunted. "Crazy woman, I do not know you. Why should I chase after you?" Xiao Qingfeng retorted, his irritation mounting. "I have business with you, and if you do not stop, I shall show no mercy." As Wang Jinyao pursued him, she hurled fireballs with reckless abandon, indifferent to the lives of the common folk below. "Ask your grandfather. If you chase me further, you shall not be treated kindly." Xiao Qingfeng dodged left and right, activating a protective talisman. As he watched his foe grow increasingly distant, he felt a sense of despair, realizing he could not catch up. Gritting her teeth, Wang Jinyao drew forth a mid-level Gale talisman, a life-saving gift from senior sister Xiao. With a surge of mana, she activated the talisman, her speed dramatically increasing, quickly narrowing the gap between them. Seeing he could no longer evade her, Xiao Qingfeng leaped into an adjacent open space and turned to confront her. "What business do you have with me?" he inquired defiantly, standing tall with his steel blade in hand. Sensing that his opponent had reached the later stage of chi refinement, he silently lamented. "So it's a blood martial artist?" Wang Jinyao noted the blood at the corner of his mouth with disdain. She had no desire for conversation and immediately launched a fireball at him, while a flying sword stealthily blended into the night. Xiao Qingfeng felt the hairs on his body stand on end, fully unleashing the Xiaoyao step in an attempt to close the distance, while a small fireball surged to meet her attack. The explosion ensued. Though it lacked her power, the flames from the two fireballs engulfed Xiao Qingfeng. Fortunately, he was not directly struck, and the damage to his protective talisman was minimal. Fifth layer of chi refinement. Wang Jinyao was momentarily taken aback as she cast a ground spike spell, causing countless earth spikes to erupt from the ground, while the flying sword lunged forward. Xiao Qingfeng had already sensed the direction of the flying sword and immediately shot two golden needles towards it. Clang! Clang! The flying sword was obstructed. Yet it arced back and pierced through the talisman's defense, leaving a deep gash on his arm. Xiao Qingfeng quickly activated another talisman, no longer using his essence to empower it since he was already exposed. Facing an opponent of higher cultivation, the most frustrating tactic was being toyed with like a kite, utterly powerless to resist. Xiao Qingfeng's attack range was inferior to hers, forcing him to strive to close the distance. Therefore, he resolved to diligently master the Xiaoyao step to its fullest potential, even if it brought him to tears. His figure moved swiftly, like the wind, evading her attacks and striving to protect his vital points. The flying sword danced and whirled, its passage through the air producing a sharp whistling sound. Realizing the flying sword had circled back, and noting that his adversary seemed determined to maintain distance, she activated another protective talisman, causing Xiao Qingfeng to feel an immense pressure. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, even moving toward the flying sword, unleashing the golden needles to collide with it, producing a series of metallic clinks. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated his chi and blood into his palm, reaching out to grasp the flying sword. Wang Jinyao regarded him with contempt, deeming him utterly foolish. The flying sword pierced through his palm and talisman, driving straight through to his chest, splattering blood across the ground before Wang Jinyao. As she stepped forward to inspect, a sudden sense of danger surged within her, prompting an immediate retreat. Yet a black light flashed, the sword's cold gleam silently piercing through the talisman, vanishing toward her brow. Wang Jinyao felt her strength rapidly dissipate. Can a fifth layer of chi refinement truly control a flying sword? Her eyes glared at Xiao Qingfeng in disbelief. He did not relent, firing two golden needles toward her. "The despicable rat, my senior sister will not spare you," Wang Jinyao lamented as she fell. Xiao Qingfeng sealed his wound with chi and blood, retrieving a porcelain vial from which he swallowed a healing pill. Fortunately, his mana surpassed that of a typical fifth layer by a substantial margin, and the battle had not lasted long. Otherwise, he would have been the one to perish. Xiao Qingfeng first picked up a low-grade flying sword that had fallen nearby, then approached her to search her body. Soon, he discovered a small pink storage pouch and a gray spirit beast pouch. The unexpected delight surged through him. He wondered if there were magical beasts within, questioning why she had not released them earlier. Most importantly, those who possessed spirit beast pouches typically had beast-taming skills. He pondered the contents of the storage pouch. After confirming there was nothing else of value, he ignited her corpse, reducing it to ashes. Xiao Qingfeng limped away for over 50 meters before sensing his flying sword, which promptly returned to his hand at his mental command. He had taken a gamble, launching a direct attack, and after releasing the sword, he lost its connection. Surveying the street, now resembling a hellscape, he found it hard to believe that mere moments ago it had been vibrant and filled with laughter, now reduced to shattered stone and eerie silence. Xiao Qingfeng swiftly departed, disappearing into the night. Chapter 11. Xiang'er returns home. Xiao Qingfeng trains in martial arts. Although the cultivation of qi and blood martial arts did not bestow Xiao Qingfeng with significant offensive power, it did grant his body remarkable resilience. Had he been his former self, he might have already succumbed. This marked Xiao Qingfeng's first true engagement in combat. Previously, he had ambushed an opponent who had not even had the chance to react. This time, however, it was different. His heart raced incessantly as he approached the entrance of a dilapidated courtyard, whereupon 3 figures swiftly approached him. Xiao Qingfeng, my lord, brother Xiao the crown princess, once the sect leader and a martial artist, was the fastest among them and quickly reached Xiao Qingfeng's side to support him. We must hurry. Xiao Qingfeng swallowed another healing pill, seeking the refreshing effect it provided. It was not yet the time to relax, as danger lurked everywhere. The group boarded a carriage and sped away. Xiao Qingfeng glanced back at the familiar name embedded in his memory, Yihong Yuan, and whispered an apology, uncertain if the old matron still remained. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky blazed with crimson clouds. The fading light illuminated a shabby courtyard, tidily kept, where an elderly woman wove a vegetable basket with care. A small piece of cured meat hung on the wall, while 2 hens clucked incessantly around her. Suddenly, a boy of around 14 or 15 burst in, clad in a coarse gray tunic, his heart brimming with joy. Mother, look! The leader has given us 5 pounds of pork and rewarded me with a silver tael for my performance. The woman's face lit up with a warm smile as she eagerly accepted the meat and coins from her son, then thoughtfully handed him an additional 100 coins. Binger, let me save this silver for your future bride. Didn't you mention liking a pretty girl? Set aside some money for yourself, so you can take her out shopping and buy her something to eat. The boy's face flushed with embarrassment, and he stammered, Mother, she doesn't even know me. When did I say I liked her? Foolish child, if you don't express your feelings, how will she know? If she doesn't know you, go introduce yourself. What is there to fear? She is not a tiger. The woman's face beamed with encouragement, envisioning her son marrying and having children soon, thus fulfilling the legacy of the Qin family. The boy pouted, though she is not a tiger, her father is one, the leader of the tiger clan. Oh, the daughter of the Luo clan leader? Well, that is beyond our reach. I think the girl next door, Hunyo, is quite nice. She has a solid figure and bears the name of a tiger, which suits you well. The elderly woman promptly shifted her direction. The boy grimaced. Hunyo is dark and plump. Only a fool would want her. The elderly woman, though appearing aged, was merely in her 40s. The hardships of life had etched some lines upon her face. Observing her son's lofty aspirations, she felt a pang of concern. The Xia kingdom lay at the southernmost part of the continent, bordered by the Xiao kingdom and the sea. The deep waters often stirred with monstrous creatures, deterring anyone from venturing forth. Those living by the coast could only fish in the shallows, often facing perilous dangers. The elderly woman's family had once relied on fishing for their livelihood. Once, old Qin had taken his daughter out to sea, only to encounter a sea monster that capsized their fishing boat. Fortunately, old Qin clung to a piece of wood and swam back with his daughter, but he had returned with lasting ailments. With no means to support themselves, old Qin resorted to begging, and no one knew what became of them thereafter. Qin Bing had grown up scraping by in the town and was fortunate to be noticed by the hall master, Xia Yuhai, who brought him into the Menghu gang. The gang was well managed, allowing the Qin family to gradually improve their circumstances. Just as the elderly woman was about to impart wisdom to her son, urging him to be more grounded, a beautiful girl appeared at the entrance, resplendent in a blue satin gown, her eyes glistening with tears and trepidation. "Miss, are you looking for Xiang'er?" The elderly woman's eyes brimmed with tears, her weaving basket falling to the ground as she trembled, calling out the name she had long yearned for over the past 7 years. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. The boy stood in stunned silence, struggling to reconcile the beautiful girl at the door with the sister in his memory. In that poignant reunion, tears streamed as they embraced, reluctant to part. Qingfeng stood nearby, grinning foolishly. Xiang'er recounted her past, omitting her experiences in the Xiao kingdom. She had not been well when she left, and over the years, her mother had anticipated this. Upon learning that her husband had passed away years ago, the elderly woman could only sigh in melancholy. Life was arduous, and having one family member return was already a blessing. After a while, Xiang'er exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot about my lord and the others." She hurried outside. Soon, Xiang'er returned, leading a carriage with 2 young, beautiful maidens who assisted a young man clad in green, clearly still recovering from injuries. This was none other than Xiao Qingfeng and his companions. In the days that followed, Xiao Qingfeng instructed everyone to burn their clothes and belongings, replacing them with new ones before he could settle his mind. Along their journey, they had scattered various powders and perfumes upon themselves, altering their route multiple times over a month before finally arriving at Xiang'er's hometown. They had endured a tumultuous journey, and the weary maidens were exhausted. "Greetings, Auntie," the group offered respectfully, to which the elderly woman replied, "Oh, no need for such formality." Before long, news spread through the small town that the long-lost daughter of the Qin family had returned with a wealthy son-in-law who had provided for her family with a house, a carriage, and 2 stunning women. After a bustling month of settling in, Xiao Qingfeng gazed at the modest courtyard, grateful to finally have a place to reside. Aunt Qin gradually acclimated to the luxuries her son-in-law afforded. Xiao Qingfeng's health had largely restored. Under the shade of a willow tree in the courtyard, Xiao Qingfeng practiced the Su Ling's recently taught sword technique, Tu Yifeng Guang. The movements were graceful, with considerable wrist rotation, filling the courtyard with the sound of whistling swords. Su Ling occasionally joined him for sparring. "Enough. You learned so quickly. In just a few days, you've surpassed me," the crown princess exclaimed, panting. Xiao Qingfeng came to a halt as a small, ebony-hued eagle alighted upon his shoulder. He gently stroked its head and produced a specially crafted food pellet to feed it. "Wow, little black one, you are truly beautiful and have grown so close to you," remarked the crown princess Su Ling with a hint of envy. This eagle was among the treasures retrieved from a captured spirit beast pouch, and Xiao Qingfeng cherished it dearly. To foster their bond, he had even sacrificed a year of his lifespan to master the basics of beast taming. Once their connection deepened sufficiently, he would be able to utilize his spiritual consciousness in conjunction with secret techniques to communicate with it telepathically, thus commanding it at will. The storage pouch he had captured contained merely 3 cubic units of space, and its contents were rather meager. Apart from a low-grade flying sword, it held a vial of spirit-nurturing pills essential for traversing the mundane realm, several boxes of specially formulated food for the eagle, a few feminine items, several manuals on agrarian techniques he had studied, some spirit talismans, and 15 spirit stones, along with a feminine cultivation manual, the Xuanyu scripture. Xiao Qingfeng disposed of the superfluous items by incinerating them. Among cultivators in the late Qi refinement stage, few were as impoverished as he. The names of the techniques he practiced were impressive, yet they were merely foundational methods that could only lead to the perfection of Qi refinement, lacking even the basic conditions and introductions for foundation establishment, rendering them inferior to his self-taught Qingwu technique. He possessed fewer spirit stones than that assassin, indicating a lack of skill. However, it was likely that the assassin had some special circumstances. Otherwise, how could they have acquired a mid-grade magical flying sword alongside a secret manual for talisman crafting? One must understand that a low-grade flying sword costs over 1,000 spirit stones, while a mid-grade one requires 5 to 6,000. How could a mere Qi refinement mid-stage cultivator, who had not yet reached the late stage, prepare a mid-grade weapon? The nurturing and refining of a weapon is a process that requires time, progressing from initial usability to smooth operation and finally to effortless command. Thus, it is generally not replaced hastily. After a month, Xiao Qingfeng and the Black Eagle had established a preliminary rapport, and the subsequent nurturing of their bond would take time and patience. As he stroked the Black Eagle, a frown crossed his face. "Oh, The little eagle is so much better than certain individuals who can renege on their promises. If a person lacks integrity, how are they any different from a salted fish? The crown princess Su Ling observed him with amusement as he subtly criticized someone, pointing with her delicate fingers at the injury on his chest. Who are you talking about? Leaning on a cane with bandages, lost in thought. How thick-skinned can you be? Look at me now. Am I not lively and well? Xiao Qingfeng retorted defiantly. Jumping 3 to 5 meters is what you call lively? Do you think you are a frog? If you can leap high enough to catch a bird, then show me. Su Ling shot him a glance before gracefully entering the room. I may not be able to catch something in the sky, but I can easily grab something from the ground. Do you want one? Facing Su Ling's retreating figure, Xiao Qingfeng felt an impotent rage boiling within him. Chapter 12. Xiang'er quietly contemplates brewing the small courtyard, adorned with gray bricks and white tiles, lush trees, and a babbling brook, though modest in size, exudes an exquisite charm. It is the former residence of the county's inspector, which has been purchased by Xiao Qingfeng at a considerable price. Upon seeing Lu Shi, the mother of Hunyou, tidying up the yard, the matriarch Qin hurried over to assist her. Lu Shi, there is no need for you to clean. Come, sit down and have some water. As old friends who know each other well, and with her son-in-law insisting on hiring someone for cooking and chores, Qin matriarch had invited her neighbor Lu Shi to share in the household responsibilities, sparing her from seeking odd jobs elsewhere. Their past camaraderie filled Qin matriarch with joy, especially as Lu Shi, a solitary woman, now found solace in the company of her old friend amidst the changes in the Qin family. Since her daughter's return, Qin matriarch had ceased to mention Qin Bing and Hunyou. Niu, please fetch some fruits for her. There's no need to be busy all day with household matters, she said with a beaming smile. Lu Shi, seeing the warmth of their friendship, did not insist, and soon poured some water to deliver to the matriarch's room, expecting her arrival shortly. Lu Shi held the hand of her old friend, remarking, "The matriarch commands quite the presence. I hardly dare to speak in her presence. She clearly embodies the grace of a lady from a prominent family, yet possesses a friendly demeanor. Your son-in-law is splendid, and I'm certain Xiang'er finds happiness among them. You, dear sister, are indeed blessed." With a radiant smile, Qin matriarch replied, "Indeed, he refuses to heed my wishes regarding expenditures. You know my old garments were perfectly fine, yet he discards them, replacing them with garish attire. How am I to manage? Oh, old sister, what work do you still have? Just enjoy the comforts of life?" Lu Shi laughed. With Lu Shi and Hunyou accompanying her, laughter often echoed from the front hall, breathing life into the courtyard. The town, limited in resources, only boasted the Zhang's Tavern, a modest 2-story establishment with 3 private rooms. Qin Bing grew up on this very street. Now that the family has acquired wealth, his sister, recently returned, had discreetly gifted him several hundred taels of silver. In gratitude for the care his brothers had shown him, Qin Bing frequently treated them to meals at Lu's Tavern. Previously known as Xiao Bing, he was now affectionately called Bingo. "You're treating us. So naturally, you shall sit in the esteemed position. Come, I will sit beside you. Don't pull me," the humble leader of the Menghu gang, Xia Tangzhu, insisted. "Without you, I might have perished on the streets. With your presence, how could I take the seat of honor?" Regardless of the Qin family's prosperity, we still reside in Panga Town, where the Menghu gang's support is indispensable. Isn't that right? Xia Yuhai expressed his satisfaction with this sentiment, happily taking the main seat as the brothers exchanged toasts. Pei Li, who accompanied Xia Tangzhu, raised his cup to toast Qin Bing. "I've heard tales of your sister's beauty, yet none of us have laid eyes on her. When will you invite our esteemed leader to your home for a meal, so we may witness what true beauty resembles?" The group erupted in playful cheer, causing Qin Bing to feel somewhat embarrassed. "It's not that I am unwilling to invite you all, it's just that my sister has instructed me not to. My brother-in-law is recuperating from an injury, and it is inappropriate for visitors to disturb him. I hope you all can understand. What does your brother-in-law do? I've heard he has married several stunning women. Do introduce us," Pei Li leered. "Brother, I've seen her. Before the Qin family moved, I lingered outside their door and caught a glimpse of her. She is even more beautiful than the concubines of the county magistrate, a true celestial being," Pei Yuan boasted proudly. Furious, Qin Bing stammered, "You were lurking outside my house. What was your intention?" Pei Yuan, clever yet timid, fell silent under the reprimand, while his brother, Pei Li, thick-headed and stubborn, grew displeased at the reprimand of his younger sibling. "You insolent wretch, do you disregard my existence? Speak again, and I shall teach you a lesson. Pei Li stood, ready to confront him. Qin Bing, having grown up in fights, was unafraid and stood to challenge him. Xia Tangzhu struck the table, demanding, "What are you two doing? Do you not see me, your leader? Sit down." He turned to the Pei brothers, admonishing, "Show respect for Qin Bing's family. What is with your incessant chatter? Are we not brothers of the same gang? Take heed next time. Bing, do not dwell on them. Let us eat," Xia Yuhai said, putting his arm around Qin Bing's shoulder. Xia Tangzhu steered the conversation back. "What does your brother-in-law do to possess such wealth?" Initially hesitant to divulge, Qin Bing explained, "My sister forbids inquiries, but I've heard he is engaged in business. Business is indeed a favorable pursuit. One can amass wealth through trade, unlike us, who resort to constant brawls with little gain." Pei Yuan remarked, somewhat disgruntled. As the evening drew to a close, they each departed. With the passage of time, Xiao Qingfeng began to feel a sense of stability. The Qin family estate is centrally located within the town, surrounded by numerous businesses, with affluent families residing nearby. The estate's grand entrance faces the street, flanked by walls extending over 100 meters, with 3 storefronts once used for stabling horses and storing goods. Recently, Xiang'er, brimming with ideas, contemplated utilizing the 3 storefronts for commerce. When she inquired with Xiao Qingfeng, he did not oppose the notion but suggested that they carefully consider what to pursue. Thus commenced the inaugural family meeting of the Xiao household. As the sole male, Xiao Qingfeng was the first to speak. Xiang'er proposed yesterday that we convert the 3 storerooms into storefronts to engage in trade, which could both augment our household finances and alleviate our daily ennui. I concur with the idea. However, we must ascertain what type of business aligns with your interests. Xiang'er, eager to contribute, suggested, "I wish to open a general store. Essentials like oil, rice, and salt would surely attract customers. As a child, I envied those whose families owned general stores, for they had access to all manner of delightful treats." Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. "The disarray of goods requires constant attention. We cannot afford to be perpetually busy. Our primary aim in opening a store is not solely for profit." Upon hearing her father dismiss her idea, Xiang'er felt disheartened, uncertain of what type of store to pursue. The crown princess exhibited no interest in the venture, remaining silent on the matter. Lan Sai possesses a rather introverted disposition, and presently spends more time accompanying Xiao Qingfeng than Xiang'er does. Xiang'er, meanwhile, often attends to the needs of the crown princess, as if she has returned to her former role as the crown princess's dedicated maid, a task she undertakes with great enthusiasm. "Why not open a tailor shop? I have previously learned the art of garment making, so establishing a shop would pose no difficulty," Lan Sai suggested. Xiao Qingfeng took a sip of wine and shook his head, declaring, "No, the garment business relies too heavily on individual effort. If the business flourishes, you would be overwhelmed. If it falters, it would dampen your spirits." He then picked up a yellow gourd and shook it, proposing, "What if we opened a small tavern? I have the skill to brew unique wines, and I am also preparing to concoct some fine medicinal wines. The alcohol content of the previous batches was too low. We could create some inferior medicinal wines to sell, and, in doing so, acquire some much-needed herbs. After all, quality herbs are hard to come by. We would only need to hire 2 servants for cleaning, while you both could simply manage the finances." Upon mentioning the medicinal wines, everyone was in agreement, as they recognized it as the source of happiness. However, the crown princess regarded Xiao Qingfeng with a bemused expression, causing him to feel a tinge of embarrassment. "You may find this amusing, but now that I have recovered, it is time to prepare for the fulfillment of your promise. We shall see if you can still smile then," Xiao Qingfeng thought to himself with a hint of mischief. Chapter 13. The crown princess submits, and the realm upgrades. The principles and apparatus for brewing liquor are remarkably simple. Those who are knowledgeable can explain it effortlessly, while those who are not have likely never encountered baijiu in the entirety of the Zhao and Xia kingdoms. Xiao Qingfeng spent 3 days assembling a brewing device from various materials. Subsequently, he instructed Qin Bing to accompany him to a large winery in the county town, where they procured several carts of rice wine and even bought up all the dregs used for feeding pigs. They returned with a total of over 10 carts, much to the delight of the owner, who had not anticipated that the usually unwanted dregs would find a buyer. "Brother-in-law, why are you buying so much dregs? We don't even raise pigs," Qin Bing asked, bewildered. Xiao Qingfeng playfully tapped his head. "Aren't you a pig? Just don't fight over the food when the time comes. How has your martial arts training been progressing?" Qin Bing, somewhat intimidated by his brother-in-law, did not exhibit any resistance. "I won't eat the dregs," They're for pigs. I have been diligent in my training. Just ask my sister. She won't let me leave the house without practicing for an hour each day. Continue to practice diligently. Once you can defeat our gang leader, I won't push you to train anymore. Xiao Qingfeng said with a smile, observing his younger brother-in-law. That's impossible. Our gang leader can spar with top-tier experts. If he hadn't been injured outside, he would have long ascended to a first-class master. He is indeed the strongest in the vicinity. Qin Bing expressed his admiration for the gang leader. Qin Bing had never contemplated the possibility of defeating the leader, nor had he had the opportunity to spar with him. Look at your ambitions. Xiao Qingfeng remarked with a sidelong glance. Brother-in-law, what is your realm? Are you a master? Please tell me, are you more powerful than our gang leader? Qin Bing gazed at Xiao Qingfeng with eager eyes. Do I appear to be a master? Xiao Qingfeng retorted, extending his hand in question. Qin Bing examined his brother-in-law's hands, soft and delicate, fairer than his sister's, devoid of calluses, which did not resemble those of a martial artist. He had seen Xiao Qingfeng practice slowly, lacking the vigor of a performer on stage. Were it not for his sister's insistence, he would have abandoned his training long ago. Disappointed, Qin Bing shook his head. While my martial skills may be lacking, I am quite accurate with a bow. The 2 bows we bought in the county are meant for your practice. In future skirmishes, you can keep your distance and shoot safely, Xiao Qingfeng reassured him. Upon hearing about the bows, Qin Bing's spirits lifted. He was tall and strong, having previously relied on a kitchen knife to navigate the world. This was his first time possessing such fine weapons. He was overjoyed when informed that one would be gifted to him. The purchase of these 2 exquisite bows had not been easy. He had ultimately acquired them at a significantly higher price from a martial arts school. Qin Bing, reluctant to part with the bow, frequently shot arrows, eagerly retrieving them afterward. Brother-in-law, I will practice archery diligently and ensure I never miss a shot, he declared, beaming with enthusiasm. Your training in boxing and internal skills must not cease. It should remain as before, 1 hour for boxing and 1 hour for archery. Practicing boxing in the morning and archery in the evening is just right, Xiao Qingfeng said with a mischievous grin. Qin Bing grimaced. In the Qin family's backyard, Su Ling was engaged in a game of checkers with Lan Cai while Xiang'er served tea and offered occasional advice on the crown princess's strategy. After several rounds, the game evolved into a 3-player affair, with Xiang'er intentionally obstructing Lan Cai to assist the crown princess, resulting in Xiang'er consistently losing spectacularly. Lan Cai, frustrated, threw down her pieces. You 2 keep teaming up against me. No matter how I play, I can never secure first place. Brother Xiao should be returning soon. Su Ling nodded. He should be back shortly. I'll go check the main gate, Xiang'er volunteered eagerly. That evening, after a busy day, Xiao Qingfeng suddenly expressed his thoughts at the dinner table. Today, having been away for a day, I felt quite unsettled. The lack of martial prowess at home is a significant flaw. I wish to inquire if any of you would like to practice the art of cultivation with determination. It may be worth a try. Can we also cultivate? The women exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Qingfeng paused for a moment. Let me put it this way. The world of martial arts is flourishing. Is it true that wealth guarantees learning? Yet, some achieve first-class mastery, while others may cultivate internal energy in a day, and some may sense no energy even after 10 years. There are those who cannot reach even third-rate levels in a lifetime. However, as long as one perseveres, progress is inevitable, is it not? Cultivating immortality is simply more demanding than martial arts. Of course, we must not overlook the rare individuals with extraordinary talent or the exceptionally gifted who appear once in a century. For us, ordinary folk, striving diligently is our only path forward. It is wise to set our goals modestly. Naturally, if I were to transcend and become an immortal, even a mere mosquito by my side could embark on the path of cultivation. Thus, it is not a matter of whether one can cultivate immortality, but rather whether one is willing to do so. Of course, if one possesses poor aptitude and lacks external assistance, it may take decades to merely gather energy into the body. Then, Brother Xiao, is your aptitude good? Lan Cai inquired curiously. It was not favorable before I met you, but since your companionship, I have reformed and diligently practiced, and my aptitude has improved considerably over time, Xiao Qingfeng replied earnestly. Su Ling, puzzled, asked, Why haven't I seen you be diligent? Of course, I have practiced frequently. However, I am currently short on resources for cultivation, so my progress has slowed. Xiao Qingfeng tried to defend himself. Are our aptitudes good? Xiang'er asked hesitantly. Whether they are good can only be determined through experience. I lack the ability to discern your physical qualities, Xiao Qingfeng replied, exasperated. If a person with poor martial aptitude receives daily guidance from a martial arts master and has endless resources at their disposal, wouldn't their progress be accelerated? He illustrated. By the way, the woman we killed in Tongnan County had a manual suitable for girls to practice cultivation. You can all try it and see its effectiveness. The three women nodded excitedly, eager to witness the wonders of cultivation. Xiao Qingfeng began patiently explaining the foundational principles of meditative practices to them, detailing how to empty their minds, the precautions to take, and how to meditate on external spiritual energy. He elaborated that the spiritual energy of the world is generally categorized into 5 elements, and each individual has varying degrees of affinity with them, leading to different meditative methods. For instance, when meditating on the fire spirit's power, one must envision oneself engulfed in flames, surrounded by a swirling inferno. Does a sensation akin to gentle pinpricks of coolness emerge within your body? Similarly, when meditating on the water spirit's power, it is best to imagine oneself submerged in the depths of the ocean, with waves crashing all around, holding one's breath and unable to exhale. Is there not a burning sensation akin to needles piercing your skin? Xiao Qingfeng patiently reminded them of the essential considerations and shared his insights. He concluded by stating that the spiritual energy in the mundane world is exceedingly sparse, making it incredibly challenging to perceive the energies of heaven and earth. Thus, the number of martial arts masters in various nations is exceedingly limited, with some appearing only once in a century. This highlights the significance of resources. In Xiao Qingfeng's hand appeared a pure white spirit stone. This is the simplest form of resource, the currency of the cultivation realm, rich in the energies of heaven and earth. Once activated, it emits these energies. 1 spirit stone is equivalent to 1 gram of refined gold, and to extract a gram of refined gold, one would need 100 taels of gold. Yet even with 500 taels, no one would exchange for a gram of refined gold due to the time and effort required for refinement. No one would be willing to trade down. Xiao Qingfeng held the spirit stone out for the 3 of them to examine. Familiarize yourselves with the sensing techniques first. In the future, I will activate the spiritual energy within the stone to assist you in sensing. I currently possess only 50 spirit stones. Once they are exhausted, we must await future opportunities. He then turned to Su Ling and inquired, Ling, have you achieved the perfection of your martial arts realm in your postnatal stage? I sense you may still be lacking a bit. By the way, I have not seen you engage in combat. Are you capable? With Master Xiao present, why would I need to act myself? I am a martial arts prodigy and will soon reach perfection, Su Ling replied with an air of pride. A full vitality will aid in sensing the energies of heaven and earth. I shall visit your chamber tonight for you to try. Xiao Qingfeng spoke leisurely, causing the princess consort to appear anxious and blush profusely. Xiang'er sensed that the master seemed to have ulterior motives, yet lacked concrete evidence. Lan Cai exchanged a knowing smile with Su Ling, secretly contemplating how the once lofty princess consort was soon to become her sister. In Su Ling's chamber, the anxious princess consort gazed at Xiao Qingfeng and asked, should I begin meditating to sense now? Xiao Qingfeng shook his head, explaining that to sense the energies of heaven and earth, one must be wholly relaxed, free from constraints, and allow their skin to have extensive contact with nature, especially in the initial stages of sensing these energies. What must one do then? Su Ling grew increasingly flustered. Naturally, one must remove all garments. Do you require my assistance? Xiao Qingfeng said with a mischievous grin. Tonight marks your return to the 6th level of qi refinement. Haha. The charming and alluring princess consort trembled with indignation. You are doing this on purpose. Xiao Qingfeng approached and embraced her, reassuring, I never deceive. Su Ling did not resist, but softly queried, Xiao Qingfeng, will you always treat me well? Wishing for a heart that is true, never depart in the twilight of age. Xiao Qingfeng replied as he gently led Su Ling into the tent. Soon, the melodious sounds of high mountains and flowing water, accompanied by harmonious singing, began to drift in. Mission accomplished. Su Ling's wishes fulfilled, body and soul intoxicated, spring breezes stirring, exuberant and joyful, moved to tears. Reward. Realm 5. Su Ling rejoiced, as if obtaining a treasure, her heart ecstatic. Reward. Realm 3. Finally, you have succeeded. Were you harboring ill intentions towards me since you entered the manor? You scoundrel, Su Ling exclaimed, her face aglow, nestled against Xiao Qingfeng, her bright, star-like eyes gazing at him. In this moment, silence spoke volumes, and Xiao Qingfeng merely tightened his embrace around the beauty. As his spiritual consciousness delved into his dantian, the sudden influx of pure magical energy filled his entire dantian, a wave of satisfaction flooding his being. Joyously reflecting on his return to the 6th level of Qi Refinement. Realm, Qi Refinement Level 6, 7500. In the early stages of Qi Refinement, the focus is on drawing energy into the body and gathering it into the dantian, where magical law resides. In these initial stages, one possesses little combat strength, as they are primarily engaged in maintaining and cultivating the magical energy within the dantian, which is sparse and lacks substantial means for casting spells. In the mid-stages of Qi Refinement, the goal is to gather magic into clouds, filling the dantian. By this point, the magical energy fills the dantian, and one begins to choose various spells to practice, deciding whether to pursue a combat path, a farming path, or another direction, which must be carefully considered. The later stages of Qi Refinement are critical. Whether one can establish a foundation or the likelihood of success depends on one's performance in these stages. In the late stages of Qi Refinement, when the dantian is already full, one must expand the dantian and enhance their spiritual consciousness. Most individuals struggle to enter the late stages of Qi Refinement because they cannot continue to absorb spiritual energy into an already full dantian. Those capable of absorbing spiritual energy are further categorized by how much they can expand their dantian and enhance their spiritual consciousness. Achieving a 30% increase qualifies one for the 7th level, a 60% increase for the 8th level, and a full increase for the 9th level. This constitutes the fundamental conditions for establishing a foundation, with favored individuals or those with familial support able to continue expanding beyond this. Such individuals are the candidates for foundation establishment. Of course, establishing a foundation requires not only magical energy, but also a robust spiritual consciousness and complete vitality. Chapter 14. The Tavern Opens. The leader enters. Xiao Qingfeng felt a surge of excitement as he sensed that he was about to embark on a rapid journey. As long as his combat prowess remained intact, there was hope for incremental improvement each day. The significance of medicinal wine was increasingly apparent. The inventory of previously crafted batches had dwindled, necessitating an urgent quest for new sources. Furthermore, herbs aged under 300 years had ceased to provide substantial nourishment for Xiao Qingfeng. He had purchased a 200-year-old ginseng to infuse in medicinal wine, but after a few attempts, he abandoned it, deciding instead to reserve it as a prized possession for his future establishment. As the sun rose, Lan Cai and Xiang'er emerged, their faces aglow with excitement. They observed Xiao Qingfeng leisurely practicing his Tai Chi swordplay. "My lord, how did the trial go last night? Was it successful?" Xiang'er inquired impatiently. Lan Cai stifled a laugh at the naive Xiang'er. "I doubt the trial was conducted by the lady. It was likely Xiao Ji who attempted it, and it must have gone well." Xiang'er momentarily failed to grasp the implication. Taking the initiative, Xiao Qingfeng asked, "How did you two fare in your practice last night? What were your impressions?" I lost track of time and fell asleep," Xiang'er admitted shyly. "I found this technique quite conducive to sleep. Perhaps Xiao Ji misinstructed us," Lan Cai chuckled. "Truly, one cannot carve a rotten wood," Xiao Qingfeng exclaimed as he hurriedly departed, preparing to brew more wine. "Xiao Ji appears to be shy. What a diversion." Lan Cai smiled brightly. Determined to brew for an entire day, Xiao Qingfeng anticipated the tavern's opening the following day. He worked alone, storing the equipment in his spatial pouch once the brewing was complete. Although he did not regard the profits from the white wine as significant, he was reluctant to disseminate his methods too swiftly, for that would diminish the allure of his establishment and the gathering of potent herbs. Madame Qin was particularly delighted about the tavern's business venture, having always feared the notion of idly consuming resources. With a sustainable business now at hand, her heart brimmed with joy. After several days of preparation, the Qin family's tavern officially opened, quietly and low-key. However, during the brewing process, Xiao Qingfeng made no effort to conceal the inviting aroma that wafted far and wide, enticing passers-by with its intoxicating scent. A conspicuous signboard stood at the entrance, detailing the purchase prices for various medicinal herbs. 100-year-old restorative herbs, 130 taels of silver, 200-year-old restorative herbs, 400 taels of silver, 300-year-old restorative herbs, 800 taels of silver, 400-year-old restorative herbs, 1. 600 taels of silver, 500-year-old restorative herbs, 3. 200 taels of silver, 600-year-old restorative herbs, 6. 400 taels of silver, 700-year-old restorative herbs. 10. 000 taels of silver, 800-year-old restorative herbs. 20. 000 taels of silver, 900-year-old restorative herbs. 40. 000 taels of silver, 1,000-year-old restorative herbs. 100. 000 taels of silver. Additionally, the tavern was open to purchasing various spiritual herbs, such as the tiger spirit deer, with prices negotiable. The prospect of acquiring a 500- or 600-year-old herb was enough to secure a grand mansion. Although everyone recognized the value of these herbs, it was the first time many had seen such direct purchase prices displayed, attracting a crowd eager to witness. As the tavern opened, Qingfeng had refrained from reporting to his gang for several days, opting instead to assist with overseeing the establishment alongside a junior. The number of onlookers grew, drawn by the alluring scent of the wine, and soon the tavern, spanning over 100 square feet, was filled to capacity. Patrons eagerly discussed the pricing of the white wine, noting that a 100-year-old herb infused in 20 jin of white wine could sell for 1 tael of silver per liang, while a 200-year-old herb could command 3 taels per liang. Though deemed exorbitant, none had tasted such expensive wine before. Yet the posted purchase prices led many to feel it was worth the expense. After all, the market price for pure white wine was already 300 yuan per jin, and it was only available for consumption on-site. While patrons could discreetly take some away, bulk purchases were discouraged, as Xiao Qingfeng wished to avoid brewing wine incessantly, making reasonable limitations necessary. Conversely, ordinary rice wine sold for merely 10 yuan per jin, while various renowned wines typically ranged in the tens of yuan. Thus, the tavern experienced a polarization of clientele. Those who found the wine too pricey and were reluctant to indulge grumbled as they exited, while wealthier patrons ordered 2 liang of white wine and a few simple dishes, savoring the experience. The small dishes consisted of uncomplicated snacks, peanuts, sunflower seeds, pickled radishes, and other finger foods that required no cooking. Within just a few days, word spread across 10 li and 8 villages that the Panga town had opened a tavern specializing in white wine, distinguished by its high prices and a policy that discouraged excessive purchases, allowing consumption solely on the premises, a true novelty. In the initial days, the tavern was bustling with patrons, though few made purchases, drawn more by curiosity than intent. As time passed, the influx of visitors gradually dwindled, as everyone had their own obligations. However, those who entered to drink began to increase. Among them was the town's wealthiest man, Zhang Yuanwei, who, typically lacking vigor, returned home one day after enjoying 2 liang of medicinal wine, invigorated and ready to conquer. The news of his transformation spread quickly, leading to an influx of older officials frequenting the tavern, enhancing its reputation and ensuring a prosperous business. Xiang'er, the proprietress, adorned in a delicate veil, greeted patrons with a smile, while the nimble young waiter kept the service prompt. Hunyo also began working at the tavern, and occasionally, Lu Shi and Madame Qin would visit. Lan Cai and Su Ling dropped by several times, and soon the Qin family's tavern became renowned not only for its delightful wine, but also for its beautiful staff, garnering attention far and wide. Qingfeng spent less time with his gang and more at the tavern, as the influx of young men drawn by the beauty of his sister increased. One day, a tall and imposing figure entered the tavern, draped in a tiger skin cloak, leading a young girl by the hand. Upon recognizing the leader, Qingfeng rushed to attend to him with utmost care. "Greetings, esteemed leader. What brings you here?" "Naturally, I come for the wine. I would like to try 3 liang of your finest," Luo Fei, the leader, replied with straightforward enthusiasm. Qingfeng personally served tea and refreshments, ensuring that a variety of snacks were presented, though his gaze repeatedly drifted toward the charming young girl. The girl, named Luo Xiaoyan, was the leader's only daughter, possessing a radiant smile and an air of innocence, dressed suitably and exuding charm. "Please take your time with the wine, as it has a high alcohol content and should be savored slowly to appreciate its flavor," Qingfeng advised, presenting a delicate box from behind the counter to Luo Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, this is the osmanthus cake made by my sister, not for sale, but it is truly delicious. Do give it a taste." "Thank you." Subsequently, he hurried to fetch a box filled with various exquisite snacks for her, his demeanor replete with flattery and charm. "Xiaoyan, whenever you find yourself with spare time, come here for I shall provide you with delectable treats. You may call me Qingfeng. Simply refer to me as Bingo." "Thank you, Bingo," Luo Xiaoyan replied obediently. "Father, you must try this. It is delicious, and I shall return for more, Luo Xiaoyan sweetly insisted as she fed her father. Observing this, Xiang'er was left speechless. This little rascal was even offering what he had prepared for their father to curry favor with the young lady. Were he not her biological brother, he would have deserved a severe reprimand. Luo Bangzhu cast a meaningful glance at Qin Bing, pondering how this young lad dared to harbor intentions towards his still immature Xiaoyan. What audacity! Ah, this is indeed quite delightful. What sort of pastry is this? Luo Fei shot him a sidelong glance before turning his attention away, narrowing his eyes as he slowly savored the medicinal wine. The wine, a pale golden hue, exuded a rich and fragrant aroma, akin to sipping nectar, filling the mouth with delightful flavors. Luo Bangzhu nodded repeatedly, finding the wine refreshing and utterly captivating. Upon finishing, a warm sensation enveloped his body, inducing a profound sense of comfort. Luo Bangzhu stretched his arms and inquired about the price, preparing to settle the bill and take his leave. Upon witnessing this, Xiang'er promptly approached, stating that Luo Bangzhu's esteemed presence had graced their humble establishment, and as it was his first visit, it would be improper to let him incur any expense. She would fetch some more medicinal wine for him to take home. Qin Bing felt elated, taking great pride in the honor bestowed upon him, as he busily packaged the wine to present to Luo Bangzhu. How could one possibly conduct business without accepting payment? Luo Fei politely declined. Previously, it was thanks to Luo Bangzhu's care for my younger brother. And as a man of generosity, please do not insist on refusing. For the sake of my younger brother, Xiang'er had no choice but to proceed in this manner. As a leader of a gang, Luo Fei certainly was not lacking in wealth. Yet being human, he too cherished his pride, especially within the realm of gang affiliations. Amidst the envious gazes of others, Luo Fei felt immense joy and accepted graciously. Then, I shall overlook your brother's lingering gaze upon my daughter for now, Luo Bangzhu mused inwardly. Chapter 15. Obstacles in Cultivation. The Crown Princess's Lament. After a few days of persistent effort, Su Ling finally found herself able to peacefully attempt to sense the ethereal energies of the cosmos without being interrupted. Through her meditation practice, she discovered that her ability to cultivate internal strength was significantly enhanced, truly exemplifying the efficacy of the cultivation techniques. Even a brief session yielded immense benefits, especially when Xiao Qingfeng activated the Spirit Stone and released its spiritual energy. Su Ling felt a profound sense of comfort. Yet, her inability to sense the legendary spiritual energy left her feeling anxious. On a bright morning, as Su Ling opened her eyes, she beheld Xiao Qingfeng's Spirit Stone disintegrating in the wind, leaving only a handful of ashes, which caused her heart to ache. Your mindset is flawed. This is just the beginning. Why allow yourself to feel anxious so soon? No one can sense the cosmic energies within just a few days. Do not overestimate your own brilliance. Xiao Qingfeng patiently counseled her. I understand, but I cannot help it. Perhaps I care too much. As you know, Tianyin Zone was established with the sole purpose of seeking celestial opportunities. The education I received since childhood has instilled this fervor within me, and everyone around me is equally consumed by it. My master has also endured humiliation for this cause, yet he embraces it willingly. Su Ling expressed her helplessness, her voice quavering as tears began to flow. Perhaps the scarcity of spirit stones contributes to this anxiety. After all, resources are limited, and one cannot ascertain how much they can utilize. If I exhaust them without achieving success, I would forever harbor resentment. Xiao Qingfeng struggled to find words of comfort for her, contemplating that perhaps allowing her to vent her emotions could be beneficial. Xiao Qingfeng also pondered his relationships with the three women. His bond with Xiang'er began under circumstances of obligation, devoid of deep thought, leading to a pleasant interaction that fostered loyalty. Lan Cai had been rescued from the depths of despair, her initial gratitude evolving into dependence, albeit influenced by his own appearance and external qualities. Their feelings, grounded in honesty and persistence, had developed a stable rapport. However, his relationship with the Crown Princess, Su Ling, was more complex. His initial attraction was driven by desire, where affection for a precious entity eclipsed genuine emotion. As for Su Ling's feelings towards him, whether they stemmed from ambition or mere attraction, or were simply a playful dalliance, Xiao Qingfeng remained uncertain. He was not a paragon of pure love. Rather, he was merely a wanderer in the realm of mortal existence, savoring the remnants of his life as a cultivator. He was just a small fish that had unexpectedly glimpsed the light midway through his journey. Gently embracing her, He proposed, "In a few days, I shall take you out to refresh your spirit and unwind." Su Ling nodded, preparing to don her clothes, only to be halted by Xiao Qingfeng. "Since we have been candid with each other, why not engage in a deeper exchange? It would not be in vain after our arduous night." Xiao Qingfeng leaned down to kiss her. As the winds cleared and life became a tranquil affair, he reflected on the simplicity of desires fulfilled, letting go of lingering worries as the tides ebbed and flowed. Life in the small town was serene and distant. Whenever Xiao Qingfeng felt bored, he practiced swordsmanship and internal skills. The cultivation of martial arts was divided into 3 realms, yet most practitioners remained confined at the peak of the postnatal stage, seldom achieving mastery. Only by transforming their vital essence into true yuan could they attain the rank of a grandmaster. With the aid of his spiritual awareness and the Hunyuan Gong, a supreme technique preserved by the Crown Prince's residence, Xiao Qingfeng was blessed with a wealth of resources to draw upon. He was now undergoing his second blood refinement, and the martial arts had indeed bolstered his physical prowess significantly. Days later, under a clear blue sky devoid of clouds, a small black dot began to circle overhead. Suddenly, it plummeted at great speed, growing larger as it approached the roof of the Qin residence. With a swift flap of its wings, the black eagle landed gracefully upon Xiao Qingfeng. Unlike previous occasions, the eagle's cries were filled with urgency, its head nuzzling against Xiao Qingfeng's face. During this time, Xiao Qingfeng had gradually begun to explore the depths of the eagle's mind with his spiritual awareness, familiarizing it with his own essence. Previously, the eagle had instinctively resisted, but today it willingly accepted his presence, allowing Xiao Qingfeng to imprint his soul into its consciousness, accomplishing the most challenging and significant step. Soon, a fleeting and blurry image appeared in his mind, the black eagle soaring through the sky, when suddenly, a feline creature leaped over 20 meters to attack it. Had it not been flying at such a height, it may have suffered a fatal blow. Even so, it was struck by the creature's claws. The eagle emitted a mournful cry as it was sent tumbling into a seemingly bottomless abyss, from which it would not have returned had it been on solid ground. Struggling to regain balance, the eagle eventually flew back. Its only companion was Xiao Qingfeng, who, after enduring hardship, was its first choice to seek vengeance. In a twist of fate, the eagle's willingness to accept him brought Xiao Qingfeng unexpected fortune. With the soul imprint established, as long as they were not too far apart, he could sense and command the eagle from a distance, as well as relay simple messages. Unlike before, when visual or auditory contact was necessary for interaction. When his feathered companion sought assistance, Xiao Qingfeng felt compelled to help. After a moment of contemplation and relaying a message to his family, he set out with Su Ling together. They followed the black eagle, swiftly navigating through the bustling streets. Encountering streams and valleys, Xiao Qingfeng carried Su Ling across, traversing over 200 miles until they reached the depths of the mountains. By midday, they arrived at the entrance of a valley, where the eagle conveyed that it was injured within. The valley, shaped like a droplet of water, was narrow at the entrance and expanded into a wider expanse, flanked by steep cliffs on 3 sides, allowing access only through a narrow path. Upon entering the valley, the black eagle ceased its flight, perching itself upon Xiao Qingfeng's shoulder and emitting a series of loud calls. Through the exchange of information with the black eagle, Xiao Qingfeng surmised that the creature must have just embarked on its path to becoming a demon. Ordinarily, in the mortal realm, the scarce spiritual energy renders it exceedingly difficult for beings to transform into demons, a fact that Xiao Qingfeng had yet to encounter during his time in the secular world. The duo proceeded with caution, gradually venturing deeper into the valley, where a faint mist hung in the air, obscuring their vision. Fortunately, Xiao Qingfeng possessed a formidable spiritual sense, allowing him to discern even the minutest details within a radius of 6 meters. To make vague predictions within 100 meters, and to sense significant fluctuations from a distance of 1,000 meters. Upon traversing 100 meters, Xiao Qingfeng detected a relatively small creature lying in wait ahead, its gaze intent and predatory. The black eagle's cries grew sharper, deliberately taunting the beast. "Be cautious, it is just ahead," he whispered to Su Ling. Having previously engaged in battles with humans, Su Ling felt a twinge of anxiety in the face of this unknown beast. "I understand, there is no need for concern. Ordinary wild animals cannot pose a threat to me." As Xiao Qingfeng and his companion continued their slow approach to the heart of the valley, the beast became increasingly agitated, emitting a low, ominous howl. It gradually lowered its body, its eyes glowing with malice, inching closer as if preparing for a stealthy ambush. The valley was dense with branches and overgrown weeds, making navigation treacherous. Xiao Qingfeng feigned ignorance, casting furtive glances around. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, the leaves ahead rustled lightly, signaling the creature's imminent arrival. With a fierce countenance, its eyes glimmering like molten gold, and sharp claws radiating a chilling light, the beast advanced with incredible speed. Weighing approximately 50 pounds and resembling a domestic cat, it was a lynx that had taken on a demonic form. Embodying the agility of a feline and the ferocity of a tiger, its sleek coat adorned with spots, lunging towards Xiao Qingfeng. While Su Ling brandished a sword, Xiao Qingfeng was unarmed. However, his perfected concealment technique led the lynx to target him first. In an instant, a faint golden needle materialized before the lynx, arriving ahead of its attack and aimed directly at its head. The lynx, displaying remarkable agility, twisted its waist and evaded a fatal blow. Unfortunately, its hind leg was caught, and a spray of crimson erupted in its wake. With a pained howl, the lynx swiftly retreated upon hitting the ground. Yet, Xiao Qingfeng had anticipated this, launching a preformed fireball towards its tail. With a resounding explosion, the lynx was propelled into the air, its tail obliterated and one leg severely injured, a gaping wound appearing in its belly as it fled rapidly from sight. The black eagle soared high above, guiding Xiao Qingfeng onward while joyfully chirping. Chapter 16. Entering the valley with beauty, the officer's jealousy. Su Ling was filled with curiosity. What was that creature that vanished in an instant? As a proficient cultivator nearing her third blood refinement, she still could not discern its form, which attests to its incredible speed. It was a lynx, a minor demon that had already begun to harness its inner energy, characterized by its swiftness. Xiao Qingfeng, while urging Su Ling to pursue, provided an explanation. The injured lynx did not flee away, but rather headed toward the heart of the valley, leaving a trail of blood behind. From a distance, Xiao Qingfeng observed the lynx entering a massive tree hollow, the ancient tree long dead, its bare trunk devoid of leaves. He did not hasten to slay it, but instead followed closely. Upon reaching the tree, he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and discovered that this was a female lynx, who had already given birth to 2 kittens in the hollow. At this moment, it was licking its wounds, gazing calmly at its offspring. The lynx lay within the hollow, fading away, glancing back at Xiao Qingfeng with crystalline tears streaming down its face. Why did it not flee? Su Ling pondered. It has 2 young ones. Perhaps it senses its impending demise, Xiao Qingfeng explained as he surveyed the environment. The valley was not vast. Yet 3 jujube trees thrived towards the direction of the morning sun, their fruits ripe and plump, tantalizingly appetizing. In the midst of this was a small pond, roughly 100 square meters, its waters a serene azure, unfathomably deep. The black eagle had already flown to the jujube tree, indulging in a few fruits with its eyes half closed in delight. Xiao Qingfeng chose not to disturb the lynx in its final moments, leading Su Ling to the jujube tree. He sampled a few, savoring their sweetness and crispness, and noted with delight that they contained a hint of spiritual energy, qualifying them as primary spiritual fruits, common in the realm of cultivation, yet rare in the mundane world. No wonder this lynx had become a demon, likely due to its long-term consumption of these spiritual jujubes, which explained its fierce guardianship of this locale, sparing even the birds above. The unique mountainous terrain and fresh air rendered this a splendid place for seclusion. Xiang'er, these jujubes are imbued with spiritual energy and are quite rare. You should eat more. It will be beneficial for you, Xiao Qingfeng encouraged as he helped Su Ling stow her weapon and scan the area for any spiritual herbs, though none were found. This is the best fruit I have ever tasted. I shall take some back for Tsai and Xiang'er to try, Su Ling remarked as she plucked a few for herself. When Xiao Qingfeng returned to the lynx's lair, he found that the mother lynx had passed away long ago. He buried her beneath the jujube tree. The flesh of the lynx was tough and unpalatable, and he wished to raise the 2 younglings instead. So despite their meat containing spiritual power, he had no desire to consume it. The 2 kittens, less than a month old, were indistinguishable from domestic cats, and Su Ling found them endearing. Xiao Qingfeng held the one with yellow fur and white spots, while Su Ling cradled the one with yellow fur and black spots. Xiao Qingfeng, shall we name them? Su Ling asked, gazing fondly at the kitten in her arms. Xiao Qingfeng scratched his head, hesitant about naming. I shall call this one with white spots Xiao Bai, he proposed, looking at Su Ling for approval. She glanced at the black-spotted kitten and then at the little black eagle perched atop the jujube tree, her face betraying her amusement. Two little blacks? Perhaps we should rename the little black eagle. You name it, and we can call them Xiao Bai and Xiao He, since the little black eagle lacks a formal name, she suggested. Su Ling nodded. It is the king of the skies. Let us call it Ingwang. Xiao Qingfeng summoned the eagle down and communicated its new name with his spiritual sense. The little Ingwang cawed in response, whether in satisfaction or joy remained unclear. The valley was a picturesque haven, adorned with spiritual jujube trees, so Xiao Qingfeng decided to construct a small wooden cabin amidst the dead trees, showcasing his skills in the Taiji wood-slicing technique. Not far from the entrance of the valley, he inscribed the words Yinling Gu upon a large stone, claiming dominion over this territory. Despite being over 200 miles from the nearest town, with treacherous mountain paths, Xiao Qingfeng could traverse the trees with determination, reaching his destination in less than an hour. As the sun set and night descended, the dead trees welcomed a new spring, swaying gently. The two kittens remained nestled in the hollow, unable to sleep for a long time, while little Ingwang joyfully feasted on the spiritual jujubes nearby, occasionally sharing with them, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The small town under the night sky was serene. Qinbing practiced archery for a while in the afternoon and resumed training in internal martial arts taught by his brother-in-law after dinner, though the name of the technique remained undisclosed to him. Ever since the leader visited the shop, he had returned alone several times. After discerning a pattern, Qinbing began bringing a few fine wines and snacks to curry favor with the leader. Since his brother-in-law learned of his affection for a young lady, he imparted to him the wisdom of maintaining a thick skin, a clever tongue, and skillful action. Consequently, Qinbing felt increasingly adept in his endeavors. Luo Xiaoyan, the young lady, developed a heightened fondness for him, while the leader felt increasingly overwhelmed by his resistance. To uphold his imposing image in his daughter's eyes, the leader forcefully engaged Qinbing in a sparring match, only relenting after Qinbing emerged bruised, declaring that he could return only upon defeating him, lest he indulge in futile dreams. This left Qinbing in a state of urgency, while Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Upon returning home, he diligently trained in martial arts, vowing to defeat the leader soon. Luo Fei, having roamed the world for half his life, had become a master of the second blood transformation, reigning supreme in this remote area. The wealthiest individual in Panga town was named Zhang Jingtian, a self-made man who had risen to wealth after his sister married the county officer. From a humble snack shop to a prosperous tavern, he later ventured into the medicinal herb trade, amassing wealth at an astonishing rate. As he aged, his methods grew more tempered. His eldest son found employment in the county office, and his daughters married well. Even his least accomplished son-in-law became the leader of the Menghu gang, living a life of ease and comfort in his later years. However, the unexpected emergence of the Qin family began to rekindle his temper. Although the Qin family did not accept all herbs, they procured several highly sought-after varieties with substantial profits, making it increasingly difficult for Zhang to acquire quality herbs for his shop. Furthermore, the Qin family's renowned liquor was undoubtedly invaluable, a secret recipe of great worth. This left Zhang Shoufu feeling an acute sense of distress, akin to 1,000 claws scratching at his heart. Today, Zhang Yuanwei meticulously prepared a sumptuous feast and summoned his son-in-law, Xia Yuhai, to dine with him. At the dining table, a lively exchange ensued, and Xia Yuhai had never been received with such warmth by his esteemed father-in-law, his face glowing with excitement. Yuhai, how fares that Qinbing from your Menghu bang? I've heard that his family has prospered. Is he still obedient? I also caught wind that he is on the verge of marrying your leader's daughter, and may soon ascend to the position of your Menghu bang's chief. You must refrain from giving him orders. Do you understand? Otherwise, how will you manage to maintain your standing within the gang? As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, Zhang Yuanwei casually inquired about certain matters, while expressing genuine concern for Xia Yuhai's future. With his meager skills, he dares to dream of becoming the leader? He should abandon such lofty aspirations. A nouveau riche like him is merely indulging in illusions. Xia Yuhai's ire began to simmer. In recent times, he had grown increasingly resentful of Qinbing, who incessantly visited the leader's household with gifts of wine. Never before had Qinbing shown such favor to him, the designated guide, and now he dared to covet the position of future leader. How audacious! Over the years, Xia Yuhai had bled and toiled for the gang. While he may not have achieved glory, His hard work was undeniable. How could this young upstart presume to claim the fruits of his labor? After a hearty meal, with hosts and guests reveling in good spirits, Xiao returned home, his anger brewing as he reflected on the evening's events. He had painstakingly carved out a position of respect within his father-in-law's household. The prospect of being led by someone he once mentored was unbearable, though the likelihood seemed slim, as his father-in-law wisely noted. It was prudent to prepare for the future. After all, neglecting long-term concerns could invite immediate troubles. Moreover, the secret recipe for the Qin family's white liquor was rumored to be worth a fortune, which made his envy flare anew. Chapter 17. Elimination of traitors and the second transformation of blood. Time flies swiftly, and the passage of days feels like a weaving shuttle. Half a month later. Master, the spirit dates you brought back are exquisite. Eating just a few each day keeps me invigorated and lighthearted, Xiang'er said, comfortably nestled in Xiao Qingfeng's embrace, enjoying his gentle caresses. Xiao Qingfeng had harvested an early batch of dates, leaving a small portion of less mature ones on the tree to nurture the bond with small animals. Naturally, Xiang'er and her companions were not neglected in this regard. I've noticed that Qin Bing has been practicing his martial arts with increased diligence lately. Reward him with 3 dates daily, but ensure he consumes them all, Xiao Qingfeng remarked, reclining disheveled on the bed, as nighttime marked the onset of his work. Xiang'er sat up in sudden delight. Really? Master? You are too kind. I shall summon Sister Tsai to serve you as well. Xiao Qingfeng pressed her back down. Do not disturb Tsai's meditation. I assigned you to practice mindfulness, yet you always drift off to sleep. It truly perplexes me. Xiang'er, with a lively spirit, found it difficult to calm herself, and Xiao Qingfeng allowed her to be, for everyone's aspirations and paths vary, and one cannot impose expectations. As for Lan Tsai, she naturally cherished tranquility, and her meditation practice was gradually becoming more focused. Though results were yet to be seen, her proficiency in meditation was commendable, and her sincere appreciation for quietude was indeed a rarity. Much like a diligent student, whose grades may not reflect excellence, yet finds joy in the learning process, this is already a commendable achievement. Xiang'er stammered, I also wish to strive in my practice, but I cannot help but fall asleep. Enough? I've heard enough of your excuses, Xiao Qingfeng retorted with mild annoyance. Xiang'er obediently fell silent, her cheeks puffed in irritation. After their conversation, Xiao Qingfeng sighed deeply. Alas! Uncomprehending, Xiang'er asked, What troubles you, master? Did I bite you too hard just now? Xiao Qingfeng shot her an incredulous glance. I am made of steel and iron. Do you possess that capability? In Xiao Qingfeng's perception, a shadow stealthily pried open the door to his usual wine-making room, fumbling within for a long while before ultimately extracting a handful of dregs and making its way out through a side door. What is destined to happen will inevitably come to pass. The shadow cautiously traversed the narrow path behind the house, pausing intermittently until it reached a small thatched cottage and knocked on the door, quickly being pulled inside by a waiting hand. Master Xia. Pei Li, this is what I found in the wine-making room. There is nothing else. May I see my daughter? I implore you, Lucia pleaded. This dregs are merely raw materials. Who doesn't he know that? Are you attempting to deceive me with this? What I require is the tools for production, do you understand? Xiao exclaimed, slapping the table, while Pei Li kicked in support. Lucia fell to the ground, her child wailing, Stop, please. I have something else. She produced a golden hairpin, trembling as she extended it. I took this from the room of the great vixen. It must be worth hundreds of taels. You seek to produce wine for profit, do you not? Take this, and return my hunio. Pei Li, standing close, snatched it away and examined it closely. Xiao, from behind, struck Pei Li on the head. You simpleton, can you discern anything? Let me see if it's real. Xiao snatched it back, inspecting it closely before tucking it away. It's too dark to see clearly. We shall discuss this tomorrow. What else do you possess? Pei Li gazed intently at Xiao, discontent simmering within him. Xiao Qingfeng, no longer wishing to observe, emerged slowly from the shadows. The crowd gasped. Master, they have taken Hunyu and threatened me to steal your secret recipe. Please, save her. Lu Shi pleaded desperately, as if grasping at a final lifeline. Xiao, a skilled practitioner of the second transformation of blood, remained unaware of the presence beside him, sensing an ominous shift within. With a swift draw of his blade, Xiao executed a seamless strike, yet the foe he faced was beyond his reckoning. In midair, a spark shot forth, striking his heart before rapidly enveloping his entire being. leaving him only time enough to emit a scream before being consumed by flames, swiftly reduced to ashes. Only the golden hairpin lingered in the air, drawn into Xiao Qingfeng's grasp with a mere gesture. The steel blade clattered to the ground, startling the two onlookers. Pei fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly. "Spare me, O divine being. It was Xia Yuhai's orders that compelled me. I was coerced. Your Hunyu was slain by his hand. It is not my fault. I beseech you, grant me mercy." Xiao Qingfeng regarded him with cold detachment, a spark darting forth to incinerate him entirely. Lu Shi trembled at the sight of the usually affable and approachable Xiao Qingfeng displaying such ruthless decisiveness, causing her to shudder in fear. "My Hunyu, you have perished so tragically. How can I endure this? I had hoped you might marry Qin Bing, and now you are gone." Xiao Qingfeng replied indifferently, "If your sorrow is so profound, then let us reunite in death." Lu Shi, taken aback by his cruelty, opened her mouth in shock, yet before she could utter a word, the flames had consumed her completely. Xiao Qingfeng surveyed the room for any remaining traces, picked up the steel blade to weigh it, and deemed it adequate for splitting wood. With that, Xiao Qingfeng vanished into the night. The following day, Pei Yuan searched high and low, yet found no sign of the missing individuals. He ventured to his family's old residence, his heart sinking as he concluded they had met a dire fate, trembling with fear as he realized the reason behind it. His elder brother always informed him of his actions beforehand, yet he dared not speak, wishing to observe how Zhang Yuanwei would respond, especially with the disappearance of Master Xia. Regrettably, days passed, and Pei Yuan still witnessed no movement from Zhang Yuanwei. However, Master Luo discovered the absence of Master Xia and diligently searched for several days, yet to no avail. The Qin family remained eerily serene. As the master had mentioned, Lu Shi had taken her leave to return home for a peaceful retirement. Only the old matriarch of the Qin family murmured her discontent for several days, lamenting how a longtime neighbor could depart without a word. Soon, tranquility returned to the town. On this particular day, Xiao Qingfeng awoke with a sudden realization that his second blood refinement was nearing completion. A surge of vitality coursed through him, accompanied by an insatiable urge to release it. He departed from the small town, dashing into the forest without invoking any magical powers, relying solely on the vigor of his blood to propel him forward, akin to an elephant charging through the woods. Within just over an hour, he arrived at Yinxing Valley. In the valley, beneath a withered tree, Xiao Qingfeng exerted his utmost in practicing the Taiji sword technique. The sound of sword energy slicing through the air echoed softly. As the blade's force extended a foot in length, a faint red aura of blood vitality ebbing and flowing, leaving deep marks upon the ground. This phenomenon was a manifestation of the formidable spiritual awareness infused at the tip of the sword, which, without transforming into true essence, was directed outward by the spirit, breaking free from the sword's confines. As the flow of blood vitality quickened, permeating every corner of his body, the pent-up frustrations within his heart dissipated, leaving him feeling invigorated and unrestrained. The second transformation of blood refinement was wholly accomplished. With the eventual attainment of the third transformation, he would be poised to directly ascend into the realm of a true master, distinguishing himself from the former guise of a mere pseudo-master. Post the second transformation, Xiao Qingfeng sensed a marked tightening of his skin and a noticeable increase in his strength, albeit modest. Nevertheless, this enhancement was tangible, illustrating that even rudimentary body refinement techniques hold merit. In the mundane world, where the cultivation of various spells is unattainable and the practice of Qingmu Gong is unnecessary, engaging in blood vitality martial arts is indeed essential, as the enhancement of physical strength is undeniably real. Regrettably, lacking an authentic body refinement technique, his golden finger failed to reveal any significant progress. Even if it did, it seemed he had little lifespan left to expend. Chapter 18. Fame surges. Unwelcome guests. Pangu Town suddenly experienced a remarkable surge in popularity, with an increasing influx of unfamiliar faces. The Qin family tavern was bustling with patrons each day. It was heard that even those from the distant city were coming to pay their respects, and in this era, those who traveled such distances were all symbols of power and status. Xiao Qingfeng felt a pang of sympathy for Xiang'er, wishing to spare her from excessive toil. After some deliberation, the management of the tavern was entrusted to Qin Bing and the matriarch of the Qin family, who had also hired 2 additional attendants. Xiang'er only needed to oversee the procurement of medicinal herbs and collect payments once each evening, with the Qin family earning approximately 30% of the revenue, amounting to around 150 taels of silver. The matriarch, pleased with the improvement in their circumstances, wore a beaming smile daily and dressed in vibrant attire, appearing considerably younger than before. Qingfeng, preoccupied with the tavern's affairs and diligently training in martial arts, had completely withdrawn from the guild's specific matters. Yet, every few days, he would still challenge the guild leader, Luo. Despite receiving gifts and accepting the challenges, he often returned with bruises, which caused Qingfeng great concern, though Qingfeng seemed to relish the encounters. Since Xiang'er began providing Qingfeng with a few spirit dates daily, his martial arts training had accelerated significantly, and he was now embarking on the initial stages of blood training. The guild leader, Luo, noticed Qingfeng's progress and gradually came to appreciate him, no longer greeting his challenges with a scowl, although his iron fists remained unchanged. Brother-in-law, the owner of a large tavern in the county wishes to meet you, expressing interest in purchasing your secret recipe for white liquor, and you may set your own price. Qingfeng hurried into the courtyard, breathless. Ever since their fame skyrocketed, Xiao Qingfeng sensed the undertones of conspiracy. Neither see nor sell, Xiao Qingfeng replied languidly from his rocking chair, with Xiang'er attending to him, occasionally offering a piece of fruit. Lan Cai elegantly played the guqin, while the former princess consort danced gracefully like a celestial being. Glancing at Qingfeng, she waved him away dismissively, urging him to leave quickly, having been asked numerous times over the past few days. Each time someone inquired, he gleefully rushed to seek her opinion, oblivious to whether the moisture on his face was sweat or saliva, and Xiao Qingfeng always shooed him away roughly. In Xiao Qingfeng's world, the presence of male creatures was unwelcome. Even the 3 pets she had adopted had been scrutinized, and thankfully, they had passed inspection. Otherwise, there might have been an additional stray cat outside. No wonder the emperor required eunuchs around him. Indeed, great minds think alike. The next day, Xiao Qingfeng met with 2 individuals, as they were guests brought in by the matriarch, and he did not wish to offend her. He casually invited them to sit, and smiled as he regarded them. Zhang Yuanwei, your unexpected visit to the estate is quite surprising. May I inquire the purpose of your presence? Xiao Qingfeng asked directly. Zhang Yuanwei cast a glance at the exceedingly youthful man before him, a flicker of jealousy crossing his mind. Having prepared thoroughly for his visit to the Qin family, his intent was simple, to acquire the liquor recipe, believing it would yield immense wealth. Even if he ultimately could not retain it, presenting it to influential figures would certainly benefit him greatly. Haha, Brother Xiao, you are truly a remarkable young man. Amassing such wealth at a tender age, how commendable. Allow me to introduce you to my esteemed relative, Lin, a prominent figure in Wanqing, who operates several taverns and is interested in purchasing your brewing secret. What say you, Brother Xiao? I have no objections, Xiao Qingfeng replied with a chuckle. How do you propose to make the purchase? He inquired further. Zhang Yuanwei felt irked by the inherent arrogance emanating from his counterpart, yet maintained a congenial smile. My relative possesses a 500-year-old ginseng treasure and wishes to exchange it for your secret recipe. Henceforth, you need not continue sourcing medicinal herbs. Simply inform me of your needs, and I shall procure them for you. Zhang Yuanwei offered with a facade of goodwill. Although a 500-year-old herb is rare, it is valued at merely a few thousand taels of silver. Less than half a month's earnings from the tavern, and the idea of relinquishing his herb procurement was absurd. Are you certain you are not still dreaming? Xiao Qingfeng retorted coldly, amused by their audacity. Zhang Yuanwei, sensing a shift in Xiao Qingfeng's demeanor, felt an air of control. Brother Xiao, to be candid, I have heard that a significant figure from the Mu Wangfu intends to come here for the recipe. Do you dare to refuse? You have no choice but to comply, and the items we offer are far superior. You are a wise man. Whether you sell to 1 or 10, a sale is a sale. Xiao Qingfeng paused, realizing he was being threatened, and shook his head in amusement, refusing to sell. Lin, who had remained silent, showed no inclination to speak, quietly observing his teacup. Zhang Yuanwei narrowed his eyes, his voice turning icy. My missing son-in-law, Xia Yuhai, is said to have last been seen visiting you. I wonder if you know of his whereabouts. His gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Xiao Qingfeng's expression. Oh, your son-in-law is missing? I do not know Xia Yuhai. I have indeed never met him. I suggest you report it directly to the authorities and seek their assistance. Xiao Qingfeng replied, feigning surprise. The 3rd son of the Lin family works in the magistrate's office, specifically in the department handling the capture of thieves and murderers. Should he come down to investigate, your cooperation may be required. Brother Xiao, Zhang Yuanwei remarked ominously. Xiao Qingfeng regarded the two before him with a derisive smile, asserting, everyone has an obligation to assist in official matters, and I am no exception. At that moment, Lin, who had been seated in silence, stood up. Brother Xiao possesses a commendable spirit, a rarity indeed. We shall meet again another day. With that, he led the way out. Zhang Yuanwei cast a glance at him before hastily following. Initially, he had wished to showcase his cunning to his relative, but unexpectedly encountered someone impervious to intimidation, rendering his efforts futile, leaving him vexed. Upon returning home, Zhang Yuanwei regained his composure and turned to his relative. Shall we send someone to summon the third son now? Let us see if that little rascal can still maintain his smile. Just thinking of his grin disgusts me. Boss Lin shook his head, expressing that some matters need not be so convoluted. A more straightforward approach might yield better results. He added that it was unnecessary for them to concern themselves further, urging them to observe his actions instead. Boss Lin also felt a tinge of anger. Xiao Qingfeng gazed at the two departing figures with a sense of detachment, hoping they would not lead themselves to ruin. In truth, he did not mind relinquishing the secret formula. However, the real dilemma lay in determining how to do so without compromising his own integrity. If everyone believed him to be weak and easily manipulated, it would be a source of great frustration. Xiao Qingfeng soon cast these thoughts aside. Becoming enamored with the practice of calligraphy and painting, deftly wielding his brush on precious paper each day, he still possessed a set of foundational talisman-making techniques within his storage pouch. Without mastering brushwork, how could he hope to learn the art of crafting talismans? His days were filled with richness and joy, while Xiang'er had long abandoned her cultivation, leaving only Lan Cai and Su Ling to persevere in their efforts. Due to the limited availability of spirit stones, Xiao Qingfeng had only utilized one at the outset of their training, subsequently ceasing further use. Chapter 19. Misidentifying the Master. Bloodbath at the Zhang residence within the confines of Dayu Mountain. A band of marauders had mysteriously emerged, unnoticed by the ordinary populace, for they never preyed upon the passing travelers. As the chief, Yuda, articulated, he aspired to be a bandit of ideals, character, and sustainability. The secret to enduring survival lay in refraining from robbing small merchants and common folk, thus mitigating public resentment. They executed precise and professional strikes, often dispatching scouts to assess the situation beforehand, ensuring they did not offend local dignitaries and face retaliation. Moreover, they refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, focusing primarily on monetary gain. Gradually, they even garnered the favor of affluent families. On this day, a steward from the Lin family presented a new opportunity. The prospective target was an outsider, naive and wealthy, lacking connections. If they could extract a coveted secret formula, the Lin family would even offer an additional 3,000 taels of silver for it. Such characteristics perfectly aligned with Yuda's criteria for robbery. Are you aware of the rules? Yuda inquired, leisurely holding a teapot and savoring the brew. Indeed, the master informed us upon our arrival. The steward of the Lin family replied respectfully, presenting several silver notes. Here are 500 taels, esteemed chief, please take a look. Yuda glanced at them casually before tucking them away. Very well, you may rest here for a day. If all goes well tomorrow, you shall lead the way. He commanded, take the steward of the Lin family below to rest. The following day, a spy reported that the situation was largely as anticipated, filling Yuda with delight. He promptly led 3 small squads of over 20 skilled men towards Panga Town. Each member was proficient, with the 3 squad leaders having reached the pinnacle of their second stage of blood training, while Yuda was on the verge of completing his third stage. They hastened to Shangxian Town, securing their horses before making their way directly to the Qin family estate. The group moved in silence, their excitement palpable, reflecting the confidence they had in their chief, whose numerous rules had consistently yielded fruitful outcomes with minimal risk. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Qin family estate, the men slowly drew their long knives. Yuda brought the Lin family's guide forward. Steward Lin, as a newcomer, I must emphasize that unnecessary killings are prohibited. Do you understand? The steward smiled. I understand, esteemed chief. I have heard of your rules. Yuda nodded, conveying his expectations while subtly promoting the notion that he was not a remorseless villain, but rather a principled bandit, ensuring that the affluent could engage with him without trepidation. He surveyed his companions and declared, strike swiftly. If there is any resistance, show no mercy. Brothers, advance. The night sky was clear, the moon shining brightly. Yuda accelerated, preparing to leap onto the rooftop to oversee the operation. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air as an arrow, imbued with a faint crimson energy, struck the marble beneath Yuda's feet. The powerful shockwave rustled the clothing of the man, clearing the leaf-strewn marble pathway, leaving it pristine around Yuda. He froze, beads of cold sweat forming as he stammered, "Stop!" A languid voice drifted from the rooftop above. "I say, esteemed chief, your threats of killing and sparing leave me quite conflicted." Terror gripped Yuda as he trembled, unable to fathom the prowess of the youth above. He bowed deeply, stammering, I am a fool who has offended you, esteemed elder. I am eternally grateful for your mercy." The men behind him were oblivious to the significance of the arrow, yet they could not conceal their fear, especially as they witnessed their formidable chief trembling. The youth on the roof seemed to ponder before speaking coldly. "Give me a reason not to kill you." Yuda, a clever man, understood the gravity of the moment. Desperate to appease, he offered, "Esteemed elder, I possess an 800-year-old ginseng at home, which I would willingly present to you to atone for my offense." Seeing the youth remain silent, he continued, "The Lin family member who lured me here is within Zhang Yuanwai's household. I am willing to retrieve their heads to assuage your wrath." With his head bowed, Yuda awaited judgment, akin to a lamb destined for slaughter, sweat rolling down his forehead like pearls. After what felt like an eternity, as his legs began to tremble, the voice from above finally spoke, "Leave no adult alive. Go." Yuda exhaled a sigh of relief and silently thanked his past decree against the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. "Thank you for your grace, esteemed elder. I shall act immediately." Upon lifting his gaze, he found the rooftop devoid of the youth's presence. However, as he beheld the Qin family estate anew, it appeared as a monstrous entity, poised to devour any who dared approach. The men behind him, having overheard the exchange, sensed the overwhelming pressure, causing the steward from the Lin family to retreat slowly in an attempt to escape, only to have his head severed by Yuda's swift action. With a roar, Yuda shouted, "Brothers, follow me. Tonight, we shall unleash a bloodbath upon the Zhang residents." In a fit of rage, he cried out from the depths of his heart. Designating his younger brother to retrieve medicinal herbs, he led his men swiftly to the doorstep of Zhang Yuanwai's abode. A servant preparing to leave was met with a swift strike that cleaved his head in two, the piercing scream heralding the onset of the night's slaughter. Yuda charged ahead, a harbinger of death. Suddenly, a furious cry rang out. "Yuda, why do you come here to wreak havoc instead of going to the Qin family?" Yuda paid no heed, continuing to cleave down the boy before him, having no time to ascertain his age. He believed that anyone close enough to be a threat deserved death. Better to err on the side of caution than to let one escape. As Zhang Yuanwai witnessed his youngest son slain before him, rage ignited in his eyes. He charged forward, brandishing his weapon, yet after 2 or 3 strikes, his head was severed by Yuda's swift blade. The Lin family's heir, witnessing the bloodthirsty rampage of the marauders, quietly slipped into the shadows, preparing to flee. Yudu, a figure of remarkable prowess, had been closely monitoring the situation. Upon witnessing the departure of his target, he promptly abandoned his current engagement and pursued the fleeing figure. In less than 15 minutes, he returned to the hall, triumphantly bearing the severed head of his foe. Gradually, the cacophony of battle subsided, and all the children were herded into the hall. Aside from the guards, the rest of the individuals busily scoured the vicinity for valuables. A few elderly women, remnants of the chaos, were forcibly dragged in search of wealth. Yuda observed the bustling crowd and glanced at the 2 intact heads upon the table. It was only at this moment, with the tension of the night finally dissipated, that he experienced a profound sense of survival after a calamity. A trusted subordinate approached him and whispered, "Boss, the brothers have recovered over 13,000 taels of silver and a trove of precious herbs." Yuda nodded thoughtfully, selecting the finest herbs to present to the esteemed elder. This subordinate, who shared a closer rapport with Yuda, hesitated before speaking again. "Boss, may I inquire about the realm of that esteemed elder? Sharing this with the brothers could enhance your stature." After a moment of contemplation, Yuda chose not to conceal the truth. His humility from earlier in the evening compelled him to be forthright, as withholding such information could significantly impact his future. "I shall tell you, but you must ensure it remains confidential. That elder is of the master realm. Had he wished, our demise would have been effortless. Our survival tonight is nothing short of a miracle." The subordinate, Xiao Guzi, was taken aback, his initial skepticism towards Yuda transforming into admiration. Who else could survive an assault on a master? Soon, the hall was filled with various exclamations of astonishment. As dawn began to break, Yuda's younger brother finally arrived with the medicinal herbs. Yuda, armed with the precious herbs and the selected rare materials, returned to the Qin family estate. Just before reaching the entrance, a young man clad in white appeared before him, none other than the master. Yuda quickly bowed in respect. Esteemed elder, here are the heads of the two principal culprits and the herbs I present in gratitude for your mercy in sparing my life. His voice trembled with reverence. Xiao Qingfeng accepted the herbs, feeling somewhat satisfied with the evening's haul, as he had recently been in need of medicinal wine. With a fleeting glance at the two heads he had seen just days prior, he waved dismissively and elegantly departed, a distant voice echoing, "Begone." Upon hearing those words, Yuda felt an immense weight lift from his heart. He hurriedly led his followers away from Panga town, likely vowing never to return. Who would believe that a master was concealed in such a place? The reason he offered rare herbs instead of silver was that, for a supreme expert, wealth is easily acquired, but precious herbs are rare and coveted. Royal families across nations were striving to collect these valuable materials, making them exceedingly difficult to obtain, as they are indispensable to every warrior throughout their lifetime. Chapter 20. Breaking Records. Qin Bing takes office last night. Xiao Qingfeng had a long and fruitful evening. To reward himself, he engaged in a vigorous match with the crown princess at dawn, competing for 300 rounds. As the morning sun rose, Xiao Qingfeng finally emerged, supporting his waist. Xiang'er quickly approached him, exclaiming, Master, last night a band of bandits entered the city, robbing the Zhang family completely and leaving a trail of bodies. It is said that no one was spared except for the children. The scene was truly horrific. Xiao Qingfeng gently patted Xiang'er on the head, accepting the handkerchief she offered to wipe his face. They are the wealthiest family in the area. If the bandits come to the city, who else would they target? Xiang'er nodded in agreement. Indeed, master is wise. We should maintain a low profile from now on. Xiao Qingfeng kissed Xiang'er on the lips and reassured her, Do not worry. Bandits do not linger in one place for long. They shall not return. Xiang'er, comforted by his words, set aside her concerns and helped him dress. She cherished her current life, surrounded by love from her master, family, and sisters, truly a perfect existence. Scanning the surroundings, Xiao Qingfeng noticed the absence of Lan Cai and, without using his spiritual awareness to probe, casually inquired, Where is Cai? With a hint of envy in her voice, Xiang'er replied, Sister Cai has been meditating for longer each day and has yet to awaken this morning. The early morning is the best time for meditation, free from distractions. Thus, every morning, they practiced meditation, with Lan Cai and Su Ling becoming increasingly diligent, almost as if in competition. Only Xiang'er, blissfully unaware of the seriousness, laughed and enjoyed life with her family. It seemed that once the chaos surrounding the wine incident subsided, he would need to take them to Yinling Valley to experience this spiritual energy. At his feet, two kittens, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, frolicked joyfully. Each day, when their master left the room, he would feed them a spiritual jujube, making them eagerly anticipate this moment. Meanwhile, the little eagle king perched proudly on the table, dismissing the two affectionate kittens. Xiao Qingfeng picked up both kittens and fed them each a jujube. The little eagle king, though initially disdainful, couldn't help but steal glances. When he saw Xiao Qingfeng toss a jujube his way, he skillfully caught it and swiftly devoured it before soaring into the sky, heading towards Yinling Valley, soon disappearing from sight. Now, aside from being with Xiao Qingfeng, his greatest delight was guarding the 3 jujube trees in Yinling Valley. Whenever there was a situation, he would promptly summon Xiao Qingfeng, and he had become quite adept at it, allowing Xiao Qingfeng to rest easy about their safety. Before long, Lan Cai and Su Ling emerged from their rooms. Xiang'er, having anticipated the time, had prepared a sumptuous lunch. Xiao Qingfeng set the kittens down and, with Lan Cai in his embrace, approached the dining table. Master, this afternoon, the Menghu Tang is holding a martial arts selection for the position of Hall Master. Young Master Qin Bing has signed up to participate. Will you go and watch? The first transformation of blood refinement is relatively simple. With abundant resources, Qin Bing is highly motivated and trains diligently, receiving assistance from the spiritual jujubes provided by his sister. He has already completed the first transformation of blood refinement, becoming a genuine little master, now on par with the former Hall Master Xia. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. Tell him that if he does not succeed in becoming Hall Master, He can forget about the jujubes in the future. Xiang'er gasped in surprise. Ah, well, okay. Xiao Qingfeng patted her head, reassuring her, do not worry. With his current skills, he should be fine. A little motivation is necessary for his progress. Xiang'er nodded, her eyes brightening once more. The crown princess, Su Ling, also comforted her, rest assured. The martial skills Qin Bing has learned are top-notch, far superior to those of their peers. His chances of being elected Hall Master are excellent. Encouraged by the crown princess's affirmation, Xiang'er beamed, serving everyone their meals with joy. At the entrance of the Qin family estate, Madame Qin lovingly patted Qin Bing's head, adjusting his clothing. Hearing that her son would be competing for Hall Master today, she had specially visited the temple to obtain a talisman for his safety, placing it in his pocket. Son, do your best. Last night's bandit raid had caused widespread panic. The commotion had frightened the neighbors, who trembled in fear, worried about collateral damage. It was only after dawn, when the bandits had retreated, that someone reported the incident to the county office. The selection for Hall Master of the Menghu Tang proceeded as planned, despite the chaos. The Menghu Tang was divided into 3 branches: the Heihu Tang, responsible for combat, led by the Hall Master; the Baihu Tang, focused on business, led by Elder Chun; and the Yelong Tang, in charge of patrol and protection. Currently, they were all competing for the position of Yelong Tang Master. Over 100 members of the gang gathered in the martial arts training square at headquarters, with 23 participants officially registered. They stood in the center, awaiting the Hall Master's instructions and the announcement of the rules. As Hall Master Luo returned to his seat, his daughter, Xiao Nu, affectionately approached him, asking, "Father, do you think Qin Gij will succeed?" Luo Fei glanced at her helplessly, replying with a hint of irritation, "How would I know without seeing the competition?" Yet, in his heart, he thought, if I were not certain of his martial prowess, I would not have allowed him to be selected in this manner. The other 2 Hall Masters were chosen based on my utmost trust and direct appointment. It was merely because this lad is talented and my daughter is fond of him that he was given such an opportunity. Indeed, by evening, the Qin family received the news that Qin Bing had successfully become the Hall Master of the Menghu Tang. Madame Qin was overjoyed, lighting incense at home to express her gratitude to the deities. Xiang'er joyfully rushed to the backyard to share this good news with Xiao Qingfeng. In gratitude for the master's guidance and support of her little brother, Xiang'er eagerly pulled Xiao Qingfeng, urging him to enter a state of work early. With her heart full of excitement and total concentration, Xiao Qingfeng found himself unable to resist the various positions she proposed. Moreover, Xiang'er has shattered her personal record in solo sports, achieving a remarkable level of 7. This advancement has significantly shortened Xiao Qingfeng's journey towards a breakthrough in the latter stages of qi refining. Xiao Qingfeng finds immense satisfaction in the daily presence of 3 enchanting beauties surrounding him. Although the spiritual dates do not directly enhance their martial prowess, they invigorate them, rendering their skin even more radiant and delicate, thereby enhancing their allure and captivating Xiao Qingfeng's heart. Despite the increasing influx of strangers in the town, Xiao Qingfeng harbors no regrets regarding his decision to create the secret recipe for baijiu. In life's journey, a myriad of resources is essential: resources for cultivation, sustenance, and mental well-being. The necessity for resources inevitably entails interactions with others. Strength resides here, and he is unwilling to compromise his integrity, making it impossible to remain inconspicuous. For now, he can only observe the tumultuous winds and clouds. He hopes to achieve a breakthrough in the latter stages of qi refining soon, ensuring greater security. Fortunately, the current storms are mild, and the fish remain affordable, allowing Xiao Qingfeng to endure. Chapter 21. First encounter with Mu Rongxian and the bestowal of a secret recipe. 3 days had elapsed since the incident where Zhang Yuanwei's household was ransacked by bandits, and the turmoil gradually subsided. On this particular afternoon, the Qin family welcomed several distinguished guests. The leader, attired in stylish male garments and adorned with a jade pendant at the waist, exuded an air of nobility in every gesture, yet unabashedly showcased the 2 virtues of femininity. Her beauty was both enchanting and spirited, presenting a unique allure that was unforgettable. Accompanying her were 2 elite masters and a butler. The butler, though diminutive in stature, brimmed with vitality and was on the verge of breaking through to the realm of a grandmaster. Following them were the local magistrate, Li Xianling, and several constables. Despite his lack of fear, Xiao Qingfeng felt a surge of caution. With a warm smile, he approached them. On this morning, the The sky was adorned with violet clouds, and the joyous calls of magpies heralded good fortune. It was indeed a moment of celebration, for esteemed guests had graced their humble abode. "Welcome. Please come in," he invited. Mu Rongxian, upon seeing the youthful and handsome gentleman before her, feigned a serious demeanor, secretly amused. "I apologize for the intrusion, and I hope for your understanding." "Mu Ronggongzi, please, do come in," Xiao Qingfeng urged. Having surmised their identities and intentions, "Our home is modest, and I apologize for the inadequate hospitality." It was lunchtime, and their timing was quite evident. Xiao Qingfeng led them to the main hall, where Xiang'er had already prepared a sumptuous feast. Although there were several guests, only Mu Rongxian and Li Xianling took their seats at the table. Xiao Qingfeng filled their cups with homemade baijiu, saying, "Please indulge in my self-brewed liquor." He took the first sip, and Mu Rongxian smiled lightly as she raised her glass, drinking it all in one go, followed closely by Li Xianling. Unbeknownst to them, the alcohol content was significantly higher than that of commercially available spirits. Mu Rongxian furrowed her brow but quickly suppressed any discomfort, while Li Xianling coughed twice, his face turning crimson. "Xiao Gongzi, this liquor seems quite different from those sold outside," Li Xianling remarked, glancing at Mu Rongxian. Xiao Qingfeng smiled subtly. "The liquor I brew is of the finest quality, possessing the highest alcohol content, the richest flavor, and the most fragrant aroma. Naturally, it is also the rarest, reserved solely for my personal use." Mu Rongxian, intrigued, inquired, "If you have the first grade, then surely you possess second and third grade as well?" Xiao Qingfeng replied, "The second grade has been crafted into medicinal liquor for sale, while the pure baijiu sold outside is of the third grade." Understanding dawned upon Li Xianling and Mu Rongxian. The magistrate marveled. "I never imagined that such a remarkable talent as Xiao Boss would be hidden in this remote county." Xiao Qingfeng humbly demurred, "Your praise is unwarranted. This humble drink does not merit such commendation from Li Daran." Mu Rongxian observed Xiao Qingfeng, who refilled their cups. "Xiao Boss lives with such refinement and possesses extraordinary taste. I wonder from which esteemed place you hail." Xiao Qingfeng's brow furrowed slightly, like a lone wolf gazing at the moon or a solitary dragon venturing into the mountains. "We are all wanderers in this world. What does it matter if we have met before? The past is but a whisper in the wind. I wish not to dwell on it. Today, I am delighted to share this moment with both esteemed guests. Let us drink." Upon hearing Xiao Qingfeng's poetic words, Mu Rongxian's eyes sparkled, and she silently reflected, savoring the depth of his expression, feeling a sense of kinship. "If you choose not to speak of it, then let us drink together." Li Xianling furrowed his brow slightly, noting the conversation had diverged from their initial discussions, yet he felt unable to oppose it. Xiao Qingfeng relaxed internally, aware that revealing his background was not prudent, especially as they carried the aura of authority. If pressed, it could lead to awkwardness. At that moment, he felt a growing fondness for Mu Rongxian as they exchanged banter, fostering a sense of understanding between them. Having lived two lives, Xiao Qingfeng's insights were often unconventional, leaving Mu Rongxian captivated and in awe. With several cups of baijiu consumed, Mu Rongxian's cheeks flushed, her beauty radiating like the stars. It was no wonder she chose to dress as a man. One could only imagine her allure in feminine attire. As the evening progressed, Xiao Qingfeng slowly produced a booklet from his garment and presented it to her. Upon seeing it, Mu Rongxian's spirits were instantly revived. It was the very secret recipe she sought. "Xiao Xiong, what is this?" Xiao Qingfeng smiled knowingly. "I am aware of your intent. No further words are necessary. To be candid, my father is fond of wine. Since he tasted your brew, he has found it difficult to enjoy any other. Thus, I have come today to procure this recipe, and I ask you to name your price." "I shall not haggle," Mu Rongxian stated earnestly, her gaze fixed on Xiao Qingfeng. "I shall not sell it," he replied nonchalantly. Mu Rongxian remained unfazed, but those around them exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. "However, I can offer it as a gift. Since we have established a rapport, if you desire it, then take it," Xiao Qingfeng said with a smile. Mu Rongxian hesitated. While she cared little for monetary value, something given freely often bore the highest worth. Before arriving at the Qin household, she would never have accepted such a gesture, as she had countless means to obtain it. Though not always fair or just, they were certainly reasonable and legal. After a brief moment of contemplation, she accepted the booklet. "Thank you, Xiao Xiong. My father is soon to celebrate his 60th birthday, and this shall serve as the finest gift." She then produced a jade pendant, declaring, "To be candid, I am the third son of the Mu Wangfu. Those familiar with me refer to me as Sangongzi. Should you need anything in the future, presenting this pendant will surely lead you to me. Xiao Qingfeng solemnly accepted the pendant, assuring her, I shall not trouble Sangongzi unless absolutely necessary. However, if there is a chance to share a drink together, would that be agreeable? Those around them watched with envious eyes, particularly Li Xianling, who hesitated, eager to speak yet held back, ultimately finding solace in his cup. Mu Rongxian replied with a bright smile, of course, it would be a great honor. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was joyous. Xiao Qingfeng escorted his guests to the door, bidding them farewell one by one. As they prepared to part ways, Mu Rongxian courteously remarked, this journey has been smooth, and Li Xianling deserves much credit. Li Xianling, visibly excited, responded, oh no, it is the talent of San Gongzi that shines through. The blessings of the royal family and their love for the people are what truly matter. I dare not claim any credit. Upon returning, I shall report to my father regarding the events of this journey. You should disseminate the news that the secret formula has been presented to the royal court, and ensure that no one else troubles Brother Xiao. Farewell. Mu Rongxian was acutely aware of the local officials' intentions. Indeed, we shall respectfully see off the third young master. County Magistrate Li and the others bid farewell with proper courtesy. On the way, Morongbo inquired, does that person possess martial prowess? I find it peculiar that I cannot discern his realm. Yet he does not seem like an ordinary individual. Mu Rongxian, a master of the blood refinement 3 transformations, was astonished to find no sense of his presence. Steward Mu hesitated and said, third young master, I too cannot sense his realm. However, what is it? Mu Rongxian asked, puzzled. You know, third young master, I am naturally more sensitive. Although I cannot perceive his realm, I feel quite uneasy in his presence. Furthermore, within his courtyard, I sense the aura of an individual at the peak of the acquired realm. Mu Rongxian fell into contemplative silence, deep in thought. Soon, the discerning individuals in the town were aware that the secret formula now belonged to the royal court, and no one dared to approach the Qin family any longer. In the Qin family's rear courtyard, the master remarked, so the secret formula was given away so easily. Xiang'er expressed a hint of regret. The crown princess's husband is fortunate to have encountered a beauty without offering himself as well. Xiao Qingfeng replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seemed that his grand persona had long been shattered. He playfully swatted Xiang'er. Recently, due to this matter, there has been quite a stir. It is rather good to have it handed over so appropriately. My lord, it was the lady who mentioned you. Why did you hit me? Xiang'er complained. Then you should hit back? Xiao Qingfeng generously suggested. How could I dare? Then I shall not dare either, he laughed heartily. Su Ling cast him a sidelong glance, thinking that he had been rather lenient the previous night, yet now he feigned ignorance. Why not give Tsai a little slap? That sounds delightful. Xiang'er cheerfully responded. Lan Tsai, who was massaging Xiao Qingfeng from behind, protested, lightly bumping his back. Xiao Gu, you are incorrigible. Ah, Xiang'er, do not come near. Lan Tsai exclaimed, abandoning Xiao Qingfeng and fleeing. Chapter 22. Xiang'er's cultivation in the later stage of qi refinement. Carefree and blissful days always seem to pass swiftly. Half a month later, the realm, qi refinement level 6, 465-500. After extensive efforts, Xiao Qingfeng is increasingly close to breaking through to the later stage of qi refinement. While others rely on powerful spiritual awareness to absorb spiritual energy into their dantian for the purpose of expanding their dantian and enhancing their awareness, Xiao Qingfeng diligently works every night, allowing the spiritual energy to spontaneously swell within his dantian. The expansion of his dantian further stimulates the growth of his spiritual awareness, creating a smooth and seamless experience reminiscent of working overtime. Presently, Xiao Qingfeng's range of spiritual awareness has reached 13 meters, surpassing most practitioners at Qi Refinement Level 7. The mid-grade Xingye sword has also been successfully refined. Adorned with patterns resembling leaves, it has been aptly named the Xingye sword. With his current strength, should he encounter that woman again, he would no longer need to resort to a sneak attack, but could confront her directly. During this relatively peaceful period, everyone prepared for their journey to Yinling Valley, where they would reside for a time, as announced by Xiao Qingfeng at the dining table. As autumn transitions to winter, the peaks surrounding the Yinling Valley in the Summer Kingdom's Panlong mountain range have gradually turned white, the once vibrant greenery receding. Beneath a withered tree, Xiao Qingfeng diligently practices the Qingmu Gong, familiarizing himself with the newly attained, unfamiliar realm, while quietly activating his golden finger to check his status. Name: Xiao Qingfeng. Lifespan: 123-148. Realm: Qi Refinement Level 7, 12-600. Cultivation Method: Qingmu Gong, Proficient. Techniques: Yingxishu, Perfected. Ziyajin's Henshu, Major Achievement. Xiaoyao Step, Major Achievement. Xiaohua Qiushu, Major Achievement. Ziyakamashu, Beginner. Ziyanyushu, Beginner. Xiaofan Di Shu, Beginner. Xuanshou Shu, Beginner. Having reached the later stage of his realm, his lifespan has increased by 10 years, which brings Xiao Qingfeng immense joy. It was his rapid cultivation that once compelled him to recklessly consume his life force. Yet now he finally sees the returns of his efforts. The once ethereal magical energy has transformed into a tangible, cotton-like density. His spiritual awareness has surged to 17 meters, and the Qingye sword dances in synchrony with his consciousness. At times, it strikes with the ferocity of an enraged dragon, its 3-meter-long sword aura leaving deep marks on the rocks, as if slicing through tofu. At other moments, it moves silently like a ghost, its glimmering blade striking without warning, leaving no room for defense. Su Ling sits at the entrance of the wooden cabin, her beautiful face reflecting envy and admiration. Beside her, Lan Cai gazes at Xiao Qingfeng with affection, exclaiming, "Big brother Xiao is amazing. I wonder when we will step into the realm of cultivation." Xiang'er finishes tidying the bedding, leaning against the door and gazing downwards with a blissful smile. The wooden cabin has grown significantly, now occupying the center of the ancient tree. The two small cats have returned to their birthplace, lively and playful, resting in their cozy nook when tired. The young eagle king has also grown considerably, now boasting a wingspan exceeding 1 meter, standing discontentedly on a jujube tree, lamenting its inability to pilfer the spiritual jujubes. Sensing the eagle king's disgruntled gaze, Xiao Qingfeng sheathes his sword, rises slowly, and smiles at it. The eagle king's eyes instantly brighten as it emits a resounding call, expressing its unburdened spirit. Xiao Qingfeng tosses a spiritual jujube towards it in a gesture of consolation, acknowledging that it had found this place. With a gentle leap, Xiao Qingfeng approaches the cabin's entrance, welcoming the others inside with a grin as Xiang'er leans against the door, beaming. "How have you all prepared? Relax, and do not overthink. Let things unfold naturally." "I truly need to practice as well, Master. Why not let the two sisters practice instead?" Xiang'er timidly suggests. Xiao Qingfeng shoots her an exasperated glance. "You not only need to learn, but must do so diligently. In the future, you all must gradually cultivate your martial arts. Otherwise, when we come here again, I may not bring you along. Do you have any idea how exhausting it was to carry both of you last time?" He turns to Ling. "Linger, you must supervise their training next time. I do not expect you to become exceptionally powerful. I merely wish for you to cultivate your bodies to be healthier, more beautiful, and longer-lived," Xiao Qingfeng implores earnestly. "Understood, Master." Su Ling playfully mimics Xiang'er, her melodious tone accompanied by a captivating expression that momentarily stirs Xiao Qingfeng's soul. He feels a delightful shiver run through him, overwhelmed by her charm. Lan Cai exclaims, "Big brother Xiao, can cultivating this also enhance our beauty and longevity?" Xiao Qingfeng rolls his eyes, replying, "You are learning the ways of cultivation. If it does not grant beauty and longevity, then what is the point?" He looks at Xiang'er and warns, "If you do not learn, no one will carry you into the mountains. While we all remain eternally youthful, you will become an elderly woman with white hair. Is that what you desire?" Xiang'er's adorable eyes widen in fear as she envisions that dreadful scenario, shivering with fright. "Master, I will study. I will work hard. You cannot abandon me." Her voice trembles. Xiao Qingfeng bursts into hearty laughter. Su Ling gazes at her former maid, feeling an unbidden sense of envy. Xiao Qingfeng's affection for her is genuine. While her own feelings are perhaps more superficial, she is unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. With a grand gesture, Xiao Qingfeng declares, "Ladies, do not fret over resources. Cultivate with whatever resources are available now. After some time, when my cultivation reaches a higher level, I will lead you into the realm of cultivation, where resources are abundant and spiritual energy is plentiful. At that time, I will be responsible for providing for the family while you focus on cultivating to become stunningly beautiful." Lan Cai shyly interjects, "Big brother Xiao, how can we let you earn all the spiritual stones alone? You also need time to cultivate. Only when your realm is high can we ensure our safety. Together, we can earn spiritual stones." Xiang'er and Su Ling nod in agreement. Xiao Qingfeng embraces Lan Cai joyfully, stating, "All right, let us strive together in the pursuit of cultivation, without regrets for this life." He retrieves paper and pen for them to write, aiming to ease their minds and organize their thoughts. After half an hour, he collects all the clutter and guides them into their respective compartments to meditate and await further instructions. Xiao Qingfeng administered a nourishing spirit pill to each of them, subsequently activating a spirit stone and placing it within their embrace, allowing it to gradually release spiritual energy. The nourishing spirit pill possesses the remarkable ability to concentrate the mind and gather qi, proving to be immensely beneficial for those embarking on the journey of qi absorption. With the opportune moment at hand, Xiao Qingfeng decided to invest more into their training, as his own demands for resources were minimal. Moreover, he was curious to observe whether their advancement into the qi refining stage would enhance their assistance to him. Xiang'er, under considerable pressure, yet brimming with motivation, astonishingly managed to stay awake and attentive. It is indeed essential to push oneself, for possibilities abound. While ordinary individuals may not stand shoulder to shoulder with geniuses, relentless effort, multiplied tenfold or 100-fold, can certainly diminish the gap between them. On the path of cultivation, stepping forward with unwavering resolve honors the lives they have chosen without regret. Xiao Qingfeng tirelessly shared his insights on cultivation and offered solace to their fluctuating hearts. 3 days later, they gradually found their rhythm in their practice, each reaping unique insights and gains. After an additional 2 days, it was neither Su Ling, who had reached the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation, nor Lan Cai, the adept meditator, who first succeeded in drawing qi into her body. Instead, it was Xiang'er, who had long evaded the rigors of cultivation, perpetually smiling without a care. She was the first to successfully draw qi into her body. Perhaps it was her innocent heart, free from distractions, coupled with her newfound motivation and unwavering belief, that enabled her rapid progress. Xiao Qingfeng refrained from allowing her to announce her achievement immediately, wary of disrupting the meditative states of the other two. Xiang'er was overjoyed, her lively eyes sparkling with delight, for she felt she would no longer be left behind. Chapter 23. Su Ling joins the sect. Xiang'er encounters danger on the following day after Xiang'er successfully drew qi into her body. Su Ling also triumphed in this endeavor, embarking on her transformation from the pinnacle of the acquired realm to the innate master stage. Without the nourishing Ling Dan, it would have taken over 3 years to reach such a level. However, with the aid of the elixir, it could be achieved in mere days. This illustrates the significance of resources. Yet, Lan Cai, who practiced the meditation method with utmost dedication, found herself unable to succeed. Fortunately, her calm demeanor prevented her from becoming impatient, and her daily meditation practice increased significantly. Xiao Qingfeng sensed a noticeable enhancement in her consciousness. Yet the spiritual energy always seemed to elude her grasp. Perhaps this is the state of an ordinary person, while Xiang'er's condition is indeed a rare miracle. If they were in one of the great sects of the cultivation world, they would be able to assess her spiritual root attributes and cultivation aptitude. Unfortunately, scattered cultivators and smaller sects lack such diagnostic capabilities. Only those in the golden core stage, equipped with specialized detection treasures, can unveil a person's comprehensive information. This marks the distinction between established sects and solitary cultivators. Major sects would tailor the cultivation methods and environments for each disciple according to their spiritual root attributes, allowing the exceptionally gifted individuals, chosen among millions, to cultivate at an accelerated pace. In contrast, the vast number of unacknowledged solitary cultivators can only gaze longingly at the heights of success, fading away into the dust of history. Yet it is precisely these ordinary solitary cultivators who form the bedrock of the expansive world of cultivation. They cultivate spiritual rice, hunt demonic beasts, mine materials and spiritual stones, and seek rare spiritual herbs and opportunities to sustain the higher cultivators and disciples from major sects, thereby exchanging their efforts for the necessities of life. Life is indeed marvelously intricate. By now, Su Ling had reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm, having refined her physical form to a state of exquisite smoothness. With the right resources and methods, drawing qi into the body was a natural progression. However, a significant hurdle awaited her: how to channel qi into the dantian, to break through and store spiritual energy, which constituted the most crucial step. This challenge served as an obstacle to those lacking steadfast willpower. Without unwavering conviction and substantial resources, It is exceedingly difficult to overcome this barrier. After 5 days of transformation, Su Ling officially entered the Master Realm, exuding a formidable aura that was both unrestrained and unfamiliar to her. Xiao Qingfeng meticulously explained the Xian Envy Sutra, reiterating its complexities primarily during the initial stages, while providing detailed guidance on various precautions and methods. As they progressed to the latter section, the teachings became simpler, with additional explanations offered during each breakthrough of the minor realms. With 10 days of intensive practice drawing to a close, during a meal break, Xiao Qingfeng revealed the news that Xiang'er had successfully drawn qi into her body, eliciting astonishment and envy from Su Ling and Lan Cai. Through careful observation, Xiao Qingfeng noted the stark disparity in the cultivation speeds of Su Ling and Xiang'er. Su Ling's qi absorption was rather sluggish, gradually permeating within her, and was slightly inferior even to Xiao Qingfeng's own aptitude. Conversely, Xiang'er's cultivation state was remarkable. The surrounding spiritual energy eagerly surged into her body with the slightest guidance from her, yielding an astonishingly powerful effect. As the sun began to set on the evening of the following day, with Xiao Qingfeng's guidance, Xiang'er successfully broke through to absorb qi into her dantian, subsequently forming a vortex of spiritual energy within, marking her inaugural step into the realm of cultivation as a first-layer qi refining practitioner. Although she possessed no combat prowess at this moment, she had taken a pivotal step in her life, becoming a part of the vast world of cultivation. The initial days were critical for her to stabilize her realm. Xiao Qingfeng advised her against vigorous movements and emphasized the importance of care. The nascent spiritual energy within her would gradually alter her physique, manifesting as a black residue every 2 hours, indicative of the cleansing effects of her cultivation. Thus, every 2 hours, Xiang'er had to cleanse herself in the waters of the valley. Xiao Qingfeng also formally announced the conclusion of this period of seclusion. The remaining 13 spiritual stones and 18 nourishing Ling Dan were primarily reserved for Xiang'er to solidify her cultivation. Achieving such results in the mundane world was nothing short of miraculous, and to call her a genius would not be an overstatement. Were it not for her exceptional absorption rate and refining efficacy, no amount of resources would enable others to attain similar progress. Xiao Qingfeng gently embraced Lan Cai to comfort her slightly disheartened spirit. Fear not. Brother Xiao will not abandon anyone. With perseverance, everyone can achieve success. Leaning against Xiao Qingfeng, Lan Cai gradually found solace. This period of seclusion had yielded no gains for Lan Cai, and Xiao Qingfeng felt powerless to remedy this, resorting to tender warmth and passionate gestures to uplift her spirits. Engrossed in a sea of desire, she momentarily forgot her troubles, unwinding her tense mind, and, after releasing a vibrant cry, gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber. A contented smile gracing her face. Standing at the threshold of the pavilion, Xiao Qingfeng reveled in the delightful breeze, gazing at the enchanting figure of Xiang'er joyfully playing in the waters, clad in her fur garments. A satisfied smile graced his lips, as life truly appeared beautiful. The influences of his past life had slowly dissipated, and Xiao Qingfeng had completely immersed himself in this vibrant world of cultivation. Suddenly, Xiang'er let out a piercing cry filled with terror. "Master, help me!" The surrounding birds scattered in fright. In the center of the tranquil pond, a massive whirlpool suddenly emerged, and Xiang'er was swiftly drawn into its depths. Tears welled in her eyes as she glanced longingly at Xiao Qingfeng, her outstretched arms seemingly reaching for something, yet she quickly succumbed to the swirling abyss. Xiao Qingfeng frantically executed the carefree steps, appearing above the pond in an instant, but by then, the whirlpool was gradually dissipating. Xiang'er has completely vanished from sight. Xiao Qingfeng plunged into the water, urgently pursuing her. Yet, he could only observe from a distance a bubble encapsulating Xiang'er, swiftly descending. Inside the bubble, Xiang'er was frantically striking against its confines. As she witnessed Xiao Qingfeng's figure receding further away, she felt utterly powerless to alter her fate. Xiao Qingfeng inwardly cursed himself for not having thoroughly investigated the depths beneath the pool beforehand. As he descended deeper, the pressure intensified. He activated a golden bell talisman, which significantly alleviated the water pressure. However, his rate of descent also slowed considerably. 300 meters, 500 meters, 700 meters. The challenges of his descent grew increasingly formidable, and the surroundings darkened further. Yet, the bottom of the pool expanded immensely, its boundaries now beyond sight. Upon reaching approximately 800 meters, a colossal formation barrier emerged beneath the pool, gradually illuminating the depths, which felt ever more expansive. The bubble encasing Xiang'er settled upon the barrier, slowly emanating a soft golden radiance. The bubble sank rapidly, akin to a droplet merging into the vast ocean, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Thus, Xiang'er was rendered completely invisible. Chapter 24. Xiang'er trapped. The air withdraws from engagement. Xiao Qingfeng was engulfed in fury as he struggled to descend beneath the barrier, only to discover its impenetrable hardness, akin to the very earth itself. The barrier's radiance began to wane gradually. Despite his full force attacks, he could not even stir a single ripple. Peering through the barrier, he observed the spiritual energy within swirling like that in his own dantian, leaving him astounded. Never had he heard of such a dense accumulation of spiritual energy. It was as if all the essence of the world had converged in this singular location. Slowly, it dawned on him that Xiang'er's disappearance was not the doing of a monstrous beast, but rather a reaction of the formation. The formation soon dimmed and ultimately vanished without a trace, as though it had simply ceased to exist. Even after diving deeper for dozens of meters, he found no sign of it. The bottom of the pool remained distant and elusive. Unable to sustain his efforts any longer, Xiao Qingfeng reluctantly began to swim towards the surface. Emerging from the water, he stood at the edge of the pool, gazing down in silence. A sense of helplessness washed over him. Who could have imagined that an ordinary pool in the mortal realm concealed such a colossal secret? Whether Xiang'er was fortunate or unfortunate for being ensnared within it remained uncertain. Brother Xiao Qingfeng, Xiang'er, Lan Cai and Su Ling had been anxiously waiting at the pool's edge, inquiring with urgency. "It is too deep below. I could not descend further." Xiang'er is missing, Xiao Qingfeng replied, his face ashen, withholding the truth. The gravity of this secret, intertwined with Xiang'er's safety, necessitated caution. It was not a matter of distrust towards them, but rather the myriad of techniques in the realm of cultivation. Some matters are not known simply because they are unspoken. Thus, Xiao Qingfeng instinctively chose to conceal the details. Upon hearing this, Su Ling and Lan Cai were taken aback. Lan Cai, unable to restrain her grief, shed tears. The sisters, who had just been in harmonious companionship, were now cruelly separated, a reality difficult to accept. Su Ling stepped forward, gently embracing Xiao Qingfeng for the first time with such initiative. Seeing his pale face and deep sorrow, she wished to comfort him with her warm embrace. Xiao Qingfeng, lost amidst the mountains, gradually succumbed to exhaustion and slipped into slumber. The group, initially poised to return to the city, resumed their stay. Xiao Qingfeng was eager to ascertain if the formation would exhibit any fluctuations in the short term. He also cautioned Su Ling and Lan Cai against approaching the perilous pool. They nodded in agreement, still reeling from the shock of the small pool's dangers. Feeling insignificant, Xiao Qingfeng yearned to grow stronger. Thus, he dedicated even more time to his nightly training. With Xiang'er's absence, he encouraged Su Ling to practice for an additional 2 days using the remaining spiritual stones and nourishing pills. Xiao Qingfeng quietly calculated that, with the current resources of 1 nourishing pill and 1 spiritual stone per day, and considering the spiritual energy Su Ling absorbed and the energy that dissipated daily, she would require approximately 3 years and 6 months to reach the first stage of qi refinement, assuming she could maintain her current intensive training regimen. The conclusion was disheartening. The reality was harsh. The longer the delay, the more the difficulties compounded geometrically, rendering the goal seemingly unattainable. Xiao Qingfeng opted not to disclose this conclusion to her, merely attributing the cessation of training to a temporary lack of resources. The sudden disappearance of Xiang'er left Xiao Qingfeng feeling disoriented. Lan Cai quietly took on the responsibilities once held by Xiang'er. Xiao Qingfeng also urged Su Ling to gradually teach Lan Cai some martial techniques. The box of martial arts manuals brought from the ship was placed in the wooden cabin for Lan Cai's perusal at any time. The cold winds howled as the snow atop the surrounding peaks accumulated further. Xiao Qingfeng returned to the small town twice en route, replenishing supplies for mountain living and handing over the brewing recipes and equipment to Qin Bing, without mentioning Xiang'er's disappearance. The group descended into a profound silence within the mountains. Days turned into 10, half a month, and then a month, yet Yinling Valley remained eerily quiet, unchanged, with only the increasing snow around the peaks. Xiao Qingfeng's moments of stillness by the pool extended longer with each passing day. In Mu Rongwang City, The entire town was adorned in festive decorations, bustling with an extraordinary vibrancy, surpassing any previous celebrations. With merely 10 days until the new year, an outsider might wonder if the festivities commenced earlier here. However, a local would proudly declare that tomorrow marks the grand birthday celebration of Lord Mu. The entire Mu Wang County rejoiced in unison, attesting to the immense influence of the Mu family. Lords, noble families, and dignitaries from afar flocked to the city to partake in the birthday festivities. The Mu Rong family, a hereditary lineage bestowed by the founding ancestors of the Xia Kingdom, has been the unchanging rulers of Mu Wang City for generations, making it not an exaggeration to call it a nation within a nation. The Xia Kingdom boasts two prominent noble families, one being the Mu Rong clan, and the other, the Dongfang family, stationed in the north adjacent to the Xiao Kingdom. In the days leading up to the celebration, all the finest taverns in Mu Wang City were reserved by the Mu family to host the congratulatory guests. At this moment, the most luxurious tavern, Rinjian Yusei, was designated to entertain the congratulatory entourage from the Dongfang family. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yu, the young lord, stood with a foot on the barely conscious waiter, his complexion ashen as he glared at his trembling steward. The steward, filled with panic, stammered, "My lord, she indeed presents herself as a male, and all who know her refer to her as the third young master." Furious, the young lord kicked the waiter out of the window, who fell onto the street below, meeting an instant demise, causing chaos among the passers-by. However, it was soon quelled. Just moments ago, the esteemed young master Dongfang Yu overheard the innkeeper jesting that the most dashing young gentleman in the entire Mu Wang City was none other than the third young master of the Mu family. Initially, Dongfang Yu believed he had misheard, but after repeated confirmations, he realized that it was indeed his betrothed, the third princess of the Mu family, who was being referred to as a young master. The steward cautiously remarked, "Your Highness, there may be some misunderstanding, perhaps." Dongfang Yu, in a fit of anger, retorted, "What nonsense! I do not wish for it to spread that I, Dongfang Yu, have a penchant for male companionship. I must annul this engagement." Dongfang Yu had long harbored discontent regarding this marriage. The position of his life companion, the Wang Fei, had been seized by another far too early. Ironically, his fiancée was neither a graceful lady nor a refined maiden, but a woman who identified as a man, delighting in mimicking masculine behavior and earning the title of young master from all. How could such a woman be worthy of becoming his Wang Fei? As the steward observed the young master's anger subsiding and his resolve strengthening, he sought to discuss how to tactfully decline the marriage proposal. "Your Highness, if we are to address this matter, it must be after the birthday celebration of Mu Wangyi. If others were to learn of this, it would tarnish the reputations of both our noble houses, so we must proceed with caution." Dongfang Yu, still simmering with anger, dismissed the steward's words. "Our esteemed Dongfang Wangfu has been subjected to such humiliation. The mere fact that we have not publicly announced the annulment is already a concession for the sake of both houses. Why should we be overly concerned?" He had long been dissatisfied with the situation, and now, with a public justification at hand, he was unwilling to relent. The steward urged him, "Your Highness, the royal family's stance has grown increasingly assertive over the years, and the pressure on the Wangfu is mounting. If our two families were to create a rift, would it not present the royal family with an opportunity to strike us down? They have long been clamoring for the abolition of hereditary titles. If unforeseen complications arise, returning could invite the ire of Wang Yi. I implore you to reconsider." Dongfang Yu's expression gradually softened as he remained silent for a long while before finally nodding slightly. "The marriage must be annulled. How shall we articulate this? You may deliberate on that." Initially reluctant, the young master recalled his father's teachings to prioritize the greater good. Thus, he patiently collaborated with the steward to formulate the statement. After much deliberation, they ultimately reached a conclusion. The steward, feeling a sense of helplessness, pondered how he would report back to Wang Yi. As the sun rose, a long queue formed at the grand entrance of the Mu Wangfu. The young attendant at the entrance, flushed with excitement, proudly announced the names of the guests. Chapter 25. Mu Rongxian breaks off the engagement. The young master's wrath in the grand hall of the Mu Wangfu. Mu Wang, adorned with a golden crown and draped in a python robe, wore a composed smile as he sat regally at the high seat. At this moment, all the distinguished guests had gathered in the hall. Everyone present bowed in reverence, offering their congratulations to the prince, wishing him longevity and the enduring stability of the realm. Mu Wang raised his hand gently, bidding the guests to rise. Once a formidable military leader, renowned for his battlefield prowess, Mu Wang, now a master of martial arts, had gradually begun to relinquish power as his children matured, tempering his once formidable presence. To one side of the hall, the melodious chime of bells resonated softly as beautiful maidens performed an enchanting dance. While Mu Wang observed the performance, his peripheral vision caught the high steward sent by the Emperor Xia, his thoughts drifting to the jade sword he had gifted. Was it customary to present a jade sword on one's birthday? Mu Wang's eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the word stillness passed down by his ancestors, a sigh escaping his heart. The splendor of the mortal realm could not be separated from the support of the family behind it, and with the family's current decline, any aspirations seemed futile. As the dance concluded and preparations were made for the next performance, Mu Rongxian slowly rose and approached the center, kneeling. Your humble child pays respects to father, wishing you eternal youth and perpetual joy. Good. My child is astute and understanding, splendid indeed. Mu Wang regarded his third child with a hint of confusion, having just received his congratulations, yet she appeared to have further intentions. Your child has a gift and a secret formula to present to father, and I wish for all esteemed friends and guests to partake. Ha. Splendid. Let us see what treasure Xiang'er brings forth. Mu Wang smiled as he accepted the secret tome she offered. Mu Rongxian stood and gently clapped her hands. Soon a line of maidens appeared, cradling wine jars, pouring wine for all present. Mu Rongxian took a delicate wine vessel and personally poured for Mu Wang. The wine, clear as water, emanated a rich fragrance that wafted throughout the hall, enticing all to partake, with seasoned drinkers already swallowing in anticipation. Mu Wang's eyes glittered as he lifted the cup to sip, a look of delight gracing his features. Excellent wine, Mu Wang exclaimed joyfully, raising his cup. This wine is quite potent. I urge everyone to sip cautiously, A perfect celebratory wine for this occasion. Let us all drink together. Some guests could hardly contain their eagerness, downing their cups in one go. Instantly, soft coughs echoed from below, provoking light-hearted laughter among the crowd. The high steward, seated nearby, sported a serious countenance, holding the wine cup with reluctance, sighing softly. I have imbibed for half my life, and today I have finally encountered an elixir fit for the gods. I vow to never part with it. My lord, upon your return tomorrow, might you allow me to take a few jars with me? Several guests nodded eagerly, requesting the same privilege. Mu Wang readily acquiesced. Xiang'er's gift is commendable. Today, she is exceptionally well behaved. Is there yet another matter? The children beside Mu Wang gazed enviously at Mu Rongxian. Mu Rongxian gently knelt again, raising her gaze to Mu Wang. Father, I have a heartfelt wish that I hope you will grant. What is your wish, Xiang'er? Mu Wang inquired, his curiosity piqued. All eyes turned to her in anticipation. Mu Rongxian bit her lip, summoning her courage to declare, I shall not marry. Mu Wang and the assembly were momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? Mu Rongxian lowered her head, speaking softly. I am devoted to martial arts, wishing to explore the path of combat alongside my parents for life. And I do not wish to marry outside. I ask for your blessing, father. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Mu Wang's smile gradually faded, while Mu Rongxian remained silent. Below, Dong Fengyu's face flushed with anger, his finger pointing, unsure of how to respond. The high steward displayed an odd gleam, glancing between Mu Wang at the high seat and Mu Rongxian in the center, as if seeking to uncover some hidden truth. The steward accompanying Dong Fengyu swiftly approached, whispering in his ear. Subsequently, Dong Fengyu, his expression darkened, sat down without uttering another word. Mu Wang observed the reactions of those present, his expression grave and unyielding, remaining silent. The atmosphere in the hall grew oppressive, stifling even those who wished to cough. Finally, Mu Wang spoke slowly. Xiang'er, do you comprehend the consequences of your words? Who has taught you this? His tone was somber, his gaze piercing. I understand, father. No one has influenced my decision. I willingly choose to remain unmarried for life, to pursue martial arts, and to stay by your side. Mu Rongxian's expression was resolute, her eyes pleading. Mu Wang slightly closed his eyes, his thoughts swirling. Images flashed in his mind. The face of the Eastern king, the notion of stillness, the vows made at the time of the arranged marriage, ultimately transforming into a gleaming jade sword. Mu Wang's gaze gradually widened as he regarded the pleading eyes below, recalling Mu Rongxian's numerous deeds. Everyone awaited his decision, a matter that transcended personal happiness, deeply entwined with the shifting tides of the court and the future actions of all present. Since you have made your decision, for your father shall grant it. Rise. The crowd in the hall changed color in shock. Thank you, father. You are the greatest father in the world. Mu Rongxian exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. Mu Wangyu. Just as Dong Fangyu stood, ready to unleash a torrent of vitriol, his steward swiftly covered his mouth. My lord, our young master is unwell and must take his leave. I hope for your understanding. With that, he hastily led Dong Fangyu out. Once outside the hall, the steward released his grip, and Dong Fangyu, fuming, began to curse furiously. Mu Rongwang, I swear we shall not coexist. The humiliation of today shall be repaid in kind. What a ludicrous notion, thinking to marry me, a being neither man nor woman. Do you think you are worthy, third young master? Ha ha ha, third young master. The steward implored, please, my lord, refrain from speaking further. This matter is grave, and we must report to the prince promptly. With a huff, Dong Fangyu strode away. In the hall, the high steward revealed a rare smile of satisfaction. Everyone remained distracted, drinking, still entangled in the recent events. The banquet concluded hastily, with guests departing one by one. Dong Fangyu returned to the tavern, still seething with indignation, for today was a lifelong disgrace for him. Inquire about the origins of this wine. I desire the secret recipe, and I wish for him to suffer greatly. This matter swiftly spread throughout the city. The two allied princes, once inseparable, suddenly found themselves at odds. To the common folk, it may merely be a source of amusement, yet for the nobles and dignitaries, the repercussions were profound. As dawn broke, Wang Mu personally escorted Chief Steward Gao out. The servants had already prepared a cart laden with fine white wine, waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing it, a broader smile graced Chief Steward Gao's face. Your Highness is exceedingly generous. I am most grateful. Ever since Wang Mu decided to withdraw from the engagement, the smile on Chief Steward Gao's face had become a constant presence. A modest offering, yet I hope Chief Steward Gao will speak kindly of me before the Emperor. Chief Steward Gao laughed heartily. Today, your Highness's actions will surely bring joy to the Emperor. There is no need for flattery, as His Majesty will undoubtedly regard you with newfound respect. Wang Mu chuckled wryly, feeling a sense of shame. Once lofty ambitions had crumbled into mere illusions, leaving only a sense of helplessness. Chapter 26. Masters join the society. The gang faces accusations. Hongqiao Town is situated adjacent to Panga Town, with a mere 30 miles separating the two. The Qiao Gang, once the most formidable faction in the neighboring regions, has seen its prominence wane following the emergence of the fierce Tiger Gang, led by the formidable Luo Fei. He swiftly assembled a band of brothers, eclipsing the Qiao Gang's former glory and establishing himself as the largest gang in the area. A thorn in the side of the Qiao Gang's leader, Wang Yong. Often lamenting the misfortunes of his time, Wang Yong, now in his 30s and of slight build, possesses eyes devoid of their former spark. Today unfolds as usual. Big sister, two voices call out in unison. Wang Yong, accompanied by a junior member, approaches a stall and addresses a woman in her 30s. Without turning, she replies, no noodles today. Hey, what do you mean this isn't noodles? That's for the customers. Are you a customer or not? You refuse my money, yet claim I'm not a customer. What do you truly desire? Wang Yong inquires with a playful tone, unperturbed. I only want my noodle money, nothing else. Li Jinjin remains steadfast. All right, I promise you, I will disband the gang tomorrow, Wang Yong says, tugging at her arm. Remember to support me then. Is that a promise? Li Jinjin asks, her spirits lifting. Ask a Chong. I've already informed everyone to gather for a meeting tomorrow to announce the disbandment. Fine, if we must disband, so be it, Wang Yong sighs. After Li Jinjin and a Chong confirm his words, a light smile graces their faces. Settle in. The noodles will be ready shortly. Big sister, will you still charge us? A Chong inquires with a grin. No charge, Li Jinjin responds. And Wang Yong, delighted by her words, beckons a Chong to sit inside. At that moment, two figures clad in purple brocade, wielding long swords and exuding an intimidating aura, approach. Each orders a bowl of meat noodles and consumes them leisurely. After finishing their last bites and wiping their mouths with silk handkerchiefs, the taller man turns to Wang Yong. Are you the leader of the Qiao Gang, Wang Yong? Indeed, I am. What brings you two to me? Wang Yong answers. That is good to hear. Today, we wish to join the Qiao Gang and have come to find you. Had this been in the past, Wang Yong might have entertained the notion, but having already promised Li Jinjin to disband, he cannot acquiesce. Furthermore, the two clearly harbor ulterior motives. I apologize, but I have just promised my partner to disband the gang tomorrow. I am truly sorry, Wang Yong expresses sincerely. Suddenly, the silent, stout man draws his sword with the swiftness of lightning, leaving a crimson mark upon Wang Yong's neck, a droplet of blood slowly cascading down. Agree or die, he states ominously, adding, all will perish. Wang Yong dares not move. Li Jinjin, terrified, lets out a shriek, dropping her plain noodles with a splash. Agree, She clutches Wang Yong, shielding him, her face a mask of fear. Wang Yong pulls her behind him, uncertain of their intentions. If you have commands, please speak freely. Are we now members of the gang? The tall youth queries again. Yes, I accept your joining and welcome you to the Xiao gang, Wang Yong replies. The tall youth rises. Gather the brothers, we shall assault the Tiger gang. But, big brother, the Tiger gang is numerous and powerful, and their leader is formidable. We lack the strength, the junior protests. What is there to fear? With us here, it will be difficult for you to perish. And remember, you are the big brother, do not misname. The tall youth's impatience is palpable. As dawn breaks, a bloody junior from the Tiger gang stumbles back, clutching a severed arm. Boss. The headquarters, bustling with members, quickly surrounds him, some rushing to summon the leader. What happened? Who did this? I demand vengeance. Luo Fei, his eyes glinting with fury, exclaims. Boss, at Lianshan Reservoir, the Xiao gang. They are all dead. Revenge. Having lost too much blood, he teeters on the brink of death. Everyone armed, follow me. Luo Fei roars, incensed. The Lianshan Reservoir is a vital asset for the Tiger gang, controlling much of the farmland across 3 towns, contributing significantly to their revenue. For years, the Tiger gang has not faced such casualties, and Luo Fei recalls that previously, they had only injured members of the Xiao gang, never killing. Now, seeing their weakened state, he vows to ensure they meet a fate worse than death. Luo Fei's heart seethes with resentment. Ruo Xiaoyan arrives in haste, brandishing her father's treasured sword. Luo Fei takes it from her. Stay and wait for me at home, he instructs, tousling her hair. Yes. Remember what I said, he adds earnestly. Father, I will wait for you, Ruo Xiaoyan replies obediently. Most of the members stationed at the Tiger gang's base belong to the White Tiger Hall, the strongest faction among them, and they quickly prepare. Elderly senses something amiss. The Xiao gang is but a shadow of its former self. What emboldens them to act with such ferocity? Leader, there may be a trap. We should gather more members. Elderly suggests, pulling Luo Fei aside. Luo Fei ponders, but shakes his head, albeit hesitantly. Dog Dan, swiftly retrieve the bows and arrows from the storeroom, he commands. Elderly, most of our combat strength lies here. With strong bows, if we still cannot prevail, then it is our fate, Luo Fei declares, his expression grim. Elderly nods in agreement, silently acknowledging the rationale. Uncle Li, take Xiaoyan to Qin Bing's residence and wait for me there. Tell Qin Bing not to come, Luo Fei whispers to Elderly. Elderly nods subtly. Everyone, mount the carts. Luo Fei bellows, leading the charge. 6 carts kick up dust as they race forward, reaching the reservoir within a TS time. In the open space ahead lay 3 lifeless bodies, unattended. Wang Yong, the leader of the Xiao gang, sat pale-faced at the edge, while a dozen individuals stood behind him, their gazes piercingly fixed upon the scene. Upon witnessing the 30-odd armed adversaries across from them, the members of the Xiao gang instinctively took a step back in fear. A tall youth, whose name remained unspoken, issued a sharp admonition, prompting the group to regain their composure. He furrowed his brow in silence. Were the circumstances not so dire, there would be no need to invoke the name of this band of drunken buffoons. Wang Bangzhu, have you summoned a formidable figure with the intent to eradicate us completely? Luo Fei pondered, observing the 2 unfamiliar outsiders across the way, his heart sinking gradually. Surrender on your knees and hand over Qin Bing, and you may spare your lives, Wang Yong declared, uttering the cruelest words with a surprisingly gentle tone. Luo Fei quickly grasped the underlying truth. It was not the Xiao gang seeking revenge, but rather someone was manipulating them to instigate chaos. I am at a loss as to where my Meng Hu Bang has offended these 2 gentlemen to warrant such ruthless measures. However, the tall youth showed no interest in his plight, merely addressing the portly man with a dark complexion, stating, "Kneel if you wish to survive." The dark-faced man, sword in hand, rose with a fluid motion, his muscles rippling like flowing water, and suddenly lunged towards the Meng Hu Bang, who had just dismounted from their cart. Chapter 27. The Rise of the Despicable and the Demise of the Leader. Luo Bangzhu roared, "Archers, prepare your bows." The strong bows were forbidden items by the imperial court, and the Meng Hu Bang possessed only 16 of them, treasured like jewels and seldom used. The stout figure charged forward like a ravenous black bear, and Luo Fei instantly recognized him as a formidable opponent. Wang Yong, witnessing the silent giant rush into battle, felt a surge of anxiety. Was he truly that fierce? Yet, the tall youth remained unfazed. Although Luo Bangzhu's heart raced, his expression remained composed, for he had anticipated such encounters with masters. "Gather around me. Team 1, get ready with your bows. Team 2, stay alert," he commanded, drawing his own bow and aiming ahead. The stout man furrowed his brow, surprised to find a formation even in this desolate place. Yet he pressed on fearlessly, leaping forward like a tempest. "First team, fire." Luo Fei bellowed again, unleashing 8 deadly arrows that shot forth with lethal intent, predicting the giant's evasion trajectory. However, the arrows reached him before he could react, imbued with an intense murderous aura. As the first team finished their volley, the second team immediately readied their bows, clearly well trained. The stout figure deftly dodged, and when evasion proved impossible, he remained calm, channeling his inner energy as his sword shimmered like ripples in water, swiftly tracing circles before him. The arrows inexplicably slowed, losing their potency. With a sweeping motion, he caught them all in his hands. "Here, take them back," he taunted, launching the arrows back with incredible might. Luo Bangzhu quickly released his bow and drew his sword. Amidst the clanging of metal, he managed to deflect a few arrows, but 3 of his companions fell with anguished cries. "Team 2, fire. Team 1, shoot," he commanded, but the moment was fleeting. Luo Fei, drawing his sword and knocking an arrow, seized the opportunity to shoot just as the stout man attempted to employ the same tactic again. At that moment, the giant, his strength waning, could only take the hit. His body glowed faintly red, his hair standing on end, revealing a form of external body refinement. Thud! Luo Fei's arrow struck the giant's left shoulder, embedding itself partially. The stout man easily extracted it, blood trickling down, yet he roared in humiliation. "You shall die?" Closing the distance, he deemed arrows useless. "Scatter and shoot freely." Luo Fei discarded his bow, drawing his sword to meet the charge. As their blades clashed, a tremendous force knocked Luo Fei back, nearly disarming him. Though he retained his grip, he left himself vulnerable, receiving a crushing blow to the chest. Luo Fei was sent flying, pain surging through his body. The stout man aimed to finish him off with a single stroke, but was obstructed by several arrows suddenly in his path. He decisively abandoned the assault, leaping among the archers, swiftly claiming lives with each strike. Initially, Wang Yong had been awed by the prowess of the Meng Hu Bang and their disciplined formation, but within moments, they were shattered by the stout man. Witnessing the carnage unfold, he felt no joy, only a profound sense of sorrow, as if mourning a fallen comrade. Luo Fei's eyes blazed with fury, his face contorted with madness. "I will hold him off. You must escape." Summoning his remaining strength, he lunged forward, abandoning defense in a desperate bid to slow the giant's advance. Yet, from beside him, a blade pierced his side, leaving him in disbelief as he turned to see his assailant. You, Bangzhu." The man, ensnared by Luo Fei's gaze, panicked and knelt. "I surrender. I can lead you to the Qin army. Spare me." Pei Yuan raised his hands in desperation, shocking the remaining 10 or so individuals. "Pei Yuan, you despicable wretch, I shall end you first." Others glared angrily. At this moment, the tall youth revealed a sly grin, gliding over to Pei Yuan's side and waving his sleeve, sending several men crashing back. "Those who kneel and surrender shall live," he declared, casting a wicked glance at the crowd. Seeing this, the expressions of the onlookers dimmed. Luo Fei, bleeding profusely, felt the weight of despair as he looked back at his brothers who had fought alongside him. "All of you kneel. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood." The remaining members slowly closed their eyes, tears glistening at the corners. Painfully, they dropped their weapons, kneeling in humiliation. Luo Fei turned to Pei Yuan. "Why? I have always treated my brothers with loyalty and righteousness. I understand your desire to live, but why betray others?" Pei Yuan, now emboldened by the prospect of salvation, responded, "The brother of the Qin army's general killed my brother and Master Xia. I want his family to suffer. Luo Fei gritted his teeth, his rage boiling. How can you make baseless accusations? Pei Yuan retorted bitterly. Baseless? Before my brother disappeared, he told me that Master Xia intended to take him to the Qin family to steal the secret of their white liquor. The next day, they vanished without a trace. Who else could have killed them if not the Qin family? Why didn't you speak up before? Luo Fei pressed. Did I dare? You were all like family. Hatred filled Pei Yuan's eyes. Luo Fei regarded him sternly. To steal another's secret is to deserve death. Memories of Xiao Qingfeng's gentle and handsome face flashed in Luo Fei's mind, as if he had grasped something profound. Gazing at the stout man and the tall youth, a smile crept upon his face. I will wait for you below. With those words, his head drooped, and he breathed his last. The tall youth furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him, but he quickly dismissed it. In truth, he had already investigated the matter thoroughly, having visited Panga town to ascertain the facts. However, the young master desired to eliminate everyone around him, while the steward had instructed against using the royal name for such actions. They needed a force to serve as a pretext for intervention. Thus, they sought out the Qiao Bang members, hoping to draw the snake out of its hole, especially since the Qin army's general had been missing for quite some time, his whereabouts unknown. The tall youth waved to Wang Yong. The leader, trembling, approached with the others. Observing Wang Yong's obsequious demeanor, the youth felt a surge of disdain, yet considering his potential future utility, he patted Wang Yong's shoulder. Fear not. Having joined the Qiao Bang, I shall ensure you have no worries. With my brother and me backing you, you can act freely. Wang Bangzhu found himself aboard a pirate ship, with no retreat in sight. Absent the formidable support of the two individuals beside him, those kneeling before him could easily render him to a fate devoid of burial. Yet, an ironic smile crossed his lips as he pondered their namelessness, leaving his heart in turmoil. Wang Yong severed the chaotic thoughts within him and addressed the assembly. Rise, all of you. From this day forth, you are members of my Qiao Bang. The Menghu Bang has offended those of great stature, inviting calamity upon itself. This is a consequence of its own making, and I, as your leader, am left with no recourse. I trust you comprehend this. However, given the gravity of the situation, he urged them to cast aside any lingering grievances and strive to integrate into Qiao Bang, thereby demonstrating their loyalty. The disheartened individuals, having lost their resolve, stood up with their heads bowed. Pei Yuan, filled with enthusiasm, boldly declared, I have seen Wang Bangzhu. The rest, compelled by the moment, followed suit, bowing in respect. We have seen Wang Bangzhu. Wang Yong felt a flicker of joy. A semblance of the spirit from years past had returned. He pointed at Pei Yuan and proclaimed, Xiao Bang shall establish the Menghu Tang, and you shall be its leader. Pei Yuan's heart soared with elation as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Wang Bangzhu. The others regarded him with complex emotions. And as they began to clear the battlefield, they climbed aboard the carriage, setting off in the direction from whence they came, racing toward Panga town. Chapter 28. The enemy approaches. Blood flows like a river. Pei Yuan, accompanied by his followers, did not head towards the Menghu Gang's stronghold, but instead made a beeline for the Qin residence. Upon arriving at the doorstep of the Qin family, the tall youth directed the Qiao Gang members to encircle from behind. The stout man with a dark complexion led Pei Yuan and the surrendering members of the Menghu Gang through the front door of a small tavern. The newly surrendered individuals, their faces flushed with shame, followed closely behind, while Pei Yuan surged ahead, wielding his blade with unrestrained excitement. He charged through the door without hesitation. What are you doing? The innkeeper, noticing the disturbance, hurried over to chase them away, only to be met with the cold glint of Pei Yuan's steel knife. With a swift motion, Pei Yuan mercilessly severed the innkeeper's head, which rolled away, blood gushing forth and splattering the two tables nearby, leaving the patrons drenched in crimson. The Qiao Gang was at work, and unrelated individuals quickly retreated. Drenched in blood, Pei Yuan bellowed, causing chaos to erupt within the tavern as patrons scrambled for the exits, their terrified screams filling the air. The small town had no soldiers stationed, only periodic inspections every few days. In the midst of this massacre, Pei Yuan felt no pressure. The hidden demon within him surged forth rapidly. Watching Qin Bing, his childhood friend, ascend to greatness while he himself suffered the loss of loved ones left him feeling as if his heart were being pierced by needles. Qin Bing, come out. Pei Yuan, blood-soaked yet fervent, called out. At this moment, another innkeeper, having followed the fleeing crowd, had already escaped through the door. The tavern was now devoid of anyone but them. Familiar with the surroundings, Pei Yuan directed his companions to enter through the side door. As they stepped into the courtyard, they found Qin Bing and his group being forced back by Wang Yong and his men, clearly attempting to flee but being pushed back. The stout man with a dark face casually took a sip from a jug of white liquor, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. Elderly, witnessing the Qiao gang's swift pursuit of the Qin residents, wore a grave expression. However, upon turning around, he was relieved to see only members of the Meng Hu gang entering the front yard, despite their puzzled faces. Elderly, skilled in calculations and responsible for the gang's business affairs, was without any martial prowess himself. Pei Yuan, Hazy, where is Luo Bangzhu? Why are there only so few of you? Though Elderly was the head of the Baihu Hall, his advanced age and lack of combat strength made him quite amiable within the gang. The others, upon hearing his inquiry, displayed faces of shame, except for Pei Yuan, who stood tall and proud. Luo Bangzhu has been slain. All of us have now joined the Qiao gang. I am now the head of the Meng Hu Hall of the Qiao gang. Elderly gasped in shock, unable to believe what he was hearing. You. Luo Xiaoyan, who had been listening nearby, let out a mournful cry upon hearing the dreadful news. Father. She swayed unsteadily, her body devoid of strength. Qin Bing quickly embraced her, glaring at the group with fierce anger. How did Luo Bangzhu die? Have you truly betrayed the Meng Hu gang? At this moment, a thin youth named Xiao He, tears welling in his eyes, replied, Luo Bangzhu possessed unmatched martial skills, and we had no means to resist. If we did not surrender, we would have faced death. Furthermore, before his demise, Luo Bangzhu instructed us to surrender. And how did Luo Bangzhu meet his end? Xiao He's lips quivered, and he lowered his head in shame, choosing not to speak further. Pei Yuan burst into laughter at this juncture. Qin Bing, did you ever imagine? I was the one who killed Luo Bangzhu myself. Qin Bing looked at him with disdain. Pei Yuan, you wretched scoundrel, with your mediocre skills, you could never come close to Luo Bangzhu. Pei Yuan, now devoid of any reservations, retorted, if direct confrontation fails, is it not possible to succeed through ambush? Killing Luo Fei is the most exhilarating achievement of my life. His tone was emphatic, leaving no room for contradiction. Pei Yuan had discovered that since slaying Li Bangzhu, his courage had significantly strengthened. He was no longer the coward he once was. Qin Bing's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Pei Yuan. I will first rid this world of you, you despicable cur. Qin Bing released Luo Xiaoyan and drew his blade, lunging at Pei Yuan with ferocity. Yet, as swiftly as he advanced, he was met with an equally swift kick that sent him reeling backward. The stout man retreated slowly, seemingly handing the stage back to Pei Yuan. Qin Bing felt as though he had been struck by an immense force, his body crumbling under the impact as he coughed up blood. Seeing her son assaulted, the Qin matriarch's eyes filled with madness as she charged at Pei Yuan. Her teeth clenched as if she desired to tear him apart. Qin Bing, suddenly alarmed, shouted, "Don't go over." But it was too late. Pei Yuan, his face twisted with malice, thrust his blade into the Qin matriarch's abdomen and kicked her away. Pei Yuan, I curse your ancestors. Qin Bing's heart turned to ash as he realized he was now eternally separated from his mother. Covered in blood and with a ghastly grin, Pei Yuan taunted Qin Bing. Do you feel the pain? Do you know that when your brother-in-law killed my brother, I felt great anguish as well? You despicable villain. When did my brother-in-law kill your brother? Qin Bing retorted. You of course do not know, but I do. Pei Yuan shouted, his face contorted with madness. Understand this. I know, but I choose not to speak. Where is your brother-in-law? Have him come out, or else you all shall perish. Pei Yuan growled menacingly. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of Qin Bing's mouth, clearly indicating severe internal injuries. Luo Xiaoyan, in a panic, clung to him. Binggu, are you all right? Please don't leave me. Elderly, trembling with fear, implored, Pei Yuan, you cannot kill recklessly. Pei Yuan turned with his blade, his demeanor menacing. Elderly, considering you have not bullied me in the past, I shall spare you. But do not push me. His gaze was frenzied, causing Elderly to collapse in fear, no longer daring to speak. Pei Yuan triumphantly turned away, satisfied with his display of power. Qin Bing, reveal your brother-in-law's whereabouts, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. After speaking, Pei Yuan raised his knife, poised dangerously above Luo Xiaoyan's head. Qin Bing, you wouldn't wish for Xiaoyan's head to part ways with her body, would you? A pang of anguish struck Qin Bing as he looked at the encircling figures. I promise you, but do not regret it later. He then produced a golden triangular flag from his bosom. Qin Bing felt a surge in his throat, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. As long as this flag is placed upon the rooftop, my brother-in-law will return swiftly. Pei Yuan, holding the small flag, looked on with intrigue. Is it truly that miraculous? Gazing up at the tall young man and the stout figure with a dark complexion, a look of inquiry appeared in his eyes. The stout man, engrossed in his drink, paid no heed. The tall young man, seemingly lost in thought, nodded slightly. Pei Yuan immediately summoned Xiao He, instructing him to ascend to the rooftop and raise a small flag. Observing the frenzied Pei Yuan, Wang Yong remained secretly vigilant of this individual. Receiving a nod from the tall young man, Wang Yong approached Qin Bing. Qin Bing, surrender the secret recipe for the liquor. I prefer not to resort to violence against you. Qin Bing glared at him with resentment. Wang Zhongzhu, you shall not meet a favorable end. Without further insistence, Qin Bing produced the secret manuscript from his bosom and tossed it over. Wang Yong caught it without inspecting its contents and turned to present it to the tall young man. The tall young man examined it carefully, nodded slightly, and then tucked it into his robe. Seeing there was nothing more to be done, Wang Yong instructed the members of the Qiao gang to rummage through the place, searching high and low for valuables. Meanwhile, the rest of the group awaited in silence within the courtyard. Chapter 29. The Death of Qin Bing. Xiao Yan's devotion Yin Ling Gu, isolated from the world, lay beneath a canopy of snow-covered mountains and forests, while the valley itself remained a vibrant green. At this moment, 3 individuals gathered around a roaring fire, roasting a goat leg, its fat dripping down as the meat slowly transformed into a golden hue. Xiao Qingfeng, with the finesse of a master chef, extracted various seasonings from his storage bag and sprinkled them generously over the meat. Almost done, Your Highness, do not fret, he assured. Recently, Xiao Qingfeng had developed a passion for hunting, and the nearby large animals were nearly extinct, forcing him to venture into more distant territories. His culinary skills had evolved from merely edible to surprisingly delectable. This was largely due to his penchant for experimenting with an array of self-crafted seasonings, which he lavished upon the meat. Before long, he skillfully sliced 2 large pieces of meat and presented them to the 2 women, each cradling a small kitten in their arms, patiently shredding the meat into bite-sized morsels for the little creatures. Sampling a piece himself, Xiao Qingfeng exclaimed, "Wow, this is far better than before. You must try it. There is no strange taste, and it is not overly spicy." Xiao Dage, that might be poisonous. You should eat less, Lan Sai cautioned. Touching a small red spot on her face, her desire to taste the dish entirely absent. Fortunately, 3 brave souls were present to test the food. With a reluctant sigh, Xiao Qingfeng cut off another piece of meat and tossed it to the side for the Eagle King. Both the man and his pet devoured their meals with great delight. Once the food was consumed, Xiao Qingfeng cradled the Eagle King, stroking its head until it calmed down. After a moment, he projected a strand of spiritual awareness into its mind, manifesting his image and playfully engaging with the Eagle King's spirit. A quarter of an hour later, the essence of his spiritual awareness had intertwined with that of the Eagle King, becoming indistinguishable from one another. Upon completing the bonding process, he imprinted a fine line onto the Eagle King's forehead, enhancing a complex pattern that was still a third incomplete. Xiao Qingfeng opened his eyes. Slightly fatigued, this marking was a routine completed once every half-month. Presently, he could only sense simple images and thoughts, and the distance was limited. Once fully accomplished, they would be able to perceive each other's existence and transmit information clearly, regardless of the distance between them. At that moment, the Eagle King awoke, spreading its wings and swiftly soaring into the sky. The 2 kittens, which Xiao Qingfeng regarded merely as pets, had not undergone any taming. After all, his energy was limited, and it seemed these 2 little cats were more suited to the women. Su Ling favored the little white one, while Lan Sai took delight in the little black one. Xiao Qingfeng occasionally shared insights about beast taming with them, discussing how to interact and communicate with their pets. However, without spiritual awareness, they could not perform the most crucial step. Once the 2 lynxes matured, their offensive capabilities would rival those of top-tier experts. Understanding this, Su Ling and Lan Sai cherished their little companions even more, and their relationship had become quite harmonious. "How has your martial arts training progressed, Sai?" Xiao Qingfeng inquired. Lan Sai shyly leaned against Su Ling's shoulder, remaining silent. Su Ling, however, smiled and remarked that Lan Cai had made excellent strides in her inner strength cultivation and had begun to grasp the flowing cloud movement technique, though her swordsmanship still left much to be desired. Xiao Qingfeng nodded approvingly. That is commendable. As long as you can run away if not win, that is sufficient. I have no desire to fight, Lan Cai confessed, her apprehension towards martial arts evident. That is not acceptable. Life's journey is fraught with challenges. It is wise to possess some martial skills for self-defense. If you seek the path of enlightenment, you must also equip yourself with the skills to protect it, lest you stray. Xiao Qingfeng spoke earnestly. My steadfast guardian will always be Xiao Dage, Lan Cai giggled. Xiao Qingfeng embraced her warmly. Even with protective abilities, I may falter at times. You must take this seriously, Cai. Lan Cai nodded, understanding. I will, brother. Xiao Dage, what is it? Lan Cai sensed his sudden surprise. Su Ling turned her gaze towards him as well. Trouble awaits. The Eagle King bears urgent news of a change at home. I must depart immediately. Follow shortly, Xiao Qingfeng declared, vanishing into the wooden cabin like the wind, swiftly stowing away essential items before leaping into the trees, his expression fraught with urgency. Are you deceiving us? After such a long time without return, why not simply provide the address so we can find him? Pei Yuan kicked Qin Bing on the head. Luo Xiaoyan, filled with terror, pleaded as she shielded Qin Bing. Please, do not hit him. Qin Bing's face turned pale, consciousness fading, yet he clutched Luo Xiaoyan's hand tightly. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan. His voice dwindled to a whisper. The tall youth was in turmoil, pacing the courtyard, when he suddenly halted. Fatty, I will go take a look. You stay here. The dark-faced fat man nodded nonchalantly. Since you have come, do not leave. Are you not waiting for me? Xiao Qingfeng rushed to the scene, and upon witnessing the distressing tableau, his heart ached. In a flash, he appeared beside Qin Bing. Xiao Bing, how are you? He placed one hand on his chest, channeling his true energy to protect his heart, while the other hand retrieved a spiritual nurturing pill to feed him. Regrettably, he lacked any healing elixirs. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Qingfeng's eyes as he surveyed the courtyard's occupants. Sister, husband, please, take care of Xiaoyan for me. Help me. Kill them. Qin Bing's spirit was revived by the cooling effect of the pill, and upon seeing Xiao Qingfeng, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Rest assured, those who deserve death will meet their end. Just focus on recuperating. Watch how I make them wish for death, Xiao Qingfeng replied, tears brimming in his eyes as he sensed the state of Qin Bing's internal injuries, feeling a profound sense of guilt. Upon Xiao Qingfeng's arrival, the tall youth felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Upon seeing the pill being administered, he instantly came to his senses. Before anyone could react, he leaped onto the treetops, preparing to flee. A pearl shot through the air. The tall youth, being a master in his own right, reacted swiftly. He turned abruptly, channeling his true energy to coalesce into his palm, attempting to grasp the pearl. However, he underestimated the pearl's power. The pearl, shimmering with a faint silvery hue, pierced through his palm as if tearing through flimsy fabric, embedding itself in his chest. With a thunderous explosion within him, the tall youth let out a ghastly scream, plummeting from the tree like an injured bird. At that moment, Pei Yuan, upon seeing his adversary, was consumed by rage, brandishing his blade and charging forward with reckless abandon, embodying the essence of ignorance and fearlessness. Xiao Qingfeng, without a backward glance, elegantly waved his sleeve, summoning a silver hand that swelled in the wind to strike. In an instant, Pei Yuan's bones shattered, his eyes bulging as he flew backward into the embrace of the stout man with a black face. The man, slightly inebriated, was momentarily bewildered. As Pei Yuan collided with him, the stout man felt as though he had been struck with a heavy blow, blood spurting from his mouth, his face turning pale. Gazing at Pei Yuan, who was now a mere pulp in his arms, his eyes finally regained clarity as he stared in astonishment at the young man in the courtyard. His senior brother, a master of the realm, had been defeated in a single move, while he, at the peak of the acquired realm, had merely sustained injury from a mere touch. Despair flickered in the stout man's eyes. What sort of monster had the heirs sent us to slay? At this juncture, Qin Bing revealed a satisfied smile, his gaze as clear and bright as a rejuvenating light, lingering on Luo Xiaoyan. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears staining her cheeks, but alas, he could only manage half the task before his hand fell limply, his eyes closing forever. A faint ache stirred within Xiao Qingfeng's heart as a single tear slipped from his eye, mingling with the dust of the world. Just as Xiang'er departed, calamity struck at home. leaving him at a loss on how to explain it to her. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoyan let out a cry of agony, blood gushing from the corner of her mouth. "Xiaoyan, what has befallen you?" Xiao Qingfeng exclaimed, his concern palpable. Pain reflected in her eyes as she shook her head at him. Elderly stepped forward, grasping her shoulders in a panic, assessing the situation. He beheld a finely crafted dagger embedded in her chest. This delicate and lovely girl, having lost two of her most cherished loved ones within a single day, had chosen such a fierce manner to conclude her life. Elderly looked upon the girl he had watched grow from childhood, now eternally closed her eyes, shedding tears of sorrow. Chapter 30. The Surge of Malice. The prince's head falls. Xiao Qingfeng's mind erupted, his murderous intent surging uncontrollably. Slowly rising, his eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to that of the stars, while the true energy within him roared like a tempest, the oppressive aura of his advanced qi refinement stage radiating freely. His gaze was sharp as a blade, a palpable aura of lethal intent permeating the air around him. Without employing a flying sword, incantations, or hidden weapons to kill from a distance, Xiao Qingfeng retrieved a steel knife from his storage bag and began to approach the crowd. "Run!" someone shouted, and the sluggish crowd erupted in panic, scattering in all directions. With the grace of a swift breeze, Xiao Qingfeng vanished from sight, employing his light-footed technique. In the distance, the fastest of the fleeing individuals was abruptly bisected, blood splattering everywhere. A nearby tree was suddenly stained crimson. The ground became increasingly soaked with blood as individuals were gruesomely cleaved in two, yet Xiao Qingfeng remained unfazed. Those who attempted to flee, those who stood still, and those who knelt were all met with the same grim fate. The sounds of terror and screams gradually diminished until they were silenced. Xiao Qingfeng pointed his steel knife at a man kneeling before him, who awaited death with unsettling calm. "Who are you?" he inquired. "The leader of the Qiao gang, Wang Yong," came the reply. "Why have you come here?" "I was compelled to." Wang Yong recounted the astonishing events of the past 2 days. "Do you have any final words?" Xiao Qingfeng's rage slowly subsided, alleviated by the oppressive weight of his departure with Xiang'er. "I die with no regrets," Wang Yong thought, his mind filled with memories of Li Jinjin as he shook his head wistfully. Xiao Qingfeng's blade passed through him, inflicting no pain. He approached a tall young man, whose robust life force was evident as he leaned against a tree, gazing at Xiao Qingfeng. "Where do you come from?" The tall young man shook his head, indicating he would not respond. A hand flew off in response. "Where do you come from?" Xiao Qingfeng pressed again. The young man clutched his severed arm, his head bowed in agony. Suddenly, he raised his head and spat out an arrowhead the size of a pinky finger, aiming for Xiao Qingfeng's chest. Startled, Xiao Qingfeng swiftly gathered his magical energy, and a silvery hand emerged, shaking as the arrow was deflected, piercing the young man's forehead instead. A faint smile graced the tall young man's lips as he slumped down, lifeless. Just moments ago, had their strengths not been so disparate, Xiao Qingfeng realized he could have been in peril. He silently vowed never to underestimate any opponent. He rifled through the corpse, finding several thousand taels of silver notes, a jade pendant adorned with a sun motif, and a secret formula he had given to Qin Bing, all of which he stowed in his storage bag. Approaching the stout man with a dark complexion, Xiao Qingfeng observed the fear etched on the man's pale face as he shrank back. Xiao Qingfeng produced the jade pendant. "What does this signify?" The stout man stammered. "If I tell you, will you spare my life?" "I can spare you," Xiao Qingfeng replied without hesitation. The stout man exhaled in relief. "This is the guest token of the Dongfang Wangfu. You are from the Dongfang Wangfu? Why are you here?" With no reason to conceal the truth, the stout man relayed the entire backstory. As Xiao Qingfeng listened, his anger intensified. This was blatant bullying, and the grievances of Murong Xian's broken engagement had led them to vent their frustrations upon him. Damn it, he thought, already sentencing the Dongfang prince to death in his heart. "Where is that scoundrel Dongfang now?" Xiao Qingfeng demanded fiercely. In the county town, waiting," the stout man replied, already mourning their prince in his heart. "Immortal, I have revealed all I know. You are a cultivator. Grant me a chance at survival. We cultivators hold our promises sacred. Do not let a small matter lead you astray. It is not worth it," the stout man pleaded, recognizing the gravity of his situation. "Rest assured, we cultivators value our commitments above all. If I say I will not kill you, I will indeed spare your life." At this, the stout man beamed with relief. However what? The stout man's heart sank. "But sparing you might require a slight punishment, nothing excessive." Xiao Qingfeng said, his eyes glimmering coldly as his hair fluttered gently. The stout man stammered, this, ah. He suddenly cried out in excruciating pain as he watched his hands and feet vanish without a trace, consumed by a fiery blaze, leaving him in utter despair. Ah, you demon, may you suffer a terrible fate. You beast, you bastard. The stout man cursed in a wretched manner, devoid of restraint. Yet, Xiao Qingfeng did not kill him. Instead, he began to clear the various body fragments scattered throughout the courtyard, while small fireballs danced about, filling the air with the scent of charred flesh. The stout man's cries gradually faded, and soon he succumbed to his wounds. Elderly departed in solitude. Xiao Qingfeng buried Madame Qin, Qin Bing, and Luo Xiaoyan beneath the peach tree in the courtyard. After cleaning himself in the back courtyard, he quietly sat in a small pavilion, his face etched with melancholy. The once troubled sky began to drizzle softly, though he was unaware. Su Ling, accompanied by Lan Cai, gently opened the courtyard door, gazing at the desolate and empty surroundings with confusion. What happened, Qingfeng? Where is everyone? Xiao Qingfeng sorrowfully explained, embracing Su Ling as he murmured, they are all gone, all dead, alas. Lan Cai's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks. How can there be such wicked people? It is too shameless. Let us go, Xiao Qingfeng replied. Where shall we go? Su Ling asked. To make them pay in blood for their debts, Xiao Qingfeng stated coldly. Very well, Su Ling echoed, equally incensed. At the Yanshui County office, County Magistrate Li returned directly after delivering gifts to Mu Wang City yesterday, without lingering. To his delight, he discovered that the prince was also returning. A splendid opportunity to forge a connection. The Dongfang prince, accompanied by 500 black iron guards, entered Yanshui County in grand procession. County Magistrate Li cleared out the finest inns in the county, meticulously preparing to receive the prince. Upon hearing that the prince might depart the following morning, Li arranged for additional entertainment and a banquet to accompany the evening. At the banquet, conversation flowed as County Magistrate Li endeavored to curry favor. But the Dongfang prince spoke little, primarily engaging with his steward. Suddenly, a voice from outside announced, Your Highness, 3 individuals have arrived, and, disregarding our counsel, have barged in. The Dongfang prince erupted in fury. Are you all incompetent? Kill them. Li County Magistrate, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, Who possesses such audacity? I shall see for myself. Before the messenger had descended, another individual arrived with alarming news. Your Highness, the intruder is exceptionally skilled in martial arts and has slain many of our men. In contrast, Dongfang Yu remained composed and addressed an elderly man beside him. I kindly request you, Lu Lao, to investigate. Instantly, Li County Magistrate took his seat once more, reassured by Lu Lao's presence, for he believed no harm would come. Dongfang Yu chose silence, patiently awaiting the outcome. Suddenly, the door exploded, splintering wood flying in all directions, as Lu Lao, having just exited, crashed onto the dining table, lifeless and unresponsive. Xiao Qingfeng held Lan Cai in his embrace, while the imposing Su Ling stood nearby. I heard that the scion recently spurned by a woman was here, so I came to have a look. Why the obstruction? Are you perhaps feeling shy? Xiao Qingfeng's voice was frigid, and his demeanor insolent. How dare you, audacious ruffian? Dongfang Yu's face flushed crimson with anger. Li County Magistrate, who recognized Xiao Qingfeng, reprimanded. Xiao, this is excessive. The esteemed Dongfang Shitzi deserves respect. Having encountered Li County Magistrate, Xiao Qingfeng remarked, This scion was just rejected by the Mu Wang and publicly berated him. Is it truly appropriate for you to be seated here? I am, after all, here to assist you. How could this be happening? Li County Magistrate was left aghast, at a loss for words. In a fit of rage, Dongfang Yu pointed at Xiao Qingfeng and commanded, Kill him, eliminate him entirely. The steward, accompanied by his men, rushed forward, only to be effortlessly repelled by Xiao Qingfeng and Su Ling, their bodies flying back and meeting their demise, rolling lifelessly down the staircase. What do you intend to do? My father is the Dongfang Wang. If you value your life, depart swiftly. Upon witnessing the steward's demise, Dongfang Yu realized the formidable strength of his adversary, his body trembling in fear. Xiao Qingfeng stepped closer and struck him across the face, declaring, This is what you get for indiscriminately taking lives, for bullying the weak and fearing the strong, for your narrow-mindedness. Each statement was punctuated by a slap, causing Dongfang Yu's cheek to swell, blood spilling from his mouth. Having encountered numerous trials throughout his life, Li County Magistrate had seen many spectacles, yet it was his first experience witnessing an attack on a Shitsi. He wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for how to begin. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Li County Magistrate, for wanton murder and insolently cursing the Wang. Does he deserve death? Deserve what? Li County Magistrate looked up abruptly. With a thud, a severed head fell. Dongfang Yu's eyes wide open in death. Li County Magistrate, your judgment is just and impartial. One can only rejoice. I trust Mu Wang will appreciate your efforts. I take my leave, Xiao Qingfeng stated. Li County Magistrate was left in a state of utter bewilderment. Chapter 31. The Empress suffers. The realm ascends. A cold breeze swept through as Li County Magistrate suddenly awoke, hastily making his way to the county office with his assistant. Where are the people? Come quickly, he shouted in a fit of rage, his hat askew from his hurried departure. He quickly organized some documents and promptly reported to the Mu Wang mansion. As night fell and the cold wind rose, the sun would rise again on another day. The Mu Wang mansion had dispatched individuals to post wanted notices at every city gate, yet failed to inform the local authorities of the appropriate course of action. There were no rewards, no portraits, and no instructions. They merely posted the notices and left. Xiao, where shall we go now? Back to the valley? Lan Sai leaned against him. Do you wish to return? Xiao Qingfeng replied, wherever you go, I shall follow. After contemplating, he realized that the Ling Valley had remained silent for too long. It seemed that a response from the formation would not come soon. They would have to wait until their cultivation improved before returning. Then let us proceed to Mu Wang City. The mountains present many inconveniences. A short stay is acceptable, but long-term residence is unfeasible. All right, let us leave this sorrowful place. Lan Sai agreed, not wanting to linger any longer. Your elder brother wishes to see the Mu Rong princess, does he not? Su Ling remarked with a smirk. We have unjustly borne such a heavy burden for her. Shouldn't we seek some compensation? Xiao Qingfeng stated firmly. I agree. We shall not relent until she offers herself in return. Su Ling concurred. Well, it doesn't have to be so extreme, Xiao Qingfeng murmured. Despite the wanted notices in every city, their carriage made its way smoothly into Mu Wang City. Your Highness, the carriage has entered Ruo City. Your Highness, the carriage has entered Fan City. Your Highness, the carriage has entered Wang City. Your Highness, the carriage has arrived at the residence of the third princess. Mu Wang appeared pensive, curiosity evident on his face. Mu Rongshuan forced a bitter smile. She merely wished to avoid becoming a pawn in a political marriage, striving for her own happiness. Who could have anticipated such a rapid turn of events? In the future, who would believe her innocence? An engagement was broken, she was scorned, and now, murder was afoot? The culprit even brought a token, brazenly seeking her out. Now, she found herself at a loss for words. Relying on the jade pendant from before, Xiao Qingfeng drove the carriage directly into the princess's residence. Greetings, Brother Xiao, Mu Rongshuan hurriedly approached. Greetings, third young master. The two stood before each other in silence, unsure of how to begin. Their last meeting was still vivid in their minds, and it was unexpected to meet again so soon. Indeed, who could have predicted such swift misfortune befalling our families? Truly, the heavens are unpredictable, Xiao Qingfeng lamented. I sincerely apologize. It is all my fault, causing trouble for you. What are your plans? Mu Rongshuan asked, tears brimming in her eyes. I have yet to decide. The journey has been arduous, and my family can no longer endure. We shall temporarily reside in Wang City for a few days. As I am new here, I am unsure of suitable accommodations. Well, for a few days, why not rest in my residence? Mu Rongshuan proposed, feeling that it would be unkind to let him wander outside. If he declined, she would suggest an inn instead. Very well. Linger, Ki. Come down quickly. The third young master has graciously offered us shelter from the storm. Let us express our gratitude. Xiao Qingfeng's face brightened instantly. Thank you, third young master. Su Ling and Lan Sai both alighted from the carriage to bow. Mu Rongshuan secretly admired the two beautiful ladies, but then blinked, sensing that what Xiao Qingfeng said differed from her own intentions. Seeking refuge from the storm and staying for a few days seemed to carry different connotations. Yet she hesitated to voice her thoughts. The princess's residence was vast, with several guest courtyards. Mu Rongshuan led them to a small pink courtyard in a peach blossom garden, pondering whether the strong feminine atmosphere would be uncomfortable for them. Wow, this place is stunning. Third young master, you truly are considerate, they exclaimed. My two ladies particularly adore peach blossoms. Residing here will surely bring them comfort and alleviate some of the sorrow from their family's departure. Thank you, third young master. Mu Rongshuan opened her mouth, wanting to respond, but thought better of it. As time passed, 5 sunrises came and went, yet Xiao Qingfeng and his companions showed no intention of leaving. 10 days passed, and they remained unperturbed. Initially, Mu Rongshuan would visit them every other day, but gradually, her visits became infrequent. Fortunately, they seldom ventured out and caused no trouble, which alleviated many concerns. However, her father had inquired multiple times about their intentions, considering them formidable individuals. The Eastern heir was no soft target. It was evident that they possessed great strength, capable of easily dispatching him. This was one reason why Mu Wang tolerated their presence in Wang City despite their violent capabilities. Their ability to kill and still remain in the city underscored their formidable confidence. Soon, a month had passed, and the world had largely forgotten the incident. Mu Rongshuan had also relinquished her worries. They could stay for as long as they wished. As Xiao Qingfeng's cultivation progressed, his confidence deepened. Had it been in the past, he would have likely fled to an unrecognizable place by now. Today marked a pivotal night for Xiao Qingfeng as he sought to ascend to the 8th level of qi refinement. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret, as Su Ling had declined the idea of 3 traveling together. Otherwise, he might have already reached the 9th level. Xiao Qingfeng had come to understand that the deeper the feelings, the greater the passion, thus, the more profound the ascension. Occasionally seeking excitement was indeed necessary. Regrettably, Su Ling remained steadfast in her refusal. At that moment, Xiao Qingfeng recalled Xiang'er, a most delightful girl. In the morning, after a night of intense battles, Xiao Qingfeng wore a joyful expression. With his opponent evenly matched, he had fought tirelessly yet felt invigorated. As Xiao Qingfeng's cultivation level increased, his combat prowess at night also grew stronger, allowing him to handle challenges with increasing ease. Once deemed incurable, his constitution gradually improved. Gazing at the figure of Su Ling, who lay beside him, her porcelain shoulders delicately exposed, and her long legs partially concealed, one dainty foot dangled carelessly, unaware of his scrutiny. Observing the former crown princess in such a state of fatigue, Xiao Qingfeng felt compelled to utter a thought. It is time for you to relish the fruits of your labor alone. A tiger does not reveal its might, and yet, you mistake me for a feeble cat. A quiet chuckle resonated within him as he sensed the surging power of his formidable cultivation, having attained the 8th level of qi refinement, which bestowed upon him immense confidence. No longer was he the insignificant shrimp or fish that could be chased away at will. Silently, he activated his golden finger. Name: Xiao Qingfeng. Lifespan: 124-158. Realm: 8th level of qi refinement, 6-700. Cultivation technique: Qingmu Gong, proficient. Techniques: Yingxishu, perfected. Xiao Jinjin technique, major success. Xiao Yao step, major success. Xiao Huoqiu technique, major success. Xiao Kumu technique, beginner. Xiao Yunyu technique, beginner. Xiao Fani technique, beginner. Beast taming technique, beginner. His lifespan extended by 1 year. And with the increase in realm, an additional 10 years were granted, culminating in a spiritual awareness that spanned 33 meters. A broader smile graced Xiao Qingfeng's face, for this was already superior to the average practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement. With renewed vigor, he stepped out of the room, where Lan Cai awaited him with toiletries in hand, greeting him sweetly. What a splendid day it was, reminiscent of the cherished times spent in the prince's residence. Chapter 32. The auction. On this day, Murong Xian unexpectedly arrived, announcing that there would be an auction that evening and inquiring if he was interested in attending. Xiao Qingfeng joyfully consented, as his current supply of medicinal herbs was dwindling. Although he had gradually become less reliant on them, a few sips of medicinal wine had become an indispensable habit in his life, one that he would not relinquish. Upon seeing his agreement, Murong Xian nodded, and after arranging to meet again in the evening, she gracefully departed. At noon, after finishing his meal, Xiao Qingfeng noticed Su Ling lazily emerging from her bedroom. Having worked so hard the previous night, why did she not indulge in a little more sleep? Su Ling cast a sidelong glance at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with annoyance. Xiao Qingfeng chuckled, recalling the ancient saying that one must understand the virtue of sharing. Selfishness is never commendable. Blushing, Su Ling hurried off to the kitchen. Lan Cai playfully punched him lightly, reproaching him with a soft xiao. Dage. Xiao Qingfeng immediately halted, exuding charm and grace. The Murong royal city, having been meticulously managed by the Murong family for generations, was extraordinarily prosperous, clean, and orderly, with towering buildings dotting the skyline. Even beneath the night's veil, the city remained brilliantly illuminated. True to her word, Mu Rongxian returned to escort Xiao Qingfeng. Behind her exquisite personal carriage followed a golden carriage prepared specifically for him. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, Xiao Qingfeng glanced between Mu Rongxian's carriage and the golden carriage behind. Noticing his hesitation, Mu Rongxian kindly reminded him, "Xiao Xiong, please board the carriage." "Certainly," he replied, swiftly entering her designated carriage. Mu Rongxian then corrected him, "Xiao Xiong, the carriage behind is yours." Xiao Qingfeng casually remarked, "Third young master. Since we address each other as brothers, why must we travel separately?" "I do not mind at all." He then addressed the driver outside. "You may return. I will share this carriage with the third young master." The typically composed third young master was now visibly flustered, unsure of how to respond. However, Xiao Qingfeng paid no heed to his discomfort, as if oblivious, and urged the driver, "Old man, let us depart." With that, he lowered the carriage curtain and turned to Mu Rongxian, observing, "Third young master, are you feeling warm? Your face has turned quite red." Taking a deep breath, Mu Rongxian wondered if Xiao Xiong had always been so carefree. Xiao Qingfeng laughed heartily, proclaiming that in this mundane world, while others may mock his eccentricity, he merely smiles at their inability to see through the facade. Indeed, Xiao Xiong lived with such carefree elegance. You too are commendable. Third young master, you follow your own path, indifferent to the gazes of others. Life is fleeting, and one should embrace it with abandon. Leaning against the carriage, he regarded Mu Rongxian with clear, bright eyes. Feeling uneasy alone with a man for the first time, Mu Rongxian wished to remain silent. "Let us proceed," she finally said. "Yes, third young master," the driver answered as he cracked the whip, setting the carriage into motion. Mu Rongxian, unable to find a place for her gaze, opened the window curtain and quietly observed the scenery outside. The carriage gradually came to a halt in front of a grand 5-story building. Upon recognizing that his younger sister's carriage had arrived, Mu Tianqing immediately went to greet them. "Little sister, you are." However, he was taken aback when a young man emerged from the carriage, momentarily doubting his own eyes. "Brother, why are you here to receive someone?" Mu Rongxian stepped out and saw her second brother standing nearby. "Little sister, who is he?" Mu Tianqing asked, puzzled, wondering if her broken engagement was related to this man. Various thoughts raced through his mind. Mu Rongxian felt a slight flush on her cheeks. Encountering family at the entrance could lead to misunderstandings, leaving her at a loss for how to introduce him. "This is my friend, third young master. He has invited me to the auction today," Xiao Qingfeng interjected promptly. Mu Tianqing, with a square face and tied hair, appeared mature and imposing, adorned with a white jade ornament. He looked at Xiao Qingfeng's handsome visage and inwardly cursed him as a pretty boy, choosing to ignore him thereafter. "The Princess of Jade and the third prince will be arriving shortly. Shall I wait for you?" Mu Tianqing queried his sister. "I will pass. I am not familiar with them." "I will head up first," Mu Rongxian replied, leading Xiao Qingfeng inside, following a maidservant. The auction hall on the third floor was spacious enough to accommodate 400 to 500 guests without issue, lacking private boxes. Only 5 square tables were arranged at the front to signify distinction, positioned ideally at a comfortable distance from the auction stage. Xiao Qingfeng and Mu Rongxian settled at the second table, patiently awaiting the commencement of the event. Soon, one of Mu Rongxian's cousins, a younger female relative, approached. As Mu Rongxian engaged in hushed conversation with her cousin Mu Shui, Xiao Qingfeng exchanged pleasantries with her cousin Mu and before falling silent. Before long, Mu Tianqing entered with a man and a woman, followed by attendants and other staff. They took their seats in the central area, prompting several distinguished guests nearby to rise and pay their respects. Although Mu Rongxian was not well acquainted with them, she recognized them and stood to acknowledge their presence, with Xiao Qingfeng feeling obliged to follow suit. "Your Highness, the Princess of Jade, this is my cousin and 2 younger sisters," the young prince introduced. "Greetings, Your Highness and Princess." The group offered slight bows, while Xiao Qingfeng merely smiled and nodded. As everyone settled, the auction was about to begin when Princess Xia unexpectedly turned her gaze toward Xiao Qingfeng. "This young man is quite handsome. I have never seen him before. You are also very lovely. Greetings to you," Xiao Qingfeng replied calmly. "There is no need to be rude," Mu Tianqing admonished. Just as Princess Xia was about to respond, Xiao Qingfeng waved his hand lightly, saying, "No worries, no worries. The young prince need not reprimand her." Princess Xia's mouth hung open in surprise, as Mu Shui stifled a laugh, quickly covering her mouth. Her face flushed. You. Mu Tiansheng was exasperated, glaring at Mu Rongxian, as if to ask, is this your friend? Mu Rongxian could only cast a helpless glance at Xiao Qingfeng. At that moment, the auction commenced. An elderly man approached the podium and tapped the gavel thrice, ushering in silence. The prince seated at the center uttered a calm remark, let it be. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. With the support of many and a year of preparation, the Murongjiada Spring Auction is now officially underway. I am your auctioneer, Li Degue. The first item introduced in this auction is the sword of General Qin Yang, a relic from over a century ago in our esteemed Xiagua. More than 100 years prior, General Qin valiantly defended our borders, engaging in a fierce battle against Zhao Gua at Chongpinghu, where he fell victim to a treacherous scheme orchestrated by the Zhao. The Qin Yang sword remained lost for many years, but after extensive negotiations, it was finally reclaimed by our auction house last month. We now hope that patriotic individuals will cherish and preserve this significant artifact. Due to the sword's profound importance, this auction is exclusively open to citizens of our nation, with a starting bid set at 1 tael of silver. The elderly auctioneer, vibrant and animated, expounded for an extended period, yet it was merely an ordinary iron sword, insistently intertwined with notions of patriotism. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the auction hall was palpably charged, as if failing to bid would be tantamount to a lack of national pride. 50, 80, 100, 200, 500. As the bids escalated, the number of participants dwindled, though a few remained ardently engaged. 1,000 taels. Suddenly, Prince Xiao Wenlong, seated in the center, made a call, and an immediate hush fell over the room. Uncertain of who initiated it, everyone stood to show their respect, and enthusiastic applause erupted. Prince Xiao Wenlong beamed a warm smile, graciously waving to acknowledge the crowd. Chapter 33. The Treasures of Virility. The high bidder wins as the prices of the items at the auction continued to ascend, each one surpassing the last. Xiao Qingfeng refrained from making any bids. Beside him, Xia Shui quietly remarked, Brother Xiao, why do you compliment the princess on her cuteness? It feels rather odd. When praising others, one must be sincere. For instance, if you find a lady beautiful, you should express it directly, like saying, Miss Mu Shui, you are truly lovely. Xiao Qingfeng responded in a hushed tone. Mu Rongshuan cast him a fleeting glance before returning her gaze to the stage. And what if she is not beautiful? Mu Shui inquired, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. If she is not beautiful, then one must not speak frivolously. Otherwise, one might come across as self-deprecating. Instead, one could commend her fair complexion, and if that is also lacking, one might praise her figure. Or if her figure is not admirable, one could still call her cute. The term cute is vague enough for general use, Xiao Qingfeng explained earnestly. Mu Rongshuan, who had been observing them, suddenly burst into laughter, spitting out a mouthful of tea as she tried to stifle her amusement while glaring at Xiao Qingfeng for his absurdity. Mu Shui, taken aback, realized that this was how compliments were truly given. At a nearby table, Prince Xiao Wenlong cast a casual glance at Xiao Qingfeng, clearly having overheard their whispered exchange. My apologies for the interruption, Mu Rongshuan explained to those nearby. The next auction item was extraordinarily rare, offering significant assistance to many martial artists. Ladies and gentlemen, please behold this millennium-old ginseng, meticulously harvested and preserved, a treasure seldom seen in the marketplace. We shall commence the bidding at an opening price of 10,000 taels of silver. Xiao Qingfeng's spirit soared. He was determined to acquire this item. 15,000, 20,000, 30,000, called out a short man wearing a purple hat. 50,000, a robust woman chimed in. 60,000, Princess Xia bid, prompting a brief silence before a man in black raised the stakes. 70,000, 100,000, Xiao Qingfeng suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of those at his table. The room fell silent. All eyes turned towards him. Is there any further bidding? This esteemed guest has bid 100,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Li Degue inquired excitedly. The man in black scowled, gritting his teeth. 110,000. 115,000. The old man in the purple hat persisted. 120,000. Princess Xia continued. 150,000. Xiao Qingfeng's calm voice resounded again. This price had already exceeded the market value significantly, and the crowd regarded him with a mix of reluctance and admiration. Is there any further bidding? We have a bid of 150,000 taels from this esteemed guest. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Li Degui's voice had settled into a placid tone, perhaps sensing that no one would challenge the offer. 150,000, first call. 150,000, second call. 150,000, third call. Sold. The auctioneer struck his hammer decisively. Soon, a maid approached with a transaction token, instructing him to proceed to the back for the exchange. Wow, a millennium-old treasure. That is a rare item that one can only hear about but seldom see, Mu Shui exclaimed enviously. Brother Xiao, do you have enough funds? If not, I still have some here, Mu Rongshuan inquired. Those who can lend money are akin to true brothers. Third young master, I appreciate your kindness. But I have sufficient funds for now. I will seek your assistance if needed, Xiao Qingfeng replied, grasping her hand briefly before releasing it. Muin, who had been mostly silent, observed the group around him. Noticing this exchange, he smirked, suppressing an urge to laugh. Mu Rongshuan quickly withdrew her hand beneath the table, falling silent. At the neighboring table, Xia Yu's expression darkened as she watched, her previous admiration for the man waning. Never mind. If I want one, I can find it elsewhere. There's no need to bid excessively. We have one at home. If you desire it, I can gift it to you. Prince Xia comforted his sister. Thank you, brother, but I do not wish for it. I want to find my own, Xia Yu replied, feeling disgruntled. The next item was also a precious medicinal herb. Although it lacked the versatility of ginseng, its efficacy was singular and highly sought after. It came from the treacherous Wuqing Sea Desert, known for its perils and reputed to be a place of no return. The herb, a century-old Rotsong Rome, was displayed on stage, measuring over 3 meters in length. Its medicinal properties are extraordinarily potent and exceedingly rare. We shall begin the bidding at an opening price of 10,000 taels of silver. For a moment, the crowd fell silent, many unsure of the herb's purpose, whispering inquiries amongst themselves. Xiao Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. This was the primary ingredient for his medicinal liquor. Previously, he had only used ordinary herbs, barely a foot long. The size of this specimen was something he had never even heard of. 50,000, he declared first, and his bid was notably high. Mu Rongshuan's face flushed instantly, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her. This was due to the primary effect of Rotsong Rome, which was known for enhancing virility. Mu Shui, noticing Xiao Qingfeng's bidding, quietly asked, Brother Xiao, what is this used for? He softly replied, It is for replenishing blood. Mu Shui pondered for a moment before turning to her brother Muin. Brother, didn't father mention that you need to replenish your blood? Would you like to bid for it? You could share it, as such a large quantity would be excessive for one person. I appreciate your concern, sister, Muin thought to himself, unsure whether to voice his reluctance. I do not require it. Another esteemed guest at table 2 offered 50,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The old man in the purple hat stood up, declaring, I bid 60,000. Young man, surely you wouldn't contend with an old man like me. Please, elder, take your seat and remain calm, the auctioneer urged, recognizing the elder's frustration. 80,000, Xiao Qingfeng offered, unperturbed. How outrageous. The youth lacks respect for the rules of engagement. I bid 100,000, the old man fumed, clearly agitated. 150,000, Xiao Qingfeng's voice remained composed, prompting everyone to shift from amusement to admiration. 160,000, the elder glared. 200,000, Xiao Qingfeng's tone remained unfazed. The elder, feeling thwarted, grumbled but ultimately withdrew, begrudgingly taking his seat. We have a bid of 200,000 taels from this esteemed guest. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? 1, 2, 3 sold. The auctioneer excitedly struck his hammer again. This time, the auctioneer called the bids rapidly, as if fearing a last-minute withdrawal. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause once more. Mu Rongxian scrutinized Xiao Qingfeng from head to toe, as if to ascertain whether he would indeed be able to settle the bill, while simultaneously attempting to discern the essence of his character that compelled him to expend such a considerable fortune at auction. Wow, Brother Xiao, you are quite wealthy, exclaimed Mu Shui, still in her youth. Her eyes filled with envy as she observed Xiao Qingfeng's extravagant spending. What would you like to purchase? Brother Xiao will buy it for you. Xiao Qingfeng gazed at the youthful Mu Shui, who appeared to be no older than 15, and smiled gently. There's no need, truly. Little Shui is too naive. I hope you can forgive her, Brother Xiao, Muin quickly interjected, declining the offer. It's all right. Thank you, brother, Mu Shui replied, her bright eyes fixed upon Xiao Qingfeng. For Xiao Qingfeng, the mundane value of money held little significance. He would unhesitatingly exchange gold and silver for anything he truly desired. The abundance of gold and silver in his storage pouch occupied considerable space. Although it all belonged to Su Ling, it had long since become indistinguishable from his own possessions. Chapter 34. The Beauty's Misfortune. Ambushed on the way, the auction persisted for over 2 hours, during which a lovely young girl took over as the auctioneer. After that, Xiao Qingfeng refrained from bidding on any further items. However, Murong Xian successfully acquired a sword, which Xiao Qingfeng discerned contained some mysterious iron, qualifying it as a true treasure, albeit of no use to him. One by one, items were auctioned off without a single one left unsold. Evidently a result of the meticulous selection process employed by the Mujiadu auction house. Good evening, everyone. I believe after such a lengthy auction, you must be feeling rather fatigued. However, I urge you to muster your spirits, for we are about to present the final highlight of the evening, a revered item known as the Wulin Shengyao. The female auctioneer excitedly announced, her exposed skin flushed with exhilaration. Such a miraculous elixir? Xiao Qingfeng's interest was piqued. Yet, when the item was revealed, he felt utterly disheartened. It turned out to be the Lingyang Dan, which he already possessed. The crowd fell silent, only to erupt in astonishment, their gazes fervently fixed on the elixir before them. Murong Xian was visibly excited, having evidently received prior knowledge that she had come specifically to bid on this item. The audacity of the Mujiada auction house to present such a treasure for auction was remarkable. Did they not fear theft? Bids began to echo throughout the hall, the cacophony rendering it impossible to discern who was calling out how much. Suddenly, a booming voice declared, 500,000 taels. The crowd quieted again, glancing around as if trying to identify the audacious bidder. 600,000, Murong Xian finally called out. 650,000. A masked young man chimed in. 700,000, Murong Tianqing also placed his bid. 800,000, another masked young woman offered. Xiao Qingfeng lowered his head and advised, Third young master, if you desire it, bid your highest offer without hesitation. 1,100,000, Murong Xian boldly proclaimed, clearly determined to secure the item. The other bidders paused momentarily, their admiration for the third young master evident. Who else possessed such audacity to raise the bid by such a considerable sum? 1,500,000. The gentle voice of Prince Xia Wenlong resonated. The auctioneer, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, the esteemed Prince Xia has bid 1,500,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Murong Xian sat down in despair. She realized that neither her financial resources nor her influence could compete. 1, 2, 3, bang. The auctioneer declared. The esteemed Prince Xia has emerged victorious with a final bid of 1,500,000. Let us extend our warmest applause to Prince Xia. A forced smile graced Murong Xian's face as she lightly clapped her hands. I shall be right back, Xiao Qingfeng informed Murong Xian. She nodded, aware that he was going to collect his winnings. He swiftly exited to find a heavy-duty cart. Loading his storage bag filled with silver and 2,500 taels of gold into it. After accumulating a total of 350,000 taels, he drove the cart back to claim his auctioned item. Upon his return, only the third young master's cart remained at the entrance, waiting for him in solitude. Why did you take so long? He was asked. The item is precious. I had to inspect it several times. Xiao Qingfeng refrained from placing the elixir in his storage bag, as Murong Xian was still at his side. She casually inquired about his delay, then instructed the driver to head back. A 3-meter-long piece of meat dangled prominently from the cart. Murong Xian observed the object, feeling utterly embarrassed, wishing she could create a hole in the cart to hide it. Xiao Qingfeng smiled quietly, watching her intently. Murong Xian, dressed in a striking manner, nonetheless displayed a charmingly bashful expression. The stark contrast of these two styles captivated Xiao Qingfeng, compelling him to gaze a moment longer. Unable to withstand his scrutiny any longer, Murong Xian exclaimed, Does Xiao brother gaze at others in such a rude manner as well? Beauty is meant to be admired. How lonely and regrettable must unappreciated beauty be? He replied, Do you not feel this is inappropriate? Murong Xian asked, her tone inadvertently sharpening. Xiao Qingfeng nodded, Indeed. It is inappropriate. Yet, I often admire my wife, and she finds joy in it. I assumed you might feel the same. Murong Xian found herself at a loss for words, perplexed by his reasoning. Suddenly, Xiao Qingfeng's handsome brow furrowed. What's wrong? Have you become angry? He inquired. Shaking his head, he sensed danger nearby and quickly connected with Ying Wang in his mind. After a thorough inspection of the vicinity and finding no threats, he felt a momentary relief. Xiao Qingfeng abruptly stood, extending his right hand into a claw-like gesture, and shouted, "Freeze." A surge of profound energy erupted forth, coalescing into a massive, transparent hand. Outside the cart, a volley of mysterious iron arrows flew towards it. 3 of these arrows, imbued with the essence of a master, approached swiftly. Just as they neared the cart, they were halted by the enormous hand, unable to advance further. Inside the cart, the gentle young lord transformed in an instant into a formidable warrior. His overwhelming presence instilled fear even in Murong Xian, a top-tier expert. The surrounding cart was sent flying like paper, and the elderly driver and the horse were rendered unconscious by the shock. 11 iron arrows hung suspended in the air, poised like venomous snakes, ready to strike. Xiao Qingfeng's aura surged. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, fixed upon the enemies perched atop the roof. In the blink of an eye, he waved his wide sleeves forward and commanded, "Return." The 11 iron arrows, like a swift dragon's tail, shot back through the air faster than their initial flight, their piercing cries echoing like nightingales, followed by agonized groans from the front. Sensing the presence of cultivators in the distance, Xiao Qingfeng skillfully regulated his energy, his external aura fluctuating merely at the 6th level of qi refinement. His experiences with previous ambushes had instilled in him the habit of holding back. "Since you have come here, why not reveal yourself? These mere minnows cannot harm me." Xiao Qingfeng, ethereal as a celestial being, gracefully retrieved 2 precious herbs from the carriage. The figure atop the roof remained silent for an extended period, exuding a presence akin to Xiao Qingfeng, both being at the 6th level of qi refinement. Yet, this individual did not reveal themselves. Instead, they swiftly departed with their companions, vanishing without a trace. Xiao Qingfeng blinked, suddenly embracing Murong Xian, and stepped into the void beside him. "There may be danger at home. We must return quickly." Murong Xian gazed at Xiao Qingfeng, her eyes shimmering like water, yet she did not respond. This was the very dream she envisioned, striking enemies from 1,000 meters away with a mere wave, intimidating foes with a roar. This was the martial realm she had relentlessly pursued. Throughout their turbulent journey, Murong Xian continued to watch him intently. Soon, the two found themselves in a peach blossom garden. Encountering an ambush by assassins along the way, Xiao Qingfeng wondered anxiously, "Is everything well at home?" He spotted Lan Sai in the courtyard and hurriedly inquired, "Brother Xiao, are you all right?" "Everything at home is fine," Lan Sai responded with urgency. Su Ling approached swiftly, asking, "What happened?" "All is well. I just returned from the road and encountered an ambush by assassins, which I frightened away. I was anxious, so I hurried back," Xiao Qingfeng explained. He then promptly released Murong Xian from his embrace, addressing her, "Third young master, I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Murong Xian shook her head, saying, "Brother Xiao is merely concerned for his family. There is no need for apologies. My father must be eager to learn the situation. So I shall attend to matters and take my leave." With that, Murong Xian departed swiftly, almost as if fleeing. Chapter 35. The Empress Longs for Home. Reopening the Dantian 2 days later, Murong Xian returned to the Peach Blossom Garden. The individuals from the Dongfang family had been reprimanded by her father's envoy, but this was all they could do. Murong Xian's expression revealed her discontent. She felt indignant that she had been ambushed in the royal city. It was anticipated, as their heir had been slain. Xiao Qingfeng remained unfazed, observing her with a smile. Noting the incongruity of the golden phoenix adornment atop her head, which altered her overall demeanor. "Rest assured, Brother Xiao, they have retreated in defeat and should pose no further threat," Murong Xian explained. "Wait a moment," he replied. "What is it?" she inquired, puzzled. Xiao Qingfeng approached her, deftly removing the golden phoenix ornament from her head, nodding in satisfaction. "I have a penchant for perfectionism. This is much more pleasing to the eye." Brother Xiao Murong Xian felt a blend of embarrassment and anger, her face flushed crimson. She had hastily forgotten to remove it after visiting her father. Although she presented herself as the third young master in public, her demeanor was markedly different in front of her father. Her mind was in disarray as she hastily recounted the history of the foreign royal family before departing. Xiao Qingfeng watched her retreating figure with a faint smile. Centuries prior, the ancestors of the Dongfang and Murong families had assisted the Xia family in establishing their dominion. Hence, they were granted hereditary privileges. However, with the passage of time, the Xia family grew increasingly powerful, while the Dongfang and Murong families gradually waned, and their ties of camaraderie diminished. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Qingfeng's eyes, explaining their swift retreat that fateful night. From that point on, Murong Xin seldom visited the peach blossom garden, and Xiao Qingfeng also spent most of his time there in seclusion. The biting cold winds and drifting snow heralded the slow revival of the earth 3 months later. Xiao Qingfeng had ascended to the 9th level of qi refinement. Lifespan, 124-168 realm, 9th level of qi refinement, 5-1000. After prolonged diligence, he finally beheld the fruits of his labor. His spiritual awareness had reached 55 meters, surpassing the average by approximately 10 meters, bestowing upon him a significant advantage. He had once envied those in the late stages of qi refinement, especially those poised to establish their foundations. Now, he had become the paragon of excellence in the eyes of others. However, the leap from 700 to 1,000 felt somewhat unjust. Before long, he anticipated becoming the formidable foundational cultivator he once feared, filling him with renewed vigor. Tonight, I shall work overtime, haha brother Xiao. I've noticed Sister Su daydreaming a few times. Is she perhaps longing for home? Lan Sai stood beside the courtyard, captivated by the sight of Xiao Qingfeng practicing martial arts. In a few years, we shall return for a visit before heading back to the realm of cultivation. Lan Sai's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming. In the realm of cultivation, there are countless miraculous elixirs. Once we arrive, your troubles shall swiftly resolve. Xiao Qingfeng tightened his embrace around Sai. As the seasons transitioned, the cold winds shifted, and the scorching sun blazed overhead 5 months later. Xiao Qingfeng gazed blankly at his golden pointer. Realm, 9th level of qi refinement, 999-1000. Conditions not met. 3 days prior, he had reached 999, only for the number to turn gray, indicating that the conditions were unmet, plunging his anticipation into despair. He had envisioned enduring the mortal realm until achieving the Yuaning stage, then returning to the realm of cultivation to become a patriarch. In an instant, those dreams shattered. Life lost its flavor, and the world around him faded into dullness. Even the little cat became an annoyance. He kicked it off the bed, thinking, "Is my woman also subject to your affections?" Lan Sai rushed down, cradling the cat in her arms, offering various comforts until the little creature ceased its lamentations. Recently, Xiao Qingfeng had been prone to inexplicable outbursts, leaving both Lan Sai and Su Ling bewildered, and they could only accompany him with utmost tenderness. Xiao Qingfeng bore a heavy heart. Fortunately, having reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, his spiritual awareness surged to about 80 meters, somewhat alleviating his disappointment. In the gentle morning breeze, Xiao Qingfeng practiced Taiji swordplay in the courtyard. He believed the greatest benefit of Taiji swordplay lay in its capacity to calm the mind and refine one's spirit. After more than half a year of effort, Xiao Qingfeng had completed the 3rd transformation of his martial arts, the blood refinement, and was poised to break through to the master realm. After several repetitions of the swordplay, his emotions had settled. As he extinguished his qi and sheathed his sword, Su Ling swiftly approached with a silk handkerchief. "Brother Xiao, you must be tired. Do wipe your sweat." Her voice was sweet and gentle. Xiao Qingfeng sighed lightly upon hearing her deliberately flattering tone. "There was a minor issue with my training these past few days, but it has since resolved. You need not worry. Please speak to me normally." Su Ling beamed with joy. "That is wonderful. Qingfeng, you cannot imagine how worried Sai and I have been for you these past few days." "Please inform Sai that I'm fine," Xiao Qingfeng replied quietly. "Now that I have completed the 3rd transformation, I intend to finalize my transition to the master realm in the coming days." Su Ling exclaimed, "Wow, Qingfeng, you are remarkable. You've progressed from training martial arts to the master realm in less than a year. That is astonishing." Xiao Qingfeng displayed a rare smile, embracing her for a moment before retreating to his room. He sat cross-legged, allowing his spiritual awareness to penetrate his blood vessels. He discovered that the once murky blood had transformed into a crystalline clarity, with each drop resembling a precious gem. His meridians were now brimming with vigorous energy. Xiao Qingfeng quietly observed the juncture where his qi and spiritual veins converged. This was the Tanzhong point, a highly sensitive and perilous acupoint. Xiao Qingfeng's vital energy was robust, so he exercised utmost caution, aware that impatience could lead to the forfeiture of his hard-earned progress. Carefully, he controlled a thread of true qi to traverse the Tanzhong point and enter his qi meridians. With a tremendous roar, a thunderous sound echoed in Xiao Qingfeng's mind, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. This thread of true qi became entangled with the qi, igniting into a tumultuous blaze. Xiao Qingfeng's chest felt as if it had been suddenly filled with a balloon, causing sharp pain. The purity and concentration of his true qi were exceedingly high. Unlike others, his transformation into a master was expedited by over 100-fold, converting qi into true essence with remarkable speed. Xiao Qingfeng, enduring excruciating pain, observed silently, ever ready to halt the process. To his astonishment, what others experienced as a serene and gentle transformation was fraught with peril for him. He incessantly channeled true energy, resulting in a substantial depletion of his internal strength. While others converted 10% of their qi into 90% of true essence, expending only 10%, he found himself consuming 90% of his qi, leaving merely 10% of true essence. Due to the rapid depletion of his internal strength, his Hunyuan gong surged into an uncontrollable frenzy, continuously generating qi, yet it was akin to a drop in the bucket. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on Xiao Qingfeng's brow. What kind of true essence had he cultivated that incurred such a tremendous loss? As he continued to cultivate, a soft purple true essence began to coalesce. A quarter of an hour passed, then another. The accumulation of true essence in his chest increased exponentially. Suddenly, an unknown space at the center of his chest collapsed, drawing in all the purple true essence in a tumultuous rush. Xiao Qingfeng was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation, as the entirety of the purple true essence had already entered the enigmatic space. With his spiritual awareness, he swiftly probed within. He beheld a space resembling a dantian, where the freshly refined purple true essence surged within, swirling chaotically. In an instant, Xiao Qingfeng realized he had inadvertently unlocked his middle dantian. An overwhelming joy surged within him. Only authentic body-refining techniques could unveil the middle dantian, and he had stumbled upon it by chance. The activation of the middle dantian would allow for the continual practice of body-refining techniques. Although he did not yet possess such techniques, finding them in the future would save him an immense amount of time, laying a solid foundation for his future cultivation. The emergence of the middle dantian instantly alleviated the throbbing pain in his chest, swiftly transferring the battlefield of qi and true energy into the dantian. The once painful and perilous process stirred no turbulence within the dantian. Soon, all the qi had entered the dantian, transforming into purple true essence. Chapter 36. Mastery of Techniques. Invitation from a beauty. As the process of cultivation gradually reached completion, the infusion of true energy became unnecessary. The violet true essence was capable of refining the body's vital energy on its own. Xiao Qingfeng discovered that, at this moment, the potency of the true essence was not inferior to that of true energy. This signified that he had acquired an additional source of power. The overwhelming joy made Xiao Qingfeng feel as if he were in a dream. At this moment, the amount of true essence in his dantian was comparable to what it had been when he first entered the first layer of qi refinement. Xiao Qingfeng slowly ceased his practice of the Hunyuan skill, for the generation of vital energy required substantial blood vitality. The duration of daily cultivation could not exceed certain limits. Otherwise, it would lead to a depletion of his bodily vitality, resulting in losses that were not worth the gains. In severe cases, irreversible consequences could ensue. A long-lost smile graced Xiao Qingfeng's face. Cultivating true energy involved absorbing and refining external spiritual energy, which was classified as external martial arts. In contrast, cultivating true essence involved harnessing the power of one's own blood vitality, which belonged to internal martial arts. External martial arts had its advantages, but from now on, his primary focus would be on internal cultivation. Furthermore, internal martial arts did not impose environmental restrictions. As long as he had spiritual herbs to replenish his blood vitality, he could practice anywhere at any time. Although he currently lacked superior internal cultivation techniques, the Hunyuan skill would suffice for the time being. Living in the mundane world, he subsisted on ordinary fare, and the blood vitality he could cultivate daily was already insufficient. He could only return to the realm of cultivation in the future to seek out better body-refining techniques and spiritual herbs. Xiao Qingfeng himself was uncertain whether he had attained the master realm or remained at the first layer of body refinement. Regardless, without utilizing true energy, ordinary masters posed no threat before him. Mastering body refinement techniques significantly enhanced Xiao Qingfeng's strength. His body became as resilient as iron, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. True essence could also be used for external attacks. A strand of true essence could strike out like a golden needle, capable of inflicting harm. Although its current power was somewhat lacking, its potential for development was immense. Xiao Qingfeng concluded his practice and rose to his feet. Upon opening the door, Su Ling immediately approached him, inquiring about his cultivation progress and the conversion of his vital energy. "I have completed my training and am merely stepping out for some fresh air," Xiao Qingfeng replied, a charming smile illuminating his handsome face. For the next few days, focus on refining your vital energy without distractions," Su Ling advised, understanding the importance of concentrated effort in this process. "I already mentioned that I have finished my training and made the conversion," Xiao Qingfeng said, unable to suppress his pride. "All of it refined?" Su Ling exclaimed in astonishment. As it was highly unusual, others typically required years to accomplish such a feat without the aid of spiritual herbs. "That is the nature of a genius. Do not be surprised," Xiao Qingfeng retorted, finally feeling a sense of pride in his previously lackluster talent. Su Ling fell into silence. She too had once been hailed as a genius. Since following Xiao Qingfeng, she had come to understand the limitations of her own abilities. In comparison to him, she felt as though she had become rather ordinary. At that moment, a maid entered. "Young Master Xiao, my young master invites you to dinner." Xiao Qingfeng nodded in acknowledgement, indicating he would arrive shortly. "Young Master Xiao is not far from achieving his desires," Su Ling remarked with a hint of uncertainty on her face. "Have you agreed to face the challenges together with Kai Yi this evening?" Xiao Qingfeng asked, surprised. Su Ling shot him a knowing glance. Feigning ignorance. "Hurry along now." Ever since the night of the assassination attempt, Morong Xian had gradually grown uneasy in Xiao Qingfeng's presence. Xiao Qingfeng sensed this subtle shift, but had no intention of altering anything. Each night was devoted to diligent pursuits, while the days were spent playing cards, practicing martial arts, and engaging in games of Go. Life was indeed delightful. Su Ling and Lan Cai took great interest in these games, occasionally dragging their maidservants into the fun. Before long, Xiao Qingfeng arrived at the main building, following the maid into the parlor. Morong Xian was already seated, awaiting his arrival. "Brother Xiao, please sit. I hope my unannounced visit has not disturbed you." Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. "With an invitation from the third young master, how could I feel disturbed? Today, we caught 100-pound dragon fish from the lake, and I have specially invited you to taste it." This marked the first time Morong Xian had invited him to dine alone, and Xiao Qingfeng felt a sense of anticipation. After a few rounds of toasting, Morong Xian asked, "Brother Xiao, have you heard of Qilin Cliff?" Xiao Qingfeng shook his head, unfamiliar with it. "What makes it special?" "It is located in the mountainous region where the three kingdoms of Xia, Zhao, and Chu converge. Every 5 years, a trade fair is held there for 3 days, allowing cultivators from the three kingdoms and some independent practitioners with royal tokens to attend." "Royal tokens? Are personal visits not allowed?" Xiao Qingfeng inquired, puzzled. Morong Xian shook her head. "No, the royal families of each kingdom restrict access to ensure domestic stability. Anyone attempting to approach without permission is subject to execution." Xiao Qingfeng nodded, immediately grasping the implications. The personal strength of cultivators indeed posed significant instability. He quickly understood Morong Xian's intention. "Do you wish to go?" Morong Xian's face flushed, and she hesitated, clearly unaccustomed to seeking assistance. At that moment, she appeared somewhat flustered. "Brother Xiao, I have now completed the 3rd round of blood refinement, reaching the pinnacle of the acquired realm. However, it seems highly unlikely that I can enter the master realm on my own, so I wish to take a chance and see if I can exchange for a sacred herb." Xiao Qingfeng did not inquire about what she intended to barter with. Instead, he pondered aloud. "A sacred herb cannot immediately elevate you to the master realm. It can only shorten the time required for you to transition into that realm. The first step to entering the master realm is to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This herb has minimal effect on that sensing." Morong Xian's complexion paled, clearly aware of the critical factor. Yet she remained resolute. "My family's ancestor left behind a secret method for sensing spiritual energy, but the herbs are scarce, and I am a woman." Her voice was low, filled with determination. "If Brother Xiao wishes to go, I would like to try as well. Would you be willing to accompany me?" Morong Xian did not ask if Xiao Qingfeng had the means, and he had no intention of bartering with her. "The journey may be perilous. Does Lord Morong approve?" Morong Xian nodded. "I inquired yesterday, and my father has consented. He even provided me with a few millennium herbs and a map. Brother, take a look. Xiao Qingfeng took the map and scrutinized it carefully. The map was rather simplistic, marked only with a few significant reference points, positioned closest to the Xiao kingdom. Xiao Qingfeng quickly committed it to memory. He was reluctant to speculate on why King Mu was inclined to support her venture into danger. Nodding, he said, Murong Xian, since you wish to embark on this journey, I shall accompany you. Murong Xian's face flushed with excitement as she replied, the adventure begins on the 11th of November every 5 years, concluding on the 13th. It is now late August, and we must set forth promptly. Xiao Qingfeng nodded in agreement. I am ready at any time. Just call upon me when you are prepared. Shall we depart tomorrow morning? Murong Xian gazed at him with bright, eager eyes. Chapter 37. Re-entering the Xiao kingdom, Su Ling returns to the sect upon returning to the Taohua garden. Xiao Qingfeng announced the travel arrangements, bringing immense joy to Su Ling and Lan Cai. It is evident that prolonged stays in one place can lead to a sense of monotony. Moreover, this journey was towards the gathering of cultivators, a place Su Ling had long yearned for. Su Ling and Lan Cai swiftly packed their belongings. Having grown accustomed to departing multiple times, they understood well what to bring and what to leave behind, given the limited space of their storage bags. At dawn, Xiao Qingfeng and his companions set off lightly, 2 horse-drawn carriages heading directly to the Xiao kingdom. Murong Xian had brought along 2 middle-aged women at the pinnacle of their innate abilities to drive the carriages. Battling through wind and rain, they passed by the Dongfang family. Xiao Qingfeng stealthily infiltrated and packed away all the valuable items from their treasury. He then set fire to the royal residence, relieving himself of past grievances before departing from the Xia kingdom. The once empty storage bag was instantly filled to the brim with dozens of boxes containing rare spiritual herbs. They had little regard for silver, as several tens of thousands of gold pieces occupied most of the space. The transformation in their realms brought forth a markedly different experience upon returning to Xiao. As soon as they entered Xiao's territory, Su Ling became particularly gentle, even acquiescing to the requests of Xiao Qingfeng and his companions, much to their satisfaction. However, there was a lingering regret that her magical powers had ceased to grow. Qingfeng Su Ling gazed at Xiao Qingfeng, hesitating to speak. Yes, what is it? He inquired. I wish to visit the sect. If that is all right. Su Ling held an unwavering devotion to her sect. Xiao Qingfeng had anticipated this and had privately inquired with Lan Cai about her desire to return home, only to receive an unequivocal refusal. Very well, you shall lead the way ahead. Xiao Qingfeng readily agreed. Thank you, Qingfeng. Su Ling beamed with a radiant smile. Xiao Qingfeng gracefully leapt onto Murong Xian's carriage and opened the curtain to enter. The woman driving had grown accustomed to his presence and continued her journey. Xiao brother, Murong Xian's cheeks flushed slightly upon seeing him. Su Ling and Cai wish to invite you to play cards again. Would you like to join? Xiao Qingfeng teased, recalling how she had eagerly accepted the last time, leading to an embarrassing leap into his arms. I want to go. The journey is bumpy and tiring. I wish to rest for a while. Murong Xian quickly declined. Ah, that is fine. Since Xiang'er wishes to visit the sect, it will take a few days. Xiao Qingfeng settled beside her. All right, we could use a rest anyway. We have ample time. Murong Xian shifted slightly to make space. Murong Xian, you appear fatigued. It seems you're worn out from the journey. Shall I give you a massage? I assure you it will rejuvenate you instantly. Xiao Qingfeng jested, having long ceased to refer to her as the third young master. No, I'm not tired at all, Murong Xian replied like a startled rabbit. What a pity. Look at your sister Ling and sister Cai. They don't seem tired at all. Xiao Gu, you should return and attend to them. I truly don't need it. The 3 in the corner seemed a bit cramped, so Xiao Qingfeng declared, I'll rest here for a moment. You don't mind, do you? He then lay down beside her. Murong Xian shot him a sidelong glance, pondering the utility of her objections. The carriage swayed, and before long, Xiao Qingfeng had indeed fallen asleep. Given the long journey, the carriage was furnished almost like a bed. At some point, Murong Xian had also lain down, curling up in the corner and drifting off. Xiao Qingfeng gently adjusted her position, smiling at her fluttering eyelashes. He opened the curtain and returned to his own carriage. Murong Xian, shyly blinking awake, gazed vacantly upward. The Tianyin sect is situated 30 miles west of Chang'an, the capital of the Xiao kingdom. Nestled within a small mountain, exquisite pavilions are arranged charmingly. Since Su Ling's escape from Xiao, the Tianyin sect has endured significant hardships. The Xiao royal family has made things difficult for them, and the sixth prince no longer places his trust in them. The sect's various enterprises have rapidly diminished, leaving nearly no income. All outer disciples have left, and only a handful of core disciples remain. Once a prestigious sect, it now teeters on the brink of extinction. At present, the sect leader has been replaced by Su Yushirtai's daughter, Su Jingyin. Su Yushirtai often stands atop the mountain, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Observing her mother from afar, Su Jingyin felt a surge of jealousy. Acutely aware of her mother's thoughts. As her biological daughter, she had never received her due attention. "Mother, you should eat something," she suggested. Came a desolate reply. Suddenly, she spotted two carriages approaching in the distance. As if sensing a connection, Su Yushirtai's spirit was instantly invigorated. "Guests are arriving. Let us go see," she announced. At that moment, Su Jingyin also caught sight of the approaching carriages. Noting her mother's descent down the mountain, she followed suit. Su Yushirtai quickened her pace, soon vanishing from Su Jingyin's sight. Muttering to herself, Su Jingyin wondered who could be in such a hurry. Turning a corner, she spotted her mother embracing someone. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to find that it was her long-lost sister, Su Ling, who had been missing for nearly 2 years. Su Jingyin hurried over, pulling her from their mother's embrace and holding her tightly. "Sister, I've missed you terribly. Where have you been these past 2 years? We were all so worried about you." Su Ling's face lit up with an unprecedented radiant smile. "Last year, I was hunted and forced to flee, without a stable place to stay, so I couldn't contact you. How have you all been?" As they spoke, tears welled up in Su Ling's eyes. The two sisters shared an emotional reunion, their feelings of longing pouring forth. Su Yushirtai felt a wave of comfort watching their deep bond, her eyes reddening as well. With a sidelong glance, she discreetly assessed the man accompanying them and the two women by his side. One, though dressed in a neutral fashion, was voluptuous and enchanting, rivaling Su Ling's beauty. The other was a lovely, charming young girl. It said that cultivators are supposed to be free from worldly desires? Why does he appear so different? Upon arriving at the main hall of the sect, Su Ling asked, "Master, has the sect suffered due to my actions? I see that many disciples are missing. What has happened?" Su Yushirtai shook her head, deeming it inconsequential. "As long as you have returned, nothing else holds significance. Rising from the ashes, this may indeed represent a fortuitous opportunity for our Tianyin sect. We shall discuss the matters of the sect later this evening. Will you not introduce your esteemed companions to me?" The kind-hearted Shirtai inquired. "Master." Su Ling pulled Xiao Qingfeng forward. "Master, this is my husband, Xiao Qingfeng. This young lady is called Murong Xian, and this one is Lan Cai." Xiao Qingfeng and the others slightly bowed, paying their respects to Shirtai and Shimi. "Wow, Su Ling Shiji, your husband is quite handsome." Su Jingyin exclaimed in admiration. Su Ling's face flushed with embarrassment. "You silly girl, do not speak such nonsense. Linger, what has happened to your martial prowess? I can no longer sense your cultivation level." Su Yushirtai gazed at her with anticipation. Chapter 38. Madness for Immortality. Everyone poisoned. Su Ling smiled sweetly. "Master, my husband has helped me ascend to the Grandmaster realm." She gazed at Xiao Qingfeng, her enchanting smile brightening the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Su Yushirtai was overjoyed, her mind already envisioning a beautiful future. Su Jingyin's eyes glimmered with envy. "Sister, now that you have returned, will you not leave again?" Su Yushirtai also looked at her with anticipation. Su Ling shook her head. "My husband has matters to attend to. We will only stay for 2 days. We specifically returned to visit Master and my junior sister." Su Jingyin felt a surge of urgency. "Sister, you must stay a few more days. It has been so long since we last met, and I have so much to share with you. Look at Mother. She stands atop the mountain every day thinking of you. Her hair has turned gray. You must stay longer." Hearing this, Su Ling's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at Xiao Qingfeng with watery eyes. In such a state, how could she refuse? Xiao Qingfeng nodded. "There is ample time. Staying a few more days is no trouble at all." Su Ling's tears transformed into a radiant smile. Su Yushirtai arranged for their party to stay in a charming little courtyard. After Xiao Qingfeng and his companions had settled in, they refreshed themselves thoroughly. Meanwhile, Su Ling accompanied Su Yushirtai and her junior sister to share her feelings of longing and recount the tribulations faced by their sect. Su Ling learned that their sect had suffered various oppressions, with their properties forcibly seized by the imperial court under various pretexts. Enraged, Su Ling denounced the current royal family as shameless. After everyone had finished dinner, Xiao Qingfeng inquired about the disposition of the treasures within Su Ling's storage bag now that she had returned home. Husband, may I leave a portion of the techniques you taught me with Master? Su Ling asked hopefully. Of course, if you wish to leave it, do so. These are merely foundational teachings, Xiao Qingfeng replied, showing no hesitation. Su Ling was elated. Following Xiao Qingfeng's suggestion, she produced half a box of gold. Xiao Qingfeng also left behind a collection of martial arts manuals at Tianyin sect. Upon seeing these precious texts and substantial wealth, Su Yu Shirtai was momentarily entranced, as if the dreams of generations lay before her, almost surreal. As the sun set, Su Jingyin summoned all the members of the sect to welcome Xiao Qingfeng and his companions. Tianyin sect, composed entirely of women, boasted many beauties. Su Yu Shirtai's discerning eye in selecting her disciples was truly remarkable. Everyone was exceedingly warm and welcoming, and both Su Ling and Xiao Qingfeng consumed copious amounts of wine, especially Xiao Qingfeng, whose heart was too soft to resist the charms surrounding him. As the revelry continued, Xiao Qingfeng suddenly sensed something amiss. He attempted to circulate his true energy, but found himself unresponsive. In a rush, he scanned with his spiritual awareness, only to discover a layer of black clouds enveloping his dantian, obstructing the true energy within. He had been utterly oblivious. Were it not for a sudden stimulus from a poison that prompted his true essence to instinctively resist, he might have remained unaware. Xiao Qingfeng was alarmed, pondering who could have administered such a potent poison. He quickly commanded the Eagle King to soar high to investigate, but alas, the night was too dark for clarity. He could only quietly observe from the rooftop. Noticing Xiao Qingfeng's unusual pallor, Su Jingyin, who had been watching him, realized he had detected the situation and ceased her pretense. She swiftly released a firework at the entrance. Its sharp, piercing sound shot into the sky, blossoming into a magnificent display. The wine is poisoned, Xiao Qingfeng bellowed. Initially, he intended to discreetly attempt an antidote, but upon seeing her signal, he immediately raised his voice in warning. Ha ha, only now do you realize? It is too late, Su Jingyin replied, her expression darkening. Jingyin, what are you doing? Su Yu admonished, but soon discovered she was utterly weak, devoid of any strength, unable to mobilize her inner energy. In the hall, aside from Su Jingyin, everyone had succumbed to the poison, collapsing in disarray. Brother, I have no strength left. Murong Xian and Lan Cai slumped in their chairs. Sister, what have you done? Su Ling asked, agitated. What have I done? The court has secretly issued orders for you and your illicit partner, Xiao Qingfeng, to conspire against the crown prince, assassinate the imperial envoy, seize wealth, and frame loyal officials like Yang Taisho, causing significant damage to the court's foundation. My Tianyin sect has also been implicated, leading to our once prestigious sect's precarious state, on the brink of dissolution. If we assist the court in capturing you, we can reclaim our former glory and ascend to become a top-tier sect, Su Jingyin declared through gritted teeth. Jingyin, it is not as you believe. Quickly give me the antidote. Hurry, or it will be too late. Su Yu pleaded in agony. So you have long colluded with the court and poisoned everyone. How despicable. From now on, our ties are severed. Su Ling glared at her with hatred. Do not consider yourself so noble. Did you not wish to glimpse the essence of cultivation and entangle yourself with the crown prince and Xiao Qingfeng? Su Jingyin looked at her disdainfully. You shameless Su Ling was incensed. Su Jingyin then turned to her mother. Do I not understand? Is he not merely a cultivator? Did you think I was unaware? She said, delivering a kick to Xiao Qingfeng's back. Watching the once lofty cultivator now sprawled like a dead dog on the ground, Su Jingyin erupted in laughter. Xiao Qingfeng was actively mobilizing his true essence to cleanse the poison from his veins. The toxin was one of the most lethal, known as the 10 fragrance soft muscle powder. However, it had minimal effect on the violet true essence within his dantian. As he directed his true essence to cleanse it, the poison rapidly dissolved, akin to snow under the sun, restoring his grandmaster power. Yet, his true energy remained unresponsive. Xiao Qingfeng realized he had been specifically targeted, having been subjected to 2 distinct poisons. He continued to circulate his true energy to purge the toxins, but the black cloud sealing his true energy yielded little effect, forcing him to grind away at them slowly. He chided himself for his lack of experience and vigilance, acknowledging his carelessness. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck him from behind, sending him flying several meters, crashing into tables laden with food and drink, leaving him in a disheveled state. Xiao Qingfeng refrained from retaliating with his true essence. remaining motionless on the side. Brother Xiao? Lan Cai exclaimed in frustration, glaring fiercely at Su Jingyin. Su Jingyin paid her no heed, her focus solely on her mother, Su Yu. Mother, as long as we assist in capturing them, the Holy Emperor has promised to restore our sect to its former glory and will aid me in cultivating to the level of a Grand Master. Furthermore, if I were to marry into the Xiao family as a concubine, I would be granted the methods of immortality. Tell me, should I not go mad? Is this not what you have always taught us? This is all falsehood, entirely fabricated. Do you truly believe their deceptive words? The court will never permit other clans to practice immortal techniques. Su Yu, with tears welling in her eyes, cried out in anguish. What is true then? Please tell me what is real. Su Jingyin screamed in madness, kicking the furniture around her, sending it flying in all directions. Chapter 39. The Unleashing of True Essence, Seeking Refuge in the Cave. Is she truly the one who flirts with everyone, a harlot? Do you believe she would return after leaving? And yet you implore me not to trust the Emperor's promise? Su Jingyin pointed at Su Ling, her eyes red with anger as she shouted at her mother. Furthermore, do you think that we can acquire the art of cultivation from this wandering practitioner? If his technique were effective, would he have descended to our mundane realm to mingle? How much would he even be willing to teach us? How long has Su Ling been with him? Several years. And yet has she crossed the threshold of cultivation? No, she has not, mother. In just a few days, how much do you expect she could have achieved? Su Jingyin spoke with venomous disdain. Su Yu closed her eyes in anguish, rendered speechless by the inquiry. She was her own flesh and blood, and yet she found it hard to believe in her own daughter, her expression filled with despair. Xiao Qingfeng had been feigning pain, his eyes shut as he desperately mobilized his true essence to combat the black cloud of poison. He understood that his greatest adversary was not Su Jingyin. Murong Xian looked at Su Jingyin in disbelief, astonished by the sheer madness and malice of these individuals. One moment they appeared as innocent neighbors, and the next, they morphed into demons. Sisters, if you agree with my approach, please raise your hands. The court's experts are on their way. Those who do not raise their hands will be deemed guilty by association. With Su Jingyin's proclamation, those who had recently been as close as sisters to Su Ling began to raise their hands in agreement. Soon, only Xiao Qingfeng and a few others, along with Su Yu, remained. Seeing her mother fail to raise her hand in support, Su Jingyin's expression grew increasingly deranged. Dearest mother, you do not trust your own daughter? Am I not your flesh and blood? Is she the true daughter? Su Jingyin asked, her face contorted with displeasure. Su Yu's heart felt as though it had turned to ash as she kept her eyes closed, offering no reply. Xiao Qingfeng, at any cost, used his true essence, transforming it into a drill-like force as it spun wildly within the corner of the black poisonous cloud. Gradually, a small eye was pierced open, and a trace of true energy erupted beneath his dantian. However, it was swiftly dissolved by the encroaching black cloud. Xiao Qingfeng's heart raced with urgency as he noticed Su Jingyin's escalating madness, realizing that the court officials would soon arrive. Xiao Qingfeng hurriedly circulated his energy, the true energy that had emerged steadily increasing in quantity. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, the Eagle King, observing from outside, suddenly transmitted a scene. Two cultivators swiftly traversing the air, accompanied by a large army encircling them. Xiao Qingfeng's heart sank. The echoes of Su Jingyin's furious roars continued, the pent-up emotions she had carried for so long now spilling forth. From childhood, you favored her over me, simply because she is more beautiful? Today, I shall make her face a source of eternal pain. Su Jingyin coldly brandished her sword. Hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng's heart tightened. In less than 10 seconds, the incoming cultivators and the descending sword filled his mind. To be candid, Xiao Qingfeng hesitated. Subterfuge had always been his modus operandi. If he intervened openly, he would expose himself. With a clang, Su Jingyin watched her sword being deflected, then turned to see Xiao Qingfeng slowly rising. You have not been poisoned? Su Jingyin screamed in terror. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng felt a surge of satisfaction. At that moment, the two cultivators were on the brink of breaking through the door. With a burst of momentum, he unleashed the slight trace of true energy he had just dispersed, emanating a formidable aura of perfected qi refinement at the 9th level. The overwhelming presence surged forth, followed by a vast sweep of spiritual awareness, which, with the aid of true essence, thoroughly locked onto the two figures outside. Ha ha ha, are these two the ones you summoned? Since the fish have taken the bait, there is no need to keep you, Xiao Qingfeng declared with a resonant voice, akin to one afflicted by poison. Not good. It's a trap. Retreat. One cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement and another at the 7th level fled in haste. Observing their retreat, Xiao Qingfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a light step, he executed the carefree steps, and before Su Jingyin could react, he swiftly pressed her head down into his chest, silencing her completely. Tears streamed down Su Yu's face as she witnessed this heartbreaking scene. Quickly, there is a defensible position or a hidden space. I need a safe place to neutralize the poison. Embracing Su Ling, Lan Cai, and Murong Xian, Xiao Qingfeng hastened toward the back mountain, casting one last glance at those in the hall, and anxiously queried Su Ling along the way. Fortunately, there are only 3 women. I could not carry more. No, that is incorrect. It is only 2, as Murong Xian was not yet counted. Husband, could Su Jingyin have an antidote? Su Ling, having narrowly escaped, was still in shock. No, this poison is specifically designed to target cultivators, not her own. Upon hearing this, Su Ling understood its implications. There is a secret chamber ahead, easy to defend but difficult to attack, though there is no retreat within. Su Ling grew anxious as well. No time to waste, lead the way. Xiao Qingfeng focused on both detoxifying and swiftly running. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a cliff on the back mountain. The mountain was not particularly high, the precipice just over 100 meters, easily visible from the bottom. At the cliff's edge was a natural fissure leading underground. Husband, do you see that small stone platform protruding below? As long as we land on it, we can find a winding path that leads into a secret chamber after over 100 meters. At that moment, Murong Xian and Lan Cai were still a bit dazed, with only Su Ling, a master in her own right, remaining relatively alert. The 10 fragrance soft muscle powder not only prevented the use of internal energy, but could also render those with insufficient martial prowess unconscious. I will bring you in one by one. Seeing the fissure was narrow, Xiao Qingfeng set down the 2 and jumped down with Su Ling. As they descended 20 meters, he gently landed on the small stone platform. Inside was a small hole, about 1.5 meters high and a meter wide. To carry someone inside, one had to bend slightly and tuck their arms. Xiao Qingfeng first placed Su Ling halfway inside, letting her down just as Lan Cai and Murong Xian approached the limits of his spiritual awareness. He quickly returned to the stone platform. Having surpassed the master level in body refinement, Xiao Qingfeng leaped up effortlessly, using a boost to ascend to the top. After several such leaps, he finally brought all 3 women to the innermost part. The secret chamber was merely the size of a simple room, quite unadorned. Xiao Qingfeng did not offer them an antidote, nor did he linger in the secret chamber with them. He simply secured the door and took his seat in the midst of the hidden passage. This particular location enabled Xiao Qingfeng's spiritual awareness to perceive the precipice above, while ordinary Qi refining stage cultivators remained oblivious to his presence, coincidentally situated at the end of a bend. With vigilance directed outward, Xiao Qingfeng sat in silence, fervently mobilizing his true essence within his dantian. The true Qi surged forth in increasing abundance. Soon, when the true Qi reached a critical mass, Xiao Qingfeng swiftly withdrew it back into his central dantian, fully concentrating on channeling the true Qi. The erosion from the black toxic cloud accelerated at a pace more than tenfold. As the dual assault from within and without intensified, the speed surged ever more rapidly. Chapter 40. Realizing deception, trapped in a secret chamber soon, the national master Zhao Yunlong and his junior disciple Li Huan returned to the foot of the mountain. Zhao Yunlong suddenly halted, glancing back at the silent mountain above. Something feels amiss. Junior brother, we must go back and investigate. Zhao Yunlong sensed that he had been deceived once more. Li Huan, filled with trepidation, followed his senior back to the entrance of the grand hall. Brother Long, something seems off inside, Li Huan remarked, perched atop a tree branch, gazing at his elder. Despite his own doubts, Zhao Yunlong hesitated to approach again, for the formidable spiritual presence he had encountered was terrifying. Had it not been for the fact that this individual had slain 2 junior members of the Zhao clan, one of whom belonged to the main lineage, and the family had issued a high bounty demanding their capture, they would have already returned home. The realm of great perfection in Qi refinement is not something one can achieve merely through diligent cultivation. It significantly enhances the success rate of foundation establishment by 30%. While many aspire to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement, only a select few attain the great perfection. Most individuals, upon reaching the 9th level, consider themselves at the pinnacle of their lives. Much like a balloon, The mid-phase of qi refinement represents a period of absolute safety for the balloon. The later stages of qi refinement mark the maximum threshold of personal security. Achieving the 9th level signifies the ultimate limit within one's heart. In the absence of exceedingly rare spiritual herbs or the guidance of elders 2 realms above, every attempt at cultivation becomes a gamble, fraught with the fear that the balloon might burst. How then can one continue to cultivate? This embodies the plight of solitary cultivators, who can only strive for the next great realm, facing low success rates and diminished martial prowess, forever relegated to the lower echelons. Junior brother, try the 10,000 sword talisman, Xiao Yunlong suggested. All right. Li Huan produced a precious offensive talisman, worth more than 10 times that of a standard defensive talisman. The talisman was activated in an instant, transforming into a brilliant surge of spiritual energy that swiftly formed numerous flying swords, soaring towards the grand hall. Boom. Although it was called the 10,000 sword talisman, it only conjured 200 to 300 swords. Yet, even such a number bore immense power, slicing through the hall and tearing the roof asunder. Inside, blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs lay scattered about. The dozens who had been incapacitated by the Shixiang Ruanjin San were met with death and injury. Only a few fortunate souls remained intact. The cries of agony echoed relentlessly. Xiao Yunlong and Li Huan exchanged a glance before rushing into the grand hall, only to find a scene of carnage. There was no sign of the person they sought. As time passed, those affected by the Shixiang Ruanjin San gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, but now awakened by excruciating pain. They writhed and screamed. Let us go. To the back mountain, Xiao Yunlong urged, following a trace of energy in fervent pursuit. Li Huan stepped forward, and just as they exited the grand hall, he swiftly gathered his spiritual energy in his right hand and waved backwards. The surrounding dust billowed violently, as if a mountain had descended, plunging the grand hall into sudden silence. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a cliff on the back mountain. Xiao Yunlong swept his spiritual sense across the area and soon discovered a cave below. He leaped down and landed on a small stone platform. Li Huan followed closely but found no place to stand. They couldn't both occupy the same spot. He spread his legs wide, adopting a straddle to stabilize himself. Brother, it seems to be right inside, he said. Zhao Yunlong acknowledged, yet remained motionless. They were merely 60 meters from Xiao Qingfeng. And though outside the high-definition range of his spiritual sense, the feeling was unmistakable. Moreover, Xiao Qingfeng had not made an effort to conceal his aura. You 2 little rascals, I didn't seek you out, yet you dare come here to court death? Haraha. Xiao Qingfeng mocked them effortlessly. Xiao Yunlong, already somewhat timid, was at a loss. The spiritual talismans were ineffective, and he was hesitant to attack. Brother, how about we throw a thunder bomb inside to eliminate him? Li Huan suggested. Even if it doesn't kill him, the passage will surely collapse. Then he'll take his time to recover and come back for revenge. How many do you have? Xiao Yunlong asked irritably. I have 3. Should we give it a try? Li Huan proposed again. How about you just compensate a few thousand spiritual stones? And I want to pursue you for retribution later? What do you say? A few thousand spiritual stones for 2 lives. A bargain, I assent it? Xiao Qingfeng teased lightly. Or how about you, little thief? Pay a few thousand, and we'll let you off this time. Xiao Yunlong was furious. Junior brother, you go in and test it. Though he is poisoned, his offensive capability remains, Xiao Yunlong remarked, contemplating whether to send Li Huan in. Li Huan opened his mouth. All right, brother, be ready to support me. Rest assured. Li Huan drew forth a delicate shield in his left hand and slowly advanced, holding a black spherical object in his right. Xiao Qingfeng sensed the situation clearly, glancing at the passage, worried it wouldn't collapse entirely. He sighed at his lack of options. Perhaps it was wise to intimidate first. Suddenly, Xiao Qingfeng unleashed his strongest aura, sending a pearl hurtling forward. Haha, meet your end. Li Huan, startled by the overwhelming energy, instinctively launched the thunder bomb. Boom. After Li Huan threw the black sphere, Xiao Qingfeng swiftly retreated and activated a protective talisman. A powerful shockwave sent dust swirling, amplifying the effect in the confined space. The passage collapsed over several meters, and Xiao Qingfeng was thrown to the ground. Li Huan was propelled from the cave like a bullet, caught by Xiao Yunlong's outstretched hand, stabilizing him. Brother, he doesn't seem to show any signs of being poisoned, Li Huan explained. Xiao Yunlong surveyed the terrain, feeling increasingly vexed. He was confused. It appeared as if Xiao Qingfeng was poisoned, yet he also seemed unaffected. Zhao Yunlong himself felt lost. However, given the current situation, it was impossible to dig through and storm in. If we throw another one in, the entire passage will collapse, Zhao Yunlong declared resolutely. Li Huan, undeterred, hurled another bomb into the opening. Boom. The exterior of the passage crumbled entirely. The two brothers returned to the cliff, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Zhao Yunlong retreated to a distance of 70 to 80 meters and began to excavate frantically, collecting all the loosened earth into his storage bag. When he had dug to a depth of 13 or 14 meters, he finally emerged, reluctant to dig any further. Although he had created an opening, he dared not confront the enemy face to face. In such a confined space, it was always the aggressor who suffered, especially for someone of a more timid disposition. Initially, he had thought that enduring a few years in the mundane world would suffice to fulfill his family's obligations, yet he found that peace was still elusive upon his arrival here. Once above ground, Zhao Yunlong bitterly remarked, "Shitty, toss another one in. Even if it doesn't kill him, it will at least bury him for a few more days." Li Huan, unwilling to resist, retrieved a thunder bomb and threw it down, resulting in another deafening explosion as the two of them cursed and departed. They had agreed to signal only after confirming the enemy had been poisoned, truly deserving of their fate. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingfeng, upon noticing that the external passage had been blocked, felt no concern and directly entered the secret chamber. Just as he was preparing to detoxify the three individuals, a sudden explosion erupted, causing a cascade of sand and stones to fall from above. Xiao Qingfeng conjured a protective hand of spiritual energy to shield the three above them. Once the commotion subsided, he opened the stone door and discovered that the passageway 3 meters ahead had completely collapsed. Dust billowed outside as he secured the stone door, silently thanking his fortune that the explosion had occurred outside. Had it detonated directly above the secret chamber, he would have emerged unscathed, but the safety of the women would have been jeopardized. Chapter 41. Night intrusion into the imperial city, slaughter in the prince's manor. Xiao Qingfeng, concerned about the possibility of further explosions, gathered the three women into a corner, their backs against the wall. He began to administer an antidote to them. Su Ling remained alert, while Lan Cai and Murong Xian had succumbed to unconsciousness. "Husband, focus on the antidote. Do not worry about us," Su Ling said, having consistently referred to him as her husband since their introduction by her master. "It's all right. This poison will not be resolved immediately. I can assist you while I continue with the antidote," Xiao Qingfeng replied, placing his hands on her back, his inner energy swiftly coursing into her body. The presence of two forms of energy within her was indeed advantageous, and the harmonious blend of true energy aided in her recovery. After a quarter of an hour, Su Ling had completely recovered, the weariness on her face dissipating. Soon, Lan Cai and Murong Xian were also freed from the poison. Exhausted, Xiao Qingfeng closed his eyes and concentrated on his task. Su Ling explained the situation to Lan Cai and Murong Xian, urging them to sit beside Xiao Qingfeng for safety, should there be an unexpected explosion from above. Time passed slowly. After 3 hours, Xiao Qingfeng gradually opened his eyes, having successfully purged all traces of the poison. The hidden chamber had become somewhat stifling, a consequence of the dwindling oxygen supply. "Husband, have you finished with the antidote? Brother Xiao, are you all right?" "Xiao, brother." This was Murong Xian's voice, as she hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to address him otherwise. Xiao Qingfeng offered a gentle smile. "It's all resolved. The poison is entirely cleared." Without delay, Xiao Qingfeng instructed them to move aside as he prepared to clear a path for their escape. Once they stood to the left, he summoned the Qingyi sword, directing it towards the ceiling of the chamber, where it spun rapidly in a circular motion. Soon, circular stone blocks began to fall from above. In less than a quarter of an hour, a straight passageway over 30 meters high had been created. The chamber was nearly filled with earth, compressing the space where they stood to its limits. Meanwhile, the Eagle King, accompanied by Xiao He and Xiao Bai, concealed themselves in the trees not far from the cliff, observing their surroundings. Xiao Qingfeng led them out one by one, inhaling the long-awaited fresh air, his heart filled with an unquenchable hatred for the imperial family of Zhao. This vendetta, if left unavenged, would leave him in turmoil, his anger unresolved. In the city of Chang'an, capital of Zhao for centuries, ancient yet bustling, the vast imperial palace loomed like a colossal beast, awakening Xiao Qingfeng to the gravity of his intent to infiltrate. Even if no cultivator within posed a threat, what of the traps, the formations? After centuries of dominance by the cultivation families, surely they had measures against even the most rudimentary threats. Xiao Qingfeng fell silent. At around 3 in the morning, beneath a sky adorned with twinkling stars, the dim night revealed only faint shadows. He approached the palace, contemplating the simple map drawn by Su Ling, and made his way to the residence of the sixth prince. The sixth prince's manor was adjacent to the palace, and he arrived swiftly. Drawing his sword, he employed only masterful techniques as he strode toward the main entrance. Who goes there? This is the residence of the prince. Step away. The guards at the entrance, noticing his approach, immediately shouted. Yet, instead of retreating, he quickened his pace. Soon, cries of alarm erupted from the manor, and distress signals soared into the sky. The corpulent form of the sixth prince was hastily lifted by several strong bodyguards as they sought refuge. The defenses within the manor appeared disorganized, allowing Xiao Qingfeng to swiftly breach the rear courtyard. With a sweep of his sword, the fierce blade sliced through the 4 bodyguards as if they were mere tofu. The sixth prince tumbled out, prostrating himself on the ground, pleading, "Hero, spare my life. I will pay you anything you desire." Xiao Qingfeng had no intention of engaging in dialogue. He brought his sword down, severing both of the prince's legs with a swift stroke. His shriek echoed through the night. Just then, a voice called from the rooftop, "Spare him." Another master had arrived to assist, but after 2 had fallen. Was this one simply delivering themselves to the slaughter? Xiao Qingfeng's aura surged, embodying the essence of a formidable master. The new arrival leaped to the side of the sixth prince, witnessing the severed limbs, and the desire for vengeance ignited within her. She forced out a mouthful of vital blood onto a talisman, shouting for it to activate. The golden bell talisman enveloped her completely. Die! She charged forward, abandoning defense, her cold gaze fixed upon Xiao Qingfeng. As if regarding a mere corpse, Xiao Qingfeng's light purple energy surged onto his sword. The Taiji sword traced a circle, redirecting her assault, and with a reverse stroke, he struck her talisman. It dimmed instantly. In the midst of the female master's horrified expression, the Taiji sword returned, and she was forever captured in that moment, her body cleaved in 2. The sixth prince, amidst his anguished cries, was left in stunned disbelief at the display of power before him. Xiao Qingfeng chose not to slay him immediately, instead allowing him to scream for support. In the Taiji Hall of the Imperial Palace, the emperor, the national master, Li Huan, and several others gathered, their brows furrowed in concern. They quietly observed the sixth prince's manor, where flames soared, and distress signals continued to be emitted. Report. Master Pei has fallen in battle. Report. Master Li has fallen in battle. Report. Master Xiao has fallen in battle. It was evident that Master Xiao was no ordinary adversary. Emperor Zhao Wujin stood up in shock. Is it someone of the Xiao clan? National Master Zhao Yunlong surveyed the scene, confirming, this person is indeed a master, not a celestial teacher. Indeed, this individual exudes a powerful aura, and their sword extends over 3 meters, far surpassing ordinary masters. The messenger, with keen insight, recognized that this was no typical master. Zhao Yunlong pondered, turning to Li Huan. There may be a scheme to lure us away. Perhaps it would be prudent for my junior brother to investigate. Li Huan glanced at the numerous young Zhao clan members surrounding him and reluctantly replied, "Very well, senior brother. I shall go." With a leap, Li Huan swiftly made his way to the sixth prince's manor. Standing atop a distant rooftop, I gazed down at the figure effortlessly dispatching ordinary soldiers, a sigh of relief escaping my lips. Indeed, a master of the highest realm. Yet, this masked individual was exceedingly formidable. Li Huan traversed between 2 rooftops, drawing closer to the grand hall of the sixth prince, employing a technique of true energy to strike downward with a grasping hand. At last, I have found you. Xiao Qingfeng laughed heartily. In an instant, the figure below vanished from sight. As Xiao Qingfeng, with his lightness skill, appeared beside Li Huan on the adjacent rooftop. The individual who had just engaged in battle with Xiao Qingfeng was now reduced to mere pulp beneath Li Huan's palm strike. Li Huan was taken aback. The once formidable master, brimming with energy, had transformed into a being overflowing with true essence. A practitioner of both martial and spiritual arts? The overwhelming pressure of his realm and the terrifying lack of spiritual awareness set Li Huan's thoughts racing as he contemplated a path to survival. At that moment, a flying sword emitted a resounding, thunderous sound as it sliced through the air. Li Huan realized he was undoubtedly facing death, yet an instinct for survival compelled him to shout, I can lead you to the palace to eliminate the Xiao family. A beautifully crafted flying sword hovered before him, its sharp aura leaving countless scars upon his face. Nevertheless, a semblance of relief, as if from another world, graced his countenance. Chapter 42. Unmasking the Deception and Slaying the Late-Stage Xiao Qingfeng. I shall lead you to eliminate those despicable Xiao family members. There exists a formation within, and recklessly intruding would be perilous. Li Huan feared that his words might not convey clarity, leading to an untimely demise by a single sword strike. Are you not a member of the Xiao family? I am of the Li surname, having joined the Xiao family mid-journey. The Xiao family is devoid of humanity. Anyone not surnamed Xiao is treated like livestock. For years, I have longed for an opportunity to turn the tables on them. How can I trust you? First, toss over your storage bag, Xiao Qingfeng retorted with a cold smile. Li Huan hesitated internally, but eventually produced the storage bag and tossed it over. Xiao Qingfeng's spirit energy grasped it mid-air, and upon probing within with his consciousness, he found no traps, thus retrieving it. Inside lay only mundane items, with nothing of considerable value. The most notable contents were 3 first-tier attack talismans, a first for Xiao Qingfeng. The storage bag itself held more worth, measuring 8 cubic feet. In the realm of cultivation, storage bags are fundamental items, akin to ordinary burlap sacks in the mundane world, easily opened by anyone who possesses them. A superior variant exists, known as a storage ring, classified as a magical artifact, akin to a safe, which cannot be opened by anyone other than its owner. Xiao Qingfeng stowed the storage bag close to his chest and returned the flying sword that had hovered at his brow, embedding it into his hair. Now, describe the formation inside. It is a 5-element formation. Even a foundation establishment practitioner would find themselves momentarily ensnared, while those in the Qi refining stage could be easily slain. However, I am the one who has been maintaining this formation, so dismantling it will be effortless, Li Huan divulged completely. Inside, only the national master is at the 8th layer of Qi refining, another at the 7th layer, and the remaining 5 are all at the 5th or 6th layers of the mid-stage. Without the formation, they can be easily eradicated. Li Huan harbored a genuine hatred for the Xiao family. Xiao Qingfeng nodded. Very well. If you can slay 2 mid-stage individuals or that late-stage 7th-layer practitioner, I shall overlook this matter, allow you to depart, and even return your storage bag. This is the 10-day death pill. Once consumed, we can proceed. Xiao Qingfeng spoke calmly. Li Huan readily consumed the pill. Xiao Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Let us be on our way. With a firm step, Xiao Qingfeng propelled himself swiftly into the air. A tile from the roof fell, striking the 6th prince squarely on the head, severing his neck. Li Huan glanced back, revealing a triumphant smile of vengeance. The two made their way to the exterior of the Tai Chi Hall within the imperial palace. Xiao Qingfeng, this is the place. Do not enter yet. Allow me to dismantle the formation first, then we shall eliminate him without leaving a trace. Xiao Qingfeng nodded, his face expressing relief. However, if I dismantle the formation quickly, it may alert them. Xiao Qingfeng nodded. That is of no concern. Focus on dismantling it. I only fear they may not emerge. Li Huan's expression turned fierce as he drew forth a flying sword from his long sleeves, swiftly striking towards a corner of the hall. With a resounding crash, the entire hall trembled slightly. Li Huan hurriedly approached, extracting a small flag and tossing it to Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng, this is the flag of the golden position. You may find it useful in the future. Xiao Qingfeng smiled as he stored it away in his bag. Excellent. Continue with your efforts. Encouraged, Li Huan became even more invigorated. Junior brother, what are you doing? Li Yunlong dashed out from within the hall, his eyes wide with fury as he beheld the damaged formation. Li Huan, however, laughed heartily. Xiao family, you never regarded me as human, constantly placing me in peril. Watch as I shatter this 5-element formation today, allowing Xiao Qingfeng to enter and annihilate you without mercy. If you have the courage, come out and stop me now. Li Yunlong's eyes flashed as he shouted. Li Huan, you wretched cur. The Xiao family has treated you well, providing ample resources for your cultivation. Have you allowed your heart to be consumed by a dog? Li Huan laughed uproariously. Ample resources? Those were earned with my life. They were not gifts from your Xiao family. With a chuckle, he moved to another corner, striking downwards with his sword. Boom. Li Huan then retrieved a green flag, tossing it to Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng, this is the flag of wood. Cease this at once, you beast. Zhao Yunlong's eyes widened with rage, yet he dared not rush out to intervene. Zhao Yunlong glared at Xiao Qingfeng, declaring, The Xiao kingdom is a vital foundation for my family. Do you not fear the Xiao family's full wrath in pursuit of you?" Xiao Qingfeng retorted angrily. "The Xiao family has treated me as less than human, relentlessly pursuing and scheming against me. This outcome is but the consequence of your own actions." Li Huan swiftly extracted the water and fire flags. Finally, the last earth flag of the five-element formation was dislodged from the ground. Li Huan joyfully bent down to retrieve it. At that moment, Zhao Yunlong let out a piercing howl. "Junior brother, be cautious." Zhao Yunlong unleashed a flying sword from his sleeve, spitting blood, evidently having employed some secret technique. The flying sword surged forward. Just as Li Huan turned to retrieve the formation flag, he was met with a furious scream, the flying sword perilously close to him. Although Zhao Yunlong's sword was late to launch, it reached Li Huan's brow simultaneously with Xiao Qingfeng's sword. Clang! The two swords clashed. Sparks flying. Zhao Yunlong's sword was deflected, while Xiao Qingfeng's sword veered from its original target. However, with his formidable spiritual awareness and mastery over the sword, Xiao Qingfeng deftly redirected it, and the sword carved a small arc, piercing Li Huan's heart and swiftly emerging from his back. Li Huan's eyes widened in fear and shock, unable to comprehend why Xiao Qingfeng had suddenly turned against him. Simultaneously, Zhao Yunlong unleashed a myriad of sword talismans, enveloping Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng's flying sword quickly returned, dispersing the barrage of energy swords with a series of clangs. He easily dealt with such linear attacks. Observing Zhao Yunlong's furious demeanor, he mockingly remarked, "Do you two still wish to deceive me into the formation? How utterly laughable." Xiao Qingfeng silently rejoiced, grateful for his heightened vigilance of late. Otherwise, had he been lured into the formation, it would have meant certain death, and he did not trust he would possess such good fortune to traverse again. At this moment, Li Huan collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. A faint, bitter smile graced his face as he gazed at Xiao Qingfeng. "I consider my acting skills to be exceptional. When did you discern my ruse?" Xiao Qingfeng laughed triumphantly. "I offered you the 10-day death pill, and you consumed it without the slightest hesitation. Such decisiveness. How could one be fearful of death?" Li Huan forced a bitter smile. "That 10-day death pill is merely a beast-feeding pill produced by my Xiao family. How could I feel any trepidation? Your doubts arose simply because I displayed no hesitation. Alas, I had forgotten that it was obtained by killing one of your Xiao family members. At that time, I was merely suspicious, yet when I slayed the sixth prince, you turned back to investigate." Li Huan's eyes widened in realization, his expression revealing profound pain and vengeance, feeling utterly flawless. "Oh, is that so?" The clouds obscured the moon at that moment, and I could not see your expression clearly. "My sincerest apologies," Xiao Qingfeng remarked with a look of regret. Li Huan, overwhelmed by rage and despair, spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Xiao Qingfeng unsheathed his flying sword and severed Li Huan's head, then strolled over to examine it closely. Chapter 43. Preparing to return. Farewell with medicine soon. Li Huan extracted a storage pouch from the inner layer of his clothing. He picked up the fallen flying sword and the last flag, placing them into his embrace. At this moment, Xiao Qingfeng had already acquired 3 flying swords, 4 storage pouches, and an entire set of formation flags, amassing considerable wealth. Noticing that nothing was overlooked, Xiao Qingfeng incinerated the corpse. Having become adept in the art of corpse searching and obliteration, his movements were fluid and precise, leaving no trace behind. Xiao Qingfeng's consciousness remained fixed on Zhao Yunlong. Observing the completion of his task, he could not help but mock, "You, my junior brother, remain unmoved even as I dispose of the evidence. Are you truly so cowardly and fearful of death?" Zhao Yunlong retorted with resentment, "You little thief, do not boast with your words. A foundational expert from my family is on their way. If you dare, do not flee." Xiao Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. "With so many members of the Zhao family outside, will you merely watch as I kill?" Zhao Yunlong chuckled. "The Zhao family is vast. A few mere mortals are of no consequence. If you dare, stay and slay them at your leisure. You are truly heartless and cruel. Alas, I have already had my fill of killing, and my anger has subsided. Should we meet again, I shall not delay in striking." Zhao Yunlong's hatred surged within him as he roared, "Little thief, when we meet again, you shall find no place to rest your bones." Xiao Qingfeng laughed heartily, his figure vanishing into the night. Alone, Zhao Yunlong stood at the entrance of the Taiji Hall, feeling inexplicably relieved. Gradually, the clan members hidden in various corners ready to activate the formation at any moment. Emerged quietly. They understood what had transpired, yet felt utterly powerless. In truth, Li Huan had merely disrupted the 5 elements confinement. A complete 4 symbols killing formation remained intact, harboring immense power. Should Xiao Qingfeng dare to breach it, death would be assured. Regrettably, the onlookers could only sigh softly in despair. Xiao Qingfeng glided through the air, swiftly departing from Chang'an, heading northward. Soon, he arrived at a small mountain village where Su Ling and others had been temporarily settled. "My lord, brother Xiao, are you unscathed?" Xiao Qingfeng embraced each of them, even Mu Rongshuan. "I am well. Tonight's killings were rather satisfying, and my anger has dissipated. Linger, there is no need for sorrow." "Thank you, my lord," Su Ling replied, her eyes filled with sorrow. She had already surveyed the sect's main hall, where everything had been plundered, and the scene was horrific. Now, apart from Su Ling, the entire Tianyin sect had no other disciples remaining. Her hatred for the Zhao family had become an unending tide. As dawn approached, having gone an entire night without rest, Xiao Qingfeng encouraged everyone to find solace in sleep while he retreated to an empty room to meditate. He practiced the Hunyuan Gong for an hour, completing the refinement in merely 3 minutes, having slowed his pace to observe carefully. Once finished and his mind settled, Xiao Qingfeng opened the storage pouch that Li Huan had concealed. He retrieved a finely crafted round shield adorned with numerous fish scale patterns that shimmered with a silvery glow, clearly infused with a substantial amount of illusionary silver and refined gold, with a ring of mysterious iron blades along the edge, usable as a weapon. Although the shield was a low-grade magical artifact, it was significantly more valuable than a low-grade flying sword. However, Li Huan had yet to refine it properly, leaving it for handheld use. Xiao Qingfeng was quite fond of it, as he had just lacked a defensive weapon. Inside were also a book on the basics of the Li family formation, several blank formation flags, an abundance of various ores, 43 fire crystal stones, and 120 spirit stones, essential materials for refining weapons and alchemy. Another valuable technique that could sustain a family was hidden within, which brought Xiao Qingfeng quiet joy. Fire crystal stones were relatively expensive, requiring 3 spirit stones to purchase one. Remarkably, there were no nurturing spirit pills, but there was a vial of chi-gathering pills, authentic elixirs for cultivators, not mere auxiliary pills, worth over 20 times that of nurturing spirit pills. Additionally, there were several vials of blood-staunching pills, bone-repairing pills, and flesh-repairing pills for healing. Furthermore, this storage pouch was the largest model, boasting a capacity of 20 cubic units, offering vast space. Xiao Qingfeng decided to make it his primary storage pouch henceforth. This bounty was immense, valued at over 10,000 spirit stones. Indeed, the ancient adage was true. Xiao Qingfeng felt invigorated. Several days without sleep mattered little to him. The tranquility of the small village in the early morning brought a sense of calm to Xiao Qingfeng, allowing the turbulence within him to settle completely. He realized that, aside from the imprisoned Xiang'er, there was little left in the mortal realm to cherish. Yet, rescuing her would undoubtedly require a lofty realm. Granting him the qualification to attempt such a feat to elevate his realm, he must return to the world of cultivation. By 8 in the morning, everyone had risen, clearly having had a restless night, their minds tangled with worry, and each appeared listless. "Mu Rongshuan, would you accompany me for a stroll?" Mu Rongshuan glanced at Xiao Qingfeng. "Let us go." The small mountain village, with around 20 households, nestled beside a clear flowing stream. Xiao Qingfeng ambled behind, quietly appreciating the scenery before him. "The view outside is so beautiful, yet you intentionally lag behind to gaze at me. Am I truly that captivating?" Mu Rongshuan turned back to look at him, the previous reservations dissipating. "Should I not take the time to appreciate it? I fear I may not see it again." Xiao Qingfeng sighed softly. In that moment, Mu Rongshuan seemed to grasp something, and both fell into silence. After a while, she could no longer contain herself. "Are you leaving?" Xiao Qingfeng nodded. "The Zhao family will undoubtedly send reinforcements, and I possess what you desire. I shall not visit Qilin Cliff. There are 2 nurturing spirit pills within, the revered elixir of the martial world, best used after sensing spiritual energy." Xiao Qingfeng glanced at a small vial. "Where will you go?" Mu Rongshuan did not take it, merely gazing at Xiao Qingfeng with bright, unwavering eyes. Crossing the sea of indifference will lead to the world of cultivation, but without the guidance of a cultivator, mortals cannot traverse it. It is perilous, and the sea of indifference disrupts the soul, making it impossible for ordinary people to enter. Xiao Qingfeng explained. "Take care." He firmly pressed the small vial into her hands, gently embracing her before letting go. Mu Rongxian gazed at the receding figure, enveloped in silence. The afternoon sun unleashed its relentless waves of heat. Mu Rongxian observed the carriage gradually traversing the mountain path, frequently glancing back. Xiang'er, if you do not pursue now, it will be too late. Missing this opportunity could mean a lifetime of regret. I do not wish for you to suffer such remorse, urged the middle-aged woman driving the carriage, who had already unfastened the horse harness and led the horses forward. Xiao Qingfeng had placed the 3 pets into the spirit beast pouch and sat quietly within the carriage. The carriage, operating autonomously, moved steadily, though Xiao Qingfeng subtly guided it with his spiritual awareness. As the carriage accelerated, Xiao Qingfeng occasionally cast spells to slow its pace. Su Ling, smiling, glanced back and sighed, "Ah, no one is pursuing us." Xiao Qingfeng cast her a sidelong glance, offering no reply. Chapter 44. 3 beauties together, building a home. Lan Cai glanced at the 2 individuals beside her. Suddenly, she stood up and shouted at the carriage door, "Murong Jia, my elder brother inquires if you wish to accompany us." A resounding echo reverberated throughout the valley. Lan Cai felt perplexed. Did she possess such formidable inner strength? Murong Xian seemed to sense the call of destiny, grasping a gray pouch and swiftly leaping onto her steed. Observing her 2 aunts, who had nurtured her since childhood, she produced the elixirs gifted by Xiao Qingfeng and handed one to each of them. "Aunties, this is the sacred medicine from Brother Xiao, perfectly suited for you. We venture far into the heavens. Who knows when we shall meet again? Take care, and please convey my apologies to Father." Having spoken, before they could express their astonishment, Murong Xian hastily spurred her horse and galloped away, her long tail trailing gracefully in the air. Seeing this, her aunts carefully tucked the elixirs into their embrace, their faces adorned with gentle smiles. Lan Cai turned back to the winding path, still devoid of any figures, murmuring, "Why haven't they arrived yet? Could it be that she is unwilling? Xiao Qingfeng, why must you be so? I simply do not wish for Brother Xiao to harbor regrets." Before Lan Cai could finish her thought, a rider approached swiftly from behind. Xiao Qingfeng dashed out and halted the carriage urgently. "Murong Xian you." Before he could complete his sentence, Murong Xian tossed a black cloth pouch towards him. "Brother Xiao, here is the 1,000-year ginseng in exchange for the sacred medicine." Xiao Qingfeng. "Brother Xiao, do you not wish to personally inquire if I am willing to go?" "Of course, I desire it immensely. Yet this journey into the realm of cultivation is fraught with uncertainty, and it distances us from loved ones. I merely wish to spare you any future regrets. But the moment you departed, I was already filled with regret." Murong Xian gazed at Xiao Qingfeng, her emotions surging. Xiao Qingfeng, touched, stepped forward and embraced her tightly. Lan Cai joyfully pulled Murong Xian onto the carriage, exclaiming, "Ha! In the future, we will never be missing a player in our card games." Su Ling rolled her eyes at this foolish girl, rendered speechless. Fengming Mountain is nestled in the wilderness continent, among the towering mountains of the northern region, surrounded by majestic peaks and dense forests. Not far from the heavenly Demon Mountain range, it serves as a crucial location for many rogue cultivators to acquire resources for cultivation. At the foot of the mountain lies a willow leaf-shaped lake, perpetually shrouded in mist. At this moment, a gentle drizzle falls from the sky, nourishing the earth and bestowing a tender ambience upon the world. The marketplace of Fengming Mountain is situated alongside the lake, with the lake on the left and the mountain on the right, forming a grand A shape. The marketplace occupies a vast area, and near the foot of Fengming Mountain stands an inner city, characterized by orderly governance and rich spiritual energy. Enveloped by a third-tier formation, it can withstand assaults from golden core monsters for a time, providing ample preparation for its inhabitants. The outer city, expanding in a fan-like shape from the inner city, is somewhat chaotic, interspersed with various factions. The several thousand buildings in the outer city were constructed under the marketplace's planning, resulting in a relatively organized and stable environment, often referred to as the secondary city. The marketplace's guard occasionally patrols this area. However, the outskirts of the secondary city are far more disordered, with stone and wooden houses scattered about, winding alleys, and expansive space. The furthest wooden houses are several miles away. In a vacant lot by the lakeshore, a circular wooden house has just been erected. Surrounded by wooden railings, it occupies a considerable area, with a carriage parked within, as several girls are embellishing the details of the house. Behind the wooden house lies a pile of timber. As Xiao Qingfeng surveys the area, contemplating the construction of a stable, This location is already several hundred meters away from the nearest neighbor, marking it as the outermost point. The light rain gradually ceased, and as the sun set in the west, the wooden house was entirely completed, even accommodating miniature homes for Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and the Eagle King. Gazing at the beautiful wooden house before him, Xiao Qingfeng felt a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. All the living essentials from his storage bag had been unpacked, and after the girl's decorative touches, a vibrant life atmosphere filled the space. This would be their home from now on. Su Ling, Lan Cai, and Murong Xian all wore delighted smiles. After traversing thousands of miles through an uninhabited desert and running amidst the mountains for half a month, they finally secured a stable place to settle after over 3 months of arduous travel. Xiao Qingfeng did not conceal his cultivation entirely. Instead, he revealed the fluctuations of his 7th layer of qi refinement. He kept it low enough to avoid alarming any potential miscreants, yet high enough to deter surprise attacks. The Eagle King perched upon the roof, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Disguised in dark attire, with a black mask concealing his identity, Xiao Qingfeng quietly ventured onto the streets of the secondary city. On a small wooden table lay a low-grade flying sword, a storage bag, 1,000-year ginseng, and 3 blank array flags. Sitting on a stool, Xiao Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings with keen, darting eyes. There were others who wished to remain inconspicuous, donning large hoods that obscured their features, providing Xiao Qingfeng with reassurance that he was not alone. Next to him, a middle-aged woman was selling talismans, brushes, and ink, engaging with customers while promoting her wares, including a gourd of monster blood. Brother, this stack of talisman paper is only 60 spirit stones. If you manage to successfully draw just 10, you'll break even. They sell for 100 spirit stones in the city. Brother, take a look at this gourd of monster blood. It's from a fire spirit fox, freshly drawn today, incredibly fresh. Only 80 spirit stones, enough for you to create hundreds of talismans. The middle-aged woman had an agreeable appearance and spoke amiably, often attracting buyers. However, before Xiao Qingfeng, there was no one. As the sun reached its zenith, the middle-aged woman finished her tasks, and at that moment, she had no customers. Suddenly, she turned and chastised, "Young man, why do you keep staring at me? Am I that attractive? I see your business is flourishing. What is your secret? Are you implying I am unattractive?" The middle-aged woman wore a forlorn expression. "I shall share my secret with you. But could you perhaps sell me a weapon at a discount? It would suit my younger brother perfectly." "What kind of discount are you thinking? How much do you intend to sell it for?" 1,001. Xiao Qingfeng replied confidently. "Young man, do you know how much new ones sell for in the city?" 1,002. "Given my skills, I can offer a slight reduction, but your price is too high. Then how much do you propose?" 800. "And I 1T hold your sneaky glances against you. I'll even give you a business tip." "Dear sister, I was merely curious and took a glance." Xiao Qingfeng chuckled. "Regardless of how one perceives it, the fact remains that I have indeed looked. Although I may not possess the same exquisite beauty I had 18 years ago, I am still a captivating young lady, am I not? You certainly have nothing to lose." The price she proposed was rather intriguing, slightly lower than what he had anticipated, yet still within a range he could reluctantly accept. After all, they had only just met. There was no way he would agree to an exorbitant demand without negotiation. "Very well, sister, you are quite impressive. 800 it is," Xiao Qingfeng readily acquiesced. The middle-aged woman instantly beamed with delight, pleased with her enduring allure. She picked up the flying sword and meticulously examined it before contentedly finalizing the transaction. "Do not feel at a disadvantage, young brother. I shall gift you a manual to ensure your satisfaction. My name is Su Yan. You may simply call me Sister Su." With that, Su Yan produced a small booklet from her bosom. Xiao Qingfeng harbored serious doubts that she had purposely concealed it there to enhance its allure. A faint fragrance wafted through the air as he opened the booklet, revealing the method for crafting the fireball technique talisman, which took him by surprise. Chapter 45. The Subsidy of Fengshe. A tough market. The foundational text on talisman crafting that I acquired contains only the specific manufacturing methods for the Jinzhongzhou talisman and the Qingshan talisman. It primarily elaborates on various insights regarding talisman creation. Moreover, the inclusion of the fireball talisman has compensated for my lack of offensive talismans, making it quite a rare find. I carefully stored it away and expressed my gratitude to Su Jia, saying, "This gift is far too precious. Here, I present you with a 400-year-old ginseng that I obtained outside." I handed her a ginseng box, which she swiftly accepted and stowed in her storage pouch, her smile growing even brighter. "Su Jia, You haven't shared any methods for improving business, I remarked. Suyin chuckled awkwardly. Did I not tell you? It's simply about encountering fated individuals and gifting them a secret manual on talisman crafting. Once they possess the manual, they will surely be eager to try their hand at it. After all, crafting one's own spiritual talismans allows for mastery over their direction and formidable power, while purchasing others' talismans results in a mere straightforward effect, lacking in efficacy. To attempt self-manufacturing, one would need to purchase talisman paper and ink from me. For instance, would you feel comfortable buying talisman paper from others when you wish to draw talismans? I opened my mouth in realization, understanding that I had been moved for naught. Do you not feel at a loss? You could sell the manual directly. Suyin replied, I do not possess a jade slip, nor can I imprint divine patterns. Such a commonplace item would fetch me but a few spirit stones. Would that not hinder my friends from becoming self-taught? Suyin felt a swell of pride for her noble character. It dawned on me that indeed, each secret manual for spells is arduous to master, taking years to even grasp the basics. The ones sold outside are incredibly cheap, merely covering the cost of transcription, 1 or 2 spirit stones. Conversely, a jade slip preserves the divine patterns, allowing for swift comprehension and saving considerable time, all while eliminating errors. Certain secret techniques can only be inherited through jade slips, as mere writing cannot convey their essence. This notion resonated with my own unique advantage, albeit my advantage was more direct and overwhelming. The ability to inherit through jade slips necessitates a cultivation level above the foundation establishment stage and requires a profound comprehension of the inherited spell to ensure perfect transmission. Moreover, it incurs irreversible harm to one's spirit. Typically, only the elders of a family would engage in such practices. Suddenly, I grasped the reason behind my previous incarnation possessing only rudimentary skills. It was all due to financial constraints. The jade slip spells are exorbitantly priced. A wave of sadness washed over me as I lamented the brevity of my life, realizing the cost of time far surpasses that of money. Who would trade their life for the sake of time? Do you have any other talisman manufacturing methods? I asked, seeking solace. Indeed, what type of talisman do you desire? I have the divine power talisman, lightness talisman, divine sword talisman, invisibility talisman, concealment talisman, immobilization talisman, Jin's Hangzhou talisman, and more. Including the fireball talisman I just provided, that makes 8 varieties. You certainly have a comprehensive selection, I quipped. Upon realizing I had filled in all the gaps, my mood significantly brightened. Sujia, I wish to purchase some talisman paper and demon blood. Could you perhaps offer me a discount? Very well, I shall reduce the price by 5 spirit stones for each item. This is merely a modest profit for me, and I cannot offer too much of a discount, as you have just witnessed that everything is fixed pricing. All right. Then I shall take 5 of each. Young man, do you mean 5 sheets of talisman paper or 5 stacks? Of course, 5 stacks, along with 5 bottles of demon blood. By the way, you may call me Qingfeng from now on. Suyin did not hesitate and readily sold them to me, nearly recovering the spirit stones I had just spent. Qingfeng, you have not lost out at all. I can tell you are someone who knows how to live well. Do you have a partner? If not, I can introduce you to someone. That is unnecessary. How about this? I will leave all my items with you, and you can help me sell them. For anything sold above 80% of the original price, we shall split the profit evenly. What do you think? I felt my business acumen lacking and considered finding a representative. Is there any danger associated with these items? You are still wearing a mask. I cannot risk my life at such a tender age. There truly is no danger. These items are all preserved with great care. Just indicate on the wooden table that you are selling them on my behalf, and I will remain here with you. Saying this, I remove my mask. If that is the case, then for the excess profits, I shall take 60%, as selling them yourself may yield less than 80%, Suyin insisted. Very well, I will acquiesce to your terms. I then merged my small table with hers and brought out the remaining inferior flying sword. As I sat behind, I contemplated my situation. Upon entering the realm of cultivation, my unique advantage remained dull and lifeless. Clearly, I had yet to meet the requirements for foundation establishment. I remained uncertain whether it was due to the density of spiritual energy or some other factor. I had fulfilled the conditions for foundation establishment, a complete vital essence, a strong spirit, and a solid realm of true energy. I planned to rent a high-quality spiritual energy cave in the inner city to test my abilities. The connection with the Eagle King in my mind was growing ever closer. Now, it relayed vague images from the world it observed, allowing me to remain aware of my home's condition at all times. I saw Su Ling and Lan Cai playing with a small wildcat at the door, their pointed ears perked up. I felt that as they grew, they had lost some of their former charm, with the features of a lynx becoming increasingly prominent. The seal on my chest remained unchanged, yet I resolved that once I achieved foundation establishment, if I could not dispel the poison, I would have to learn a sealing technique. I could not allow unforeseen changes to leave me at a loss. Suddenly, the image of my previous incarnation's sister, Xiao Yu, flashed through my mind. Pure, lovely, obedient, and beautiful. Only to perish alongside me due to the poison. As the sun set, the streets began to empty, and Su Yin started to tidy her stall. Qingfeng, it's time to head home. Come help pack up, she reminded, noticing I was still lost in thought. Oh right. How did you fare in sales, Sujia? I observed that the flying sword and formation flags were no longer on the stall, leaving only the storage pouch and ginseng behind. The sword was sold for 1,036, with a premium of 76. The 3 flags fetched 600, accompanied by a premium of 72. The total premium amounts to 150. If you grant me 60%, 90 will suffice. I have already calculated this in advance. Please keep the remaining spirit stones, amounting to more than 1,500. Xiao Qingfeng, feeling quite satisfied, smiled and inquired, Sujia, will you be coming again tomorrow? Of course, I generally come here every day, so you will find me, Su Yin replied, her mood buoyed by the day's earnings. Oh, Su Mei, have you finished for the day? Kindly settle next month's rent, which is 260, Sangu remarked in a sarcastic tone, a straw dangling from his mouth, a lascivious grin adorning his face as he quietly regarded Su Yin. Su Yin's expression turned to one of astonishment. Yang de go. There are still 10 days left in this month. Why are you collecting now? Isn't it typically 200 each month? Chapter 46. The gang collects money, purchasing medicine upon entering the city now. I must inform you that our leader celebrated his birthday yesterday. I have already conveyed your congratulations to Long Lauda on your behalf. The 60 added is merely the cost of the congratulatory gift. What? Do you not wish to wish our brother Long a happy birthday? Yang San tilted his head, casting a sideways glance at Su Yin. Of course. I wish to congratulate Brother Long on his birthday. Here is 260. Yang Gu, please accept it. Su Yin immediately changed her expression. Who is he? Your kept man? No, Yang Gu, I lack such capabilities. He is my younger brother, here to pick me up after work. Yang San disdainfully glanced at Xiao Qingfeng and slowly walked away. Sister Su, who were they? Xiao Qingfeng inquired, watching Yang San's retreating figure. They are the street patrollers of Shenlong gang. Do not concern yourself with them. One never knows when they will meet their demise on the streets, Su Yin replied with disdain. They are not from the market, yet they audaciously collect money. Xiao Qingfeng had already grasped the situation but felt a lingering indignation. Several gangs in this area frequently engage in violent confrontations to vie for control of the street, resulting in numerous fatalities. Yet the market authorities remain indifferent. The Shenlong gang is the most formidable among these factions and has maintained a semblance of stability for some time. However, one fears that today it is this gang collecting money, and tomorrow it will be another, leading to repeated payments with no opportunity to conduct business. Xiao Qingfeng understood that all merchants had become accustomed to paying these fees and chose not to voice further objections. I shall contribute 50 as well. If I plan to sell for the long term, let us share the burden together. Xiao Qingfeng handed over the spirit stones. All right, then I thank you, sister. You do not have much to carry, so do not bring that small table tomorrow. Fortunately, they arrived late today. Had they come earlier and seen you setting up, you would have had to pay another fee. Su Yin expressed her relief. Sister Su, I will head to the inner city tomorrow. I may not return. Do not cause any trouble in the inner city. The management is strict there, unlike the outer city. Xiao Qingfeng nodded with a smile and hurried towards the inner city. The quality of goods in the deputy city varies, and for the safety of numerous cultivators, the trading of cultivation elixirs is strictly prohibited. Xiao Qingfeng's journey was to procure some foundational elixirs for Su Ling and the others. Now was the perfect time to encourage them to diligently cultivate as he himself was still exploring how to establish a foundation. Xiang'er, the largest comprehensive trading association in the inner city, deals in the sale of elixirs, weapons, and medicines. They offer a plethora of items, including clothes that come equipped with dust protection, shields, space storage, and automatic adjustments of size, color, and style for over 10,000 spirit stones. There are flying vessels that can transport you faster than those in the foundation establishment stage for hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. The variety of goods is utterly irresistible. However, Xiao Qingfeng discreetly touched his storage pouch and diligently made his way to the elixir section's ordinary goods counter. I wish to purchase some auxiliary elixirs to help my wife swiftly embark on her cultivation journey. Which ones do you recommend? Xiao Qingfeng inquired of the young girl behind the counter. Senior, this Anhun incense allows for deeper meditation and enhances sensitivity to spiritual energy. It is particularly effective for both cultivators and mortals. A box contains 30 sticks and costs 300 spirit stones. Xiao Qingfeng nodded. This one will do. Seeing the customer satisfied, the young girl continued her introduction. Senior, this Shishuadan continuously optimizes the physical body of mortals and is greatly beneficial for cultivation. A bottle contains 20 pills and costs 60 spirit stones. Xiao Qingfeng thought this would suit Lan Cai, as her martial arts had just entered the first blood transformation stage. Is there anything else? Indeed, there is this Baoling Dan, which explosively disperses within the body. It is quite brutal, but remarkably effective for those who struggle to sense spiritual energy. 50% of users succeed, though one must endure some pain. It costs 80 spirit stones per pill. There is also the Yangling Dan, which is quite good. What would you like? This Baoling Dan has such excellent efficacy and is not overly expensive. Despite the pain, I shall take 3, Xiao Qingfeng decided, as he felt compelled to seize the 50% chance. Senior, it is not just a little pain. It is somewhat painful, the young girl emphasized. Very painful? The girl nodded. Extremely painful? Again, she nodded. Is there a risk to life? Only then did the girl shake her head, confidently stating, no. After a moment of thought, she added, it is not just one pill. It is a course of treatment. How long? Xiao Qingfeng sensed a flaw in her speech. 1 month. No, thank you. A fool would use such a pill. Xiao Qingfeng unhesitatingly declined. Senior, you do not understand mortals. Sometimes, even with a risk to life, they are willing to give it a try. I sincerely wish for your family not to require this pill. Xiao Qingfeng pondered her words and nodded in agreement. I will take 2 boxes of Anhun incense, 3 boxes of Shishuadan, and 3 bottles of Yangling Dan. Senior, the total comes to 1,080 spirit stones. Xiao Qingfeng calculated that he had spent quite a bit. Only 500 spirit stones remained. After the transaction, Xiao Qingfeng purchased 30 Qi and Blood Dan for 450 spirit stones, marking it as the most expensive elixir he had acquired thus far. Xiao Qingfeng hoped to elevate his true essence cultivation even without the foundation establishment techniques, and he was willing to endure with mixed origin energy if necessary. Having purchased some daily necessities in the city, Xiao Qingfeng hastily returned home before sunset. Before dinner, he hung up the newly acquired lamp. The hall instantly brightened like daylight, far superior to the previous oil lamps. This item is a practical combination of a formation and spirit stones. Now that we have stabilized somewhat, let us rest well tonight, and tomorrow everyone shall commence their rigorous cultivation. Brother Xiao, I have been unable to sense spiritual energy. Is there still a need for cultivation? Lan Cai set down her work, gazing at him despondently. Of course, there is a need to cultivate. As long as we have the resources and are situated above this superior spiritual vein, there is no method we cannot master, only those unwilling to practice. Worst case, you can wait until your Qi and blood martial arts reach the peak of the acquired stage, which will not take long, Xiao Qingfeng encouraged. Lan Cai gently nodded. Having already reached the first transformation, she was confident she could attain mastery within a few years. A few extra years were of no concern. Xiang'er, it was previously difficult to cultivate due to the bumpy roads. You must also begin preparing to reach the master realm tomorrow. I have reiterated the subsequent techniques numerous times along the way, and I will emphasize them once more tonight. Xiao Qingfeng smiled at her. Murong Xian's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Brother Xiao. Su Ling was aware that she was soon to gain a companion in her journey. Xiao Qingfeng produced the elixirs he had prepared for them, distributing them among the 3. You need only focus on your cultivation, leave the rest to me, dear ladies, and give it your all. He presented them with 2 boxes of Anhun Xiang, instructing them to light it during their practice to aid in sensing the spiritual energy. He also provided 3 bottles of Shishuadan and 3 bottles of Yangling Dan, 1 for each of them to consume while cultivating, along with 20 spiritual stones for each. Tonight, take the time to adjust your breathing and begin tomorrow. After distributing the spiritual stones, only 28 remained with Xiao Qingfeng. Gazing at his empty purse, He pondered what he might sell the following day. Life was indeed challenging. Morong Xian had returned to her room ahead of time, her heart racing with anxiety. As she walked, she had already prepared herself to entrust her fate to him, and her premonition felt stronger than ever this evening. Morong Xian sat by her window, quietly observing the world outside. Chapter 47. The Dream of Beauty. Radiant spirit Xiao Qingfeng gently entered Morong Xian's chamber, observing her as she sat quietly by the window. Embracing her from behind, they gazed together at the night outside. "Brother Xiao, do you truly believe that one can cultivate to become an immortal?" she inquired. Of course, the legends of ascension to the immortal realm in the cultivation world are not mere fabrications. They even have their inheritances and families, Xiao Qingfeng asserted confidently. But can you be certain that those who ascended truly reached the immortal realm? Has anyone ever returned to speak of it? Morong Xian challenged. Well, no one has returned, but if they ascended, surely they did not venture to the demon realm, Xiao Qingfeng stammered, caught off guard by her question. "Xiang'er, do you wish to go to the immortal realm?" he asked. "Indeed, who wouldn't desire to become an immortal?" she replied. "Then tonight, shall I grant you the joy akin to that of an immortal?" Xiao Qingfeng tightened his embrace. Leaning against him, Morong Xian turned to gaze at his handsome face, those starry eyes captivating her, and she leaned in to kiss him. "Xiang'er, let me get up first. Do not move." As Morong Xian experienced the stirrings of her heart, she was filled with exuberance, unable to contain her joy, her brows dancing, her spirit soaring. Lost in the moment. "Xiang'er, take a moment to rest." "Xiang'er, do you have any dreams?" Xiao Qingfeng asked, glancing at the still dim golden finger, sighing inwardly at the wastefulness of it all. "As for me, my childhood dream was to be like my father, to line up and face the enemy. But let the Dragon City's flying general not allow the Zhao horse to enter the Yinchua. At night, I lie listening to the wind and rain, the iron horse and icy river come to me in dreams." Morong Xian's cheeks flushed, her eyes slightly narrowed as she reminisced happily. Xiao Qingfeng admired her spirit. What a grand dream of a general, truly imposing. "As for me, I merely wish to grow up quickly, earn some money, and marry a wife." "Huh?" Brother Xiao's dream is quite practical. Morong Xian couldn't help but chuckle. "Now, all I desire is to cultivate into an immortal," Xiao Qingfeng softly remarked, gazing into the distant night sky. Morong Xian looked into his resolute eyes, gradually losing herself in his world. As the sun rose, Xiao Qingfeng returned to the inner city of the market. Having rushed through his visit yesterday, he had not taken the time to truly explore. In the inner city, one must leave before the city gates close if they do not possess a fixed residence. Overnight stays are not permitted. Entering from the east, the inner city featured a long street lined with dazzling shops, magnificent merchant guilds, the alluring Wanyu Pavilion, and various taverns. At the western end of the street was a vast plaza, the most bustling spot in the inner city where independent cultivators could set up temporary stalls. However, a stall fee was required, so small businesses typically operated in the outer city. At the heart of the plaza, a spectacular waterfall cascaded down from the mountain. The southern side of the long street approached Liuya Lake, boasting the finest scenery, adorned with rows of villas, a gathering place for the affluent. To the north lay Fengming Mountain, with the road to the mountain featuring a diverse array of establishments. The higher one ascended on Fengming Mountain, the richer the spiritual energy became, with the caves at the mountainside available for rental for foundation building cultivators. Further up resided the main family of the Fengming Mountain Market, inaccessible to outsiders. Xiao Qingfeng once again visited the Qin Merchant Alliance and inquired about the prices of storage bags. He intended to test whether a high-quality cave could assist him in establishing his foundation, and he needed to ascertain whether his storage bags could be sold, for he was currently empty-handed. "Master Qin, you sell the same storage bags for 800 spirit stones, but only offer 500 for buyback. Isn't that a tad too low? Mine is practically new." Xiao Qingfeng expressed incredulously at the significant price cut. "My friend, your storage bag is indeed rather old. We cannot simply resell it as is. Hiring a repair master will cost 30 spirit stones. We must also check for any hidden dangers or tracking risks, which will require an additional 50 spirit stones for a safety check. Earning 20 spirit stones for our efforts is hardly unreasonable. This totals 600, and our purchase price is 599. The 500 we offer you is already quite generous," Master Qin of the Qin Merchant Alliance explained. Xiao Qingfeng was left speechless by the reasoning. "Master Qin, I will think it over. The price feels like too much of a loss," he replied. "Master Qin, Gritting his teeth, offered, "Friend, I am actually a repair master myself. I will repair it for you free of charge as a gesture of friendship, and I will give you 530. How does that sound?" Under Master Qin's sincere gaze, Xiao Qingfeng, feeling pressured, made a hasty exit, sensing that he was being swindled. At midday, after perusing several shops, Xiao Qingfeng had a better grasp of the market prices. He then ventured to the trading plaza. "Senior, entry to the trading market requires 10 spirit stones." No wonder some individuals preferred not to trade in the inner city. The plaza was bustling with thousands of people engaged in bartering and spirit stone transactions, with an array of goods available, mostly items sourced from the Tianyao mountain range, such as spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, demon beast eggs, and demon beast meats. After a brief survey, Xiao Qingfeng chose a spot, imitating others by spreading out a piece of silk cloth and laying out the items he wished to sell. 2 8-cubic storage bags and 1 3-cubic storage bag were displayed. After some thought, he also placed 1,000-year ginseng on the cloth. Murong Xian's original package contained 6,000-year ginseng, which he had prepared for trading at Chilan Cliff. If the price was right, Xiao Qingfeng intended to sell them all, for they were merely mundane items and surely not comparable to those from the cultivation realm. However, he felt somewhat guilty about what seemed like passing off inferior goods. He quickly donned a mask from the storage bag, feeling slightly uneasy. In the cultivation world, even 1,000-year spiritual herb was a rare find. Soon, a customer approached to inquire but shook their head and walked away. One by one, people came and went, many asking about prices. Yet none were willing to make a purchase. Xiao Qingfeng felt a tinge of regret for not having sold to that manager Qin. "Senior, how much do you ask for this storage bag?" inquired a young man at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. 700. Xiao Qingfeng assessed him, noting that he was merely a budding cultivator. "Senior, your storage bag is rather expensive. A brand new one at the shop costs only 800. What is your lowest price?" "Senior, I have only 550 spirit stones. What do you think?" the youth implored, a pitiful expression on his face. Xiao Qingfeng regarded him thoughtfully. "Very well, I shall accept it." The young man appeared quite pleased, and after the transaction was completed, he asked, "Senior, I am also interested in these 2 storage bags. Would you consider 750 for both?" He pointed toward the remaining storage bags. Xiao Qingfeng gazed intently at the youth, wondering if he had been duped. Sensing Xiao Qingfeng's scrutiny, the young man elaborated, "Senior, your time is incredibly precious. To be honest, I am merely seeking a small profit. After acquiring these items, I will need to sell them gradually. If I clear out all your goods, you could return home sooner to be with your family. Wouldn't you agree? And for this 1,000-year ginseng, what price would you offer?" "Senior, your 1,000-year ginseng indeed appears to have aged over a millennium, yet its color is rather pale. The 1,000-year ginseng I have previously collected was always a light purple." The youth clearly had not ventured into the mundane world, and as he stared at the 1,000-year ginseng, he seemed uncertain. Surely, such a rare herb could not be artificially cultivated. It is nurtured by nature itself, hence its authenticity cannot be questioned. Perhaps the coloration is influenced by the soil in which it thrived, Xiao Qingfeng mused lightly. Chapter 48. The young man purchases medicine and cultivates in the cave. The young man had a certain level of acknowledgement, yet he would not verbally concede. "Senior, the quality of this millennium ginseng is not up to par, and its appearance is quite poor, making it difficult to sell at a high price. Just tell me how much you can offer." Xiao Qingfeng, not wishing to engage in idle chatter, directly inquired. "Senior, for ginseng of good quality, I would pay 1,000 spirit stones, but for this, I can only offer 700. Xiao Qingfeng observed him for a moment. "All right." He then took out the remaining 5 millennium ginseng from his storage bag. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment. "So much?" Gazing upon the ginseng, he hesitated. "What? Do you mean to say you were just toying with me?" Feeling the weight of pressure, the young man quickly replied, No, senior, you misunderstand. I was merely calculating whether the spirit stones were sufficient. After tallying everything, the storage bag required 1,300 spirit stones, while the ginseng amounted to 4,200 spirit stones. The young man reluctantly left with 5,500 spirit stones in hand. Xiao Qingfeng, having secured the silk pouch, swiftly departed from the square. The increase of over 5,000 spirit stones bolstered his confidence significantly. The Fengming Mountain marketplace was bustling with people. The caves atop the mountain were rich in spiritual energy, yet exorbitantly priced, typically rented only during breakthroughs in cultivation. Xiao Qingfeng arrived at the administrative hall of the Fengming Mountain Marketplace, a monumental structure, the tallest building at 7 stories. Inside, various windows catered to numerous needs. The cave rental office. This is the place. Xiao Qingfeng approached the window and began to queue, relieved to find the line was short. Please state what type of cave you wish to rent, your requirements, and your personal information. Kindly fill out a form at the side and return, came the prompt. Finally reaching the window, he was interrupted before he could speak by the next patron. Frustrated, he stepped aside, grabbed a form, and began to fill it out. Name, cultivation level, requirements for spiritual energy, practice rooms, alchemy rooms, and so forth. Once completed, he queued again, and soon reached the window once more. The clerk glanced at the form, promptly retrieved a projection stone, and displayed an image on the wooden board beside the window. Number 886, Superior Cave, located halfway up the mountain, daily rent of 800 spirit stones. For further details, please check beside. Thank you. Xiao Qingfeng assessed briefly. This one will do. I will pay a total of 1,600 spirit stones. Thank you. Here are the precautions. Please review them carefully. The clerk's speech was efficient, yet devoid of warmth. After bidding farewell to the hall, Xiao Qingfeng quickly made his way to the mountainside. Utilizing the array talisman, he entered the cave. A rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. It was his first experience of such luxury, yet he found himself devoid of the desire to cultivate, instead quietly activating his golden finger. Name, Xiao Qingfeng. Lifespan, 124-168 Realm. Qi Refining 9th Layer, 999-1000. Cultivation Method, Qingmu Gong, Proficient, Techniques. Inchi Technique, Perfected, Small Gold Needle Technique, Major Achievement. Carefree Steps, Major Achievement. Small Fireball Technique, Major Achievement. Small Withering Technique, Beginner. Small Rain Technique, Beginner. Small Earth Turning Technique, Beginner. Beast Taming Technique, Beginner. The realm remained an irksome gray hue. Xiao Qingfeng slapped his head, striving to regain composure. The external conditions required for foundation establishment, vitality, spiritual perception, and cultivation level, had all been met. What could possibly be the cause? The spiritual energy in the superior cave surely met the requirements. Could it be that he had consumed too much of his lifespan? If that were the case, would he be unable to establish a foundation in the future? A wave of profound disappointment washed over him, and the more he pondered, the more agitated he became. His thoughts spiraled chaotically. Perhaps it was better to obliterate everything. Why pursue immortality when slaughter felt so exhilarating? Did he not feel wronged masquerading in a low realm? Xiao Qingfeng's eyes gradually reddened, and his aura began to destabilize. Suddenly, he jolted, recognizing his misalignment. Casting aside the tumultuous emotions, he gathered his true energy to suppress the chaotic breath. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth, and gradually, his heart settled. His journey had been tumultuous, and the instability of his mindset had manifested in moments of adversity. Having confronted this minor inner demon, he felt a considerable lightness. Sitting within the cave, he contemplated his issues. His rapid ascent in cultivation had left many gaps to fill. Though he had triumphed in the mundane realm, Xiao Qingfeng understood that his combat prowess was exceedingly low among peers of the same level. All his attack techniques remained rooted in the mid-stage of qi refinement, merely allowing him to compete against the inept in the mundane world, relying on the advantages of his cultivation level. As he slowly contemplated the path ahead, he began to circulate Qingmu Gong to mend the recently inflicted rifts. Although Qingmu Gong was commonplace, it was balanced and harmonious, providing commendable restorative effects. In an instant, Xiao Qingfeng realized that his true energy, which had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, felt a faint burning sensation when fully circulating Qingmu Gong. Alarmed, he contemplated the implications. Could it be that no one had ever encountered an increase in realm that was not a result of cultivated techniques? A flash of insight struck him. Was the reason for his inability to establish a foundation due to the cultivation method? Proficient merely corresponded to various minor achievements and techniques, while mastery and perfection awaited his practice. If his meridians had yet to acclimatize to the pinnacle, how could he establish a foundation? The more he thought, the more convinced he became that this was indeed the reason. Joy surged within him. As long as he identified the direction, establishing a foundation would merely be a matter of time. Moreover, enhancing his realm first and subsequently refining his techniques would undoubtedly yield rapid progress. Casting aside distractions, Xiao Qingfeng gently circulated Qingmu Gong. gradually entering a state of clarity. At dawn, a radiant spectrum of colors illuminated the entrance of the cave, resembling a celestial realm. Inside the cave, Xiao Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. At this moment, the pain in his meridians had subsided, and he believed that in due time, all anomalies would vanish. Checking the time, Xiao Qingfeng hastily descended the mountain. He did not require further cultivation within the cave for the time being, as he could practice his techniques at home. He needed to promptly vacate the cave. At 800 per day, it was exorbitantly priced. Upon returning home, Xiao Qingfeng resolved to immerse himself in the fundamentals of array formations and talisman crafting. The absence of my own storage bag's 5-element formation within my abode leaves me feeling quite uneasy when venturing outside. Previously, my lack of cultivation stemmed from a desire to maintain an optimal state, ever ready to establish a foundation. Now that I have discerned my path for foundation building, I aspire for the Qingmu Gong to attain a level of mastery and perfection swiftly. The continuous consumption of magical energy and subsequent refinement of my abilities is indeed the most effective approach. Although the fundamentals of formations are deemed elementary, it is precisely this foundational knowledge that is profoundly expansive. Furthermore, since it is not transmitted through a jade slip, many concepts are merely glossed over. The intricacies of crafting formation flags are not elucidated, leaving me to gradually explore the finished products at my own pace. The foundational principles of formations encompass the creation of formation flags, the engraving of patterns within those flags, the underlying principles of formations, methods of deployment, activation techniques, and the corresponding modes of magical energy operation. Formations constitute an extensive and intricate system. Mastering them necessitates not only innate talent, but also an abundance of inherited knowledge and an enriching learning environment. Xiao Qingfeng does not harbor expectations of reaching any legendary heights, such as effortlessly deploying formations or effortlessly vanquishing foes, as such realms are beyond mere contemplation. Fortunately, for now, I need only to focus on learning how to deploy and activate formations. Chapter 49. The completion of the contract and the fundamentals of array formation. It turns out that the art of array formation requires substantial mathematical knowledge for support. Fortunately, Xiao Qingfeng had a solid foundation in mathematics from his previous life as a graduate of Xian Dongfang. Initiating an array necessitates precise control over one's magical power, akin to delicate threads, which is a fundamental requirement. In his relentless pursuit of elevating his cultivation level, he had neglected the essential foundational practices. Xiao Qingfeng procured several hundred pounds of qing, healing me, and various meats to commence his seclusion for cultivation. On the first day of the 10,088th year of the Huanyuan continent, a soldier clad in armor pounded on the door. "Captain Song, this establishment is quite grand. Should we collect a few contributions?" The soldier turned to inquire of Captain Song Ziming. Song Ziming, a late-stage qi refinement practitioner and a distant relative of the Song family from Foming Mountain, observed the exquisite wooden house before him and replied calmly, "As per the usual custom, for early-stage cultivators, 10 contributions, for mid-stage, 5, and for late-stage, 3. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, Xiao Qingfeng swiftly emerged. Noticing that the visitors were merely the guard team and not trouble seekers, he greeted them with a smile as he opened the courtyard gate. "Brothers, what brings you here?" Upon realizing that the homeowner was a late-stage cultivator, Song Ziming took the initiative to speak. According to the regulations of the market, land rent must be paid on the first of each month. Given your property size, you owe 300 ling stones. Understanding that it was a market rule, Xiao Qingfeng complied and handed over the ling stones. Noticing that Song Ziming was evidently the leader, he inquired, "As I am new here, are there any other regulations I should be aware of?" A scar-faced man beside Song Ziming interjected, "The rule is to avoid unnecessary trouble." "Indeed, I shall not cause you any inconvenience," Xiao Qingfeng assured them. As he watched them depart, he closed the courtyard gate securely. "My dear, who has come?" Su Ling, having completed her cultivation, asked, noting that it was the first time someone had knocked on the door. "Nothing of concern. It was merely the market collecting rent." "How has your cultivation progressed?" "My dear, the environment here is vastly superior to before. I feel I will soon be able to draw qi into my dantian," Su Ling replied with a radiant smile. Xiao Qingfeng nodded, glancing at the rooms of Murong Xian and Lan Cai. "You need not worry. With such an excellent environment, I believe they will also make swift progress." "Let us hope so," Xiao Qingfeng mused. "Still worried about Lan Cai?" If she could not sense the spiritual energy here, how would her mindset hold up? Xiao Qingfeng summoned the Eagle King to perch upon his shoulder, feeding it a spirit food pill. Since arriving here, even its diet had improved. He extended a sliver of his spiritual awareness into the Eagle King's mind, taking on his own form. He observed that the once frail spirit of the Eagle King had significantly solidified, with a complex pattern nearly completed on its forehead, save for the final connection in the center. After extensive preparation, today was finally the day to complete the final step. Once the aura was infused, his spiritual awareness swiftly imprinted itself into the pattern. The design suddenly radiated a pale yellow light, as if something had been activated. As the light faded, Xiao Qingfeng's previously vague sensations became remarkably clear in his mind, akin to the Eagle King possessing a second pair of eyes. Furthermore, his unique ability also underwent a transformation. Head Eagle King, 386. With the completion of the contract between Xiao Qingfeng and the Eagle King, his unique ability now revealed its existence, and he could distinctly sense that he could draw upon its lifespan. Xiao Qingfeng rejoiced. The troubling issue of insufficient lifespan might finally be resolved. However, using one's own lifespan always came with a sense of trepidation. Watching it diminish rapidly was undeniably disconcerting. In the absence of life-threatening circumstances, Xiao Qingfeng was reluctant to utilize it. Wouldn't evolving the Eagle King into a demon extend its lifespan even further? Xiao Qingfeng's mind began to wander, contemplating how to manage its lifespan effectively. Should he enhance the array or delve into talisman making? Alas, such a soul-bound spirit beast could only be one. He was uncertain of the effects others experienced with this technique, but he was confident he had surpassed the normative bounds. However, in the future, should the Eagle King encounter issues, with his beast training refined to perfection, the next time he sought to contract a spirit beast, it would undoubtedly require far less time. The art of array formation was profound, encompassing myriad arrays, attributes, and techniques. Even if he exhausted his lifespan, he would only scratch the surface. For now, he aimed to grasp the fundamentals, able to execute a simple array, learning gradually, for the more complex techniques were dizzying. Eager to experiment with the sensation of utilizing another's lifespan, Xiao Qingfeng retreated to his room, retrieving a foundational tome on array formation and diligently perusing its contents. Upon activation, the system announced, "You have diligently immersed yourself in the study of array fundamentals, losing track of time in your learning, and after 5 years, you have gained insight, stepping into the realm of array formation. Again, you have relentlessly practiced the basics of talisman making, neglecting your rest and food, and after 3 years, you have mastered the foundational techniques, achieving stable magical power and spiritual awareness output, successfully drawing your first fireball talisman, entering the world of talismans. You continue to diligently hone your basic talisman making skills, sacrificing sleep and sustenance, and after 15 years, you have perfected the talisman making techniques, able to consistently draw low-grade talismans with a success rate of 30%. You grit your teeth and persist in your rigorous training of basic talisman making, forsaking rest and food, and after 23 years, you have become proficient in talisman crafting, effortlessly producing low-grade talismans with a success rate of 70%, occasionally even creating intermediate talismans." Xiao Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes and activated his unique ability. Basic talisman making, minor achievement. Basic array formation, entry level. Pet Eagle King, 3186. Having consumed 28 years of the Eagle King's lifespan, he had now gained a foothold in array formation, ensuring the safety of his home. The basic talisman making had also reached minor achievement, securing his ability to earn a living. This was the source of his confidence when assuring his wives that they could focus on their cultivation while he took on the responsibility of providing for the family. Suddenly, a profound sense of hunger emanated from the Eagle King, prompting Xiao Qingfeng to swiftly retrieve a portion of first-grade demon cow meat, which he had reserved for dinner, slicing it into strips for the Eagle King. The quantity was several times greater than usual, and the Eagle King devoured the food rapidly, gradually alleviating its hunger. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Eagle King soared into the sky, seemingly venturing forth to seek its own sustenance. After all, the menu provided by Xiao Qingfeng was far from comprehensive, necessitating its daily excursions for hunting. Xiao Qingfeng had affixed a small jade talisman to its leg, signifying that this eagle was under ownership. Any act against it would be perceived as a provocation to its master. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiao Qingfeng observed that Lan Cai and Murong Xuan had also emerged. He nimbly leaped onto the rooftop and began to deploy array flags, which swiftly penetrated into the depths of the earth. Subsequently, he embedded 50 spiritual stones around each flag. With deft movements of his fingers, Xiao Qingfeng channeled his magical energy to connect the 5 array flags, finally infusing them with a surge of true energy. The surrounding air quivered slightly, and a white ripple shield rapidly ascended. Descending into the center of the courtyard, Xiao Qingfeng surveyed the formation he had arranged, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Chapter 50. Husband's surname is Wu, wife's surname is Pan Wao. Brother Xiao, is this truly an array? How wondrous. Lan Sai revealed a look of yearning. Murong Xian and Su Ling also surveyed it with curiosity. Indeed, this way, when you all play in the courtyard, you need not fear being seen or disturbed by others. From the outside, the inside becomes blurred and unclear, allowing me to venture out with greater peace of mind. My dear husband is truly thoughtful. However, there is no need to worry excessively about the household. We can protect ourselves, Su Ling expressed, touched. The several ladies are as beautiful as celestial beings. Even if others gaze upon them, I would feel quite flustered, he remarked, receiving playful glares in return. Brother Xiao, you are quite cheesy. Xiao Qingfeng had allocated 20 days' worth of cultivation resources to each of them. Now, several days had passed. Su Ling had made considerable progress in her cultivation, gradually finding her rhythm. As for Murong Xian, having already reached the peak of the postnatal realm, it was only a matter of time before she sensed the spiritual energy. Only Lan Sai caused Xiao Qingfeng some worry. While Xiao Qingfeng frolicked and conversed with them in the courtyard, another scene played out in his mind. The Eagle King soared high above the earth, surveying the mountain ranges surrounding Fengming Mountain. He observed that the peak of Fengming Mountain was also enveloped in an array, rendering it indistinct. Images played in Xiao Qingfeng's mind like a high-definition film, accompanied by sounds, as if they were his very own projections, captivating him. The combination of beast-taming techniques and his unique abilities had forged this peculiar function, prompting him to intensify the training of the Eagle King, aiming for it to ascend into the ranks of magical beasts. This would better ensure self-preservation and prolong its lifespan. Whenever the Eagle King descended to hunt, Xiao Qingfeng would guide and remind it to survey the surroundings beforehand. Only after confirming there were no imminent dangers would it swoop down to capture its prey, significantly enhancing its safety and minimizing encounters with humans. The Eagle King had gradually developed this habit. With the aid of the blood chi pill, Xiao Qingfeng increased his training time for Hunyuan Jinx by an hour. As time passed, his daily routine began to take on a more structured form. Rising at 6 o'clock each morning, he would practice Hunyuan Jinx for 2 hours, followed by a meal to relax his mind. He would then venture out to sell the spirit talismans he had crafted the previous day to Su Yan, before returning home to practice talisman making. By noon, once his internal true chi had diminished by half and his spiritual awareness reached a safe threshold, he would have produced approximately 50 talismans. In the afternoon, he would fully channel his efforts into Qingmu Gong to restore his mana. By evening, he would typically recover less than 20% of his mana, leaving the remainder to be replenished through late-night efforts, which would inevitably burden the ladies. The recovery rate could be imagined in battle. While others could recover mana while fighting, perhaps sustaining themselves for half a day, Xiao Qingfeng would be hard-pressed to last even an hour. This was a consequence of his rapid advancement in the mundane world, yet he still had to compensate for various shortcomings over time. Xiao Qingfeng planned that once he mastered Qingmu Gong and successfully established his foundation, he would comprehensively address various techniques and offensive methods. Otherwise, having reached the foundation-building stage, if he were to engage in combat wielding only a needle technique or a small fireball, it would likely result in his enemies not being vanquished, but rather met with laughter. The fireball technique was the one Xiao Qingfeng crafted the most, being both the most numerous and powerful. This was likely due to his fireball technique having reached a high level of mastery, thus boasting a higher success rate. Nonetheless, Xiao Qingfeng could not limit himself to just one type of talisman. There were a total of 8 talisman-making methods, and he endeavored to try each one. Consequently, he would expend about 100 sheets of talisman paper in a morning, achieving only around 50 successful creations, far from the 70% success rate suggested by his unique abilities. The transactions of talismans between Xiao Qingfeng and Su Yan were standardized, sold in bundles for 5 spirit stones each. Su Yan would then price each talisman based on its quality. For instance, the fireball talisman, being more powerful than others, and the concealment talisman, which had the best effects and longest duration, were each priced at 7 spirit stones, while the remaining talismans were priced at 6 spirit stones. Xiao Qingfeng now experienced a profit increase of approximately 100 spirit stones daily, bidding farewell to his previous circumstances of selling property. Thus, 10 days passed. This particular morning, as Xiao Qingfeng returned from Su Yan's, he was called to a halt by 2 individuals from behind. This couple lived a bit upstream from Xiao Qingfeng and was the closest household to him. Although they occasionally exchanged nods while passing by, they had never conversed before and he did not know their names. The man was short and stocky, while the woman was strikingly beautiful. As they approached, Xiao Qingfeng instinctively braced himself. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire what matter brings you to call upon me?" Xiao Qingfeng asked, puzzled as to why they had summoned him. "Brother, I am Wu Sanjin, and this is my wife, Pan Yu. I am Xiao Qingfeng. Might I ask what brings you here?" "Xiao brother, as you are new to this place, you may not be aware that in a few days, the Linghu gang will come to collect rent." "The Linghu gang? Hasn't the local guard already collected?" "Indeed, but that insufferable Linghu gang returns every 15th of the month to collect again, taking half of what you owe to the marketplace." "Do they know how much I have paid to the marketplace?" Xiao Qingfeng expressed his astonishment. "It is said they have some connection with the marketplace's guard, allowing them to know how much each person has paid. Otherwise, how would they dare come to collect rent? They would have been bagged and beaten long ago." "That makes sense. Brother Wu, you are?" Xiao Qingfeng inquired of him and the woman beside him. "I have contacted several fellow practitioners at the late stage of qi refinement. We intend to band together, and even if we cannot eliminate our protection fees, at least we can reduce them. What do you think, Xiao brother?" Wu Sanjin, being short, gestured with his hands for emphasis, prompting a stifled laugh from Xiao Qingfeng. 150 spirit stones each month is not excessively burdensome. Before establishing my foundation, I preferred to avoid too much interaction with outsiders to prevent unnecessary complications. Needless to say, one must take the initiative to provoke them. "Brother Wu, I have recently experienced a profound sensation during my cultivation, and I may need to patiently await the moment of breakthrough. I am truly overwhelmed and hope for your understanding." Wu Sanjin furrowed his brows, expressing that as cultivators, we contend with the heavens for spiritual insights. How can one be so cowardly as to fear death? With such a mindset, how could one possibly attain the path to immortality? Did he really think his words were so perfunctory? Did he truly believe what he said was mere fiction? Xiao Qingfeng felt a flush of embarrassment. Wu Sanjin was quite displeased. He had heard such evasive excuses far too many times. Observing Xiao Qingfeng, whose refined features exuded remarkable handsomeness, he felt an innate aversion. At that moment, witnessing Xiao Qingfeng's timidity only elicited a series of cold laughs. When words fail to connect, I truly have no interest in participating. There are trivial matters at home that require my attention, so I shall take my leave. My apologies. Wu Sanjin watched his retreating figure with a sneer. Upon returning home, Xiao Qingfeng was engulfed in deep frustration. Even encountering a dog outside resulted in a bite. Moreover, it was evident that this person was petty and filled with malice. Xiao Qingfeng recounted this incident to Su Ling, cautioning her to remain wary of him. "My dear, do not be upset. I have good news for you. Miss Xian has sensed spiritual energy and is currently transitioning to the master realm," Su Ling cheerfully remarked while brewing tea. Xiao Qingfeng's spirits soared instantly as he twirled Su Ling around joyously. At last, another individual has reached the shore, leaving only the foolish Lan Cai behind. Chapter 51, Battle with the Enemy. Technique of Thunder Control. On the 15th of February in the year 10088 of the Wilderness Continent. On this very day, 3 members of the Linghu gang came to collect protection fees. The leading lady, named Hu Xiaoxue, was accompanied by 2 young men. Not far behind, several thinly clad boys and children were engaged in a game with pebbles. "Mr. Xiao, I am Hu Xiaoxue from the Linghu gang. Due to your support for our gang, you only need to pay half of the protection fee from now on, amounting to 75 spirit stones each month," Hu Xiaoxue said, her words laced with a gentle smile, though her 2 companions resembled beasts. Xiao Qingfeng felt somewhat bewildered. Was it because of his handsome appearance? After handing over the spirit stones, he could not help but ask, "Why?" Hu Xiaoxue turned her gaze back, saying, "It is, of course, a reward for informing us in advance and supporting our gang." Xiao Qingfeng observed her retreating figure, lost in thought. In the distance, several figures approached swiftly, with the leader being his neighbor, Wu Sanjin, whom he had encountered a few days prior. Upon seeing Xiao Qingfeng preparing to enter his house, he bellowed from afar, "Xiao, stop right there." Though Wu Sanjin was short in stature, his voice was exceptionally loud. With snowflakes falling from the sky, his thunderous roar scattered the snow. Wu Sanjin, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, stood before Xiao Qingfeng, flanked by two unfamiliar individuals, his face contorted with rage. Just as he was about to reprimand, "Do not speak," yet Xiao Qingfeng, emanating the presence of the 8th level of Qi refinement, seized the initiative. You really broke through. Wu Sanjin was taken aback. Ignoring him, Xiao Qingfeng cast a formidable pressure over the nearby children, causing them to tremble in fear. "Which of you commanded them to come here? Speak quickly." One slightly older child pointed at Wu Sanjin. "Why, how dare you treat the children like this?" Wu Sanjin suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Disregarding the child, Xiao Qingfeng turned to face Wu Sanjin. You actually want to frame me for leaking information? You intend to use these children as witnesses?" Xiao Qingfeng interjected once more. Wu Sanjin's face flushed crimson. Xiao Qingfeng addressed the two men beside him. "I have a personal grudge with Wu Sanjin. Simply because I am handsome, his wife couldn't help but glance at me a few times, and now he harbors resentment, seeking to use you to trouble me. Truly despicable, and evidently not very clever." The two men who had followed initially intended to vent their frustrations, having been betrayed, but upon arriving, they found themselves entertained by the unfolding drama. Moreover, the expected 7th level of Qi refinement had unexpectedly turned into an 8th level, who would recklessly engage in combat, especially in a situation of numerical disadvantage. Did they not see Wu Sanjin, an 8th level practitioner, attempting to deal with a 7th level while still scheming? "Don't spout nonsense. My wife wouldn't even look at a pretty boy like you," Wu Sanjin retorted angrily. "Who would look at you? You, a short and rotten melon," Xiao Qingfeng coldly replied, mocking him. "Brother Xiao, since this is a misunderstanding, we shall take our leave for now," one of the men said, casting a glance at Wu Sanjin before elegantly departing. Wu Sanjin, filled with rage, shouted, "I will kill you, you pretty boy." His fierce aura swiftly expanded, scattering the surrounding snowflakes. His diminutive frame suddenly appeared much more imposing. The onlookers quickly dispersed. A light blue flying sword was casually flung from his hand. The sword exuded a chilling aura, rushing toward Xiao Qingfeng with great speed. This was Xiao Qingfeng's first combat experience in the realm of cultivation, and he dared not be negligent. Wu Sanjin's Canlon sword moved with astonishing swiftness, darting up and down, while the snowflakes ahead parted like waves. Just as victory seemed imminent, a shield unexpectedly appeared, blocking the attack. Clang, 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 the Canlon sword was immediately deflected. Xiao Qingfeng intercepted the flying sword and drew it back, the shield spinning rapidly around him, a gift from Li Huan, which had been refined over several months and was now usable. At the same time, Xiao Qingfeng produced two spirit talismans, one a fireball talisman and the other a divine sword talisman, launching them toward Wu Sanjin. He then propelled the Xiang'er sword forward. Wu Sanjin, unfazed, drew a pitch-black long sword made of mysterious iron. Clang, the Canlon sword arched in a semicircle and lunged at Xiao Qingfeng once more, but it was once again thwarted by the shield. Being the same grade of low-grade magical artifact, it was evident that the defensive shield held a distinct advantage. The Canlon sword was soon repelled again. Wu Sanjin, gripping his sword in his right hand, drew a pale yellow shield with his left. Although this shield was not a low-grade magical artifact, it was infused with various mysterious essences, clearly serving as a substitute. The shield braced itself to take a hit from the fireball. Boom! The fireball erupted into a shower of sparks upon impact. Fierce and relentless, Wu Sanjin advanced rather than retreating, swinging his long sword toward the divine sword talisman. The divine sword talisman, crafted by Xiao Qingfeng himself, suddenly veered aside just before the impact, shooting toward Wu Sanjin's chest. Wu Sanjin, taken aback, felt the surge of adrenaline as he forcibly dodged, rolling to the ground to evade the fatal blow. The divine sword talisman pierced through Wu Sanjin's shoulder, emerging on the other side. In that moment, his small stature revealed its advantages as he hid behind the shield, exposing no part of himself. Xiao Qingfeng's Xiang'er sword then struck fiercely at the shield. Boom! Wu Sanjin and the shield were sent flying, rolling for quite a distance, leaving a deep gash in the ground. Wu Sanjin, in a state of disarray, peeked out. "You are actually a talisman master?" His hair was disheveled, and the shield was cracked halfway, rendered useless, making him appear utterly wretched. Suddenly, he pointed a finger at Xiao Qingfeng. Though uncertain of the implications, Xiao Qingfeng felt an overwhelming sense of danger. A slender lightning bolt shot down from the sky, aimed directly at him. In a panic, Xiao Qingfeng summoned the shield to defend himself. Boom! It was as if thunder struck from a clear sky. Sparks flew everywhere in an instant. The lightning vanished, but the shield fell to the ground, rendered inert after months of refinement. Clearly, the consciousness trapped within the shield has been utterly dispersed by the thunderbolt, rendering months of effort futile. At this moment, Wu Sanjin spat out a mouthful of blood. Realizing that the surprise attack of lightning had failed, he then fled into the distance, declaring, "Xing Xiao, you shall await your reckoning." Xiao Qingfeng picked up the shield from the ground, observing the disheveled figure retreating without pursuing him. Though this individual was audacious, he possessed genuine skill, far surpassing that of ordinary mortals. The lightning technique used for the ambush ignited a sense of envy within Xiao Qingfeng. After all, he considered himself the master of ambushes. This technique was destined to align with him. With a cold gaze, Xiao Qingfeng watched the vanishing silhouette before turning back home. "My lord, Brother Xiao, are you injured?" inquired Lan Cai with concern. "No harm done," Xiao Qingfeng replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. "That short fellow may appear unimpressive, yet his abilities are commendable." Lan Cai smiled gently, adding, regardless of his prowess, he was still driven to flee in disgrace by Brother Xiao. Admiration gleamed in Morong Xian's eyes. Once the formation was activated, the exterior appeared obscured while the interior remained as clear as a mirror, allowing no obstruction. Xiao Qingfeng, filled with delight from the flattery, laughed heartily. "Next time we meet, I shall surely take his life." Chapter 52, Mid-Grade Spirit Talisman. Oppressed by others, the battle from yesterday enlightened the residents in the vicinity, making them realize that Xiao Qingfeng was indeed a talisman master with remarkable combat prowess. Their demeanor became considerably more courteous upon encountering him. Talisman masters, capable of fully harnessing the power of each spirit talisman, possess considerable enhancements to their fighting capabilities, and they are generally affluent. No one could ascertain how many talismans lay within their storage bags. Everyone preferred to avoid conflict with a talisman master, much like how one would with a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators are renowned for their ferocity in battle and formidable lethality, and facing them diminishes one's own morale significantly. In the early morning, the cold wind howled outside, yet within the protected courtyard, no snow fell, and the temperature remained temperate. Xiao Qingfeng sat cross-legged, consuming a blood qi pill, which infused his body with powerful vitality. As he lowered his hands, he swiftly circulated his Hunyuan energy, causing a continuous flow of energy to pour into his dantian. The vortex of true essence in his dantian, resembling a grinding mill, soon exhausted the influx of energy, restoring the pale purple true essence to tranquility. After days of diligent effort, his true essence had increased only slightly. It was far more challenging than cultivating true qi, which explained why so few pursued this path. Gradually fading into obscurity. Once his vitality calmed, Xiao Qingfeng stood, surveying the room. On the table lay the talisman ink concocted from the blood of a spirit fox demon, alongside neatly arranged talisman paper and brushes. All these had been prepared daily in advance by Lan Cai, who understood his habits. After mentioning it a few times, he decided to let her continue. Approaching the table, he took a deep breath, fully calming his mind before dipping his brush in the ink. Crafting a talisman requires a seamless flow, without interruption, otherwise, all prior efforts would be in vain. The first talisman he drew each day was the Fireball Talisman. His brush danced fluidly, channeling stable magical energy into it, while his spiritual awareness delicately guided the process. As he concluded, he retracted all at once. The talisman emitted a faint white glow, signifying it was a low-grade spirit talisman. However, this particular talisman gradually transformed from white to a deepening red before vanishing entirely. Xiao Qingfeng was elated. He had truly crafted a mid-grade spirit talisman, marking his first success since receiving guidance from his golden finger. He cherished this talisman, deciding not to sell it until he could consistently produce mid-grade talismans. After a series of 3 consecutive failures, he managed to create another low-grade talisman. Each talisman crafted by a talisman master requires a certain expenditure of true qi and spiritual awareness, thus limiting the quantity they can produce daily. Xiao Qingfeng's robust spiritual awareness allowed him to create approximately 50 talismans without harming himself. Other talisman masters in the qi refinement stage would consider 30 a commendable output. Naturally, Those who were confined and raised as talisman masters had no choice in their craft. Some talisman masters, despite their youth, bore white hair and appeared frail, a testament to overexertion that damaged their foundations. Xiao Qingfeng suddenly smiled lightly. At this moment, the Eagle King soared high above, observing Wu Sanjin leaving his home and entering a wooden building in the sub-city. As long as the Eagle King chose not to hunt, Xiao Qingfeng would have it monitor Wu Sanjin. Once he confirmed the safety of his home, he confidently opened the array and proceeded towards the sub-city, knowing he would have time to return in case of unexpected circumstances as long as Wu Sanjin remained away. "How come you are late today? Is something the matter?" Su Yan inquired with concern upon noticing he had arrived half an hour late. "I had a bit of trouble. I offended a petty person yesterday and was somewhat uneasy about my home. Would it be possible for you to come directly to my house to collect the goods every day?" "Sure. I thought you were mysterious, especially when you wore a mask on your first visit, which is why I didn't mention it," Su Yan replied with a smile. Since becoming acquainted with him, Su Yan's daily earnings had increased, and unlike the temporary items she initially sold, a talisman master could consistently produce goods. Other talisman masters either had powerful connections or were under the thumb of significant forces. Having finally encountered one, she naturally took a keen interest in his situation. Moreover, this talisman was clearly made from the talisman paper produced in her home, demonstrating to others that the secret of talisman crafting she shared was no mere deception. Those who failed to exert effort had no one to blame but themselves. Just look at him. He achieved success in no time. In truth, Su Yan did not believe that Xiao Qingfeng had only recently learned to craft talismans. But this did not affect her public claims. The two had become quite familiar, and their transaction concluded swiftly. Each time Su Yan handed over 250 spirit stones, Xiao Qingfeng would return one, leaving her puzzled, yet she accepted it joyfully each time. After informing her of his residence, he prepared to turn away. At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 individuals suddenly surrounded him, one of whom lay on a stretcher, groaning in evident pain from a severe injury. "Who sold this talisman? Who crafted it?" A burly man, fierce in appearance and wielding a meteor hammer, bellowed. Upon seeing the talisman in the man's hand, Xiao Qingfeng recognized it as one he had created. "It's me. What do you want?" He did not retreat. "How dare you sell fake talismans on the territory of my Shenlong gang? Seize him and take him away." The man exuded an imposing aura, clearly a seasoned fighter. 3 youths behind him grasped chains, attempting to encircle him. "Wait," Xiao Qingfeng shouted. "Is your Shenlong gang allowed to arrest people without evidence? Are you taking advantage of my unfamiliarity to bully an outsider? Do you not fear the market owner will come to clear out pests like you?" Xiao Qingfeng's voice boomed, radiating an overwhelming presence. "Who says we have no evidence? Look at the person lying there. He is the one who went to the Shaoling Mountain last night to dig for spirit fruit trees. The invisibility talisman he bought yesterday was utterly useless. As soon as he entered Shaoling Mountain, he was discovered, and his arm was bitten off. If he hadn't fled quickly, his life would have been forfeit." The burly man spat, lacking any semblance of acting skill. "Good." Xiao Qingfeng's voice of approval was louder than the burly man's, causing him to forget his lines. The man looked at Xiao Qingfeng, confused. Has he surrendered? This brother from the Shenlong gang claims he was bitten by a wolf demon at Shaoling Mountain last night and lost his arm. So let us see if it's truly severed. Xiao Qingfeng gazed unwaveringly at the burly man before him. Startled, the man realized that his initial confidence in easily apprehending his target was misplaced, as he found himself unexpectedly ensnared by mere words. The hand of Sanguzi was, of course, a mere facade, incapable of withstanding scrutiny. In a moment of desperation, the man swiftly approached Sanguzi, seizing his arm and applying pressure. Sanguzi emitted a harrowing scream, one that echoed with the sound of shattering bones for those who listened closely. "If you do not believe me, I shall demonstrate it for you," the man declared, a triumphant expression adorning his face. He cast a glance down at Sanguzi, who remained assured, confident that the Shenlong gang would advocate on his behalf and ensure full compensation for his losses. Chapter 53. Anger and Humiliation. The strong man descends. Sanguzi gazed at the burly man with tear-filled eyes, his expression one of despair. Though his arm was severed, the unmistakable scent of cosmetics betrayed the man's recent escapades at the Wanyu Pavilion, making it implausible for him to have ventured to Shaoling Mountain. Sanguzi was frantic. Having sacrificed an arm, he could not allow him to feign innocence. "Nonsense. I left the Wanyu Pavilion at midnight." How could I not have gone there? Ah, you went to the Wanyu Pavilion, reeking of makeup, and then proceeded directly to Shaoling Mountain. Do you not realize that even a stray dog would detect you? You should have cleansed your scent before using the concealment talisman. Do not blame my talisman for failing you. Even a celestial talisman would be futile in your case. Sanguzi stood dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting such fundamental knowledge. The burly man was also at a loss for words. A sudden silence enveloped the scene. A young man clad in black leaned close to the burly man's ear and whispered something. The man's eyes brightened, and the realization dawned upon them all. One must remember safety protocols, lest they regret their negligence. For the sake of everyone's safety, henceforth, all talismans sold must undergo appraisal by my Shenlong gang, and only certified talisman makers may produce and sell them. Then my talismans will no longer be sold here. Su Yinjia, let us head to the inner city to sell them. I shall cover the admission fee, Xiao Qingfeng stated coldly. Indeed, the protection fees here are hardly cheaper than the admission fees of the inner city. I have long considered entering the city. I can afford the fee myself, rest assured. Su Yin readily agreed. Having a stable talisman maker to sell their products, how could they fear a lack of profit? The burly man was suddenly alarmed. The young man in black, sensing the urgency, barked, "You have been selling talismans in my Shenlong gang for quite some time. You must verify your capabilities with us. Otherwise, who will take responsibility if something goes awry?" Upon hearing this, the burly man's eyes gleamed. "Unless you retrieve all the talismans sold previously. For the safety of all, you must accept verification from my Shenlong gang." As time dragged on, the crowd around them grew larger, and Xiao Qingfeng's courage swelled. He understood that once he entered the domain of the Shenlong gang, his life and death would be subject to their whims. As he observed several youths approaching again, he suddenly brandished a handful of talismans, channeling his power into the foremost one, ready to activate it. A crimson glow began to emanate, and he shouted defiantly, "Does the Shenlong gang truly intend to force a mid-grade talisman master to death? Will you not allow artisans to thrive? Is this still the sub-city of the Fangshi, or has it become something else entirely?" Xiao Qingfeng's voice was stern as he glared at the members of the Shenlong gang. The onlookers gasped, hastily distancing themselves to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Both fearful of the mid-grade talisman in his hand and astonished by his fierce rebuke. The activation of a handful of mid-grade talismans was no trifling matter. The youths hesitated, realizing that while they could rely on intimidation, they would be powerless if confronted directly. The burly man was increasingly anxious. As the situation slipped from his grasp, the crowd continued to swell, prompting him to resolve to use force. In the distance, at the headquarters of the Shenlong gang, a formidable aura surged forth. "Seeking death, how dare you look down upon my Shenlong gang? Prepare to meet your demise." The burly man glared fiercely, his chi roiling, revealing his 9th-layer cultivation as he prepared to unleash a meteoric hammer. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance of camellia wafted through the air, accompanied by a heavy pressure descending upon them. Everyone nearby was compelled to bow their heads. The burly man's body seemed immobilized, completely still. At the Shenlong gang headquarters, the source of that powerful aura gazed in astonishment at the figure materializing in the distance, trembling as they bowed in reverence. In the inner city, on the top floor of the administrative building, a young man meditating suddenly stood, gazing toward the sub-city. "Auntie has returned." Atop Fengming Mountain, a middle-aged woman gently opened her eyes, revealing a faint smile. Down the mountain, Xiao Qingfeng heard a melodious voice, akin to celestial music, asking, "Are you the one seeking justice?" Though it was a question, Xiao Qingfeng found himself speechless, staring at the vanishing red glow of the talisman. "If you cannot prove your words, I shall make you aware of the consequences of recklessly challenging the Song family." Xiao Qingfeng suddenly felt a release, able to move freely again, yet he still dared not raise his head. His mind raced, pondering what to prove. The lawlessness of the Shenlong gang? Certainly not. That he was a mid-grade talisman master? How to demonstrate this? It was clear that he could not draw one on the spot, and thus he resolved to expend the talisman in hand. Completely activating the talisman, a fireball did not launch outward but instead spiraled around him before dispersing. The figure in the sky scoffed and drifted away. The camellia fragrance dissipated along with the oppressive aura, gradually vanishing. People began to look up at the sky, searching for the source, but found no trace. Murmurs filled the air as they speculated on the identity of the voice they had just heard. So powerful, it must be someone from the Song family. Isn't that certain? Has anyone ever heard of her? No. No. So formidable. Such a high level. I once encountered a foundation-building expert, yet none exuded such might. The young man in black, observing that the strong presence had departed while his leader remained bowed and motionless, approached gently, calling out, "Boss! Boss!" As he drew near and called out, the burly man slowly tilted and fell to the ground like a heap of mud, devoid of any breath. The young man in black was struck as if by lightning. "The boss is dead. The boss is dead." The crowd scattered in panic. At the headquarters of the Shenlong gang, one member coughed up blood, gasping for air like a fish out of water, struggling for a long while before slowly regaining composure. Xiao Qingfeng surveyed the chaotic scene, grasping Su Yan's hand, and whispered, "We must leave quickly." With that, they swiftly melted into the crowd. Once they emerged from the throng and entered a secluded path, Xiao Qingfeng quietly inquired, "Do you know who that person was?" Su Yan shook her head. "I have been here for several years, and I have never heard of such a formidable individual." Xiao Qingfeng then returned to the inner city to replenish supplies for the four of them for a month of cultivation and hurried home, intending to refrain from venturing outside for the time being. The outside world is perilous. Indeed, spending each day at home drawing talismans can become rather monotonous. However, in the realm of cultivation, one must master a singular discipline. Should I pursue alchemy? The recipes and primary ingredients are monopolized, and those with talent but lacking strength are inevitably confined. What then is the meaning of existence? The prospect of mastering alchemy in this lifetime is bleak, akin to rolling dumplings every day, as if one were a mere cook. Although alchemists hold a prestigious status, they generally possess low combat prowess. I cannot allow myself to become a mere weakling. The art of formations is equally daunting, leaving me dizzy. Forging artifacts, on the other hand, presents a viable opportunity that I might explore. Xiao Qingfeng felt that drawing talismans suited him rather well. It restored his spiritual energy swiftly, and a mere nap rejuvenated him completely, an ideal match. Su Yan had developed a habit of arriving every morning at 6 to collect the spirit talismans crafted the day before. Since that day when she staunchly supported him before the Shenlong gang, she had become Xiao Qingfeng's dedicated sales representative. Chapter 54. The Pursuit in the Dark Night. The mischief of the Eagle King on this day. The light snow that had fallen for an extended period finally ceased, and the distant mountains were cloaked in a blanket of white. Xiao Dage, I have completed the transformation into a master, and am officially a master now. That noon, as Xiao Qingfeng emerged from his room, Murong Xian excitedly approached to share the delightful news. Xiao Qingfeng stepped forward, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Haha, Xiang'er, well done. Strive to advance into the qi refining realm soon, and I shall gift you a storage bag, which you adore so much." Each time Murong Xian saw Xiao Qingfeng using the storage bag, her eyes would gleam with envy and longing. Indeed, women have an affinity for bags, a constant across all realms. Murong Xian's eyes sparkled. "Really? That's wonderful. I will definitely practice diligently." With that, she wrapped her arms around Xiao Qingfeng's neck and leaned in for a kiss. Shortly thereafter, Su Ling and Lan Cai emerged from their room. Xiao Qingfeng took Su Ling aside to assess her progress. "Linger, practice for a few more days, and I will guide you in opening your dantian for cultivation." Su Ling glanced anxiously at Lan Cai. "Cai, how are you faring? Do you still feel nothing?" "Not yet," Lan Cai replied, smoothing her hair at her temples, feigning ease. "With 2 elder sisters and Xiao Dage protecting me, I wonder if I can cultivate successfully. That way, Xiao Dage might care for me even more." "You are quite greedy, little sister. Surely you are not doing this on purpose," Su Ling teased. "Do not worry, Cai. Your Xiao Dage will soon establish his foundation. Once I succeed in my foundation, I will help you cleanse your body daily. I cannot believe this will not yield results." Xiao Qingfeng proclaimed his cultivation level for the first time. Su Ling was overjoyed. "Husband, you are remarkable. I have never seen you cultivate like this before. Your realm is truly high." Having entered the realm of cultivation herself, she was aware of the names of each level and understood the difficulty of establishing a foundation. Lan Cai gazed at Xiao Qingfeng with hopeful eyes. "All right, Xiao Dage, rest assured. I will not give up." Murong Xian silently encouraged herself, vowing not to fall too far behind and to practice diligently. Su Ling noticed Xiao Qingfeng's expression of concern. "What is it, husband? I will step outside for a moment. Do not venture out while I am gone." Xiao Qingfeng approached the door and observed a group dragging Wu Sanjin's wife away. The woman struggled fiercely but was soon hoisted onto a horse, lying across its back. The leader shouted to the onlookers, "Tell Wu Sanjin to return if he wants his wife." Otherwise, he must face the consequences. Within moments, the group hastened toward the sub-city. Xiao Qingfeng sighed softly. As dusk settled, darkness enveloped the sky. He had been observing the Eagle King near Wu Sanjin's home when he noticed a furtive figure stealthily entering. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure as Wu Sanjin returning. It was not long before Wu Sanjin dashed out, seemingly intent on fleeing under the cover of night. Xiao Qingfeng speculated on the reasons behind Wu Sanjin's offense against the Shenlong gang. Xiao Qingfeng hesitated, contemplating whether to confront him directly. After all, he was quite covetous of that thunder technique. However, after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the thought. His future was promising, and it was unwise to sacrifice long-term gain for short-term desires. It was paramount to secure a stable foundation first. Nonetheless, he continued to follow the Eagle King to discern his destination. He observed Wu Sanjin suddenly veering off the main road and plunging into the forest, racing toward the direction of the falling Tiger Ridge. Could it be that he intended to test his luck there before leaving? Or perhaps he had hidden some treasure in that place. As the darkness deepened, the Eagle King's keen eyesight rendered the obscurity insignificant. At that moment, Xiao Qingfeng resolved to pursue Wu Sanjin. If he remained unharmed, it would indicate sheer luck. Wu Sanjin's heart seethed with rage. He had initially sought to vent his frustrations, only to be thwarted by a sudden powerful adversary, forcing him to abandon his wife and flee. The thought of Pan Yu's beautiful visage pierced his heart with pain. He would inevitably return to exact vengeance. However, before departing, he recalled the red serpent fruit he had discovered earlier, which was likely nearing ripeness. He had to retrieve it. This fruit, with its stem resembling a snake, grew beside a tiger demon's den. Once the fruit was plucked, the stem would gradually wither. The red serpent fruit could enhance one's foundational strength and was a key ingredient in many elixirs, making it highly sought after. After dashing over 300 miles, he gradually entered the Tianyao mountain range. In a valley on the outskirts of the Tianyao mountain range, Wu Sanjin activated a medium-grade concealment talisman he had prepared and cautiously made his way inside. Within the valley, 2 first-tier tiger demons lay in slumber, while various bird calls echoed from outside. The medium-grade concealment talisman proved effective, allowing Wu Sanjin to swiftly approach the red serpent fruit. Gazing at the luscious, crimson fruit before him, he felt a surge of elation. It had indeed ripened. He had previously stumbled upon it from a distance and, after several inquiries, confirmed its identity. Wu Sanjin carefully plucked 9 red serpent fruits, placed them in a jade box, and stored them in his storage bag before slowly retreating. Suddenly, a stone, the size of a human head, plummeted from the sky, crashing beside the red serpent tree with a thunderous roar. Damn! Wu Sanjin seethed with fury. Which bastard is so malicious? No longer concealing himself, he bolted forward. Behind him came the frantic roars of 2 tigers. One was a spotted tiger with black stripes on its forehead, and the other was an entirely white tiger. Upon discovering that their treasure had been stolen, they let out a furious roar and gave chase. As kings of the forest, their speed was unimaginable, and they quickly spotted the thief. The black-striped tiger roared, opened its massive jaws, and unleashed a blade of wind toward the fleeing figure, slicing through the grass and trees with ease. The impact was akin to that of a cannonball, sending rocks and dirt flying in all directions. A large pit appeared behind Wu Sanjin, who was astounded by the immense destructive power of the tiger demon. The 2 tigers pursued relentlessly. The white tiger suddenly veered off to the side, leaving the black-striped tiger to follow closely behind. Wu Sanjin raced ahead, constantly vigilant of his surroundings, not daring to leap to the treetops for fear of becoming an easy target. Suddenly, the Baihu Yao appeared before him, and a blade of wind surged towards him. Wu Sanjin dared not halt to confront the foe, for doing so would subject him to the onslaught of 2 tiger demons. With a swift motion, he unleashed a flying sword, sending forth a long streak of sword energy that cleaved through the wind blade, dispersing it into fragments, while the flying sword retreated back to him. Pointing with his right hand at the Baihu Yao, a slender bolt of lightning swiftly descended upon its head. The Baihu Yao was engulfed in crackling electricity, its tail raised high, before it crashed to the ground amidst the grass. A trickle of crimson blood escaped from the corner of Wu Sanjin's mouth. He had no opportunity to deliver a finishing blow to the tiger demon, as 2 more wind blades rapidly approached from behind. The subsequent Baihu Yao roared furiously, releasing wind blades from its maw. Wu Sanjin could only dart to the side, sprinting nimbly on the tips of the grass, as the Hua band who took aim at the down Bai Hu Yao. The Bai Hu Yao, dazed, staggered to its feet, trembling on all fours, only to collapse once more. Clearly, it had suffered significant electrical trauma, yet it was not in mortal peril. Noticing that the tiger demon behind him had not pursued, Wu Sanjin felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he swiftly cast a cleansing spell upon himself. Reinvigorating a stealth talisman, he ran for several miles before taking refuge in a cave. Chapter 55. Settling Grudges. Harvesting great gains. Wu Sanjin took a deep breath, retrieved a pill for energy replenishment and healing, and silently began to circulate his cultivation technique to restore his magical power. A deep-seated hatred filled his heart, but he could not discern who was behind his torment. The spotted tiger nudged the white tiger and took a couple of steps toward the direction of home, glancing back at the white tiger. The electrocuted white tiger demon let out a furious roar, its eyes wild with madness, and bolted in the direction Wu Sanjin had fled. The spotted tiger followed suit with a roar, pursuing the scent for several miles until it suddenly lost the trail. The white tiger's continuous roars echoed, and upon hearing a distant rumble, it sprinted away. After several more rumblings, the sound of tiger roars gradually approached the vicinity of Wu Sanjin's south hiding place. Wu Sanjin dared not linger any longer, realizing that the instigator had remained close by, fueling his anger even further. Soon, the two tiger demons picked up the scent of their adversary once more, their eyes gleaming with excitement as their speed surged. The white tiger veered off again, darting to the side. Wu Sanjin could no longer afford to conceal his presence or sound. He dashed out into the open. Suddenly, a blade of wind sliced through the air from the side, and as he dodged, another blade struck from the left. The white tiger seemed to have grown more cunning, no longer pausing to intercept attacks, but continuously changing direction while launching strikes. Wu Sanjin found his speed diminishing rapidly as the spotted tiger demon caught up, and the number of wind blades flying at him multiplied. A frenzied look crossed Wu Sanjin's face as he forcibly summoned thunder once more, directing a finger at the spotted tiger. The spotted tiger was engulfed in crackling lightning and collapsed, while Wu Sanjin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion growing even paler. Ignoring the wind blades hurtling toward him, he sent his flying sword swiftly toward the spotted tiger's forehead. The white tiger emitted a desperate roar, unleashing a series of wind blades from its mouth. The flying sword pierced through the spotted tiger's brow, trembling several times before it succumbed to death. Wu Sanjin produced the newly repaired Xian Tai shield and held it before him. The oncoming wind blade struck twice, shattering the shield into fragments and sending him tumbling backward. As he regained his footing, he drew the Xian Tai long sword and clashed against a third wind blade, resulting in a loud crack as the sword broke, the tip flying back and impaling Wu Sanjin's left shoulder. The remnants of the wind blade did not dissipate entirely. Half of it crashed into Wu Sanjin's right shoulder, leaving a deep gash down to the bone. With a thunderous roar, Wu Sanjin was again blasted backward, hitting the ground with a thud. At that moment, the flying sword returned, clashing against another wind blade from the white tiger demon. The battle grew increasingly brutal, and Wu Sanjin frequently activated spirit talismans for defense, yet rarely succeeded in landing a hit, while he was battered and tossed about. The power of the white tiger demon's wind blades diminished with each strike, yet Wu Sanjin's flying sword began to tremble lightly. Wu Sanjin swallowed another healing pill and a spirit-replenishing pill, his pale complexion improving slightly, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the white tiger demon. The white tiger demon's gaze mirrored his madness as it drew closer. Its roar had grown hoarse, and a much smaller wind blade drifted toward him, having lost its former potency. Wu Sanjin concentrated his spiritual awareness, commanding the flying sword to strike again, but the white tiger leaped forward, initiating close combat, with its two front claws bearing down upon him. Wu Sanjin bent backward to evade, gathering his magical power to strike fiercely at the white tiger's belly, causing blood to spurt forth, with crimson liquid flowing from its eyes. The white tiger stood trembling, evidently gravely injured, yet the wounds Wu Sanjin had sealed with magic were torn open again, blood streaming down. With another roar, the white tiger lunged toward Wu Sanjin, attempting to bite him. Wu Sanjin desperately directed his flying sword at the white tiger. The white tiger had exhausted its wind blades and could only swipe at the flying sword with its right paw. The sword did not slice or curve, but lodged itself directly into the tiger's paw, failing to penetrate completely. Clearly, Wu Sanjin had lost the strength to manipulate the flying sword. As the tiger's head drew near, its eyes filled with an unquenchable hatred, Wu Sanjin did not hesitate. He swiftly retrieved a broken sword from his storage bag, forcibly channeling his magic to strike down at the tiger's head. Wu Sanjin's entire body trembled as the broken sword was knocked from his grasp, sending him sprawling several meters away. The white tiger remained motionless, refraining from further attack, simply gazing at its adversary. A thin red line emerged from its forehead, slowly oozing blood, which was whisked away by the biting cold wind. The white tiger's claws gradually curled, its body collapsing to the ground as it permanently closed its eyes. Wu Sanjin pressed his left hand against his reopened chest wound, striving to rise once more, but failing to succeed. Suddenly, Wu Sanjin heard faint footsteps approaching from afar, rhythmic and deliberate. As the sound drew nearer, blood flowed slowly from his mouth, staining his chest red. He fought to open his eyes, desperate to discern the identity of the despicable individual. He beheld a figure clad in azure brocade, strikingly handsome with refined features. The man held a shield aloft above his head, appearing rather comical, exuding an unmistakable aura of cowardice. Yet Wu Sanjin found no humor in it. His gaze locked onto the man with intense hatred. You despicable." His words faltered as a shadowy glow flickered in his eyes, and the expression of rage he sought to convey faded forever. Xiao Qingfeng, witnessing Wu Sanjin's head finally drop, stowed the shield into his storage bag. He approached and knelt down, soon retrieving 3 storage bags from within Wu Sanjin's embrace, suggesting that he had committed numerous heinous acts. After ensuring the area was clear, he incanted a fireball spell, swiftly incinerating the corpse. Xiao Qingfeng moved toward the white tiger, feeling a flicker of delight. The tiger demon was a treasure trove in itself. He extracted the flying sword lodged in its paw and collected the broken sword nearby, placing them both into his storage bag. Having acquired an empty storage bag of 8 cubic meters, I managed to confine 2 tigers within it. I then retraced my steps, sprinting along the path I had come. The proximity to the Tianyao mountain range rendered this place perilously dangerous. It was prudent to depart at the earliest opportunity. After traversing over 100 miles, I finally felt a sense of relief. Safely, I returned home. Xiao Qingfeng summoned the Eagle King. Observing the majestic creature whose wingspan had exceeded 2 meters, a look of perplexity gracing his features. Ever since I had expended over 20 years of my own life force, the Eagle King's growth rate had inexplicably accelerated by several folds. Now, each time I beheld the Eagle King, it seemed to transform every few days. Its growth was astonishingly rapid, and its daily consumption of sustenance had increased exponentially. Xiao Qingfeng pondered the anomaly. Why had the depletion of his own lifespan resulted in no discernible change, while the Eagle King's lifespan consumption provoked such a terrifying response? At this moment, it was evident that the passage of time for the Eagle King had hastened considerably. Xiao Qingfeng reminded himself to exercise caution with the Eagle King's vitality in the future, for one must not quench thirst with poison, risking significant losses for trivial gains, thereby incurring more than one could afford. Chapter 56. Mastering the thunder technique and sword control. At present, the Eagle King often found itself in a state of hunger, engaged in the pursuit of prey. This evening, after several hours of vigilant observation, it could no longer endure its hunger. Xiao Qingfeng released it, granting the creature freedom to hunt. However, the ladies had already retired for the night. Xiao Qingfeng quietly entered his chamber and retrieved 3 storage bags. One of these, a small bag with a volume of 5 cubic meters, contained various everyday items and some personal belongings of Wu Sanjin's wife. This inadvertently stirred memories of a remarkably enchanting figure, intensifying his resentment towards the Shenlong gang. Yet, given the late hour, he deemed it inappropriate to incinerate the surplus items, deciding instead to address them another day. He carefully stowed the storage bags away. Another bag, measuring 8 cubic meters, was empty and had been utilized by Xiao Qingfeng to store the bodies of 2 tiger demons. The final 8 cubic meter bag belonged to Wu Sanjin himself. The contents of Wu Sanjin's bag were minimal, a dozen low-grade auxiliary talismans and attack talismans, which he had presumably exhausted. A few empty gourds, essential for hunting, were also present. Xiao Qingfeng had already taken possession of Wu Sanjin's flying sword and broken sword. Among the remaining items were several jade boxes, one of which contained a ginseng root over 400 years old. The ginseng's surface bore a faint purplish hue, indicating its extraordinary medicinal properties, far surpassing the ordinary thousand-year ginseng he had encountered. Upon opening another jade box, Xiao Qingfeng discovered 9 spirit fruits, the origins of which he did not recognize, but their rarity was evident. He contemplated acquiring a compendium on spiritual herbs to further his knowledge. Additionally, there were several sets of Wu Sanjin's clothing, which were small and unappealing, causing Xiao Qingfeng to feel a surge of disgust. He promptly set them ablaze, believing that unsightly objects should swiftly be reduced to ashes. Among the remnants was even half a piece of wolf demon meat. Ultimately, only 2 jade slips remained. Xiao Qingfeng's heart swelled with joy, for he understood that jade slips containing legacies were valued at no less than 10,000 and were rarely encountered. He examined the slips closely, noting their pure, translucent quality. Curiosity compelled him to wonder if an ancient spirit resided within, poised to seize control of his body. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the slip to his forehead, his body trembling, eyes filled with disappointment as he discovered no ancient spirit within. Instead, the slip contained only written records of martial techniques, albeit more comprehensive than handwritten copies he had seen. This jade slip contained a foundational technique of the sword sect, the sword control technique. It became evident why Wu Sanjin's sword control was so formidable. Had he been without a shield at that moment, he would have faced grave danger. While this technique might be dismissed by disciples of established sects and those of influential families, it was invaluable to rogue cultivators. Although the slip had been used and bore no divine imagery, Xiao Qingfeng diligently preserved it. He then took up the other jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. As anticipated, he was mentally prepared for this moment. The second slip also lacked divine imagery and astonishingly contained only half a technique. The technique inscribed within was known as the Shunshao Thunder Sword Technique, unmistakably a unique art of the sword sect and evidently formidable. However, it revealed only the thunder control aspect, with no trace of the sword technique itself. It was likely that the sword technique was a core secret of the sword sect, preserved solely within divine consciousness, leaving no written trace once utilized. Xiao Qingfeng couldn't help but feel regret. Retaining only half the technique seemed excessively cruel. Such treatment would be intolerable for those with obsessive tendencies. He carefully stored the slip away, preparing to dedicate himself to mastering it after reaching the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, it was early morning, the sky beginning to brighten, a perfect time for cultivating his blood vitality technique. Xiao Qingfeng chose not to rest, instead settling into a meditative posture. After consuming a blood vitality pill, he devoted himself to rigorous practice. By around 8 o'clock, Xiao Qingfeng concluded his session and ventured outside, where he found Su Yin patiently waiting for him. He handed her the 50 talismans he had crafted the previous day, neither more nor less. Occasionally, he would create extras for his own use, while ensuring he replenished supplies when necessary. Such was the nature of his obstinate disposition. Su Yin offered him 250 spirit stones, as was customary, but took back 1 stone without further inquiry. Xiao Qingfeng requested several large gourds from her, intending to store the blood of the demon tigers. Upon returning home, he did not hasten to dissect the tigers, but instead focused on refining his talisman-making skills. Fortune smiled upon him today, as he successfully crafted a mid-grade divine sword talisman, filling him with joy and indicating that his skills were maturing. The frequency with which he produced mid-grade talismans had significantly increased. At noon, after the meal, Xiao Qingfeng summoned his 3 wives to the courtyard. As they looked on in bewilderment, he released the massive bodies of the 2 demon tigers, which nearly filled the entire storage bag. Upon their release, the 3 women gasped in astonishment. Such immense tigers were indeed a rare sight. Amidst their playful banter, the tigers were gradually dissected. Tiger blood, meat, skin, and bones were meticulously separated. The 2 complete tiger skins were exquisite, captivating the women's admiration. Xiao Qingfeng collected the tiger fangs and claws for future refining purposes, while the substantial tiger skeleton was cut into segments, intended for infusion in medicinal wine. Little Black and Little White, along with the summoned Eagle King, indulged in the remaining blood and feasted on the scraps of meat, their bellies round in content, swaying as if intoxicated, causing Xiao Qingfeng to feel a twinge of concern. Would they be unable to withstand the formidable aura of the blood of the demon? Fortunately, they gradually succumbed to slumber without a single cry of anguish. Dissecting 2 tiger demons filled the courtyard with an overwhelming scent of fresh blood, prompting Xiao Qingfeng to seal the formation and subsequently employ spells to cleanse the area several times before re-establishing the protective barrier. Xiao Qingfeng contemplated whether the tiger demon's entrails would serve as a catalyst for the evolution of his 3 pets. As time passed slowly, everyone immersed themselves in diligent cultivation. On the first day of March, Xiao Qingfeng once again anticipated the rent collection day at the market. However, today, the young heir from the Song family did not arrive. Xiao Qingfeng readily handed over the spirit stones and bestowed upon each individual a few talismans of his own crafting. The 3 exchanged faint smiles, showing no reluctance, clearly indicating that they were familiar with such occurrences. Chapter 57. Su Ling cultivates qi, and Xiao Qingfeng establishes his foundation in early March. The snow upon the mountain began to gradually melt away. Xiao Qingfeng gently approached Su Ling's chamber. Gazing at her exquisite visage and alluring figure, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement, for she truly deserved the reputation of being the center of countless gazes. Now, with her concealed away in his golden abode, his heart fluttered with anticipation. Perceiving the presence beside her, Su Ling slowly withdrew her cultivation and turned to meet Xiao Qingfeng's gaze, which brimmed with desire. She tenderly called out, "Husband, husband, why is it that you have come today?" She inquired. "I have observed your remarkable progress in cultivation, and I have come to assist you," Xiao Qingfeng replied, holding her in his embrace, reluctant to let go. "Do not call me your highness, for the past is long gone. I wish only to be your linger, to remain by your side until eternity," she expressed fervently. "Indeed, linger, when you cultivate shortly, do not resist my guidance. When I cease, unleash your full potential. Even if you do not succeed, you may try again without hesitation." After their discussion, Su Ling quieted her mind and began her cultivation. Suddenly, a familiar energy surged forth, guiding her path. Realizing this, she followed closely, plunging downwards like a waterfall. Traversing the once arduous pathways of her meridians with newfound ease, allowing her to accelerate her cultivation. Abruptly, the guiding energy dissipated, leading her to a void shrouded in mist. Without hesitation, Su Ling poured all her essence into that direction, propelling herself forward. With a thunderous roar akin to the creation of the world, she sensed her spiritual power entering an immense space, where an unseen force rendered her previously difficult cultivation effortless. A profound sense of happiness enveloped her, yet she dared not allow her emotions to sway her, for this was a critical moment. With all her strength, Su Ling cultivated, feeling her spiritual energy swell within her dantian. Following the methods outlined in the Xian'er canon, she gradually formed a swirling cloud of spiritual energy within her dantian, consolidating her essence within this ethereal formation. Soon, a trickle of unique magical energy began to flow forth, increasing in volume and gradually replacing the spiritual cloud with a magical cloud, solidifying her dantian and expanding the magical cloud as her magical energy increased. As she slowly opened her eyes, she gazed lovingly at the smiling figure beside her. "Husband, I have succeeded," Su Ling exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face, as the path to her long-desired cultivation was finally unveiled. Xiao Qingfeng embraced her gently, reassuring her, "Linger, calm your emotions. You must not allow your feelings to fluctuate too greatly in the coming days, nor should your cultivation be interrupted for prolonged periods. As you are new to this practice, your magical energy will cleanse and refine your essence. You will need to perform this cleansing every few hours. It is completely normal." He comforted her while carefully advising her to help soothe her excitement. Su Ling gradually found her composure. "Thank you, husband." With a gentle smile, Xiao Qingfeng replied, "The path of cultivation can be lonely and cruel, yet your companionship brings me immense happiness. There is no need for thanks." Su Ling's triumph intensified the atmosphere of cultivation within the wooden cabin. In recent days, Xiao Qingfeng practiced the Qingmu Gong with increasing proficiency, successfully opening and repairing the smaller magical meridians. He planned to rent a cave dwelling in a few days, his heart brimming with anticipation. The Shunlong gang, likely intimidated by the presence of a formidable figure, would not act against him for now. However, with the passage of time, such intimidation would inevitably wane. Xiao Qingfeng understood that true strength lay in his own cultivation, and he yearned for the day he could establish his foundation. With the assistance of spiritual talismans, he experienced daily gains. After more than a month of cultivation, his supply of spiritual stones had not diminished, but rather increased significantly, now totaling 7,000. Alas, I earn money every day, yet I find it difficult to spend. What should I do? The primary issue lay in the training resources for the three women, as they were all entry-level elixirs, quite inexpensive. Xiao Qingfeng's rise in magical power did not necessitate elixirs, while his cultivation of true essence lacked a proper method, forcing him to rely on simple blood-chi elixirs. Ironically, it was the cultivation of magical power that proved most costly, yet all four of them currently refrained from using any, resulting in a surplus of spiritual stones. On the 6th day of March, the sky was clear and the sun shone brightly, with the gentle breeze carrying a hint of warmth. At the dawn of this new day, Xiao Qingfeng once again stepped into the inner city. He entered the high-quality cave dwelling, priced at 800 spiritual stones per day. As he crossed the threshold, the long-dormant mirror realm suddenly radiated a gentle glow. Xiao Qingfeng's heart soared with joy. Although he had suspected this would be the case, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Now confirmed, he knew he could establish his foundation, and his previously anxious heart finally relaxed. Excitement rippled through him as he settled into a meditative posture. Gradually calming his emotions, he began to practice the foundation-laying technique of Qingmu Gong. The faint spiritual energy from the outside world began to surge into his body as he channeled his magical power with all his might. Within his dantian, a massive vortex began to take form. Continuous streams of external spiritual energy and internal magical power flowed into his dantian. At this moment, the powerful pressures from within and without tested the strength of his physical body. The blood and qi coursing through him, along with the pale purple true essence within his dantian, began to fill vital acupoints and organs, sustaining the operation and stability of his physical form. Once his body stabilized and the vortex within his dantian spun smoothly, Xiao Qingfeng's spiritual awareness began to retract until all of it entered the vortex. The vortex resembled a funnel, with the outer edges swirling rapidly while the center was compressed steadily. Xiao Qingfeng wielded his formidable spiritual awareness to maintain the stability of the center, preventing it from bursting apart. This was the most perilous moment, if he could not sustain the center's stability. As it exploded outward, the lighter consequences amounted to the complete loss of prior achievements, rendering a century of effort mere empty words. More severely, it could lead to death and the obliteration of one's very essence, leaving no trace behind. In such critical moments, the monopolized foundation elixirs from the outside world would play an indispensable role. As the spiritual pressure at the focal point intensified, Xiao Qingfeng's forehead began to bead with cold sweat, his lips quivering, clearly approaching his limits. At this juncture, his heart was beset by inner demons. The memories of the blood-soaked mountains and seas he traversed, along with the familiar figures from his past, flashed before him, recounting their grievances. He then began to envision the lives of his beloved wives in the wake of his potential failure, pondering whether the world would mourn his absence. The chaotic thoughts made it exceedingly difficult for Xiao Qingfeng to concentrate. His spiritual awareness felt an overwhelming burden. The vortex in his dantian trembled slightly, exhibiting signs of instability, heralding the onset of failure. Alarm bells rang within his heart as anxiety took hold. Xiao Qingfeng struggled to sever all distracting thoughts, exerting every ounce of strength to stabilize his dantian. Yet, at that moment, he found himself overwhelmed, his resolve insufficient. The tremors of the vortex grew more pronounced, teetering on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a mysterious force enveloped the entire dantian. Instantly, tranquility returned to the dantian, restoring it to its rightful path. Moreover, the vortex began to swell uncontrollably, expanding to an extraordinary size, as if reaching out into the external world. Xiao Qingfeng's spiritual awareness, akin to an astonished spectator, was rendered speechless by the spectacle. At the heart of the vortex, a drop of pure, translucent liquid, resembling celestial tears, descended. With a resonant thud, akin to the sound of divine music, the ethereal clouds began to gently swirl above the 886th cave dwelling. Chapter 58. Successful Foundation Establishment. Lifespan extended in Cave 886. Xiao Qingfeng could only quietly observe the changes within his dantian, unable to intervene. The spiritual energy from all directions began to be gradually drawn towards him, creating a vortex of spiritual essence that spun ever faster. A vast quantity of spiritual energy poured into Cave 886, devouring the external essence like a monstrous beast. The enormous whirlpool quickly attracted the attention of various powerful beings. Is this the phenomenon of the Jedon stage, Yilao? It doesn't seem to resemble one, and this place is not suited for Jedon, inquired the manager of Baiwa Mountain Villa, Yixinhua, the first to speak. It doesn't look like it, affirmed the elder of the Qin Merchant Alliance, Qin Jiang. Elder Yi Wenlong from the Yaowang Pavilion remarked, no, it resembles an ancient secret method of foundational establishment, yet lacks the manifestation of a spiritual treasure, merely absorbing an excessive amount of spiritual energy. Could it be due to a refining process? Asked Xiao Qingfeng, a steward from Wanbeilu. You little brat, who are you calling Xiao Yao? You have no knowledge at all. What kind of treasure would create such a phenomenon? Exclaimed Yao Qiuyong from Balian Valley. Why are you so anxious, Yao Daoyu? If you possess knowledge, then enlighten us, Xiao Qiyun replied without anger. Some people lack insight and refuse to acknowledge it. They act recklessly and deserve their fate, laughed Yao Xiaoyun, the steward from Tianyao sect, her voice melodious and teasing. While the crowd engaged in conversation, quietly observing and mocking one another, a more powerful spiritual awareness suddenly descended from the mountaintop like ancient ice. Disperse, it commanded softly. With a gentle tremor, the spiritual awareness of everyone scattered and retreated. Sister Song is still so stingy. The Song family head is too domineering, Yiren remarked, recalling the force with which she had just shaken him. Let us go to the foot of the mountain. It's the same there. Who is this Taoist cultivating, so terrifying? Xiao Qingfeng remained oblivious to the doubts brewing among the onlookers. His spiritual awareness was nestled within his dantian, staring blankly at the colossal vortex below, where spiritual liquid cascaded down like a shattered river of stars. Is my dantian truly this remarkable? He pondered, unaware if it was due to his unique advantages, but the spiritual energy he was refining had far exceeded that of the Jedon stage. The dantian appeared like a black hole, absorbing everything without a trace of overflow. Xiao Qingfeng felt a twinge of concern. If he continued to absorb like this, would he deplete the spiritual veins of Fengming Mountain? Would the Song family seek him out for trouble later? At that moment, the enormous whirlpool continued unabated, even expanding. Dark clouds began to manifest in the sky, casting a shadow that suggested the heavens were incensed. Suddenly, Xiao Qingfeng's dantian trembled gently, and the previous scene dissipated like an illusion. Everything soon returned to normal, and he regained full control over his spiritual awareness. His dantian remained the same, yet the pool of spiritual liquid beneath it had erupted into colorful waves, unfamiliar yet captivating. As he probed with his spiritual awareness, he found no abnormalities. Each droplet of spiritual liquid was pure and bright, devoid of any coloration. Yet, when gathered together, they exhibited a kaleidoscope of colors, creating an eerie spectacle. Xiao Qingfeng felt an odd familiarity with the colors. Suddenly, he recalled the poison he had encountered. Was this? His spiritual awareness swept across his chest, and he gasped in shock. The previous seal had vanished without a trace, and the colorful poison cloud had disappeared as well. Had the poisonous essence merged into his dantian's pool of spiritual liquid? Xiao Qingfeng's mind was in turmoil. Shouldn't he be succumbing to the poison immediately? Was the recent phenomenon in his dantian caused by the poison cloud? This poison was always troublesome, he thought, bewildered. Surveying his body, everything appeared normal, yet the colorful dantian pool instilled a sense of dread. Had he truly overcome the poisoning? But where had the vast amount of spiritual liquid gone during his foundational establishment? Now, his pool was merely 5 or 6 times larger than normal, and the dantian had expanded several times. Though impressive, it paled in comparison to the immense spiritual liquid he had just witnessed. Little poison, come out and give me a perfect explanation, he demanded. For others beginning their foundational establishment, it was merely a small puddle. Yet Xiao Qingfeng gazed at the surging pool of spiritual liquid, feeling somewhat reassured. In such a vast pool, it would be wonderful to house a treasure within, but alas, it remained a mere fantasy. Now that Xiao Qingfeng had just entered the foundational establishment stage, he needed to consolidate his realm gradually to exert his utmost power. To manipulate the spiritual liquid in his dantian freely, he had to embed his spiritual awareness into each droplet, commanding them at will. Slowly, Xiao Qingfeng opened his eyes, feeling the surge of newfound power. Entering the foundational establishment stage marked a qualitative leap in strength, allowing him to maintain prolonged flight effortlessly. His spiritual awareness now extended beyond mere meters, measured in miles. Though he had yet to test the full extent of his spiritual awareness, given the abundance of caves in the vicinity, it was certainly not the time for experimentation. However, he sensed an overwhelming strength within him. As he surveyed the cave, devoid of spiritual energy, concern crept in. Would he encounter trouble when he emerged? Although the area would recover in a few days, the phenomenon of his recent foundational establishment would undoubtedly be noticed. How would he explain it if questioned? It was a conundrum he could not untangle. Nonetheless, Xiao Qingfeng had become a foundational establishment cultivator. He needed to gradually shift his mindset. All were cultivators at this stage. Who feared whom? Surely, there were no Jidan masters here. Reflecting on the terrifying pressure from days past, Xiao Qingfeng shrank slightly, deciding to remain low-key. He quietly activated his unique abilities to assess his situation. Name: Xiao Qingfeng. Lifespan: 124-348. Realm: Foundation Establishment: 566. 10,000. Cultivation Technique: Qingmu Gong, Mastery, Magical Arts. Yingxishu, Perfection. Xiao Jinjin Technique: Major Achievement. Xiao Yao Step, Major Achievement. Xiao Huoqi Technique: Major Achievement. Xiao Kumu Technique: Novice. Xiao Yunyu Technique: Novice. Xiao Fondi Technique: Novice. Beast Taming Technique: Novice. Basic Talisman Crafting: Minor Achievement. Basic Formation: Novice. Pet Eagle King: 3186. The only change is that his lifespan has increased by 200 years, and his realm has reached 10,000. It is evident that the disparity between foundation establishment and Qi refinement is indeed vast. Currently, with the Eagle King's lifespan, he has 279 years at his disposal. However, Xiao Qingfeng is reluctant to expend it casually. As one progresses further, breaking through realms becomes increasingly arduous. Presently, he finds himself in the realm of cultivation, not in the mundane world. If he does not strive diligently, what will happen when his golden finger is no longer available? Will he cease to exist? Unless the Eagle King possesses an abundance of lifespan. Perhaps far too much. Deep within the mountains, the Eagle King suddenly trembles, scanning its surroundings in confusion. Is there someone harboring ill intentions toward it? Is it possible? Although this location lacks spiritual energy, Xiao Qingfeng is disinclined to venture out at the moment. Should he step outside now, who knows how many people might be observing him? In any case, the priority is to stabilize his realm. He does not require external spiritual energy, merely the refinement of the spiritual liquid within his dantian. Were it not for the exorbitant rent of this place, Xiao Qingfeng would wish to remain here for an entire month, refining everything before venturing out. As the sun rises, casting radiant hues across the sky, Xiao Qingfeng tidies himself and takes a step forward, finally emerging from his cave dwelling. Chapter 59. Bartering and discovering the jade slip. Xiao Qingfeng emerged from his cave abode, feeling invigorated, only to encounter a striking lady of the refining Qi period, clad in maidservant attire, standing quietly outside. I have met the esteemed elder. Congratulations on your successful foundation establishment. The anticipated scene of onlookers pressing in did not materialize, much to Xiao Qingfeng's relief. Greetings, friend. May I inquire about your presence? Esteemed elder, I am Song Xiaoya, maidservant to the head of the Song family. Yesterday, your foundation establishment created a remarkable celestial phenomenon, drawing many observers. The family head, concerned about your cultivation, personally dispersed the crowd and dispatched me to guard this entrance. Xiao Qingfeng was taken aback. How could it trouble the Song family head to intervene personally? I am immensely grateful, and it is indeed a source of embarrassment to have you assist me. Deeply touched, Xiao Qingfeng recognized the Song family's renowned reputation for magnanimity and kindness. This warmth marked his first genuine experience of compassion within the realm of cultivation. I am Xiao Qingfeng. Please convey my gratitude to the family head. I shall repay this kindness in the future. He presented a jade box containing 2 red snake fruits. How could I accept such a generous gift from the esteemed elder? No, please, I will certainly relay your message. Song Xiaoya insisted, flustered. Ultimately, she accepted the offering due to Xiao Qingfeng's resolute demeanor. Holding the jade box, Song Xiaoya gazed at Xiao Qingfeng's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing her lips as she swiftly ascended the mountain. Atop the mountain stood a grand hall where a woman of imposing presence and striking beauty, the head of the Song family, Xiang'er, sat quietly. She opened the jade box, glanced inside, then tossed it to Song Xiaoya. Take this. You may keep it. Why does the family head treat him so differently? Song Xiaoya queried, puzzled. Xiang'er gently stroked a small squirrel nestled in her arms. Initially, she believed a treasure had emerged, fearing others might covet it. Yet the squirrel revealed no signs of spiritual treasures. It became clear that the individual merely possessed a remarkable ability to absorb spiritual energy. Establishing a good rapport with someone of such caliber was prudent. It was a strategy for survival in a prominent family. Xiao Qingfeng made his way down the mountain, sensing numerous gazes upon him, yet he paid them little mind as long as they did not intrude upon his peace. Given the restrictions on flight within the inner city and out of respect for Xiang'er, he walked slowly, aware that many of his previous techniques had become obsolete with his advancement to the foundation establishment stage. For instance, the concealment technique was now insufficient, as it was designed for the refining qi period, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy differed vastly from the current essence he wielded. The minor five elements technique, too, had surpassed its former efficacy. Only the carefree step remained somewhat useful. Utilizing his consciousness within his magical artifact, he cleared away the ineffective techniques, leaving him feeling considerably lighter. Yet, he soon realized he needed to acquire new techniques suitable for the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Qingfeng arrived at the bustling marketplace and entered a shop specializing in books and cultivation techniques, primarily offering common wares. "Shopkeeper, do you have any books on various demonic beasts and spiritual fruits and herbs?" An elderly man promptly stepped forward. "Indeed, we specialize in that. Please wait a moment. Here. This is a handwritten copy of the illustrated bestiary and the compendium of herbal medicine. It covers only about 100 common varieties, giving you a general understanding, priced at 10 spirit stones per volume. This jade slip contains thousands of entries with comprehensive details about their habits, attack patterns, defensive weaknesses, and growth environments. Which would you prefer? How much for the jade slip? It is priced at 1,600 spirit stones. If you frequently venture into the Tianyao Mountains, it is quite essential. A blank jade slip alone costs several hundred spirit stones. Then I will take the handwritten copy. I do not favor going into the mountains." Xiao Qingfeng produced 20 spirit stones for the purchase. Suddenly, he opened the jade box and asked, "Shopkeeper, do you have information on this fruit?" The old shopkeeper leaned closer to examine it. "Ah, this is a red snake fruit. I have been searching for it for ages. It is exceedingly rare." Xiao Qingfeng felt a surge of joy, realizing its greater value than he had anticipated. He possessed 7 of them. "My friend, these have been picked for several days. You must process them soon, or they will lose their value. Such information is not found in books, only in jade slips. Could the price for the compendium of herbal medicine be lowered?" Xiao Qingfeng felt a pressing need for comprehensive knowledge of various spiritual herbs, especially since the Eagle King was frequently patrolling the mountain, and he did not wish to miss any treasures. "How about this? Your red snake fruits would be more beneficial to this old man. I have long desired to purchase them, but have never encountered them. Outside, they sell for around 4,500. You may select 3 jade slips from my shop. How does that sound?" The old man inquired, his gaze fixed on Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng opened the books, locating the entry for the red snake fruit, which stated it only enhanced one's fundamental strength, with the first fruit being effective. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Since the jade slips lacked divine imagery, their prices were relatively uniform. He first set aside the illustrated bestiary and the compendium of herbal medicine jade slips. The old man, visibly pleased, quickly retrieved a large jade box, fearing Xiao Qingfeng might change his mind. Upon opening it, he revealed neatly arranged over 20 jade slips, their vibrant green hues captivating. In the bottom corner, however, lay a striking black jade slip, distinctly noticeable. This is the sword control technique, a requisite for every cultivator. Typically, it commands a 30% markup. "I have already practiced that." Xiao Qingfeng interrupted the old man's continued sales pitch. "Oh, then how about this one? The Wind Chaser Slash? It combines blade techniques with body movements, proving to be exceptionally practical. This shall be examined later. There is much to contemplate." This represents a form of visualization known as Shixiexing's Moni Yin Fa Xiang, embodying the essence of the desire See Venerable, a beacon of hope for men. It is said that when mastered to profound depths, even the heart's demons may be seduced and made subservient. "Why not introduce this black one?" Xiao Qingfeng inquired, his brow furrowed with curiosity. "This is an ancient jade slip, which can only be unlocked with both ancient techniques and secret arts. I am unaware of what lies within. I have possessed it for over a century without ever opening it. It is rumored to be lost to time," the old man lamented, lifting the black jade slip with a face full of nostalgia. Xiao Qingfeng took it into his hands for a thorough examination and suddenly declared, I shall take this one, as he promptly secured it for himself. The old man was momentarily taken aback. No, this is my dream. However, one must uphold integrity. You permitted me to choose freely, and I merely wish for a dream. Xiao Qingfeng retorted resolutely. This has accompanied me for half my life. It is my greatest treasure. You must add more to the price, the old man pleaded, his heart aching. I shall buy you one more jade slip at most. If you continue to pester me, I shall shout at the entrance that you are untrustworthy, Xiao Qingfeng warned. 2, at the very least 2. Young man, you have taken my heart. You must comfort me, the old man whimpered. In the end, Xiao Qingfeng relented, leaving with the chasing wind slash and MONIN FA Xiang in hand, while the old man was left standing at the door, gazing longingly after him. It was only when the young man's silhouette vanished from sight that he slowly returned inside, bursting into delighted laughter. Though you are cunning, young man, you shall still drink from the waters of my toil. Curiosity has indeed led you astray. Finally, he had succeeded in selling that worthless jade slip. The black jade slip had been procured by him a year prior at the scattered cultivator market, where the seller had mistaken it for an ordinary jade ring, parting with it for just 3 spirit stones. Now, he had sold it for over 1,000. He truly was a genius. Chapter 60. A surge of emotions and an unusual technique upon returning home. Xiao Qingfeng was met with the exuberant cheers of his 3 wives. Ladies, I have successfully established my foundation. Haraha. Xiao Ji, you are simply magnificent. Darling. Sisters, to celebrate Xiao Ji's achievement, we 4 shall revel until we are thoroughly intoxicated. No one is allowed to escape, exclaimed Lan Tsai joyfully. Sister Yu. Morong Xian's cheeks flushed crimson, rendered speechless by her younger sister's exuberance. What are you laughing at, darling? Su Ling shot him a glance. I shall prepare a grand feast. Tiger bone stew with 800-year-old ginseng, stir-fried tiger meat with blood deer, and medicinal wine for each person, 3 jin each. Xiao Qingfeng laughed heartily. He produced a medicinal wine brewed from 3-meter-long meat songrong infused with tiger bones and whips, declaring, "This is my favorite. You must cherish it." He handed a storage pouch to Su Ling, saying, "Linger, you have officially become a qi practitioner now. This storage pouch is for you. Your spiritual awareness is still nascent and relatively weak, but it will suffice for storing small items. You will gradually become adept at it." As he spoke, he gifted her several types of spiritual talismans, teaching her how to use them as she excitedly attempted to store them in her pouch, squealing in delight. He also handed her a bottle of qi-nourishing pills obtained from Li Huan, stating, "This is a genuine qi-nourishing elixir containing 10 pills. Given your current refining ability, 1 pill will allow you to cultivate for 3 to 5 days." Su Ling, overjoyed with the new treasures, examined them carefully, prompting Murong Xian to feel envious, vowing to train diligently, for failure was not an option. After a moment's thought, Xiao Qingfeng produced another 8-cubic storage pouch in front of Murong Xian, placing some talismans inside before handing it to her. "I won't place any elixirs in here for now. I will give them to you when needed. This pouch is yours for now, and you already know how to use the talismans. It will depend on your efforts to retrieve them." "Wah, darling, you are truly exceptional," Murong Xian exclaimed, leaping up to embrace Xiao Qingfeng and plant a kiss on him. Fortunately, the talismans were all drawn by Xiao Qingfeng himself, so there was no cost involved. Otherwise, it would have been quite a considerable expense. Now that Xiao Qingfeng was a foundation establishment practitioner, crafting low-grade talismans would be effortless, and even mid-grade talismans were well within reach, significantly increasing future income. Noticing Lan Tsai's eager gaze, Xiao Qingfeng refrained from giving her the remaining 5-cubic storage pouch, as it still contained some miscellaneous items that he had no time to sort through. Moreover, he believed that it was only fair to provide her with one of equal size. "Tsai, I have found a cultivation technique that is perfectly suited for you. I will teach it to you tomorrow, and it will undoubtedly aid your success," Xiao Qingfeng assured her confidently. Lan Tsai's eyes sparkled with excitement, her entire being illuminated with joy, almost moved to tears as she was embraced by Xiao Qingfeng. "Tsai, rest assured, we are family, and not a single one of us shall be left behind on this path of cultivation." Yes, my dear husband, we are family, and not one shall be excluded," Su Ling and Murong Xian chimed in, joining in the embrace. Xiao Ji, how wonderful it would be if Xiang'er were still here," Lan Tsai said, her eyes brimming with tears as she clung to Xiao Qingfeng. A pang of sorrow struck Xiao Qingfeng's heart. He vowed to bring her back one day. In the darkness of night, a celebration was underway. Su Ling, desires fulfilled, lost in bliss, a spring breeze swaying, passionately exuberant, unable to extricate herself, a surge of emotions, reward level 9. Lan Cai, infatuated, cheering. Unable to contain her joy, feeling carefree, a surge of emotions, reward level 5. Murong Xian, beaming, spirits soaring, like acquiring a treasure, waves of excitement. Invigorated, a surge of emotions, reward level 6. Xiao Qingfeng realized that Su Ling's entry into the qi refining stage had increased the reward level by 30%. This discovery filled him with joy and further solidified his determination to assist them in their cultivation journey. The night passed in sleepless fervor. By dawn, tranquility finally settled in. As the sun reached its zenith, Xiao Qingfeng took out the Mon Fa Xiang to examine it closely. This was a purely spiritual cultivation technique that, when mastered, could transform the ethereal into the tangible, manifesting in reality. The most crucial aspect within the jade slip was a vividly animated frame pattern. By visualizing the frame's design and meditating on his own appearance within it, he could continuously refine and beautify himself. In daily life, every breath, every step, and every glance must reach perfection. Transforming others begins with transforming oneself. Xiao Qingfeng couldn't shake the feeling that this method seemed somewhat familiar. Was it akin to beauty brainwashing? Was it you? This seemed far more unconventional than merely whispering to oneself that one is the most handsome. Upon exiting the inner city, Xiao Qingfeng attempted to gauge his spiritual awareness, which had now expanded to a remarkable distance of 8 li, far surpassing the typical foundation establishment practitioner's 3 li range. He pondered whether this was a benefit of his transmigration. Now, practicing the Mon Fa Xiang would also enhance his spiritual awareness. Xiao Qingfeng felt as though he was on a rapid ascent toward fortifying his spiritual perception. A powerful spiritual awareness greatly aided his cultivation, filling his heart with quiet joy. Among the features of the technique, there was one that Xiao Qingfeng particularly cherished. Upon reaching a minor success in cultivation, he could leave traces of his spiritual intent, convey messages, and create illusions. This meant he could potentially create spiritual intent illustrations within jade slips and directly share his insights with his wives, provided he maintained proper control without harming himself. Xiao Qingfeng felt that this technique was truly marvelous. To avoid disappointing Lan Cai, he resolved to exert himself, albeit at the cost of the life of the Eagle King. You diligently practice the Mon Fa Xiang, striving to discover opportunities, and finally, in the 3rd year, you sense an awakening, finding your cultivation direction. You persistently train in the Mon Fa Xiang, racing along the correct path, and finally, in the 5th year, you understand that you are the protagonist of the universe, the favored child of the Tao, successfully opening the doors to cultivation. You tirelessly practice the Mon Fa Xiang, daily immersing yourself in the beauty of cultivation, and in the 10th year, you break through your limits, your spiritual awareness surging, exuding an enchanting aura at all times, successfully reaching the minor success stage. Do not be enamored with me. I am but a legend. Xiao Qingfeng gradually opened his eyes, revealing a subtle yet captivating smile. Even in solitude, he aspired to embody elegance. To be honest, Xiao Qingfeng never anticipated that he would cultivate to the minor success realm in merely a decade. This was not merely the foundational techniques of the qi refinement stage. It was evident that he had mastered a formidable advanced technique, which harmonized perfectly with his formidable spiritual awareness and the desires of his heart. He had always believed that he was indeed the most handsome. The vast insights from his cultivation resonated within his mind, and Xiao Qingfeng slowly became entranced by them. How delightful! Lan Cai, noticing that her elder brother Xiao had not emerged for quite some time, quietly peered through the doorway. Xiao Qingfeng instantly regained his composure. He had initially intended to rush towards her for an embrace, yet his body instinctively paused. Instead, he gracefully approached her, enveloping her in a gentle embrace and bestowing a soft kiss upon her forehead. Chapter 61. The colorful garment and the reunion with Pan Yu. Xiao Qingfeng led Lan Cai into the room, instructing her to sit cross-legged opposite him. In his heart, he envisioned the Moni Yanfa, contemplating his entire cultivation insights, then enveloped them with his spiritual consciousness, pointing his finger gently at the center of Lan Cai's forehead. As time gradually flowed by, the spiritual consciousness he wrapped around her began to unfold within her mind. Eventually, Xiao Qingfeng withdrew his finger and quietly exited the room, leaving Lan Cai to cultivate alone. Darling, how is she? Su Ling inquired with a look of deep concern. Murong Xian also gazed at Xiao Qingfeng, feeling that he had suddenly become even more charming. Fortunately, she is in the midst of her cultivation. Let us not disturb her, Xiao Qingfeng replied with a gentle smile. Inside the room, Lan Cai followed in Xiao Qingfeng's footsteps, immersing herself in her cultivation. In truth, it is often said that anyone who is not displeasing to the eye subconsciously believes themselves to be the most beautiful. However, when Lan Cai attempted to imprint her image into a frame during her cultivation, an unexpected issue arose. Unlike Xiao Qingfeng's experience, the image she imprinted was not her own, but rather that of Xiao Qingfeng, and she remained completely oblivious. It was only after the entire cultivation session concluded that she belatedly realized the difference in her practice. Moreover, she discovered that her attempts to cultivate Xiao Qingfeng's portrait were surprisingly smooth. When Lan Cai conveyed this situation to Xiao Qingfeng, he too was puzzled. The jade slip had not mentioned such occurrences. Could it be that some hidden force was influencing the situation? Unable to comprehend it further, he decided not to dwell on it. As long as her cultivation proceeded smoothly, Xiao Qingfeng soon realized that Lan Cai was exceptionally suited for this technique, and within a few days, she remarkably began to develop spiritual consciousness, which took him by surprise. Once spiritual consciousness was attained, sensing spiritual energy and drawing it into the body would become considerably simpler, bringing immense joy to Xiao Qingfeng. He gathered the three of them once more for a spirited celebration. After another bout of revelry, Xiao Qingfeng's thoughts gradually returned to his own cultivation matters. The diligent efforts he invested each evening yielded substantial rewards, which was utterly captivating. Nevertheless, he reminded himself to continue exerting effort in mastering various protective skills during the day. Xiao Qingfeng retrieved the black jade slip that had stirred his heart a few days prior. At that time, he could not explain why he felt an intense desire to obtain it, but he trusted his instincts completely and resolved to acquire it without hesitation. Placing the black jade slip against his forehead elicited no response. Examining the slip in his hands revealed no apparent issues. Could it be that his intuition was mistaken this time? As he probed with his spiritual consciousness, he encountered an impenetrable barrier. Holding the jade slip, Xiao Qingfeng suddenly released his magical energy, causing the slip to float and sink within his grasp. Gradually, he began to discern something remarkable. Once his magical energy was compressed to a certain extent, it radiated a brilliant array of colors. Generally, when a jade slip is locked by someone's spiritual consciousness, no amount of magical energy can unlock it, unless by brute force, another application of spiritual consciousness, or an extensive passage of time. However, ancient jade slips, it seemed, could not be eroded by time. Yet, Xiao Qingfeng was astonished to witness his magical energy gradually wearing down the barrier within the ancient jade slip. He was elated, realizing that his magical energy possessed a unique characteristic. The colorful essence could erode the locks of spiritual consciousness, unlocking spaces that others could not. Xiao Qingfeng felt an overwhelming urge to laugh out loud. However, this secret must not be discovered by others, or he would undoubtedly encounter endless troubles. Days passed, and by March 13th, 10088, the black jade slip had been significantly worn down, and Xiao Qingfeng began to feel an anticipatory longing. That afternoon, a group of unfamiliar individuals unexpectedly arrived at his door. Xiao Qingfeng swept his spiritual consciousness over them, and his expression turned curious. Upon opening the formation, he saw a plump, amiable middle-aged man clasping his hands in greeting. "I am Qiao Chuyun from Wanbao Building. Pleased to meet you, fellow Taoist." It turned out that the head of Wanbao Building had come to visit. "I, Xiao Qingfeng, have met Manager Qiao before. May I ask what brings you all here?" Xiao Qingfeng sensed that Xiao Chuyun was also at the initial stage of foundation establishment. "Haha, I have heard that a genius has come to Foaming Mountain, but regrettably, I have not had the chance to meet until now, which is why I have come to pay my respects." He laughed heartily. "I am ashamed, truly ashamed. I did not know you had matters to discuss, Manager Qiao. Indeed. Alas, an old friend entrusted me with the care of a junior, who sought my assistance after having offended you. Hence, I have come here with some embarrassment," Xiao Chuyun said, displaying a look of helplessness. "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Qingfeng replied, his eyes filled with curiosity. Xiao Chuyun glanced at the men beside him. One of them stepped forward, bowing deeply. "I am Long Air from the Shenlong gang, and I apologize for my earlier offense. having been misled by false words. I hope you will forgive me, esteemed senior. He remained bent over, casting a sidelong glance at the person behind him. At that moment, another individual dragged along Wu Sanjin's wife, Pan Yu, who appeared to have been tightly bound and meticulously arranged. Esteemed senior, the man of this woman sought to harm you and has since gone into hiding. Therefore, we have brought her before you for your handling. Pan Yu's face was pale, her eyes filled with hope as she gazed at Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng felt speechless internally. How had they discovered his weakness? This is not quite right. Esteemed senior, Wu Sanjin deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Now he has fled in fear of punishment. According to reason, this woman should be executed alongside him. However, considering that you are also a victim, I thought it best for you to decide her fate, allowing you to vent some of your grievances, Xiang'er stated, demonstrating his consideration for others. Wu Sanjin was indeed despicable. Since Xiang'er had such intentions, then let her remain, Xiao Qingfeng replied, thus acknowledging his sentiment and allowing past grievances to fade away like the wind. Manager Xiao laughed heartily, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, thank you. Fellow Daoist Xiao is truly a magnanimous person. His visit was quite intentional. Typically, those who have just begun foundation establishment should not be disturbed, as their realm is not yet stable and may elicit caution. Yet, he had chosen to come deliberately, arriving 3 days late. While his words were modest, his actions were quite rude. Haha, Manager Xiao, you are too polite. Xiang'er, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I do not take such trifles to heart. Then we shall take our leave for now. We can converse another day. This is my VIP card from Wanbao Lu, which grants certain privileges at various establishments, Xiao Chuyan remarked with a gentle smile. Xiao Qingfeng did not hesitate to accept it, and as he observed their retreating figures, he glanced back at Pan Yu, who was bound in a rather humiliating manner. For a moment, he found himself at a loss. Pan Yu had not anticipated that the young Master Xiao, whom she had met only once, would become the arbiter of her fate. Had she not been detained, her life would have remained uncertain, yet she was left pondering how he would choose to treat her. Xiao Qingfeng had not foreseen that fate would entwine their paths once more, revealing her to him again. Chapter 62. The Eagle King offers his life. Cultivation achieved. Xiao Qingfeng approached Pan Yu, gently lifting her up, and gazed at her delicate face with a soft sigh. With a subtle motion of his right hand across her chest, the ropes binding her unraveled inch by inch. Miss Pan Yu, are you all right? He inquired calmly. I am fine, young master. Thank you for your rescue, Pan Yu replied, her head lowered as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. That is good to hear. Although Wu Sanjin is despicable, I do not wish to hold you accountable. You may return home now, Xiao Qingfeng declared, dismissing the tumult of emotions within him as he turned to leave for his residence. Wait, young master, if you do not take me in, they will surely capture me again. I implore you to provide refuge, Pan Yu pleaded, tears staining her cheeks as she knelt before him. Do not worry, you may safely return home, Xiao Qingfeng responded, shaking his head as he stepped into the formation. Though a ripple of emotion stirred within him, he resolved not to take her in. The gentle breeze brushed past, leaving Pan Yu stunned as she stared at the closed door, helplessly making her way back home. Upon arriving at her dilapidated abode, Pan Yu lifted her skirt and tied it around her waist, beginning to tidy up in silence. Cultivating, crafting talismans, and solidifying his realm were the daily routines of Xiao Qingfeng. The spiritual liquid absorbed during the foundation building stage needed to be refined anew. Xiao Qingfeng discovered that his spiritual consciousness was gradually imbued with a hint of color, yet he remained unaware. After relentless effort, the door of the black jade slip was finally worn away. Overcome with excitement, Xiao Qingfeng pressed the jade slip to his forehead. The divine intent of the cultivation method surged into his mind, a torrent of information flooding in. As his mind began to settle, he realized he had only received half the knowledge. The other half required his spiritual consciousness to transform into divine consciousness to initiate the reception process. Xiao Qingfeng was astounded. He had already accessed the cultivation method of the golden core stage, and that was merely half? Did this mean the method could potentially allow cultivation to the nascent soul stage? Xiao Qingfeng felt euphoric, nearly fainting from the overwhelming joy. He treasured the black jade slip and began to analyze the information he had received. The name Jinmu, Changxing Gong seemed unremarkable, yet it was extraordinarily powerful and domineering. It provided clear instructions on how to cultivate from the qi refining stage to the golden core stage, including precautions and insights. This was Xiao Qingfeng's first encounter with the transmission of divine intent, and he was exhilarated. The dominance of Jianmu, Changxing lay in its ability to directly strip away the life source of all plants for one's own benefit. It aimed to bolster one's vitality, pursuing immortality with unabashed directness. Due to the purity of this life source, one must cultivate a remarkably strong body to suppress any reactions from the plant life source, lest they risk becoming a mere plant-like being. Jianmu Changxing could be considered two separate methods. Jianmu Gong directly siphoned the life source of plants into the body, merging it with the magical power cultivated from Changxing Gong to create an entirely new magical force, boasting immense offensive and restorative capabilities, earning the title of indestructible. Thus, there was no need to stabilize any realm. He would simply start anew with all of it. In truth, the conversion of magical power through Changxing Gong was relatively straightforward, requiring only Jianmu Gong to be restarted, which intriguingly was a form of mental cultivation. This was due to the fact that its stripping mechanism relied on formidable mental strength, executed through specialized techniques. The ancient Jade Slip elaborated that this cultivation method was difficult to master at the outset, with even greater challenges in subsequent cultivation, severely limiting its transmission. It necessitated envisioning a Jianmu tree in one's mind, yet no one had ever seen a Jianmu tree. How could one imagine something so abstract? In ancient times, the cultivation of this method was often on the brink of extinction. The scarcity of practitioners capable of mastering it, combined with the rarity of those who could persist, made it all the more elusive. This left Xiao Qingfeng questioning his own potential. Would he exhaust the Eagle King's life force without even mastering the basics? As for Xiao Qingfeng's own gradual cultivation, it seemed implausible. He had never doubted his own inadequacies as a practitioner, let alone with such an exquisite method. Xiao Qingfeng gradually calmed his emotions, severing distracting thoughts. There was no time like the present. He would begin immediately. Eagle King, you diligently practiced Jianmu Changxing Gong, gritting your teeth and persevering day and night. For 3 years without any progress, finally realizing your own limitations. You continue to practice Jianmu Changxing Gong with tears in your eyes, resorting to self-harm in your painful pursuit. And finally, in the 8th year, your spiritual consciousness surges, unexpectedly receiving support from a mysterious power, greatly aiding your cultivation, making rapid progress. You persist in your practice of Jianmu Changxing Gong, feeling remarkably at ease, and in the 9th year, you break through to the minor achievement stage. You continue practicing Jianmu Changxing Gong, feeling no pressure, and finally in the 13th year, you break through to the major achievement stage. You consistently practice Jianmu Changxing Gong, having grown accustomed to your success, and in the 15th year, you attain the perfected stage, becoming the unprecedented first individual to reach this level. Xiao Qingfeng closed his eyes, still enraptured by the profound insights gained from his cultivation. Tears of sorrow streaming down his face recalling the hardships endured. The subsequent smoothness of his cultivation brought forth a charming smile. Advanced cultivation methods encompass not only techniques, but also unique secret arts. Mastery requires exceptional talent and a significant investment of time. Remarkably, Xiao Qingfeng achieved complete mastery in just 15 years, leaving him in awe. Cultivation method, Jianmu, Changxing Gong, half perfected. Qingmu / wood explosion, Qingmu armor, would escape. The Eagle King, 5686. Due to having received only half of the cultivation method, the golden finger displayed a half-perfect status. Within the golden core realm, the secret arts included Qingmu / wood explosion, Qingmu armor, and wood escape. Sadly, the Eagle King had only 30 years of life remaining, and Xiao Qingfeng resolved not to further deplete its life force. Fearing it might hinder its ascension to the demon realm, Xiao Qingfeng examined the Qingmu / realizing it was far superior to the purchased wind chase / thus deeming it unnecessary to continue training in wind chase / reserving it for a few of his wives to practice. The cultivation of the Shunxiao Yalajian technique initially requires the assistance of Lei Jing, making it a pursuit for the future. Should one lack the innate talent for this art, it must be postponed until the Ying Wang enters the realm of demons, when life is more abundant. Within the depths of Xiao Qingfeng's consciousness, on the left resides a colossal tree, born from meditation, exuding a vibrant essence of life, remarkably clear, akin to an authentic tree. It awaits Xiao Qingfeng's venture into the forest to seize the source of life, to nourish it. To the right lies a self-portrait, framed with intricate Tao patterns. As Xiao Qingfeng gently opens his eyes, a fleeting green radiance sparkles within them. Concluding this session of cultivation, he finds it unexpected that the precious jade slip he specially acquired, along with the long-desired Yulei technique, remained unpracticed. A single ancient jade slip resolved everything. Eagerly, Xiao Qingfeng yearns to venture into the forest to test the effects of cultivating the Jianmu Changshinggong. Chapter 63. The Dominance of Techniques. Sai channeling Qi. Xiao Qingfeng glanced outside, where the sun shone brightly, rendering the forest an unsuitable place for cultivation. He settled his mind and began to refine the magical energy within his body. The perfection of the Jianmu Changshinggong existed only in his consciousness. The magical energy in his dantian still required gradual refinement. As night fell, Xiao Qingfeng stealthily entered the forest, walking several miles inward to avoid detection. The air was filled with the sounds of chirping birds. Surrounded by lush, verdant trees, he chose a relatively flat stone to sit cross-legged. Atop a tree, the Eagle King stood vigilantly, observing the surroundings. Xiao Qingfeng activated his technique, and the image of the great tree in his mind began to come alive. The tree swayed gently, and as his spiritual awareness continued to flow, its leaves gradually emitted a shimmering green light. Waves of energy began to emanate from Xiao Qingfeng's body, undetectable to the naked eye, creating ripples in a 100-meter radius around him. All the plants began to radiate green specks of light, entering his mind and the leaves. The towering tree behind him, capable of being embraced by 3 people, showered down a dense array of glowing points. A spirit mushroom, hidden in a crevice of a rock for over a decade, along with a Hishou Wu plant, released a considerable amount of life essence. A joyful smile unconsciously appeared on Xiao Qingfeng's face. The sensitive birds around him flapped their wings and fled in a panic, as if avoiding a venomous snake. As dawn approached, Xiao Qingfeng opened his eyes and stood up, filled with an invigorating power that made him feel capable of slaying a demon tiger with a single punch. In his mind, the branches and leaves of the great tree flourished even more, and the patterns on its trunk became clearer. The leaves shimmered like rippling water, lush and vibrant. At that moment, Xiao Qingfeng felt invigorated and physically strong. Cultivating this technique proved to be more effective than consuming any medicinal elixir. With a slight smile, Xiao Qingfeng leaped into the sky, soaring swiftly. However, his speed was not significantly greater than when on the ground. He then formed hand seals and activated the sword control technique he had recently learned. The Xiang'er sword swiftly flew from above his head, tracing a graceful arc before positioning itself beneath his feet, transforming into a long sword that carried him rapidly toward the marketplace. His speed had more than doubled, allowing him to cover the usual distance of an hour in mere moments. Upon arrival home, Xiao Qingfeng scanned his surroundings and found Su Ling and Mu Rongxian still resting, while Lan Cai was diligently practicing. He noticed a slight smile on her lips, perfectly poised, her hair flowing smoothly, as if meticulously cared for. The angle of her golden phoenix hairpin was just right, indicating she was currently cultivating the Moni Yin Fa Xiang technique. Xiao Qingfeng couldn't help but smile as he observed that since Lan Cai began practicing Moni Yin Fa Xiang, her gaze toward him had grown increasingly affectionate, her feelings deepening. Her smiling cheeks and sparkling eyes seemed to continually express her love and admiration for him, a sentiment Xiao Qingfeng found profoundly intriguing. He believed that every woman in the world should learn this technique, as it fosters harmony between couples. Upon entering his room, he sat cross-legged and swallowed a qi blood pill, beginning to circulate his energy. As time passed, he noticed something was amiss. The usually turbulent energy at this hour had not yet calmed, but remained exceptionally powerful. Xiao Qingfeng was astonished. He had only practiced Jianmu Changshinggong for one night, yet the effects were so profound. He opted not to continue his cultivation and instead went to the door to meet Su Yan. However, she did not leave immediately as she usually did. Su Jia, is there something on your mind? We are quite familiar. Feel free to speak candidly, he said. Su Yan then explained. Qingfeng, the head of the Qin Merchant Alliance, Qinjiang, personally approached me, wishing to invite me to join them to oversee the sales of spiritual talismans. I wanted to seek your opinion. Xiao Qingfeng smiled slightly. Su Yan paused, momentarily taken aback as she seemingly glimpsed a reflection of her first love from over 100 years ago in his smile. She quickly dismissed this absurd feeling from her mind, recognizing that they looked nothing alike. Xiao Qingfeng, however, had grown accustomed to such reactions since he began practicing Moni Yin Fa Xiang. This is wonderful, Sujia. For us loose cultivators, having a reliable support is incredibly important. I understand your intentions. You should accept his offer. I will entrust my spirit talismans to you for sale, and you may decide on the rest. Su Yin smiled gently. Thank you, Qingfeng. She gracefully lifted her skirt, saying, I shall take my leave now. You should return inside. Be careful on your way, Xiao Qingfeng replied, nodding, before turning back to his home. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of a striking figure standing at the entrance of his courtyard, observing him. Noticing that several ladies were still engaged in their cultivation, he retrieved the Baishou 2 and Baichao Gongmu jade slips, both containing extensive information, and began to study them leisurely. My dear, what are you doing? Su Ling emerged after completing her practice. Reviewing various beasts and herbs. You might find them interesting as well, he said, tossing the 2 manuscripts to her. Su Ling accepted them, placing them aside. My husband, I always feel a sense of waste when refining medicinal pills, as I can only manage to refine about half. When I first began cultivating, I felt the same way. Back then, I could rarely afford medicinal pills. Xiao Qingfeng reminisced. Did you suffer a lot in the past? Su Ling nestled closer to him. Indeed, I emerged from hardship. There is no path without struggle, Xiao Qingfeng reflected, recalling his past life. Darling, I succeeded. I succeeded. Haraha. Lan Sai suddenly joyfully rushed out, embracing Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng, caught between the two, hugged them both. Sai, did you sense the spiritual energy? Yes. Lan Sai nodded vigorously, her face brimming with joy. Congratulations, sister. I didn't expect you to surpass me, Mu Rongxian remarked, gracefully approaching, having only recently transitioned to a master cultivator. Sister Xian, you ought to learn the enchanting Moni Yin Fa, for it is exceedingly beneficial, indeed, is it not, Brother Xiao? Lan Sai has become utterly vibrant, radiating brilliance. Ah, my beloved, it is essential for everyone to learn, ha ha ha. Xiao Qingfeng wholeheartedly concurs. Now, as luck would have it, everyone is present. Let me present you with a delightful treasure. As Xiao Qingfeng spoke, he produced a jade box and distributed a red snake fruit to each person. This fruit is known as Hong Shigua, and it is documented within this book. You may consume it directly. Xiao Qingfeng took one and tossed it into his mouth. The red snake fruit melted instantly, offering a delightful sweetness. Oh, do hurry and give it a try. The flavor is quite pleasant. Xiao Qingfeng then called upon the Eagle King, sharing one with it. The Eagle King flapped its wings and, upon seeing the fruit, swooped down eagerly and swallowed it whole. The last remaining red snake fruit posed a dilemma for distribution when, suddenly, the little black cat darted in from the side and swiftly bit into it, leaving everyone in astonishment. Well, it seems fortune has favored it. Lan Sai scooped up the little black cat, exclaiming, Little Black, how clever you are, ha ha ha. Truly, today is her lucky day. Chapter 64, Midnight Practice. Pan Yu joins the guild currently. Xiao Qingfeng has shifted his talisman crafting time to 2 hours in the early morning. Even so, he manages to produce more spirit talismans than before in a single morning. Each day, he successfully creates several mid-grade talismans. In the morning, he practices his qi and blood techniques, while in the afternoon, he refines his magical power. He spends the early part of the night at home with his wife, and the latter half in the forest, mastering four secret techniques and cultivating the Jinmu skill. His daily practice is indeed fulfilling. As time flows by, the night deepens. A figure clad in wooden armor and wearing a withered tree mask sweats profusely as he diligently practices his sword techniques in the dense mountains. Suddenly, he darts westward, positions himself eastward, and then halts northward, slashing in all directions. The blade's edge is sharp and powerful, sending trees and stones flying in all directions. Xiao Qingfeng lands gracefully after a flip, feeling quite satisfied with his progress. The wooden armor dissipates swiftly, transforming into pure light points that merge into his body. In his hand remains a jade green blade, a creation born from the consumption of a significant portion of his life source through a secret method. It is versatile in size, immensely powerful, and can be stored in his dantian for automatic repair and growth. Xiao Qingfeng inhales deeply, and the jade blade quickly shrinks, being absorbed into his dantian, where it floats like a small fish, exploring its surroundings. His magical power has been entirely refined, and every night, the life source cultivated is filtered through the Jinmu. A small portion subsequently flows into the dantian, causing its magical energy to exude a vibrant green hue. Xiao Qingfeng ventured into the inner city to purchase a substantial quantity of elixirs suitable for pet evolution for the Eagle King, hoping for its swift transformation. He feels quite content with today's training. His practice range is gradually expanding, and his training speed has significantly increased. Except for training, he usually moves swiftly along the ground, preferring not to draw attention by flying in the sky. On his way back, he suddenly notices numerous torches flickering in the distance to his right front. Xiao Qingfeng quickly slows down and employs a wooden concealment technique, blending seamlessly into the underbrush. In the next moment, a figure flashes on a tree trunk several miles away. Lu Yuanshan, you have allowed your spirit herbs to wither due to negligence, and now you dare to trespass on the territory of my Linghu gang. Are you seeking death? Hu Xiaoxue, one of the 7 female generals of the Linghu gang, coldly regards the individuals across from her. 3 men and 2 women surround her, holding spirit talismans, prepared to launch an attack at any moment. Lu Yuanshan, an elder of the Shenlong gang, glares at them with fury, as if searching for evidence. It is you vile women. Who else would disturb the mountains in the dead of night and poison the land? Lu Yuanshan oversees the 3 medicinal valleys and 5 mountain ponds of the Shenlong gang at Shaoling Mountain. This afternoon, his subordinates reported that 2 flourishing medicinal valleys had their spirit mushrooms and mountain yams completely withered. Even the nearby wild grasses were not spared. It must be poison. With the loss of resources, he is uncertain how to report to the gang leader, naturally seeking a target for his frustration. He immediately thinks of his nemesis, those vile women of the Linghu gang. Initially intending to sneak over and observe their activities, he scoffs. Who else could it be? If you do not compensate me, you will pay with your lives. Lu Yuanshan wields dual blades, and though only 2 men accompany him, his higher cultivation level, being a 9th layer qi refining expert, makes him menacing. Very well, it seems Elder Lu has grown in strength and no longer considers us worthy of his attention. Let us see what you can do. Hu Xiaoxue produces a mid-grade spirit talisman, her gaze icy. You have destroyed my spirit herbs. In that case, do not expect this patch of spirit tea to survive. Lu Yuanshan's slender figure strides forward, heading towards a patch of spirit tea. You old scoundrel, dare you. Hu Xiaoxue swiftly pursues him with her sword. Haha, come to your death. Lu Yuanshan suddenly pivots back, unleashing a blade of energy that stretches over 10 meters, aimed ruthlessly at her. The group behind her, slightly slower, quickly catches up. Boom. The shield conjured by Hu Xiaoxue is shattered by the first strike, and the second blade follows immediately, her gathered magical power and protective barrier collapsing in an instant. Hu Xiaoxue is sent flying backwards, blood spilling from her mouth, a deep gash appearing on her shoulder. The others hastily activate their spirit talismans, hurling them frantically at the opponents. Hu Xiaoxue commands her flying sword to swirl in the air, her face pale with strain. Lu Yuanshan retreats to his original position, sneering, Today I shall spare your life. Once I find proof, I will come for your lives. Leave. Xiao Qingfeng observes as both parties disperse, deep in thought. He indeed spent the last 2 days cultivating in the valley. Could it be his fault? Yet, he has already confirmed the answer in his heart. The plants he extracted life force from would ultimately perish. Nevertheless, knowing this does not halt his training. Cultivators contend with heaven, earth, and humanity for survival. There is no retreat. Subsequently, to avoid being discovered too early, Xiao Qingfeng chooses an even more remote location. After completing his talismans in the morning, he steps outside to trade with Su Yan, only to suddenly notice many people building wooden houses around his residence, most of whom are women. Seeing Pan Yu busy among them, Xiao Qingfeng approaches with curiosity, asking, What are you all doing? Don't you have a house to live in? Pan Yu, startled by the sudden voice, beams with joy upon recognizing Xiao Qingfeng. Young Master Xiao, I have joined the Linghu gang. The gang leader, who intends to establish a larger headquarters here, where all future gatherings will be held. Her sweet words stir something within Xiao Qingfeng. Observing her vibrant demeanor in the absence of Wu Sanjin, it is evident that her spirit has blossomed, her smile brightening considerably. Since this place is not his, Xiao Qingfeng refrains from voicing any objections. Noticing that they are being considerate and not obstructing his movements, leaving ample space for him, he does not take it to heart. He is, however, curious about how Pan Yu suddenly became part of the guild. Did you seek out the Linghu gang yourself? Pan Yu perceives Xiao Qingfeng's apparent concern for her and feels a surge of joy. No, it was gang leader who, upon hearing about me, remarked that the Shenlong gang is too tyrannical and invited me to join. Pan Yu gazed at him with a hint of concern. If you are unwilling, then I shall refrain from entering. It matters not. Xiao Qingfeng cast a glance at her, uttering no further words, and gradually made his way back home. In the distance, a remarkably capable and refined woman hurriedly approached. Was that Mr. Xiao I just saw? Having met the leader, she came to inquire about my sudden affiliation with the Ling Hu gang. Oh, had I not been preoccupied earlier, I would have introduced myself sooner. He is the only foundational expert outside the city. Tomorrow, once our new headquarters is established, we should organize an event. Would you accompany me to invite Mr. Xiao and his family to participate? What do you think? Huing looked at her with anticipation. Certainly, Pan Yu replied without hesitation, although her heart was filled with trepidation. As cultivators, they were not in want of materials. By evening, a 3-story wooden building, along with several smaller structures, had been erected. The area it occupied was substantial, and it remained uncertain whether the market would charge them land fees. Upon Xiao Qingfeng's return from morning training, he observed them constructing a stage adorned with colorful streamers. It seemed they were preparing for some celebratory event. Chapter 65. Neighborly Celebration. Gang conflict. Currently, Xiao Qingfeng's medium-grade paintings have been increasing in number, and he has also begun to sell some of them. After finishing a talisman, he noticed that Pan Yu had brought someone along, standing beside Su Yan, clearly waiting for him. Young Master Xiao, this is our gang leader Hu, Pan Yu whispered. Xiao Qingfeng nodded and first handed the talisman to Su Yan. Su Yan accepted the talisman, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and smiled. I shall take my leave now, so as not to disturb you. Sister Su, take care. Young Master Xiao, I am Huing from the Ling Hu gang. I hope it is not too presumptuous of me to intrude upon you. Our previous gathering place was rather dilapidated, and now we are reconstructing here. In the future, it would be a pleasure to be neighbors with you. So I came to introduce myself. Xiao Qingfeng smiled. Gang leader Hu, you are too polite. I had heard from Xiao Yu that you are quite amiable, but I never had the chance to meet you until today. Xiao Qingfeng cast a casual glance at Pan Yu. Later, we are preparing a celebration and would like to invite you and your family to join us. I wonder if you would be available. Gang leader Hu exuded a vigorous and sunny aura, in stark contrast to Murong Xian, who, despite her masculine attire and demeanor, could not conceal her delicate beauty. As Xiao Qingfeng pondered, the 3 ladies rarely ventured out and had no friends. Since they were neighbors now, it would be good to pay a visit. Very well, if it is not a disturbance, we shall come by later. Haha, splendid. I will go make arrangements. Pan Yu will lead you in shortly. Pan Yu, you may wait here for young Master Xiao. All right, gang leader, Pan Yu replied cheerfully. After Xiao Qingfeng entered the house and waited for a moment, the ladies gradually finished their cultivation and emerged. Yesterday, a large courtyard was constructed outside. It is the headquarters of the Ling Hu gang. They just invited us to their celebration. Do you wish to go? If my husband feels it is appropriate, then we shall go. It is just next door, and we are bound to meet in the future, so it is good to get acquainted. Su Ling glanced at Xiao Qingfeng, seeking his opinion. Let us go take a look. You stay at home every day. It is good to meet some new friends and to get out for a while. Meanwhile, Xiang'er from the Shenlong gang stood respectfully beside Xiao Qiyun, presenting a wilted spirit mushroom with both hands. Deacon Xiao, please take a look. Our 2 medicinal valleys have been completely poisoned by an unknown toxin, leaving nothing behind, not even the seedlings in the soil. Wearing gloves, Xiao Qiyun cautiously accepted the mushroom and examined it closely. The mushroom did not appear to be poisoned. Rather, it seemed to have its vitality drained. Xiao Qiyun murmured to himself, then picked up a nearby kitten, broke off a small piece of the mushroom, and placed it in the kitten's mouth. The kitten quickly swallowed it. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. Half an hour later, the kitten remained lively, showing no adverse reactions. Xiao Qiyun tossed the remaining half of the mushroom back to Xiang'er. This is not poison. It has been drained of its life force by a demonic cultivator. Advise the disciples stationed in the mountains to be more cautious. Deacon Xiao, we have suffered significant losses in our 2 medicinal valleys. I fear. Xiao Qiyun did not allow him to finish, suddenly standing up. Indeed, your losses are considerable. This year, you may defer the submission of the medicinal herbs and other items by half a month. Xiang'er broke into a cold sweat, blinking with difficulty. Faced with Xiao Qiyun's unfriendly gaze, he swallowed his words and deeply bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Deacon Xiao, for your leniency. Xiao Qiyun smiled and nodded, patting Xiang'er on the shoulder. Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. In 3 years, I will ensure you receive a foundation-building pill. Xiang'er's face lit up with joy, his previous grievances dissipating completely. At the new headquarters of the Linghu gang, hundreds of people gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. The management within the gang was predominantly female, and they orchestrated the celebratory activities with ease and organization. As the timing device struck 8:38, the square erupted with thunderous laughter. A prearranged group suddenly unleashed fireball spells into the sky. The fireballs collided and burst into dazzling sparks high above, a truly spectacular sight. Xiao Qingfeng's mouth fell agape. He had not realized spells could serve such celebratory purposes. Su Ling, Murong Xian, and Lan Cai surrounded him, equally delighted. Humans are inherently social creatures, drawn to collective activities. Since arriving here, they had rarely ventured out to avoid troubling Xiao Qingfeng. He felt that attending the celebration today was indeed a fortuitous decision. Seated at the center of a square table, Xiao Qingfeng observed the various performances on stage. While out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Huing chatting animatedly with Murong Xian, Su Ling, and Lan Cai, complimenting their beauty and grace profusely. As the dance concluded, a tug-of-war competition began, provoking bursts of laughter from the crowd. Contestants stood 5 meters apart, each drawing a circle, and whoever stepped outside first would lose, without the use of magical powers. Su Ling and Murong Xian were eager to participate, with Huing continuously encouraging them. Since consuming the red snake fruit, their physical strength had increased 2 to 3 times compared to ordinary people, even without utilizing magical powers. The ultimate prize for the champion was astonishingly a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Su Ling was particularly determined to claim victory. Suddenly, everyone looked skyward. A sharp whistle pierced the air, echoing like thunder. In the distant horizon, a golden sword light streaked through the sky like lightning. A sword cultivator, such a formidable sword cultivator. The crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers. After 3 breaths, the sword light circled the peak of Fengming Mountain before descending. At Fengshi Pavilion, the head of the Song family, Xiang'er, hurriedly bowed. "May I inquire which esteemed elder from the Xianjian sect has graced us with your presence?" A bald, portly man exuding the aura of a golden core cultivator slowly entered. "You are the head of the Song family?" "Indeed, this humble woman is Song Yiren, paying respects to the elder. I am your area's inspector, Ho Jianxin. I have come today to deliver a message." Upon finishing, Ho Jianxin produced a piece of black iron token. "The Zuanchuan sword decree shall take effect tomorrow. The outer fringes of the Tianyao mountain range are hereby declared a strictly prohibited zone. No commercial exploitation shall be permitted, no residential or operational encampments established outside designated market towns, and any violation shall be met with immediate execution." Song Yiren gazed in awe at the young man before her. Yet another grand campaign of territorial expansion was about to commence. Ho Jianxin tossed her a slender volume. "This contains the regulations, rewards, penalties, and implementation protocols. Among the 36 market towns situated along the periphery, the top 3 contributors, ranked by merit, shall each receive a spirit essence artifact essential for core formation. The lowest ranking town shall forfeit its market charter entirely." Song Yiren's body trembled faintly. Her fingers clutched the volume with fervent intensity, her eyes burning with rapturous disbelief as she whispered, "A spirit essence artifact for core formation, elder. Did you truly say, a spirit essence artifact for core formation?" Ho Jianxin, having delivered this edict to numerous such towns, was unsurprised by her reaction. Indeed. Chapter 66. New regulations in the marketplace. Cultivating the mountains, Xiao Qingfeng's eyes were filled with fascination. This was his inaugural glimpse into this world, witnessing the formidable power wielded by advanced cultivators. His heart remained unsettled for an extended period. The velocity that pierced through the air and the dominating presence that traversed the realm epitomized the aspirations of cultivators like himself. However, the sight of those cultivators, reminiscent of ruffians from a past life, extinguished any desire to linger further. Xiao Qingfeng's resolve to diligently cultivate and train was reaffirmed. In the northern region, the Xianjian sect held the reins, a prestigious sect of Yuan cultivators, known for their stringent requirements regarding disciples' qualifications and their unparalleled offensive prowess. In the north, encountering a sword cultivator necessitated a respectful bow. Suddenly, a tremendous bell tolled thrice, causing the crowd to pause momentarily before surging towards the city gates. "Master Hu, what does this signify?" Xiao Qingfeng inquired, perplexed. "Young Master Xiao, let us hasten to witness this. The long bell tolls only in the event of significant occurrences. It is the treasure of the Song family, summoning all outsiders back. A century ago, when the demonic beasts attacked the city, this bell served as a warning. Huang swiftly concluded the ongoing activities, directing everyone into the inner city. Heeding this, Xiao Qingfeng did not dare to delay and promptly led his family into the inner city, where all rushed towards the central square. The once spacious streets rapidly became congested. The square was teeming with people, all gazing vacantly at an inconspicuous stone tablet in the center. Upon it, rows of characters radiated a golden glow. Respect the Xinjiang order. Starting tomorrow, all forests within 500 miles of the Tianyao mountain range shall be designated as forbidden grounds. No commercial activities or encampments are allowed. Violators shall be executed without mercy. Those who venture into Tianyao mountain to cultivate shall earn points, redeemable for various treasures, elixirs, jade slips of techniques, weapons, and more. Special items are limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. My goodness, there are foundation establishment pills for exchange, and breakthrough pills. Haha, fire spirit, and fire spirit. This is a divine fire seed. Jade slips with divine intent. I desire them so much. What on earth am I seeing? There are even magical artifacts. It was rumored that the last human expedition was 2 centuries prior. To think that in his lifetime, the old man would encounter such an opportunity was indeed a rare stroke of fortune, albeit a harbinger of turmoil in the world. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Those who had lost hope in cultivation seemed to grasp onto a lifeline, ecstatically shouting. The scattered cultivators were all inexplicably thrilled, while various factions and forces were taken aback. The Spirit Fox Gang, all of you, let us rush out to seize the spiritual resources. Huang disregarded any concerns over gains or losses, rallying his members to swiftly exit the city and venture into the mountains. Determined to harvest the spiritual resources within their territory before they were claimed by others. All members of the Divine Dragon Gang, follow me. All members of the Breaking Door Gang, come with me. No one questioned the authority of the Xinjiang order. No one wished to be the scapegoat. Moreover, without guardianship, the wild resources would soon be depleted. Spiritual treasures were coveted by humans, demons, and beasts alike. Chapter 67. Mu Ling. Xiao Qingfeng harbored desires of his own, particularly for the elusive Mu Ling, a unique being that manifests under specific environmental conditions, characterized by a rich presence of Mu Ling aura. The cultivation technique known as Jianmu Changxing Gong, when assisted by Mu Ling, significantly accelerates the practitioner's progress and amplifies their power. This rare entity is seldom encountered, appearing only once every 100 years. Xiao Qingfeng felt a surge of temptation, weighing the potential gains and losses while reflecting on his recently solidified resolve to grow stronger. After a moment of deliberation, he decided against it. Perhaps it was wiser to bide his time and cultivate strength through survival. What good is power if not accompanied by longevity? He mused that practicing behind the scenes might suffice, although venturing into the Tianyao mountain range seemed daunting. Could he even practice at the periphery without facing dire consequences? The lack of clarity was frustrating. Accompanied by several of his wives, Xiao Qingfeng strolled through the marketplace, procuring some medicinal pills for cultivation, as well as a new storage pouch for Lan Cai, which brought her great joy. Upon returning home, Su Ling anxiously inquired, "My lord, will you venture into the wilderness? It seems perilous." Mu Rongxian and Lan Cai exchanged worried glances. "I shall not," he replied. "I am a master of spiritual talismans. Engaging in combat is not my domain." The 3 women then smiled in relief. The marketplace issues a white Tianyao pearl, crafted by a master alchemist, to every individual entering the mountains. This pearl, designed for the unique atmospheric conditions of Tianyao mountain range, automatically records each person's aura and accumulated points. To prevent chaos from theft and other disturbances, the marketplace has established a regulation stating that unless the owner perishes, the Tianyao pearl will not be acknowledged by others. The method of accruing points is straightforward, by slaying demonic beasts. The higher the realm, the greater the number of kills, the more points one earns. The Tianyao pearl begins as white, and when it transforms into red, it signifies the accumulation of 10,000 points. For any additional points, one must visit the administrative hall in the inner city. Xiao Qingfeng examined the Tianyao pearl he had just received, perplexed by its recording mechanism, and decided to set it aside. "Sai, how goes your cultivation? Do you feel ready to channel your energy into your dantian? Perhaps we should wait a few days?" he queried, noticing her concern. 3 days should suffice, he concluded. "Prepare well. Hesitation will not serve us." "Yes, Brother Xiao," Lan Tsai nodded vigorously, as though this affirmation would solidify her determination. And what of Xiang'er? Have you sensed anything yet? Not yet. Morong Xian replied, a hint of frustration in her tone. Do not fret. You are already a master. It is merely a matter of time, he reassured them before retreating to his chamber to practice his blood and energy techniques. Having cultivated his purple essence for an extended period, he found only a 30% increase in his progress, remaining at the first level of body refinement. This realization illustrated the arduousness of his journey, akin to moving at a snail's pace. It was no wonder that such practices had gradually fallen out of favor, leading to their current scarcity. Qingfeng. The prices of spiritual talismans have skyrocketed. Previously, they cost 5 spirit stones, but now they are 10, with some fetching as high as 15. People have gone mad. If you have time, you should produce more. Everyone is hoarding talismans and medicinal pills, and the store's inventory is depleted in an instant. Suyin exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Qingfeng accepted the talisman paper she brought, along with a secret tome for crafting the Wanjian talisman and 500 spirit stones. Did you not join the Qin Merchant Alliance? This talisman trade should not concern you much, he remarked. Su Yin blushed. Each talisman you provide earns me a commission of 1 spirit stone, which was a stipulation of my entry into the Qin Merchant Alliance. Xiao Qingfeng nodded, unbothered by the arrangement. After a moment's thought, he handed over the 350 low-grade talismans he had retained in his storage pouch, leaving her astonished with her mouth agape. I now possess over 200 mid-grade talismans. I shall no longer keep the low-grade ones, he informed her. Talismans were useful primarily during the Qi refinement stage, while only high-grade talismans provided any assistance during the foundation establishment stage, given the rapid progression of cultivators unless they were personally crafted. You have retained so many. This is wonderful. It will help deal with the frenzy of those desperate individuals, Su Yin exclaimed, presenting him with 3,500 spirit stones, her joy unmistakable. Chapter 68. Understanding Cause and Effect. Infusing demon energy into the body, the young man in the shop shouted loudly, attracting a crowd of onlookers. You collect herbs at half price, yet raise the price of pills. Are you not forcing us into needless peril? In the shop, the demand for medicinal items far exceeded supply. Do alchemists not require rest? You are the ones inflating prices. What can I do? Xiao Qingfeng recognized the voice from below and smiled upon scanning the area with his spiritual sense. Brother Xiao, do you know that young man? Yes. I have encountered him once. Brother Qin, please allow your staff to purchase his herbs at regular prices. I will cover the price difference, but there is no need to reveal my name to him. Xiao Qingfeng replied with a smile. Since it's Brother Xiao making the request, I shall certainly comply. Do not worry about the small sum, Brother Xiao. Qin Jiang raised his hand to summon a maid from outside and gave her some instructions. Thank you, Brother Qin. Xiao Qingfeng did not mention it again. That young man was indeed the one who had purchased his 1,000-year-old ginseng. At that time, he had been financially constrained and had to sell it at a high price. Now that they met again, he would simply return the favor. Brother Qin, do you have any secret techniques for crafting talismans for sale? Brother Xiao, you overestimate us. We truly do not possess such knowledge. Qin Jiang replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Then do you know where I might find some? Wanbao Building should have it. They have a legacy spanning a millennium and are protected by a golden core ancestor. However, whether they are willing to sell is another matter, and Xiao Chuyun is quite cunning and difficult to deal with. Xiao Qingfeng nodded, committing this information to memory. After finishing their tea, the two descended. Su Yin quickly approached, handing over a storage bag containing over 20,000 spirit stones. Xiao Qingfeng scanned it with his spiritual sense and transferred the spirit stones into his own storage bag, returning the empty one. Well, Brother Qin, Sister Su, farewell. I shall take a stroll outside. Yes, farewell. Upon exiting the shop, a young man hurriedly approached from the opposite direction. Thank you, benefactor. It's you. I remember you. The young man, Zhang Yang, stared in astonishment at Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng smiled gently. Young man, we meet again. Senior, this. Zhang Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. Having previously lost over 2,000 spirit stones to this person, who now returned more than 3,000. Thank you, Senior. Zhang Yang bowed deeply. Xiao Qingfeng smiled. We are fated to cross paths. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Until we meet again. This small interlude brought considerable joy to Xiao Qingfeng's heart. Upon arriving at Wanbao Building, he did not encounter Xiao Chuyun. As for the inquiry regarding talisman crafting methods, the answer unsurprisingly, was negative. However, ready-made talismans were available for sale at prices exceeding 100,000 taels, causing Xiao Qingfeng's brief feeling of wealth to dissipate, leaving him feeling impoverished. He purchased a few communication jade tokens and made his way home. Now that Su Ling had attained cultivation, she could use the tokens to notify him of matters at home. The tokens were roughly the size of a mobile phone from his previous life, albeit lacking in functionality, possessing only basic abilities to exchange breath and emit light. The parties involved could agree on their meanings, such as a single blink for one message and 2 blinks for another, and so forth. Just as he exited the city gate, he saw 5 or 6 individuals hurriedly carrying 3 others, who were barely hanging on to life, rushing towards the city's medical pavilion, shouting for others to make way. Clearly, the journey into the mountains had not been tranquil. The passers-by had grown accustomed to such sights. On either side of the entrance, there were cultivators recruiting for teams to venture into the mountains. In the distance, a group of over a dozen people joyfully carried a gigantic demon snake, their exuberance drawing envious glances from those along the roadside. As they drew nearer, Xiao Qingfeng recognized Hu Ying and her companions, including Pan Yu. Spotting Xiao Qingfeng ahead, Pan Yu quickly approached, wrapping her arms around his arm excitedly. "Young Master Xiao, we have slain a massive demon snake. Look." Pan Yu swayed slightly, her ample bosom pressing against him without reserve. "What were your casualties? You weren't injured, were you?" Xiao Qingfeng inquired with a smile. Pan Yu tightened her grip. "I am unscathed, the gang leader who took good care of me. However, we did lose a sister and several others were injured." Xiao Qingfeng handed her a few mid-grade spirit talismans. "You are venturing into dangerous territory. Take these talismans for protection." Pan Yu was overjoyed. This was the first time Xiao Qingfeng had formally shown concern for her, and she impulsively kissed him, her cheeks flushed as she dashed back to her group. Xiao Qingfeng touched his cheek where she had kissed him and smiled. The group carrying the snake drew closer, and gang leader Hu Ying approached Xiao Qingfeng. "Young Master Xiao, greetings. It seems you have had a fruitful day. That snake appears to possess considerable strength, weighing several thousand pounds. Truly, its size exceeds what a storage bag can accommodate." Xiao Qingfeng congratulated her. "Indeed. Huh. Young Master Xiao, may I purchase some talismans from you at normal prices? It has become increasingly difficult to acquire them outside." Hu Ying asked tentatively. "Some demon beasts are quite large and slow-moving. Talismans are exceptionally useful." Xiao Qingfeng pondered for a moment. "That is not out of the question. I will draw some more when I have time. Come back tomorrow, and I will set some aside for you." "That would be wonderful. Thank you, young Master Xiao." As Xiao Qingfeng glanced at the dead snake being carried away, he suddenly thought of whether the eagle he raised would enjoy the snake's gallbladder. "Do you have the gallbladder for this snake?" "I have an eagle that would likely relish it. If young Master Xiao desires it, I shall gift it to you without charge," Hu Ying said, tossing a gallbladder the size of a fist towards him before departing. Xiao Qingfeng hastily caught it. "Is this all there is for such a large snake? Are you certain you haven't made a mistake?" He looked at the small object in his hand, speechless as he watched her retreating figure. The fishy odor was overwhelming, and the two ends were tied together. Xiao Qingfeng immediately summoned his Eagle King in his mind as he walked home. Before he reached his doorstep, the Eagle King fluttered its wings and stood before him. It had grown significantly, its wingspan now measuring 5 or 6 meters and weighing dozens of pounds, no longer suitable for resting upon his shoulder. Xiao Qingfeng tossed the gallbladder to it, and the Eagle King joyfully swallowed it whole. He then tossed a few pieces of tiger meat, prompting the eagle to let out a happy cry before soaring into the sky. As night fell, the mountains and forests were shrouded in darkness. Xiao Qingfeng followed a stony path through the mountains towards the Tianyao mountain range. He refrained from traversing through the nearby woods, for if he were mistakenly perceived as seeking spirit herbs and met with violence, it would be a grave injustice. The journey of approximately 400 miles was completed in less than half an hour, leading to the outskirts of the Tianyao mountain range. Xiao Qingfeng chose not to cultivate at the entrance. Instead, he veered to the right and ran over 50 miles until he arrived at a secluded valley, where he came to a halt. Perched upon a large stone, Xiao Qingfeng calmed his mind and commenced his evening meditation. As he engaged in his practice, imperceptible green specks began to descend upon him, gradually intensifying the surrounding demonic energy, much of which was absorbed into the trunk of the tree he was nurturing within his mind. The trunk swayed gently, becoming vibrantly alive. The efficacy of his cultivation here far surpassed that of the outside realm. This led Xiao Qingfeng to ponder whether the deeper one ventured inward, the more profound the effects of cultivation would become. Perhaps he should explore further into the depths tomorrow. After all, he had no intention of aimlessly wandering about. Chapter 69. Lan Sai cultivates Qi. Huing is attacked at dawn. Xiao Qingfeng concluded his training, observing that cultivators were beginning to form groups and ascend the mountain. Standing upon a hillside, he gazed at a former training ground, a vast circle where the trees had all withered and perished. Even those trees that extended branches into the circle from outside were not spared, indicating that once absorbed, death was inevitable, although such places were not yet conspicuous. As he continued to cultivate and expand his range, it would inevitably attract the attention of powerful beings. If the area grew too large, neither the human nor the demon races would tolerate his presence. He reminded himself to remain more discreet. Without lingering, Xiao Qingfeng hastened home. That day, he had extended his talisman crafting time by half an hour, producing 60 medium-grade and 40 low-grade talismans for Xu Yin, earning over 10,000 spirit stones, a truly lucrative endeavor. At noon, Huing returned to acquire 20 medium-grade talismans, exchanging 3,000 spirit stones. He informed her that she could come daily, which delighted her immensely. This was the treatment of a skilled artisan. An annual income of 1 million was not merely a dream. In the afternoon, Xiao Qingfeng led Lan Sai into a room. Xiao Dage, is it time today? Lan Sai felt a twinge of nervousness. Fear not, it is quite simple. Just remember to charge forward. I shall handle the rest, he assured her. Yes, I understand. With a thunderous roar, Lan Sai's spiritual consciousness entered her newly opened dantian. Following Xiao Qingfeng's guidance, she quickly refined the first strand of mana, officially opening the door to her cultivation journey. Overjoyed, she embraced the man she adored. Xiao Dage, I succeeded. Calm down. He gently patted her shoulder. Xiao Qingfeng patiently taught her how to use a storage bag and a communication jade tablet, gifting her 5,000 spirit stones for future purchases. Lan Sai, beaming with happiness, nodded fervently. That is far too many spirit stones. I shall share half with Sujieji. No need. I've already given her some, and you are all equal, Xiao Qingfeng replied, playfully tapping her head. As time passed, the cold winds gradually warmed, marking mid-April. Xiao Qingfeng had ventured deeper into the Tianyao mountain range, over 100 miles into the interior. He no longer practiced in one spot, changing locations daily. One night, with the moon high in the sky, the pure white moonlight illuminated the forest as brightly as dawn. While in the midst of his cultivation, Xiao Qingfeng suddenly heard a tremendous explosion from afar. He swiftly opened his eyes, perceiving the continuous rumble of explosions in the distance. This was undoubtedly a confrontation between human cultivators and demon beasts. Having heard such sounds before, he noted that the demon beasts tonight seemed particularly formidable, as the human cultivators were being pushed back. Initially intending to leave, Xiao Qingfeng sensed a familiar voice among those fleeing towards him and halted. Utilizing his would-escape technique, he reached the edge of his spiritual perception, over 8 miles away. It was akin to teleportation, though it drained some of his life essence. This ability was a significant reason why he dared to enter the Tianyao mountain range. After 3 consecutive uses, he witnessed the grim scene ahead. A towering giant ape, over 4 meters tall, wielded a massive tree branch, crashing it down violently. A man who had failed to escape was crushed into a bloody pulp. By heavens! Wukong, is that you? Xiao Qingfeng's first thought upon seeing such a gigantic creature was of his old friend. Huing, pale and bleeding from the mouth, was filled with despair. Having brought over 30 companions, fewer than 20 remained, and it was uncertain how many would survive to escape. She knew that others were fleeing nearby and would not stop to assist. Just as she witnessed another companion being struck down, she cried out in desperation, "Is there anyone to save us? If someone rescues my brothers and sisters, I, Huing, swear to marry them and stand by their side through life and death." Her desolate voice echoed, yet there was no response. Just as Xiao Qingfeng prepared to reveal himself, he stumbled slightly. "Sister, I am here to save you, but do not repay kindness with enmity. Though you possess beauty, your radiant aura raises the question, are you here to be a wife or to steal one?" Seeing the girl who had hosted the last celebration about to be crushed, Xiao Qingfeng hesitated no longer and appeared in an instant. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a wood burst, shattering the tree branch in the giant ape's grasp. The creature's hand became a bloody mess, and it howled in pain. Suspended in midair, clad in white robes with his hair lightly bound, he appeared ethereal, intercepting the giant ape's advance. Hu Bangzhu, take everyone and flee swiftly. I will cover your retreat. Xiao Gongzi, take care. I, Hu Ying, shall not be ungrateful. Brothers, cover the injured and retreat. Hu Ying's voice brimmed with joy. Not only was she saved, but she also felt irresistibly charming, as if summoned by a prince on a white steed. Xiao Qingfeng trembled slightly, nearly losing his grip in the air, questioning whether he had made a mistake. At that moment, the second-tier giant ape had lost interest in the ants below. Its gaze was fixated on the figure hovering in the air. It pounded its chest and roared, causing the air to ripple, scattering leaves and debris. Xiao Qingfeng was blown several meters away, and the crowd that had just regained their footing was sent tumbling once more, cries of agony resounding. Xiao Gongzi, be careful. Pan Yue was swept away by the fierce wind, landing amidst the grass, anxiously watching the figure above. Xiao Qingfeng drew a long blade, conjuring dozens of meters of blade light, executing the Qingmu slash technique with the swiftness of lightning. You all go first, he shouted. The colossal ape uprooted a massive tree to block its path. With a thunderous crash, it was sent flying backward but quickly regained its footing, roaring with fury, a shallow trail of blood marking its body. Seizing large stones from the ground, it hurled them ferociously at Xiao Qingfeng. You think I lack the means to retaliate? Xiao Qingfeng retorted, producing a handful of mid-grade spirit talismans and instantly activating 3 fireball spells. 3 fireballs, as large as dragon heads, whirled around him before hurtling towards the giant ape. The ape swung the uprooted tree to intercept the fireballs. However, as the fireballs were of Xiao Qingfeng's own making, with a mere thought, they swiftly dispersed, targeting its shoulders and thighs. Boom, boom, boom. The ape howled in agony, retreating repeatedly. Xiao Qingfeng, unfazed, continuously unleashed spirit talismans as if they were of no consequence, demonstrating that the same talismans wielded by different individuals could yield vastly different results in power. Chapter 70. Subduing the Behemoth. The Eagle King transforms into a demon. Xiao Qingfeng gradually attuned himself to his surroundings, allowing all others to withdraw before ceasing his incantations. The colossal ape lowered its hands, glaring furiously at him. It roared once more, pounding its chest with wild abandon, blood trickling from the corners of its mouth as its size began to swell. 5 meters. 6 meters. Its form expanded significantly, revealing menacing fangs that glimmered with a cold light. Xiao Qingfeng's dark eyes gleamed with excitement. Since his foundation was established, he had yet to experience a true confrontation. Ethereal light flickered around him as a surge of life energy radiated from within. In an instant, a suit of armor materialized around him. He donned a dark, gilded dragon-patterned helmet, a violet wood-patterned mask, and golden dragon scale armor, hovering in midair. With his jade blade angled towards the ground, he calmly regarded the giant ape. The giant ape leapt towards him with a thunderous roar, as if a mountain were crashing down, the winds and fallen leaves swirling chaotically, its blood-red eyes filled with madness. Xiao Qingfeng tightened his grip on the jade blade. In the next moment, his body surged with energy. Gripping the blade with one hand, he unleashed a torrent of green light that cleaved through the night sky. The blade struck the giant ape's chest, sending blood spraying. The jade blade swiftly following, its sharp edge piercing deep into the ape's shoulder, crashing down into the forest below. The giant ape howled in pain. Its massive hand swung towards him. Xiao Qingfeng stepped onto its belly, withdrew the jade blade, and retreated into the air, watching coldly. He then summoned the Xiang'er sword, shooting forth like a wraith of the night, leaving a series of small wounds across the giant ape's body. The ape swiped and struck wildly, yet each attempt fell short. Once more, the frenzied giant ape lunged at Xiao Qingfeng. He clutched the jade blade, his magical energy surging, forming a blade of light 100 meters long, striking towards the giant ape again. The ape plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Deep gashes marred its chest, exposing bone. Before it could rise, a second and then a third blade of light descended. The giant ape braced itself, inhaling deeply, its body shrinking slightly, before suddenly opening its mouth wide. It unleashed a ferocious roar directed at Xiao Qingfeng. A pale white sound wave surged forth, uprooting nearby trees and sending them flying. Yet, Xiao Qingfeng remained largely unfazed, merely swaying slightly. Was it a divine ability? With his formidable mental strength, bolstered by the Jianshu suppression and the Mani Yan stabilizing effects, he could withstand the roar for an entire day without issue. Seeing Xiao Qingfeng raise his blade again, The giant ape, realizing its power was ineffective, quickly shrank away and fled deeper into the Tianyao Mountains. Xiao Qingfeng refrained from further attacking, retracting his flying sword. With a swift would-escape technique, he appeared before the giant ape. The ape halted abruptly, its eyes widening in panic. Xiao Qingfeng smiled, gesturing with his hands, causing a small sapling to sprout rapidly from the ape's wounds, growing larger by the moment. Terrified, the giant ape howled in distress, gazing at Xiao Qingfeng with fear. It grasped at the sapling, pulling with all its might, blood spurting forth, causing it to roll in agony on the ground. Yet, the sapling quickly regrew. As long as Xiao Qingfeng's magic lingered within it, the sapling could never be uprooted completely. The giant ape, witnessing the sapling's return, dared not pull again, its expression frozen in dread. As a second-tier demon ape, it possessed a degree of intelligence. Trembling, it knelt down, cradling its head in its hands. "Will you shrink a bit?" it asked, its form diminishing to a mere half-meter-tall monkey. Xiao Qingfeng approached, gently patting its head. The giant ape remained still, quaking in fear. Xiao Qingfeng tenderly caressed its wounds, infusing it with a surge of magical energy, causing its wounds to heal rapidly and the sapling to retract. Yet, from its waist, long blades of grass sprouted, weaving into a green apron. The giant ape, startled, tugged at it repeatedly, but it quickly regrew. Xiao Qingfeng playfully tapped its head, forbidding it from pulling. "You will follow me from now on. Disobedience will result in trees sprouting, understand?" The giant ape's eyes welled with tears, its head drooping, occasionally flashing a fierce expression. "What treasures lie within your lair?" Xiao Qingfeng inquired. "If there are none, we shall leave the mountains. From now on, you shall be known as Mei Ho Wang. I shall find you a stick to complete your transformation. Ha ha ha. Do not even think about fleeing. If you stray too far from my control, the trees will consume you. Do not blame me." Xiao Qingfeng paid little heed to how much the giant ape comprehended. As long as it could follow instructions, that sufficed. Mei Ho Wang led Xiao Qingfeng into a cave, revealing several storage bags filled with mundane items. All the clutter was set ablaze, while the storage bags themselves retained some value. Mei Ho Wang then guided him to a hollow where 3 alluring red fruits hung tantalizingly. Without hesitation, the ape plucked 2 connected fruits and devoured them. Observing, Xiao Qingfeng swiftly seized the remaining fruit, scolding, "You little rascal, not knowing to save something for me." As he held the blood spirit fruit, his heart surged with joy. The Eagle King had yet to transform due to impure bloodlines. With this fruit capable of purifying bloodlines, the chances of success soared. Having found little else of worth, Xiao Qingfeng led Mei Ho Wang swiftly out of the mountain range. Upon exiting the Tianyao Mountains, he spotted Pan Yu and a young girl named Hu Xiaoqian standing by the roadside. Upon seeing Xiao Qingfeng emerge, they rushed towards him in delight. Pan Yu embraced him, exclaiming, "Xiao Gongzi, are you unharmed?" "Xiao Gongzi, it's wonderful to see you safe." Hu Xiaoqian chimed in, standing by with a bright smile. "I'm fine. Have all of you made it out?" he inquired. "Everyone is out, though many perished," Pan Yu sighed. "Oh, a monkey," Hu Xiaoqian gasped, clutching Xiao Qingfeng in fright, her eyes darting nervously behind him. Feeling her soft form against him, Xiao Qingfeng reassured, "Do not fear, I have tamed it, and it will not dare to act up again." To his misfortune, upon hearing that it was the very giant ape from earlier, Hu Xiaoqian's face paled, and Pan Yu trembled slightly. Xiao Qingfeng helplessly instructed Mei Ho Wang to keep its distance, allowing the 2 girls to relax a bit. Hu Xiaoqian's face turned crimson as she released her grip on Xiao Qingfeng's arm. Pan Yu gazed at Xiao Qingfeng with admiration. To be able to tame a second-tier demon beast was truly remarkable. While it may be relatively easy for a demon beast to defeat it, subduing such a creature was an entirely different challenge. Upon returning home, Xiao Qingfeng summoned the Eagle King and fed it the blood spirit fruit. Now, standing on the ground, it had grown over a meter tall. Xiao Qingfeng channeled his magical energy into the Eagle King's body to aid in digesting the spirit fruit, carefully observing its condition. The connection between Xiao Qingfeng and the Eagle King was profound, with their vital energies flowing rapidly. After being nourished by the spirit fruit, the energy became increasingly luminous, and a faint aura of demon energy began to manifest within. Suddenly, a tremor ran through the structure within Xiao Qingfeng's mind, and a surge of demon energy flooded into the Eagle King's body, accelerating its transformation. Xiao Qingfeng was unaware of when he had absorbed such a significant amount of demon energy. The Eagle King swiftly expanded, transforming into a colossal eagle nearly 2 meters tall, with wings that spanned several meters. It stood there, gradually closing its eyes and succumbing to slumber. Xiao Qingfeng withdrew his spiritual energy, and the demon energy ceased to flow out. The demon energy within the Eagle King ebbed and flowed, fluctuating frequently. For the past few days, Xiao Qingfeng had refrained from going out to cultivate, choosing instead to watch over it at home, while also training the beautiful Monkey King. Several ladies in the household were quite curious, often teasing it. Xiao Qingfeng strictly forbade it from baring its teeth, and after a small tree sprouted from its mouth one time, it never dared to do so again. Suddenly, Xiao Qingfeng looked towards the Eagle King and saw that it had opened its eyes. Its gaze now vibrant, and its aura had stabilized completely. Silently, he activated his golden finger to check, feeling a surge of joy within. Pet, Eagle King, 56,686. Indeed, demon beasts possess long lifespans. Chapter 71. The advancement of techniques and the surge of spiritual awareness for over 6 centuries, surpassing even the lifespan of Xiao Qingfeng by several multiples. The pet had outlived its master. Is it not a matter of courtesy? To alleviate the burdens of the Eagle King and to navigate the uncertainties of life, Xiao Qingfeng resolved to assist in its enhancement. The techniques in urgent need of upgrade included beast taming, the Moni Yin Fa Xiang, sword control, and the divine sky thunder sword technique. The foundational talisman crafting technique, having degraded into a mere tool for profit with no combat efficacy, was no longer worthy of further progression. As for the fundamental formation techniques, they were overly profound, and the monopolization of advanced teachings left no avenues for study. Xiao Qingfeng wished to discover whether achieving perfection in beast taming would evoke a new response from his unique abilities. If he could contract another spirit beast, it would be splendid. Thus, the endeavor commenced, Eagle King. Through relentless practice of beast taming, by continually contracting spirit beasts, and with years of careful observation, after 5 years of diligent effort, he finally reached the realm of great accomplishment, significantly reducing the time required to contract spirit beasts to merely 3 days. Continuing his daily practice of beast taming, through years of relentless improvement, the number of contracted spirit beasts steadily increased. After a decade of perseverance, he finally attained the realm of perfection, making the contracting of spirit beasts as effortless as child's play. Even upon reaching perfection, he still could not contract 2 spirit beasts simultaneously. Yet, Xiao Qingfeng discerned the reason. His soul was still not sufficiently robust. Next, he would attempt the Moni Yin Fa Xiang, a technique renowned for its profound enhancement of spiritual awareness. With unwavering dedication to his practice of Moni Yin Fa Xiang, striving for self-improvement and steadfastly pursuing the goal of longevity, he experienced a significant surge in spiritual awareness after 30 years, realizing that all worldly phenomena are but illusions, and that only by relentlessly walking the path of success could one become the center of the universe. Persisting in the cultivation of Moni Yin Fa Xiang and shedding all attachments to worldly matters, he finally reached a breakthrough in spiritual awareness after 70 years. Achieving self-perfection to the extent that he could effortlessly convey his thoughts to others while shielding himself from external influences. Continuing his diligent practice, resolved to remain the sole awakened being in the world, he experienced a profound awakening in spiritual awareness after 99 years, understanding that true fulfillment lies in integrating with the world and harmonizing various phenomena into his thoughts, allowing him to easily influence the beings around him. As Xiao Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes, the visions in his gaze were layered with illusions. Little did he expect that mastering this technique not only amplified his spiritual awareness, but also enabled him to conceal his own aura and conjure illusions in his vicinity. Provided there was no resistance from others, this technique could be effortlessly disseminated, planting a radiant image of himself in the hearts of all. He noted that since his spiritual awareness had taken on vibrant hues, practicing various techniques yielded peculiar results. Upon observing the lifespan of the Eagle King, he noted it was still abundant, yet he understood that he had but this singular opportunity for consumption in the foreseeable future. The only remaining technique was sword control, the foundational art for future swordplay and the very spell upon which his current flying speed relied. In moments of peril, even at the cost of his own lifespan, it was imperative to cultivate this skill. Dedicating himself to the rigorous study of sword control, immersed in practice, he ultimately entered the realm of minor accomplishment after 5 years, mastering the command of the flying sword with ease. With unwavering resolve and deep immersion, after 10 years of effort, he finally reached the realm of great accomplishment, where the control of the flying sword became instinctive. Continuing his relentless pursuit of mastery, he was not to rest until the technique was perfected. After 16 years of dedication, he finally attained the realm of perfection, executing flying sword commands with flawless precision. However, the divine sky thunder sword technique had yet to be cultivated, as this art required thunder crystals for effective manifestation. Yet, with over 5 centuries of lifespan remaining, he felt an insatiable curiosity. What if one day he were struck by lightning, gaining the thunder source necessary to wield it? Moreover, his spiritual awareness had expanded to an immense range of 24 miles, surpassing the average mid-stage foundation cultivator by over double. Only a few miles separated him from achieving late-stage strength. Should he succeed in cultivating the thunder technique, it could elevate his spiritual awareness to the late stage, a tantalizing prospect for Xiao Qingfeng, who was prone to perfectionism. Through daily practice of the thunder technique, immersed in cultivation, after 8 years of relentless effort, he struggled to make headway. He began observing the celestial phenomena of thunder and lightning each year, ultimately gaining insights. After 25 years of diligent observation, he finally broke through to the entry level, discovering a direction for his practice. Continuing his fervent training, after 50 years of labor, his spiritual awareness surged, allowing him to break through to the minor accomplishment stage, becoming quite familiar with thunder and lightning. After 78 years of dedicated practice, he experienced another surge in spiritual awareness, finally breaking through to the great accomplishment stage, mastering thunder and lightning with ease. After 98 years of relentless cultivation, his spiritual awareness surged once more, achieving the realm of perfection in his command of thunder and lightning. Xiao Qingfeng reveled in the profound insights gained from his cultivation, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Each time he attained perfection in a technique, it was accompanied by a sensation of enlightenment. However, he discerned that without the necessary materials for cultivation, the difficulty of mastering these techniques had significantly increased. He felt that this particular technique could have been perfected in 50 or 60 years, yet it had consumed several additional decades. Nonetheless, after such extensive practice, his spiritual awareness had indeed expanded considerably, reaching the strength of late-stage foundation cultivators, spanning an impressive 36 miles, surpassing ordinary late-stage foundation practitioners. Gazing at his unique abilities, Xiao Qingfeng's countenance broke into a charming smile. Name: Xiao Qingfeng. Lifespan: 124-348. Realm: Foundation Establishment: 1192-10,000. Techniques: Jianmu, Changxing Gong, Half Perfection; Moni Yin Fa Xiang, Perfection; Beast Taming, Perfection; Sword Control, Perfection; Thunder Technique, Perfection; Xian Yao Bu, Great Accomplishment; Basic Talisman Crafting, Minor Accomplishment; Basic Formation, Entry Level. Pet: Eagle King. 279-686. The Eagle King still possessed such a considerable lifespan. Perhaps it was best to let it be, for its existence was not without struggle. As he gazed at the array of perfected techniques, Xiao Qingfeng's eyes suddenly drifted towards the direction of the Yuya market, several thousand miles away. Recently, his thoughts had been tumultuous. Could it be that the cause was a certain someone he could not forget? In the present day, the outskirts of the market cannot engage in business. Thus the members of the Chun family are bound to venture into the mountains. This enmity remains unavenged, and the lingering resentment is difficult to dissipate. Whenever he encounters obstacles in his cultivation or seeks to transcend to a higher realm, the figures of those once familiar seem to descend upon him like malevolent phantoms. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Xiao Qingfeng gradually perceives the nuances of upgrading various techniques he once mastered. Although he is still unable to re-establish a pact with the magnificent Monkey King, Xiao Qingfeng senses that if his spiritual awareness were to ascend to the golden elixir stage and transform into divine consciousness, he would undoubtedly be able to initiate the contract with her. He is merely uncertain of her age. If she is too ancient, it would not suffice, for he still awaits her to contribute her lifespan. Chapter 72. The Monkey King's Training and a Return to Familiar Grounds. Xiao Qingfeng gazed at the beautiful Monkey King before him, lamenting the inability to forge a contract with her. His primary intention was to retain a formidable force at home. Without the means to control her, he would have to keep her by his side at all times, which was both a pity and a risk. Observing the gray-furred Monkey King, who appeared far from imposing. He felt it was a shame to bestow such a splendid name upon her. Gently placing his hand upon her forehead, his powerful spiritual consciousness penetrated her mind. There, he beheld a miniature version of a monkey, baring its teeth and glaring defiantly at Xiao Qingfeng. The beast's physical body was robust, yet its spirit was weak and volatile. Conversely, the human race possessed fragile bodies, yet their souls were profoundly powerful and pure. This was the way of heaven. Noticing the Monkey King's furious expression, he recognized the deep-seated resentment and unwillingness within her subconscious. Xiao Qingfeng had often encountered such reactions while practicing beast-taming techniques. Manifesting a dark golden whip from his spiritual consciousness, he expertly wielded it with a force that would not kill her, yet would inflict considerable pain, swiftly striking down regardless of her attempts to evade. Mastery of beast taming hinged upon such fluidity in whip techniques. Devoid of physical protection, the Monkey King's spirit was defenseless, and soon she curled up submissively. Impudent monkey, I shall teach you a longevity technique. You must practice it 1,000 times each day, understand? Should you fail, you will be covered in trees. Although she could not speak, she comprehended the human tongue well and fervently nodded in response. Xiao Qingfeng imprinted the complete Mani Yin Fa Xiang directly into her spirit. The perfected form of the technique compelled her to begin practicing without any signs of resistance. It was not until she fully crystallized her image within her mind that Xiao Qingfeng withdrew from her consciousness. He observed her seated in the courtyard, utterly absorbed in her training. Xiao Qingfeng noted that the simplicity of the beast's thoughts allowed her to progress much faster in her cultivation than humans. My dear, what is the Monkey King doing sitting there? Su Ling asked curiously. I have taught her the Mani Yin Fa Xiang, and she is currently in training. Can beasts learn this technique? Didn't you just impart it to me? Are you not concerned it may harm you? Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. Rest assured, I have made some progress with this technique and can now freely impart it. That is splendid. Please teach it to Xianmei as well. It will enable her to enter the qi refinement stage sooner. Indeed, once she is rested, we shall begin. In the afternoon, Xiao Qingfeng again taught the Mani Yin Fa Xiang to Murong Xian and the Eagle King. The bond he shared with the Eagle King facilitated a smooth transmission. Xiao Qingfeng discovered that teaching this method also enhanced the beast's intellect. After all, practicing this technique would naturally lead them to admire and beautify themselves, ultimately strengthening their minds over time. As the number of practitioners of this technique increased, a faint wispy white mist gradually manifested around the frame of Xiao Qingfeng's consciousness. Through this mist, he could clearly discern the cultivation status and thoughts of each individual practicing the technique. Especially when they were in training or focusing their thoughts on him, the clarity was heightened, and there were no limitations of distance. Xiao Qingfeng chose to keep this secret to himself. Otherwise, who would dare to practice this technique in the future, even among those closest to him? As more cultivators entered the Tianyao mountain range, encounters with second-tier beasts became increasingly frequent, and casualties were rising. After several days of training at home, Xiao Qingfeng decided to return to the mountains once he was certain that the Monkey King's hostility had been thoroughly quelled, and she would obey Su Ling and the others. The casualties resulting from the mountain opening were specifically concealed by those with ulterior motives, while the rare and precious spiritual herbs and various gains were heavily publicized. This drew a continuous influx of wandering cultivators to the market, gradually increasing the number of participants. On the second floor of the Qin Merchant Alliance, Old Gua, why has the headquarters personally dispatched you? Qin Jiang expressed his astonishment. Elder Gua Jinxin had long since retired and was highly respected within the Qin Merchant Alliance, being one of the founding elders. This expedition is of great significance, and we old fellows have all come out. Let us not dwell on other matters. Be wary of the beasts and even more cautious of others. Avoid leaving behind any rumors, Elder Gua emphasized with a grave tone, exuding an air of menace. Typically, only those at the foundation establishment stage participate in such expeditions. It is rare for Golden Core cultivators to join. With the high-grade talismans provided by the Alliance, your safety should not be a major concern. Remember to act within your limits. Qin Jiang nodded. Rest assured, Elder Gua, I understand. Throughout various locations in the market, similar exchanges were occurring. Since the opening of the expedition, the first batch of Tianyao pearls was nearing completion. However, the frequent appearances of second-tier beasts severely hindered the progress of the expedition. The Tianyao mountain range was vast and uncharted, and it was rumored that deep within resided shape-shifting great beasts, though none had yet laid eyes upon them. As more people gathered in the outer areas, seeking greater rewards only led them deeper into the mountains. Xiao Qingfeng was now able to cultivate over 300 miles into the range. After completing his training today, he chose not to return, but instead sped westward along the periphery of the Tianyao mountain range. His perfected sword control technique allowed him to increase his speed by more than 5-fold. Traversing the neighboring Jinmu forest market, he gradually approached the realm of the Yueyang market, covering a distance of over 3,000 miles by midday. With the perfected Mani Yin Fa Xiang, Xiao Qingfeng skillfully concealed his cultivation level, appearing as if he were at the later stage of qi refinement. Having undergone significant transformation, even former acquaintances might not recognize him at first glance. Not lingering in the Tianyao mountain range, he directly arrived at Yueyang Market. The spiritual vein of Yueyang Market lies on Yueyang Island in the center of Taihu Lake, which can be considered the inner city of the market, while the vast outskirts of Taihu Lake are home to numerous wandering cultivators. The environment here is quite picturesque, yet the Chun family's management is notoriously brutal, giving the area a poor reputation. Hence there are fewer wandering cultivators here compared to Foming Mountain. Xiao Qingfeng could indeed wait a little longer to seek revenge after raising his cultivation further, yet recent memories had begun to haunt him, as if a voice urged him forward. As night gradually descended, Xiao Qingfeng lingered in a tavern until the moon reached its zenith, then quietly made his way to a valley located to the right of Taihu Lake. At the entrance of the valley stands a stone tablet inscribed with the 4 characters Xinhe Shanzhuang, which serves as the primary economic source for the Qin family, breeding thousands of precious cranes. The guardians of this place are the direct descendants of the Qin family, perpetually watched over by a foundational cultivator. The hour is late, enveloped in silence, occasionally interrupted by the calls of a few cranes, while a colossal formation blankets the entire valley. Xiao Qingfeng, having thoroughly assessed his aura and ensuring no trace was left behind, enacted the wood escape technique, instantaneously materializing within the valley. Xiao Qingfeng had long ascertained that such rudimentary formations were utterly incapable of hindering his escape techniques. Upon arriving before the grand building of the estate, Xiao Qingfeng refrained from employing spells. Instead, he activated the Mani Yin Fa, harnessing the power of his spiritual awareness to conceal his presence, conjuring illusions around himself to achieve the effect of invisibility. Chapter 73. The Secret of the Tianyao Pearl. In a rudimentary chamber, furnished with merely a bed, a table, and a chair, it was evident that the occupant held little regard for external comforts. Chen Tao, the 3rd son of the Qin family, had just begun his journey into the foundational realm of cultivation. While he was engrossed in his practice, he was startled by the entrance of an individual. Raising his head to find his elder brother before him. "Elder brother, what brings you here?" "No, wait. You." Before Chen Tao could fully grasp the situation, Xiao Qingfeng, employing his formidable spiritual sense, invaded his mind, striking at his soul with a swift mental lash, rendering him unconscious in mere moments. This was an exceedingly perilous tactic, permissible only when the adversary was utterly unguarded, and it carried immense risks. However, to capture him quietly without causing a commotion, such desperate measures were deemed necessary. Xiao Qingfeng retracted his spiritual sense, sealing Chun Tao's acupoints and dantian with his magical power, confiscating several of his storage bags and spirit beast bags, and subsequently stowing him within his own spirit beast bag. This bag, capable of containing spirit beasts, could also accommodate humans, provided they were rendered unconscious to avoid damage. Being a marketplace for spirit mounts, it was not surprising that he soon discovered a dozen or so bags within the drawers of the room. With the foundational cultivator captured, the remaining disciples of the Qin family, still in the qi refining stage, were swiftly eliminated without a whisper. During the execution of these stealthy acts, Xiao Qingfeng observed a peculiar phenomenon. Since his spiritual sense had been tainted by the poisonous mist, it had grown exceptionally acute. Upon reaching the late foundational stage, it began to exhibit traits akin to divine awareness. Following the demise of the individuals, ethereal lights surrounded their souls, entwined with a mass of purple essence, which was then absorbed by the Tianyao Pearl. Xiao Qingfeng was taken aback. The Tianyao Pearl was indeed a collector of souls and essence, a fact he had never encountered in discussions. He meticulously committed this revelation to memory. Upon reaching the residence of the Xian'er in the valley, Xiao Qingfeng cloaked his aura to resemble that of their kin, stealthily capturing them one by one, crushing them, repeating the act. This one is already transformed into a demon and is quite beautiful. I shall take it in my spirit beast bag. This one too has transformed, but alas, it is male. It shall be crushed. Xiao Qingfeng further discovered that those who had not transformed into demons manifested as gray souls upon death, of no interest to the Tianyao Pearl. Only the souls of those who had undergone transformation, radiating spiritual light, would be drawn into the pearl. Ultimately, he secured 5 transformed Xianhe and several hundred eggs, discarding the rest in the valley. The entire operation took less than half an hour. A mere 10 minutes later, he employed the same method in another gorge, capturing a female foundational cultivator. After slaying hundreds of fine steeds, he took only 2 transformed horses, dismissing the males due to his compulsive nature. With all tasks completed, Xiao Qingfeng swiftly exited the marketplace and entered the Tianyao Mountains. After verifying that his captives would remain unconscious for a few days, he commenced his flight homeward. The chill of May's mountain winds had receded. As dawn broke, streams of people began to flow into the mountains, yet the 3 demon-slaying teams formed by the Chun family had yet to set forth. In the central hall of Yiya Island, the family head, Chun Danzi, stood at the forefront, glaring furiously at those assembled. His heaving chest betrayed his extreme anger, with shattered porcelain and spilled tea strewn across the floor. The 8 foundational cultivators behind him hung their heads in silence. Have you done anything recently to offend others? The assembly collectively shook their heads. A striking female cultivator stepped forward, the head's younger sister, Chen Mainyang, a mid-foundational practitioner. Brother, could it be that other marketplaces have sent individuals to disrupt our endeavors? Absolutely not, Chen Danzi replied firmly. The expedition is sanctioned by the Xianjin Ling, and no faction would dare to interfere. The formation remains intact, and there are no signs of combat. It is evident that the perpetrator is likely a late foundational cultivator, with a higher probability of being a rogue cultivator. What Mainyang posits is plausible. Had it not been for a rogue, such a vile act would not have been committed. Over 1,000 Xianhe lost their lives for no fault of their own. As Chun Danzi spoke, his lips quivered, his expression contorting in rage. There is no need for alarm. For this individual who abducted Chun Tao and Yu Hua must be seeking conditions from us, and they will eventually reveal themselves, mused the family elder, Chen Muxian, stroking his long beard thoughtfully. Indeed, Elder Chen speaks wisely. For the time being, we must avoid dispersing our forces and refrain from acting alone. The demon-slaying teams will remain on standby at home for a few days. Chen Danzi's gaze grew cold as he looked into the distance. Do not let me discover your identity. Once everyone had dispersed, Chen Mainyang approached the family head, whispering, Brother, should we invite Master Zhang Wanbao to oversee matters for a few days? Chen Danzi shook his head. Let us first ascertain who this is. If they truly possess the strength of the Golden Core realm, they would have attacked directly last night. Mainyang nodded in agreement and exited, leaving Chen Danzi in the hall. He fell into deep contemplation. As the sun began to rise, Xiao Qingfeng arrived at the cave once inhabited by the Monkey King. He unceremoniously tossed the captured man out, splashing him with a bucket of clear water, yet there was no response. Producing a long sword, he struck the man's face vigorously, leaving several gruesome wounds, at which point the man gradually regained consciousness. Do you comprehend why you have been brought here? Chen Tao felt the searing pain on his cheek as he gazed at the face before him, unable to recall how he had offended this individual. Chen Tao shook his head sincerely. Senior, we do not know each other. Have I wronged you in any way? The Chun family is a nest of evildoers, unworthy of pity, would you not agree? Indeed, the Chun family has erred in many ways. I often advise the family head to adopt a more tempered approach. If the Chun family has offended you in any regard, I apologize on their behalf. I am unaware of the cause for your grievance, but I shall promptly urge the family head to rectify it. I ask you, how did your 3 families agree to send those 3,000 spirit farmers to explore the cave ruins years ago? What did you ultimately gain? Chen Tao thought to himself. Could this individual be coveting the treasures from that expedition? Ah! A scream echoed within the cave. Seeing Chen Tao lost in thought, Xiao Qingfeng wasted no time and cleaved down with his sword, severing an arm with a swift stroke. Speak no further, or your head shall roll. I spoke, senior, I spoke. Chen Tao dared not hesitate any longer. In those years, the losses among the 3 families were substantial, prompting the head of the Li family to propose allowing rogue cultivators to venture forth for exploration, leading to the establishment of a supervisory team among the 3 families. The Lu family, however, consistently aligned with my Chun family and remained silent. At that time, the family head, Chun Danzi, was engrossed in seclusion, and the esteemed elder Chun Muxian presided in his stead. He argued that rogue cultivators were of mixed quality and difficult to manage, thus dismissing the proposal from the Li family. Coincidentally, the elder managed the family's spiritual fields and suggested that spiritual farmers be sent instead. As a result, the Chun family benefited considerably thereafter. Xiao Qingfeng harbored deep resentment, for that mere desire to claim a greater share led to the demise of thousands. Ultimately, what treasures were unearthed? It is said they acquired some spiritual fruits and herbs, allowing the family head to privately concoct several batches of foundation-building pills over the years, with the Li and Lu families receiving a few as well. They only discovered a handful of spiritual herbs. The sword in Xiao Qingfeng's hand was eager for action. Additionally, there were several fragments of magical artifacts, whose utility had long diminished, save for a peculiar object resembling a bundle of colorful cotton, impervious to water and fire, and resistant to blades and swords. Chapter 74. The Fate of the Treasure. The failure of the acupoint unblocking. Xiao Qingfeng's heart raced uncontrollably. Indeed, there existed objects related to the colorful poison. Where could such an item be found? To mask his inner turmoil, he struck his thigh with his sword once more. "If you promise not to kill me, I will reveal the treasure's whereabouts," he uttered. Chen Tao was engulfed in fear. "Rest assured, I shall not harm you. Now speak." Xiao Qingfeng replied with a calm demeanor. Somehow, Elder He of the Xianjian sect learned of the treasure and came to claim it. Xianjian sect? Xiao Qingfeng felt a weight settle in his heart. "Yes, senior, I have divulged all I know to you," Chen Tao stammered, sensing the darkening expression on Xiao Qingfeng's face. "Is it possible to retrieve something taken by the Xianjian sect? You are all useless." As he gazed upon the Chun family member before him, memories of the tragic demise of the 3,000 spirit farmers flooded his mind. With a fierce swing of his sword, Chun Tao's limbs were severed, falling to the ground like paper. His magical energy sealed, he writhed in excruciating pain, howling in despair. With a venomous glare directed at Xiao Qingfeng, he cursed incessantly until his voice dwindled, finally succumbing to bloodshed. Xiao Qingfeng set the scene ablaze, erasing all traces of what had transpired, leaving only one person alive. With a ferocious display of power, he coldly inquired, "Do you wish to live or die?" Xiao Qingfeng had no desire for idle chatter. "I want to live. I will offer whatever you desire from my family. Please, spare me," Chen Yuhua pleaded. While cultivating in her chamber, Chen Yuhua suddenly lost consciousness, awakening only to find herself in a cave. "I will impart a technique to you. Do not resist, and cultivate diligently. Once you have mastered it, you may leave," he instructed. "Ah, what technique, senior? My aptitude is poor. I fear I cannot cultivate it well," she stammered, panic rising within her. "To bring you here is to compel you to practice this sinister art. Will you cultivate it? If not, I shall send you back home." "I will practice. I will practice." The thought of returning home was far from appealing, prompting Chen Yuhua to acquiesce hastily. Xiao Qingfeng's finger pressed against her forehead, gradually guiding her. Chen Yuhua closed her eyes, unable to resist the urge to begin her cultivation. This technique was indeed tyrannical. Once imprinted, it compelled one to cultivate automatically. An hour later, images coalesced in her mind, and Xiao Qingfeng withdrew his finger. Moments later, Chen Yuhua concluded her practice, her gaze a complex mixture directed at Xiao Qingfeng. "Senior, this," she began, never having encountered such an extraordinary technique before. "This is the Mani Yin Fa, a method for refining the soul. It must not be shared without my permission." Though she had begun to cultivate the technique, Chen Yuhua couldn't help but internally scoff at the audacity of such a person. The art was clearly nefarious. "You must wear a veil to conceal your identity." On their journey home, Xiao Qingfeng inquired once more about events of the past, receiving the same response. He decided to bury the matter of the colorful cotton cloud in his heart for the time being, believing that as long as he lived long enough, he could go anywhere, including the Xianjian sect. As for Chun Muxian, he would allow him to live a few more days. Observing Chen Yuhua's cultivation and the effects of practicing under hostile conditions before resolving matters with him. Upon returning home, he found no trace of the three ladies. Xiao Qingfeng remained unfazed. Through a gentle mental probe, he discerned their whereabouts. "You stay in that pavilion and cultivate diligently," he instructed, pointing to the wooden pavilion built for the beautiful Monkey King. Unworried about her escape, he left her there and proceeded to the neighboring Spirit Fox gang. he spotted the beautiful Monkey King squatting at the entrance, eyes closed in meditation. Inside the hall, several women adorned in new robes praised one another, their allure captivating. "Husband, you have returned." "Elder brother." "Young Master Xiao." Huing was the most delighted, presenting a robe to Xiao Qingfeng. "Young Master, I have purchased a garment for you. Do try it on." Having exchanged her usual attire for a pink gown, Huing appeared considerably more demure. "Hu Gang Master, please maintain decorum and speak properly. What do you mean by buying me a robe?" Xiao Qingfeng had never acquired such items unrelated to cultivation, hence the radiant smiles on the faces of the ladies, filled with novelty. "Husband, Hu Gang Master has declared she will marry no one but you," Su Ling teased, casting a mischievous glance at Xiao Qingfeng. "Hu Gang Master, that day was merely a spontaneous act. It should not be taken seriously," Xiao Qingfeng replied, feeling a bead of sweat form. "Regardless, I am sincere about this. Please try it on and see if you like it," Huing insisted, moving to remove Xiao Qingfeng's outer garment. Xiao Qingfeng, alarmed, swiftly sidestepped. "Hu Gang Master, this truly cannot be taken lightly. Whether you take it seriously or not is your concern. You saved our lives. What is wrong with me buying you a robe? If you refuse, I shall move into your home tonight. Do you wish for me to bestow this robe upon another man?" Xiao Qingfeng glanced back at the other ladies, hoping for their assistance. Chen Yuhua surveyed the courtyard before sitting down to quietly practice the acupoint unblocking technique. The sealing method was rather crude, and Chen Yuhua felt confident in her abilities. Her family was a great clan with a millennia-long history, primarily focused on alchemy, attracting many seekers of their secret arts and treasures. With her dantian sealed, Chen Yuhua employed a secret method to gradually absorb the earth's energy through her feet. Though volatile and difficult to control, this energy, while distinct from spiritual energy, was perfectly suited for temporarily impacting the acupoints. Soon, several strands of earth energy accumulated beneath her feet, causing her to smile with delight as she directed it towards her chest's acupoint. Within the acupoint lay a ball of emerald green energy, its surface shimmering with hues of color. A surge of earth energy, roaring like an enraged dragon, rushed forth. Typically, at this moment, the energy would shatter and dissipate. Yet today, the energy began to swell, its colorful exterior remarkably resilient, refusing to break. Eventually, it engulfed the earth energy, returning to a state of normalcy without a hint of change. Chen Yuhua was left dumbfounded. Her tried-and-true acupoint unblocking technique had failed her. In a state of panic, she made multiple attempts until drenched in sweat, ultimately conceding defeat. It seemed prudent to focus on her cultivation instead. Xiao Qingfeng returned donned in the robe, feeling quite out of place, while the three ladies observed him with playful glances, occasionally teasing him. This robe possesses remarkable defensive capabilities, capable of warding off dust and fire, and has been specially designed to accommodate numerous storage bags, rendering it exceedingly convenient. Xiao Qingfeng had long desired to procure one, and now he found himself spared the effort. "When will you bring Sister Hu back home? It seems rather inappropriate to have her residing outside for so long," Su Ling inquired earnestly, stifling a laugh. Xiao Qingfeng disregarded her inquiry and pointed at Chen Yuhua, who was diligently sweating away in her practice. "This individual is my captive, her powers sealed by me. She will remain here for the time being, so please keep an eye on her." "My lord, from where did you acquire such a lovely young lady? She is indeed quite striking," Su Ling remarked. "Her family bears a profound grudge against me. Do not take this lightly," Xiao Qingfeng stated gravely. "Ah, Brother Xiao, if her family is so despicable, why keep her at all? She still holds some utility for now," Xiao Qingfeng replied, producing several spirit beast bags to distribute among the three. He summoned forth the celestial cranes and demon horses contained within. "Here are several celestial cranes. Each of you shall take one. The remaining 2 cranes and 2 demon horses shall be cared for the time being." Upon finishing, he handed over a storage bag containing several breeding manuals and their sustenance. "Study these diligently, with 2 individuals practicing qi at home. These resources will greatly ease the task of raising them." Additionally, the manuals from the Qin family include straightforward methods for the direct control of demon beasts, eliminating the need for prolonged training. This also deepened Xiao Qingfeng's understanding of beast taming. Lan Cai, Murong Xian, and Su Ling were overjoyed, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at the beautiful celestial cranes, envisioning the day they would ride them into the skies. Chapter 75. The invitation from the Song family. Since Huing had recovered from her injuries, she frequently brought small gifts. Sometimes it was hair ornaments for Su Ling and the others to appraise. Other times a pot of cooked spirit fish or demon meat. She paid no heed to Xiao Qingfeng's gaze, continuing to act according to her own whims. Often, she lingered at home, imparting her cultivation insights to Murong Xian and others, as well as recounting her experiences of slaying demons in the Tian Yao mountain range. Gradually, Xiao Qingfeng ceased to comment on her behavior. Xiao Qingfeng opened Chun Tao's storage bag to inspect its contents, which astonishingly contained over 200 medium-grade spirit stones, a medium-grade flying sword, several manuals on raising immortal cranes, and another storage bag filled entirely with spirit pills for the cranes. Chen Yuhua's storage bag, however, contained only ordinary items, prompting him to leave it untouched for the time being. If the visualization method proved effective, he would indeed have to let her return. At the peak of Fengming Mountain, in Fengzi Pavilion, Xiaoyu, how many Tian Yao pearls have we collected today? Xiang'er, adorned with a ceremonial crown, draped in a violet cloak, and holding a petite bell, which was her renowned magical artifact, the Changming Bell, inquired. Currently, we have retrieved 5,600 Tian Yao pearls, placing us in the 28th position, Xiaoyu sighed. Xiang'er furrowed her brow lightly. This is too slow. In a few days, the inspector will come to collect the pearls. Although it is only the first month, we cannot afford to be complacent. Issue orders to increase the exchange rate of treasures in the warehouse, and we shall form 3 additional demon-slaying teams. Let half of the guard team be reassigned, and have Zhuo lead a team as well. Understood. Does the head of the family have any further instructions? Xiaoyu respectfully inquired. Xiang'er pondered for a moment. That young master Xiao outside the city, you should personally go and invite him to see me. Yes, head of the family. Upon hearing the invitation from the Song family head, Xiao Qingfeng's heart jolted, yet he felt compelled to comply. He had already received a favor during his foundation establishment, and it remained to be seen what her request would entail. It was unlikely she sought merely a conversation. As he observed the elegant young woman before him, Xiaoyu, he asked, do you know what the head of the family wishes to see me about? Xiaoyu replied, I am not certain, but it seems unlikely to be anything unpleasant. There is no need for you to overthink it. Young Master Xiao. Miss Xiaoyu, I found 2 immortal crane eggs in the mountains yesterday. Would you prefer to eat them or attempt to hatch them? I am not well versed in this matter, so you may take them. Xiao Qingfeng extended the eggs toward her. Xiaoyu hurriedly accepted them, exclaiming, the cranes are so adorable. How could we possibly eat them? I shall find someone to learn how to hatch them. Indeed. I too could not bear to consume them, but I lack the knowledge to care for them. Seeing you, Miss Xiaoyu, I feel as though I have found a suitable owner for them. She smiled brightly. You are quite kind, young Master Xiao. Not at all. It is merely a reflection of your own benevolence, Miss Xiaoyu. We are nearly there, young Master Xiao. Rest assured, the head of the family is quite amiable. Thank you. Miss Xiaoyu. Xiao Qingfeng was taken aback to discover that the head of the Song family was, in fact, a woman. Upon reaching the entrance of Fengxi Pavilion, Xiaoyu allowed Xiao Qingfeng to enter alone. Inside the grand hall, he cast a fleeting glance before promptly bowing his head in respect. Was this truly the esteemed head of the family? Xiao Qingfeng had met Xiang'er before during his foundation establishment and felt immense gratitude for her support. In the depths of Fengming Mountain, you need not concern yourself with maintenance, Taoist Xiao, Xiang'er remarked. Xiang'er was secretly astonished. This individual's cultivation was remarkably stable, and his spiritual awareness was formidable, remaining unperturbed even under her pressure. I wonder, young Master Xiao, what are your thoughts on the current development of the wilds? Do you have any items you wish to exchange? Xiao Qingfeng was puzzled by her willingness to engage a stranger in such discussions. It was his first experience with wilderness development, and he felt somewhat lost. However, there was indeed one item he desired to exchange for, the Mu Ling. Oh, the Mu Ling. We do possess such an item, and it is currently unclaimed. However, it is exceedingly rare. I believe the Xianjian sect has only one, requiring 380,000 points. If we do not act promptly, it may be claimed by someone else. Alas, I am but a humble individual and may regretfully miss this opportunity, Xiao Qingfeng sighed. If I were to devise a way to secure it for you first, would you then come to me to exchange once you have accrued enough points? Xiao Qingfeng abruptly raised his head, surprised by Xiang'er's offer. What do you require of me? Xiang'er smiled gently, sensing his interest. I would like to invite you to join the Song family as an honorary elder. What do you think? This. Xiao Qingfeng's mind raced. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be manageable, but given the current state of wilderness development, how could he refuse? Xiang'er observed him quietly, eager to hear his response. Qingfeng has always wandered like the wind, lacking a fixed abode and rather indolent. I appreciate your kind offer, but I am unsure how I might assist. He ultimately declined. Xiang'er contemplated for a moment. The progress of wilderness development is sluggish, and the pressure from above increases daily. Would you, Taoist Xiao, be willing to lend a hand? Head of the Song family, Qingfeng is but a modest individual and does not know how to assist. Is there a particular requirement for this development? Xiao Qingfeng recalled the state of absorbing the spirits and blood of the Tian Yao pearls, leading him to speculate. I would like to request your assistance in leading a team into the mountains to slay demons. In return, I may even provide you with the Mu Ling in advance. As expected, Xiao Qingfeng thought to himself, head of the Song family, may I inquire whether the wilderness development is assessed by the area cleared, the depth reached, or the quantity of Tian Yao pearls collected? After a brief silence, Xiang'er replied, it is based on the quantity of Tian Yao pearls. Indeed. Might it be possible to borrow Tian Yao pearls from the market outside for exchange? Xiang'er stared at him, puzzled by his unusual notion, for this was far more challenging than merely leading a team into the mountains to slay demons. Within the same inspector's jurisdiction, it could circulate freely. But it was perilous. Venturing into another inspector's territory would lead to certain death. Xiang'er cast him a sidelong glance. So, is the Yuya market affiliated with us? It appeared that this individual harbored some animosity towards the Qin family. Xiang'er nodded, remaining silent. Then I shall go to the Yuya market to borrow Tian Yao pearls. Would the head of the family be willing to exchange with me? Of course, I have no objections. But I cannot speak for others. That's settled then. The head of the family has shown me kindness, which I shall never forget. If I cannot procure them from the Yuya market, I will certainly return with a team to venture into the mountains. Xiao Qingfeng exhaled a sigh of relief. Since he was to engage with the Qin family, he resolved to keep matters uncomplicated. Observing the tall figure stride out, Xiang'er beckoned, and Song Xiaoya promptly entered. Recently, she was to keep an eye on any developments in the Yufeng market and retrieve the Mu Ling from the list. As you command, master of the house, Song Xiaoya replied with a respectful bow before gracefully withdrawing. Chapter 76. Pan Yu's heartfelt wishes come true. Xiao Qingfeng found himself perplexed. He was merely a nascent cultivator, yet the head of the Song family had taken the time to summon him, seemingly with an intention of seeking gratitude in return. Was it truly necessary? It appeared that this venture into the wilderness either bore severe penalties for failure or offered exceptionally enticing rewards. Setting aside his distractions, Xiao Qingfeng calculated that a single Tian Yao pearl cost 10,000 points. He needed to acquire 38 from the Qin family for redemption. While this figure might seem trivial in the grand scheme of the market, it represented a substantial amount for an individual. One ought to note that slaying a late-stage first-tier beast yielded only 400 points, and a newly emerged second-tier beast merely 1,000. For someone acting alone, amassing such points would require considerable time and peril, which was precisely why Xiao Qingfeng had once resolutely abandoned the pursuit. However, now he had the opportunity to repay a debt of gratitude while also finding a suitable target. What harm could there be in trying? As he meandered from the inner city, he contemplated how to extract a portion of wealth from the Qin family. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced his ears, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries and pleas for mercy. In a corner to his right, a crowd had gathered, surrounding a young man who was mercilessly kicking a boy on the ground. Brother Wang, I will repay the money I borrowed. Please grant me a few more days. The burly youth retorted angrily. Is that borrowing? You deceived me. You robbed me. You said your second brother was recovering well and would be fine. Yet he died the very next day? What will you do if you die in the Tianyao Mountains without repaying? Those spirit stones were painstakingly accumulated by me. In a fit of rage, he demanded, hand over all your talismans and storage bags, or if you flee, who will I pursue? The youth named Wang expressed his grievances, growing increasingly furious. Brother Wang, I beg you, let me venture into the mountains, without talismans. No one will team up with me. Go to hell. With your meager skills, and without a weapon, are you seeking death? After listening for a while, Xiao Qingfeng grasped the situation. Apparently, the injured second brother had not survived. With the rising prices of talismans and medicinal pills, early-stage and mid-stage cultivators faced dire struggles, often left with no choice but to risk their lives in the mountains, destined to become cannon fodder. Xiao Qingfeng felt a peculiar affinity towards the situation and approached the scene. Earlier, when he had met the head of the Song family, He had not concealed his cultivation level. Now, as he approached, the crowd parted in astonishment. Among them was Zhang Yang, who, upon noticing Xiao Qingfeng, was filled with joy and immediately knelt in respect. "Senior," he exclaimed, "little brother, it is good to see you again. What brings you here?" "Nothing of consequence, senior," Zhang Yang replied, his head bowed, the imprints of his predicament evident. Xiao Qingfeng smiled gently, not concerned, merely curious about the encounter. "Junior, this young lad is foolishly chasing after wealth, wishing for a windfall in the mountains. His two brothers perished there, yet he remains unrepentant. I was just trying to advise him, when unexpectedly, he recognizes such a remarkable senior." The burly man named Wang bent down to explain, fearing Xiao Qingfeng might misunderstand. Xiao Qingfeng nodded, acknowledging the danger of the mountains and advising them to remain in the city if possible. As he turned to leave, Zhang Yang's hopeful voice called after him, "Senior, may I accompany you?" "I do not take in males." Haha. Zhang Yang watched Xiao Qingfeng's receding figure, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The burly man kicked him lightly, scolding, "You fool, how could you speak so carelessly? Return to the city." As he strolled slowly, he was unexpectedly halted by Pan Yu, who grasped his shoulder firmly. "Young Master Xiao, you have saved my life multiple times, and I have yet to repay you. Today, I happened to prepare a few dishes. Would you care to taste them?" Xiao Qingfeng regarded her bashful demeanor and was about to decline when she insistently pulled him towards her home, prompting a soft sigh from him. This was Xiao Qingfeng's first visit to Pan Yu's humble abode, which, though modest, was impeccably tidy. On a small round table lay freshly cooked beast meat, clearly prepared with care. Pan Yu beamed with joy as she shed her outer garment and approached with a jug of wine. Seeing Xiao Qingfeng sample each dish without hesitation filled her with delight as she filled their cups to the brim. "Young master, let us toast. I raise my glass to you in gratitude for saving me from peril. I have nothing to offer in return, but whatever you desire, I shall fulfill." Pan Yu's cheeks flushed as she gently leaned against Xiao Qingfeng's shoulder. "The few times I have assisted are but trifles. There is no need for concern, Miss Pan." Xiao Qingfeng, his vision slightly blurred, felt intoxicated even before drinking. "Your gratitude is the entirety of my existence. How could I not repay it?" Noticing that Xiao Qingfeng did not resist her closeness, Pan Yu grew bolder, settling upon his lap and pouring more wine. Xiao Qingfeng found himself unable to withstand such treatment, his hands instinctively exploring the depths of her being. As Pan Yu bit her lip, her cheeks aglow like the evening sky, the wine jug tilted dangerously to one side, leaving her oblivious to everything else. Pan Yu's wishes come true, ecstatic and entranced. Springtime warmth enveloping her, difficult to extricate herself, reward level 10. Pan Yu enamored, as if in possession of a rare treasure, heart surging with emotion, springtime affection stirring, reward level 8. Xiao Qingfeng fulfilled the dreams of his youth, feeling unrestrained joy as his spiritual awareness significantly elevated, illuminating his entire being. As Pan Yu had only reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, the effects were already doubled. Xiao Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. "How long have you been stuck at the 6th layer of qi refinement, Yu? What seems to be the issue?" "It must be my spiritual awareness. Every time I cultivate, I feel a sense of dread," she responded. "Having reached the 6th layer, your dantian is brimming with spiritual energy. To expand your dantian and enhance your awareness, one must possess formidable spiritual insight and unwavering conviction. Most practitioners at the 6th level of qi refinement are hindered by insufficient spiritual awareness and a lack of resolute determination, which prevents them from advancing to the later stages. I shall impart to you a technique that will enhance the strength of your spiritual awareness and fortify your convictions. With diligent practice, you will undoubtedly experience significant results." "Is that truly the case?" Pan Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. If she could progress to the later stages, her combat prowess would be immensely amplified, paving a broader path for her cultivation journey. This thought stirred within Pan Yu a renewed wave of exhilaration, as she envisioned a grand, welcoming array, resilient against relentless assaults. As the war concluded, Xiao Qingfeng commenced imparting the visualization technique to Pan Yu. Noticing her immersion in the practice, he quietly withdrew. Before leaving Pan Yu's abode, Xiao Qingfeng deposited several mid-grade spiritual talismans within her storage bag for her protection. Suddenly, he recalled the 5-cubic storage bag he had long kept, filled with miscellaneous items that had yet to be addressed. He summoned a fireball and incinerated the contents. In light of its inadequate offensive capability, The fireball technique proved quite suitable for clearing out the clutter. Chapter 77. Murong Xian's Qi Refinement. Upon returning home, Xiao Qingfeng found Chen Yuhua idly seated in the pavilion, her gaze curiously fixed on the Monkey King as he practiced. Occasionally, she wandered over to the newly erected row of wooden houses, where her family's celestial cranes and Qingjiao horses were kept. At that moment, the Monkey King sat solemnly in the small pavilion, engaged in silent meditation. Xiao Qingfeng gestured for her to come closer. Are you not busy? If you fail to enter the realm within 5 days, I shall consider keeping you here indefinitely or confining you within a beast pouch for an extended period. With a cold glance, Xiao Qingfeng gracefully entered the wooden house, leaving Chen Yuhua in a state of shock. The thought of being permanently imprisoned in a spiritual beast bag frightened her, causing her complexion to pale. She hurried into the pavilion and closed her eyes to begin her own cultivation. The promise made to the head of the Song family could not be delayed indefinitely. 5 days was the final deadline granted to Chen Yuhua, as subsequent actions depended on her compliance with Xiao Qingfeng's commands. Xiao Qingfeng commenced her practice in her room. After a prolonged period of cultivation, her purple true essence had noticeably increased. However, lacking a physical refinement technique, she was uncertain of her current realm, prompting her to gradually reduce the time spent on it. Pan Yu slowly opened her enchanting eyes, instantly sensing her transformation. Her previously stagnant spiritual awareness had experienced a marked improvement. Although the growth was modest, it had genuinely created a breakthrough in her path to immortality. A woman nourished by progress always blooms with exceptional beauty. Pan Yu, smiling like a blossoming flower, entered the headquarters, where she found Huing sitting, propping her chin with one hand, alternating between laughter and melancholy, clearly lost in thought. With a flirtatious smile, Pan Yu sauntered in, soon eliciting a chorus of exclamations from Huing. Pan Yu, how did you achieve this? You are incredible. Please teach me. Pan Yu swiftly covered her mouth. Be quiet. You cannot speak of this so loudly. The two engaged in hushed whispers as Xiao Qingfeng received delightful news. Hard work bore fruit. With Xiao Qingfeng's assistance, Murong Xian had finally entered the Qi refinement stage, while Su Ling, under the continuous infusion of medicinal pills, had reached the second level of Qi refinement. Thus, all three individuals brought from the mundane world had stepped onto the path of their dreams. As spiritual charms grew increasingly scarce, Xiao Qingfeng allocated more time to their creation. With her skills reaching new heights, the production of inferior spiritual charms had become rare, and she began to demand the use of medium-grade spiritual stones for trade. On Yueyao Island, Chen Danzi paced restlessly. Is there still no news? Chen Mainyang shook her head. Xiang'er has never faced hardship and has no idea of their current plight. Those damn thieves. Chen Danzi gritted his teeth. Let me find out who is responsible. After 3 torturous days of waiting, still no information had arrived. Mainyang, tomorrow let the demon-slaying team leave the city. Instruct them to be ready to support each other at any moment and not to stray too far. Chen Mainyang frowned. Brother, isn't this too risky? Chen Danzi's eyes were filled with frustration. Our Yueyao market is already ranked low. If we delay any longer, it may jeopardize our family's 1,000-year legacy. We cannot afford to postpone. Chen Mainyang nodded reluctantly and turned to relay the message. In the hall of the Shenlong gang, Xiang'er was furiously reprimanding Elder Li, who managed the logistics. You haven't even seen Steward Xiao? Elder Li's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. I have already proposed purchasing at current market prices, but the shopkeeper flatly refused, stating there is none available. Xiang'er's anger intensified as he realized the reason for the refusal. Having risked his life year after year, providing offerings without recognition, he now faced obstacles in acquiring the foundation-building pills that were within reach. It seemed that the promise made to help him find these pills was merely a beautiful lie. Is it impossible to buy them at a high price from other trading associations? Elderly shook his head. Currently, spiritual charms are in high demand, and the limited supply has already been reserved. The Shenlong gang relied too heavily on Steward Xiao, making it difficult to procure even with money. Where did those foxes acquire theirs? Some were pre-ordered from the Qin Merchant Alliance, and it is said that they could directly purchase from that young Master Xiao. There are even rumors that Hu Ying is now his woman. Xiang'er scoffed. That tomboy? Does young Master Xiao really fancy her? How shameless. The brothers in the gang seem undeterred. Elderly relaxed slightly. Everything is fine. Don't worry, leader. Everyone knows that once you succeed in foundation building, everything will change. Xiang'er nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. He would spare no effort in achieving foundation establishment. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could not be missed. The once elusive foundation-building pill was now within arm's reach, and all barriers to his progress would be crushed to dust. In that moment, Xiang'er felt an unprecedented hatred towards Steward Xiao. It's almost here. Soon, I will accumulate the required 100,000 points. In Fengshi Pavilion, Song Yiren sat gracefully in the main seat, quietly perusing a tome. Song Xiaoye approached her side. Head of the family. We have received a report from Yuya Market, though its veracity is uncertain. What is the news? Recently, a lone individual infiltrated the Qin family, abducting 2 of their foundation-building experts, killing over a dozen disciples, and crushing all their celestial cranes and fine horses. Song Yiren's expression hardened. Crushed? Song Xiaoye stifled a laugh. Indeed, all were crushed. A peculiar smile emerged on Song Yiren's face as Song Xiaoye produced 2 celestial crane eggs from her storage pouch. Head of the family, these were given to me by young Master Xiao a few days ago. He claimed to have found them in the Tianyao Mountains, and I believed him at the time. Unable to contain her laughter any longer, Song Yiren was now convinced. Old Shun, this will surely cause him pain. Internally, she praised the unexpected prowess of someone who could silently abduct 2 experts of the same level upon entering foundation building. It was truly astonishing. You shall continue to observe, for there is more to behold, as one witnesses how Chun Lao Gui confronts the situation. It remains a mystery how, given Chun Lao Gui's temperament, he has managed to offend him. As the sun rises and sets, Xiao Qingfeng immerses himself in his daily endeavors, occasionally visiting Pan-US residents, leading a life that feels remarkably fulfilling. Yet, the progress of Chun Yuhua's cultivation remains stagnant, illustrating that humans may indeed be inferior to beasts. The intricacies of human emotions reveal themselves. With the slightest hint of hostility, the efficacy of cultivation diminishes significantly. Xiao Qingfeng has relinquished any fantasies and is now contemplating how to utilize her as a means of revenge against the Qin family. If she cannot be subjugated, what purpose does her existence serve? Once the 5 days elapsed and the moon ascended to its zenith, Xiao Qingfeng refrained from idle chatter, swiftly rendering her unconscious and taking her away toward the Tianyao mountain range. As was customary, Xiao Qingfeng selected a secluded spot to commence his cultivation. His range of cultivation has now extended to over 300 meters and continues to grow. Shortly after he began, a resounding roar emanated from the depths of the mountain range. Chapter 78. The Dharma manifestation of the Tathagata. Xiao Qingfeng withdrew his energy and rose to his feet. As his spiritual consciousness activated the Dharma manifestation, his aura dissipated rapidly, and the images around him gradually transformed before vanishing with another use of the wood escape technique. In the canyon of the Tianyao mountain range, a serpent stretching over 100 meters surged forward, leaving a trail of shattered rocks and uprooted trees in its wake. Relentlessly pursuing a nearby cultivator, it often opened its gaping maw to bite. The cultivator danced on the precipice of death, narrowly escaping with every move. Xiao Chuyun sprinted ahead, suddenly shouting, "Senior brother." As his voice echoed, a massive formation activated instantly, obstructing the serpent's path. 5 figures clad in black brocade emerged from the shadows, continuously casting spells as the formation fully materialized, trapping the serpent at its center. The serpent, adorned with dark scales that shimmered with a chilling light, glared with cold ruthlessness as its enormous tail thrashed wildly around. Its forehead was raised high, emanating an overwhelming aura, revealing it to be a formidable demon nearing the golden core stage. Its long tail was lifted high, crashing down like a celestial pillar. "Xiao Chuyun, junior brother, the serpent is too large. We must wear it down. Do not rush," advised one of the senior brothers. "Understood, senior brother." The 6 stood at each corner, each responsible for a direction. "Senior brother Zhang, the serpent's strength is immense. I can scarcely hold on," cried a girl in the late Qi refinement stage from the southeast. Xiao Chuyun, alongside several fellow disciples, had entered the mountains for several days to lure out this serpent. "Release the enchanting smoke," exclaimed a young man named Zhang Jun, laughing heartily, exuding confidence. "Do not fear, Xiaoyu, watch how your senior brother captures it." With a grand gesture, Zhang Jun unleashed a golden, shimmering binding rope that surged forward, wrapping around the serpent's forehead. The serpent, ensnared, thrashed violently, wreaking havoc. As time passed, it inhaled increasing amounts of toxic smoke. The massive creature writhed, flattening the surroundings, its strength waning. Victory seemed imminent, and the girl named Xiao began to display a look of joy, gazing at her senior brother with admiration. Xiao Qingfeng, observing from a distance, noted the disciples' impressive techniques and silently retreated, marveling at their prowess, far superior to the solitary cultivators who often relied on their lives to contend. This night, he chose to forego further cultivation and, under the moonlight, sped towards Xiang'er. After traveling 100 miles, he felt the unsettling sensation of being watched by unseen eyes, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Suddenly, he halted beneath a great tree. "Whoever you are, if you wish to jest with me, please reveal yourself." "Quite the clever little fellow, ha ha ha." A corpulent man, bald and curious, emerged from behind the tree, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Qingfeng. If only he were clad in monk's robes, he would undoubtedly resemble an enlightened master. Realizing he had indeed drawn someone out, Xiao Qingfeng remained on guard. The man had followed him silently, indicating considerable power. Had it not been for his keen awareness, he might never have noticed. "I have encountered a master. Might I inquire what guidance you wish to impart?" Xiao Qingfeng respectfully bowed, his body poised to retreat into the tree behind him. The bald man tilted his head, regarding him with an odd gaze, making Xiao Qingfeng feel uneasy. "Is there something amiss with me? You young man have far too many peculiarities." The bald man finally spoke. "Your age seems quite strange, fluctuating wildly. Have you practiced the Dharma manifestations of the Buddhist sect? Your manifestation realm surpasses mine, yet it possesses such oddities." Xiao Qingfeng was taken aback, realizing the bald man's profound insight had pierced through his facade. "Have you perhaps cultivated the Mani Yin Dharma manifestation? Is there something unique about your practice?" The bald man did not wait for a reply. "Forget it. I'll take a look myself." Alarmed at the thought of the bald man probing into his mind, Xiao Qingfeng was about to activate the wood escape technique to flee when he suddenly found himself unable to move. A tremendous pressure sealed off the surrounding space. In an instant, the man projected a shadow of divine consciousness into Xiao Qingfeng's mind. "You have quite an array of peculiar things in your mind. What sort of tree is this? I cannot see it clearly. Your Dharma manifestation appears no different from mine, which is strange." Xiao Qingfeng felt as though his thoughts were imprisoned, helplessly watching the bald man examine his mind. Meanwhile, Hou Jianxin scrutinized the Dharma manifestation within the frame ahead. It bore no significant difference from his own, yet the craftsmanship was exquisite, the image so lifelike it seemed poised to step out of the frame. Intrigued, Hou Jianxin drew closer, his eyes wide with concentration. Suddenly, the frame glowed faintly, and a greasy, colorful aura surged forth, enveloping his consciousness without granting him any time to react. "By the heavens, what is this? Get out of my consciousness!" The booming voice reverberated in Xiao Qingfeng's mind. As Hou Jianxin assessed himself, he discovered a layer of faint colorful light enveloping his consciousness, yet he felt no discomfort. Sensing something was amiss, Hou Jianxin hastily retreated to his own mind. Within his consciousness was a vast frame, significantly larger than Xiao Qingfeng's, though the details were somewhat hazy, far less vivid than Xiao Qingfeng's clarity and vitality. Upon returning to his consciousness, the colorful layers swiftly detached. Before he could comprehend the situation, it lunged towards the Dharma manifestation above, merging with it and vanishing. "My goodness, what in the world is this? Another one?" Hou Jianxin, filled with trepidation, scrutinized his mind, seeking anything amiss. He sensed nothing unusual, but suddenly realized, with terror, that the Dharma manifestation he had cultivated for over 200 years had now transformed into the appearance of the youth opposite him. Before him stood a young man within the frame, his visage radiating compassion as he smiled gently at the onlooker. Hou Jianxin was gripped by a sudden panic, retreating from the depths of his mind. Gazing upon the youth, he perceived a manifestation of inner demons, retreating in fear, until he stumbled and fell to the ground, oblivious to his plight. Who are you?" Hou Jianxin thought, attempting to threaten the young man before him, wishing to expel the haunting image from his mind. Yet, a timid reluctance surged within him, making him hesitate to let go. Xiao Qingfeng suddenly perceived that the oppressive pressure surrounding him had vanished entirely. He beheld the rotund, bald man beside him, his face etched with terror, staring blankly. "Master, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Who exactly are you? How could you manifest the likeness of the Tathagata?" "Master, I do not cultivate the likeness of the Tathagata. I cultivate my own self. I have never encountered the Tathagata, so how could I possibly manifest such an image?" Chapter 79. Unexpected reunion. Ho Jianxin rose from the ground, awkwardly scratching his head. The term Rulai is not merely a name, but a state of being. The Buddhist scriptures state that to perceive the true self is to see Rulai. This implies that only when one has harmoniously integrated their past, present, and future selves into a complete whole, can they truly perceive their essence and attain the fruit of Rulai. Xiao Qingfeng's initial trepidation towards him gradually dissipated, allowing him to inquire further. But I have not yet attained the fruit of Rulai. How many years have I been cultivating? Ho Jianxin responded with a wry smile. Indeed, how many years have you been practicing? What accounts for such extraordinary characteristics? Are you perhaps able to enjoy the incense offerings and the faith of others? Xiao Qingfeng appeared contemplative, recalling the faint white aura surrounding the frame in his mind, and he had already harbored suspicions. It turned out he was invisible. Was that the essence of incense offerings and faith? Observing the young man in silence, Ho Jianxin sighed. As I suspected. He continued to explain. Do you understand how the bodhisattvas in the temple come to be? Only those who have attained the status of Buddha or Bodhisattva can safely and harmlessly enjoy the offerings and the baptism of faith. However, the fruit of Rulai can command all Buddhas, as it can forcibly alter the beliefs of others, including Bodhisattvas and Buddhas alike. Are you suggesting that I can forcibly change the beliefs of others? Xiao Qingfeng asked, momentarily stunned. The familiar individuals around him seemed increasingly captivated by him. Was this what it meant to forcibly alter someone's faith? He fell silent again. Suddenly, Xiao Qingfeng tossed Chen Yuhua, who was still unconscious, out of his spiritual beast pouch. He pointed at her and said, Master, I have also imparted the Mani Yin Dharmakaya to this person, yet while her hostility towards me has somewhat diminished, she does not obey my commands, nor does she have faith in me. What is the explanation for this? Ho Jianxin smiled wryly. This person has never cultivated the Buddhist Dharmakaya. It is her first attempt at practice, so how could she change instantaneously? If such results were possible, would not all of the world fall into the hands of Buddhism? The fruit of Rulai is a state of being and a characteristic, not a magical technique for guiding the path. Only those who have cultivated the Dharmakaya of Buddhism, the higher their realm, will be more influenced by you. Of course, you must first allow them to willingly accept your methods. Xiao Qingfeng opened his